An extraordinary event took place in this peaceful world. Governments around the world all sent their armies into these gates to investigate, but not a single person returned, and monsters began to pour out from those abandoned gates. With overwhelming power capable of crushing any modern weapon, those monsters proceeded to slaughter humanity everywhere. Yet, supporters, blessed with superior strength and skills by supernatural forces appeared. Hunters on the front lines. Humanity began to counterattack. Tyler's supporters had the ability to grant hunters auxiliary power. Among those hunters, one person with countless followers and immortal warriors wielding the power of the flame, known as the Demon King, appeared. With the special qualities of a player through hunts, he gradually grew stronger. However, the 12 great heroes, those considered divine, feared this man and his power, so under their influence the Demon King was erased from history. Tyler's so-called gods created the system. Since then, hunters have been regarded as a new subspecies of humanity, and those who couldn't become hunters could only be slaves. Hunters held the power to dominate the world, and so 100 years passed. In a forest, a black-haired boy was being trained by his close brother to become a hunter. Hey, out of breath already? Ethan, perched on a tree, asked the black-haired boy, who was panting after running several laps around the mountain. This is my limit. I really can't go any further. Ethan encouraged him. You said you wanted to change the world, didn't you? Do you think you can become a hunter with just willpower? To catch the eye of a supporter, you have to push past your own limits. Is that so? Did you also have to push past your limits to find your first supporter? Siang. Go. No, they just supported me like that. The black-haired boy said enviously. That's not fair at all. There's no such thing as fairness in this world, just like how I'm a hunter and you're just a regular person. If you can't run, maybe we need to try a different approach. Ethan conjured a spear and handed it to the black-haired boy. Is this what hunters own? No matter how many times I see it, I never get tired of it. There's nothing to be amazed about. Once you become a hunter, you'll understand. Siang Gu replied with a smile. Is that so? Once I become a hunter? The black-haired boy laughed bitterly. After learning the truth that his parents were killed by hunters themselves, you gave me that book as a keepsake. It's full of all the absurd rules hunters made up, and I want to change that. You've helped me all these years, but seeing how things are going, I guess I'll never be able to become a hunter. Becoming a hunter, as the system teaches, is the will of heaven. I guess so. That's total nonsense. Ethan hit the black-haired boy. Don't worry, you will become a hunter. I guarantee it. By the way, do you still have that book? You keep asking me that. Of course I do. It's a keepsake my parents left me. You said it's the memoir of a forgotten hero, erased by the 12 great heroes, right? You keep asking about it, so I've memorized it by now. If only he were still alive, the world might have been a better place. While the black-haired boy and Seong Gu were talking, a girl was watching them from the sky. From afar. Found you. With that, the girl reached out her hand and fired a beam of purple light toward them. Ethan could sense the magic almost instantly. As soon as he saw the beams of purple light flying straight at them, he cursed under his breath and pushed the black-haired boy away. Just seconds later, a massive explosion occurred right where Ethan and the black-haired boy had been standing. While the black-haired boy was still trying to understand what was happening, he suddenly saw a girl descending from the sky right before his eyes, which terrified him. A hunter? What is a hunter doing here? The girl glanced at the black-haired boy. If you looked closely, you could see her eyes turning purple. Kneel. The black-haired boy immediately knelt. It wasn't that he obeyed her, but it seemed some force was controlling him, forcing his body to move according to her will. Right after, several beams of light flew in from somewhere, and men in black, who had just appeared, immediately knelt and said reverently, "Ruler of the system, we greet you, Lady Athena." The name Athena made the black-haired boy even more terrified. With the highest rank, the ruler of the system, one of the 12 founding gods of the system, what was she doing here? He definitely hasn't gone far. Capture him and bring him to me. Yes, my lady. The men in black replied in unison and quickly left to carry out the mission. Finally caught that guy. What a shame. But Athena looked at the black-haired boy. Who is he? I can't sense any magical power from him. At the same time, the black-haired boy was silently praying that the Demon King's memoir he was holding contained the dirty secrets the 12 heroes wanted to hide. He hoped she wouldn't notice and would leave. HMPH, just a lowly slave, Athena said, then turned her back to the black-haired boy. Has she left? The black-haired boy wondered, but suddenly his body was freed. He thought he had escaped, but as soon as he looked up, he saw Athena standing right in front of him, looking at him with evaluating eyes. I almost overlooked you. I can sense magic emanating from you, even if it's just a few faint traces. Your heart is pounding and your breathing is ragged. Seeing how you've frozen up, I guess you have something you can't show me. Right, take out what you're hiding in your clothes and tell me what it is. My body is moving on its own. Is this a god's command? Stop. If she discovers this book, I'm done for. Ignoring the black-haired boy's inner thoughts, his hand, uncontrollably manipulated, took the book from his pocket and held it out in front of him. It's a book, the black-haired boy said, cursing inwardly. Damn it, my body won't obey me. The story of how the Demon King was truly humanity's hero. The system doesn't want the world to know the story of the Demon King. Everyone connected to me will have to sacrifice themselves. If the situation gets worse, the whole neighborhood will be wiped out. That's how the power of the system works. They eliminate everything that displeases them or stands in their way. I can't give this to her, please. Just as Athena was about to touch the book, it suddenly flipped open, and a magical flame burst out. Athena managed to create a shield with her magic just in time to avoid being injured by the flame. Her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Found it. It's the Demon King's memoir. I don't know how a lowly slave got hold of this, but I'll take it." Just then, Ethan appeared like a god and knocked Athena away. The black-haired boy couldn't help but burst into tears. Don't cry, man. Still, you did well. You held out. Great. Ethan picked up the book and smiled teasingly. Who are you, really? How could you defeat Athena, one of the 12 gods? Ethan handed the book back to the black-haired boy. Sorry, I haven't had time to explain this to you. I didn't think we'd find this so soon. You've always said, for a long time now, right, that you want to change the world. Did you bet on someone like me? Sir, hunters are appointed as gods and rule over other humans. A powerless person like you would live like livestock waiting to be slaughtered by others. If you had a power to change the world, a power that could rival the 12 gods, then would you still want to change this world? Ethan summoned a sword and pointed its tip at the black-haired boy. The black-haired boy was silent. Just then, from afar, Athena's scream rang out. Him, with an angry expression, carried a weapon and flew quickly toward them. Athena is coming. We don't have time anymore. Make a choice fast. You can't fight Athena alone, Ethan urged, and at that moment, the black-haired man's eyes suddenly turned red. Yes, if I had such power, I would change this world. Good. Ethan smiled with satisfaction, and suddenly thrust his sword through the black-haired man's chest. If you meet me there, remember to treat each other well. What are you talking about? Him, the black-haired man's body, and the sword on his chest floated in the air and then slowly disappeared. Execute the contract. According to the contract, the fallen angel will support you. By the time the black-haired man regained consciousness, he found himself transported to a cave. Looking at his body, without a single injury, the black-haired man couldn't help but be confused. What is this? Clearly I was stabbed, but there's no wound on my body. My body feels different than before. The power I feel in my body and the voice that told me I was supported. Have I become a hunter? Exactly where am I? A stream of magical power flows through my body. Could I be inside a gate? The black-haired man was silently speculating when he suddenly heard footsteps not far away. So he quickly hid behind a rock to assess the situation. As a result, he saw a goblin walking over, looking around blankly. No doubt about it. I am inside a dungeon gate. Goblins are the lowest level monsters, but they are more dangerous than you think. That's why they are also called newbie hunter-killers, thanks to their special sense of smell and hearing, along with their reckless hunting style. They have caused many new hunters with little information to lose their lives. I hope it will leave without finding me. unfortunately. Very quickly, thanks to its keen sense of smell, the goblin caught the scent of the black-haired man and slowly advanced toward him. Will what I've learned work against it? Anyway, I have no other choice. I can only trust the skills I've learned to become a hunter. The black-haired man gently bent down, picked up a stone, and threw it in the opposite direction from where the goblin was walking. Hearing the strange noise, the goblin turned its head. Seizing the moment, the black-haired man grabbed the goblin's sword arm, and with his other hand, swung a blow that directly sent the goblin flying. What is this power of mine? Initially, I only intended to scare it and steal its weapon, but have I really become a hunter? While the black-haired man was confused, the notification panel appeared once again. The fallen angel is paying attention to you. The fallen angel is the Demon King. At this moment, a group of goblins appeared, seemingly attracted by the noise the black-haired man had made earlier. So many, and worse, the one at the back is the goblin chieftain. It's the boss of this goblin dungeon. It's over. I awaken to become a hunter. What right do I have to stand against it? Suddenly, the black-haired man remembered the promise he had made to Ethan. If he had the power to change the world, a power that could oppose the 12 gods, then he would definitely change the world. That's right, I can't leave like this. I can't die before I manage to change this world. The fallen angel applauds your fighting spirit. The fallen angel is paying attention to me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Carrying determination, the black-haired man bravely charged toward the group of goblins. In the past, when watching the black-haired man use a spear to precisely cut down falling leaves, Ethan had to exclaim in admiration, "Impressive. When I look at you, I suddenly understand what a genius is. Ordinary people have their limits, but if you are sponsored, I am sure you will become a hunter more outstanding than any other." Just like now, with willpower combined with his honed skills, the black-haired man single-handedly eliminated almost all the goblins, and his level accordingly increased. Only one left, the black-haired man thought, and then immediately sensed danger approaching. He quickly somersaulted backward, successfully dodging a surprise attack from the boss. Damn, even though it's just a goblin, it's still a boss-level monster. According to the data, to defeat the goblin chieftain, you need to be at least a C-rank hunter to hunt it. If you've just awakened to become a hunter, you're usually only at E or F rank. Can someone who has just awakened like me defeat it? The black-haired man glanced at the spear in his hand. All right, I'll bet everything here. The fallen angel applauded your decision and granted you the authority to dominate fire. The spear is the Demon King's weapon and also the weapon I am most confident in using. Moreover, the black-haired man added more power to the spear and charged forward with one thrust, sending the boss to meet the Grim Reaper. You have just leveled up. The spear's durability has dropped to 0. I did it, but as expected, after defeating the dungeon boss, this is all I can do. In the battle, not only did the goblins suffer, but the black-haired man also took quite a bit of damage. At this moment, he could no longer hold on and fainted. A while later, two other people appeared. In the dungeon, there are goblin corpses who eliminated so many goblins. Even the goblin chieftain is dead. At this moment, one of the two people entering the dungeon saw the black-haired man lying in a pool of blood. There's a survivor. Someone over there is still alive. When the black-haired man woke up, he found himself lying on a hospital bed and receiving a bag of recovery medicine. A hospital, so it wasn't a dream. Athena appeared and almost took the Demon King's memoir. And after being stabbed by Mr. Sungu, once I woke up inside a dungeon gate, I encountered a goblin chieftain and almost died, but I survived thanks to the authority to dominate fire that the fallen angel granted me. However, I then lost consciousness due to severe injuries. Did the hunters who came to clear the dungeon save me? As he was deep in thought, a nurse came over and said with a smile, "You can't move yet. How are you feeling? Any dizziness?" The group of hunters sent by the association found you and brought you here. If they hadn't, I wouldn't dare to imagine what would have happened to you. The black-haired man asked suspiciously. The association? The nurse smiled and said, "That's right, you were very seriously injured. Surviving is truly a miracle. You had an accident inside a gate, and someone from the association will be sent." Until then, just rest properly. Then the nurse turned around and thought to herself, how handsome is he, I have to go tell everyone about this. The black-haired man suddenly spoke up. Excuse me. The nurse turned back and asked, yes. What year is it? The nurse replied, it seems your memory hasn't fully recovered, so? You're probably still a bit dizzy. It's the year 2022. Hearing this, the black-haired man couldn't help but be startled. 2022, over 100 years before I was born. The gates began to appear in 2020. 2022 is when special hunters started making a name for themselves, the age of heroes. At this moment, Sun Gu's words once again echoed in his mind. Hunters began to call themselves gods and rule over humanity. Powerless people like you were forced to live as refugees, barely surviving, waiting to die. What do you think if you could change the world, would you do it? The black-haired man's heart rate began to quicken. Unlike having to be chosen by you to become a hunter, this era is when hunters awaken by being supported by sponsors, and this is my moment of change. Thinking this, the black-haired man decisively pulled out the 4-tube and the wires attached to his body, then jumped off the bed. Seeing this, the nurse worriedly exclaimed, sir, getting up like that is very dangerous. I'm fine, I'm not as dizzy as before, forget about that. Can you tell me where the restroom is? The nurse replied, the restroom is next to the entrance. The dark-haired person entered the restroom. He looked at himself in the mirror and then was startled, muttering, is this really me? I didn't have all these muscles before. And I must be about 1.9 meters tall now. I guess my face still looks pretty similar to before. But my physique and appearance look like a completely different person. Just then, someone outside spoke up. Is someone here? A few minutes later, the dark-haired person, wearing a patient gown, sat across from a young man. This man introduced himself as Dylan from the association. Dylan laughed and said, you were rescued by the Alliance after the incident inside the gate. I heard you're having some trouble with your memory, is that right? The dark-haired person thought. The nurse must have told him that, so that's good. Then, with a completely expressionless face, he replied, that's right. Dylan asked, can you tell me what you still remember? Your name, your family, how you got inside the gate, or anything else you recall? After the dark-haired person was transferred to this hospital, both the hospital and the association tried to extract information from him, but of course, they couldn't find any information about him at all. No name, no family, nothing. The dark-haired person thought, there's no way information about me from the future could show up here. They said that memory loss can occur after an accident inside a gate or after awakening as a hunter. Then, he smiled and replied, I'm 23 years old, my name is Mason, and I can't remember anything else. Just now, in that moment when the dark-haired person now Mason was about to say his name, for some reason the name Demon King popped into his head. For some reason, he had confused his name with the Demon King's name, but he didn't know why he felt that was the right thing to do. Hearing Mason's reply, Dylan had a bit of a headache and sighed softly. Big problem here. Then he looked at Mason and asked, if that's the case, did you feel anything while you were inside the gate? Mason replied, I heard a voice saying, I will sponsor you. That's what I heard. Hearing this, Dylan's hands, which were resting on the table, clenched slightly. After a few seconds, he said, I see. It seems you've become a hunter. Mr. Mason, do you remember anything about hunters? I don't know either. I remember that they are special people who are pre-selected. Sue Dong stood up and said, thank you for talking with me. After this, someone else might come, but the association will contact you later. Then, he suddenly bowed deeply. I know you must be very confused, but you have become a very necessary and important person to this world. I wish you the best. The conversation ended, and Dylan took his leave. Mason stood by the window, looking down at Dylan in the parking lot, and muttered, he's pretty decent, isn't he? Then, he lowered his voice and called out, status. Instantly, a system window appeared before him. The status window read, name, Mason, level 9, special trait, player, nickname, love-struck assassin. Strength 31, endurance 28, speed 34, magic power 38, fire dominance authority level 2, summon spirit. None. Skills. None. Observing the status window, Mason thought, this is one of the qualities of the Demon King. The reason the 12 heroes had to be wary of the Demon King, and the reason the Demon King could grow faster than other hunters, fearing that Eden erased all traces of him. The Demon King is very special. To be precise, he is not a hunter, but a player. He is a player. Unlike hunters, who need sponsors to grow strong, he could become powerful on his own. He is the only one who can grow strong by hunting, and now I am a player. On the day Mason was discharged, the nurse came to his hospital room and said with a smile, Mr. Mason, congratulations on becoming a hunter. Thank you, but is becoming a hunter really something to celebrate? The nurse laughed and replied, of course it is. It's like winning the lottery. Even the lowest-ranked hunter can live in wealth and luxury that ordinary people can't even dream of. Besides fighting monsters inside gates, there are many other things hunters can do. You can become a blacksmith by using your power to create magical items, or you can become a bodyguard and earn a huge amount of money. Even rich people have to line up to hire you. Mason thought, right, I already know that. That's also why those who aren't chosen become completely powerless. A forced smile appeared on his face as he asked softly, should I be happy about that? The nurse suddenly remembered something, handed a bag to Mason, and said, oh, I almost forgot to give you this. It's from Dylan, the man from the association. These are the clothes you were wearing when you were rescued. They said you probably won't be able to wear them again, but they kept them just in case you ever need them. Congratulations on your discharge. Not long after, Mason left the hospital and went to a place in the Gangnam district. Looking around, he marveled to himself. This is the district for heroes. Gangnam back then, I wasn't even allowed to set foot here. Everything here looks so bright and peaceful. Just then, Dylan walked up and said, Mr. Mason, I've been waiting for you. Mason turned to look at him, the supervisor, Mr. Dylan. Dylan said, let's go to the association. I don't think a new hunter like you should be wandering around here. Seeing Mason's expression change slightly after that remark, he thought the man was worried, so he smiled and said, don't worry too much. We've registered you as a hunter with the association, and you'll be provided with an apartment, because occasionally there are people in a similar situation to you. First, I want to congratulate you. The results of your test are in. You are a C-rank hunter. You should be happy, because in our country, not everyone achieves C-rank right from the start. Then, he pointed to a car with its door already open by the curb and said, let's go. I'll explain the rest after we finish the registration procedures. Thank you. With that, Mason got into the car with Dylan and headed to the headquarters of the Hunter Association. There, staff guided him through the steps of the registration procedure. Normally, ordinary people receive E or F rank after awakening as a hunter for the first time. Hunters are ranked using letters. The higher the rank, the greater your potential. You also receive special treatment. By the afternoon, as dusk fell, Mason followed Dylan out of the Hunter Association headquarters and went to apartment number 802. We've completed the registration procedures for you without any issues, and this will be your apartment, Dylan said. Mason opened the door and stepped inside. The next second, he was stunned by everything inside, even feeling a bit emotional, with tears welling up in his eyes. Dylan was standing behind him, so he didn't notice. Is it to your liking? The furniture looks a bit outdated. Mason replied, yes, I like it very much. Thank you very much. In his heart, he thought, today is an incredibly special day. I finally have the chance to become a hunter, so this is what it feels like to own an apartment for the first time in my life. Dylan spoke up, I almost forgot. There's one more thing I haven't told you. There are some people who want to meet you, Mr. Mason. Hearing this, Mason was a bit startled. He spun around and asked, meet me, at the same time. He thought worriedly, who could it be? There's no way anyone knows that he came from the future. Dylan was quite surprised by the somewhat excessive reaction of Mason. However, he still replied, he is the leader of the alliance that saved you. It seems he is very interested in you. You can refuse his request if you feel uncomfortable with this meeting. Mason asked about the alliance leader. That's right, they are a fairly Active group that has attracted a lot of attention recently. The Alliance, Mason thought. For a moment and then replied, okay. So Sudong led Mason to meet the leader of the Alliance. When the two sides met, Dylan immediately introduced them. First, he gestured toward Mason and said, "This is Mason." Then, he gestured toward the bald man, "And this is the leader of the Alliance, the group that saved you." The bald man spoke up. "I'll introduce myself. You are truly a tall and handsome person. I am the leader of the Alliance Association, I Seongwoo." As for Mason, from the moment he met Seongwoo, he said nothing but just stared intently at his bald head. In his heart, he whispered, "It really is him, that bald head." Noticing Mason's gaze, Seongwoo asked, "What are you looking at?" Mason snapped back to reality, scratched his head awkwardly, and said with a laugh, "I'm sorry if I have offended you. I didn't mean to." Then he fell into thought again, startled that he had almost made a mistake. I didn't expect to meet him this soon. He truly cared for me, taught me all the basics to become a hunter, my benefactor, who saved my life in my past life, and the hero who refused countless opportunities to save the lives of others. The hero forgotten by people who thought he had sacrificed himself. The god of light. Ethan, we meet again. Seongwoo didn't know what Mason was thinking. He smiled and said, "It's okay, have we met before?" "You feel a bit familiar," Mason replied. "I lost all my memories after becoming a hunter, so I'm not sure either." Then, he bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for saving my life." Seeing this, Seongwoo smiled, thinking, what a polite person. That evening, Mason lay on his bed, silently, thinking this was real, but what had happened to his body? It felt like a completely different body, but his moles were still in the same places, so it was definitely his body. The player, the Demon King, is a hunter who was incredibly powerful. He was also a forgotten hero. Why did I possess his abilities? I gained those abilities because the fallen angel sponsored power to me. In my past life, the fallen angel only sponsored one person. So what happened to the Demon King? I don't know. I don't think I'll find the answer right now. I've returned to the past and gained the overwhelming power that many people have always dreamed of. I've been given power, a power that can change the world. The next morning, in a room at the Hunter Association headquarters, Mason and the others were sitting and waiting when a man with 3 scars on his cheek entered the room and introduced himself. "Welcome here. My name is Victor, one of your guardians." Some people hearing this name immediately became noisy. "What? A BB rank hunter, Victor? Why would a main member of the association become a guardian for a rookie hunter like that? That means there's a hunter here who has caught the association's attention." The others also realized this and began to look forward to it. "This is my chance. If I catch his attention, I'll be able to join a guild or some guild. I am the only one suitable for that role. No, it will be mine." Hearing the commotion around him, Mason, who was dozing off on the table, also lifted his head to look. On the podium, Victor spoke up, "Today there will be a seminar about hunters. Then you will choose weapons and move to the area to perform a combat test. However, you don't need to worry. Do you know how hunters awaken?" A young man in a blue shirt quickly raised his hand and said, "Don't we need to be chosen by a sponsor?" Victor said, "That's right. Additionally, a hunter's power is assessed as soon as they awaken. However, a hunter can develop themselves." A brown-haired girl stood up and spoke. "We can close gates or attract the attention of sponsors through our outstanding achievements. We can receive items or skills with greater power through additional sponsorships." Victor clapped his hands and smirked, saying, "Well done. It seems you are all prepared. Now I'll ask you a slightly difficult question. What is the goal of the sponsors?" The whole room immediately fell silent. Victor thought to himself, "Just as I thought, no one can answer this question. All hunters are very curious about this, but no one knows why the sponsors are who they are and why they chose humans to become hunters." Suddenly, Victor noticed, "Mason, what's wrong with that guy over there? Everyone is trying to get my attention." Curious, Victor pointed at Mason. "Mason, you, the one resting your chin over there, can you answer my question?" Mason was a bit surprised, then silently lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Victor laughed and said, No need to worrying. This is a question. With no answer, I just want to hear what you're thinking, Mason said. Isn't it just for entertainment? Everyone in the room exclaimed in astonishment. What did he just say? Victor asked. What do you mean by entertainment? Mason replied. You choose a character and ask them to hunt, and you feel entertained when they level up and become stronger. It's like a game. Victor's mouth dropped open, thinking, what an astonishing thought. As for Mason, he thought to himself, the Demon King hypothesized that the sponsors only see this world as a game, and because of that hypothesis, he still died despite achieving ultimate power. This might be the most important secret of the sponsors. A while later, at the testing area, Victor looked at the brown-haired girl, smiled, and said, You chose a sword. What an excellent choice. Are you ready? The brown-haired girl had a focused expression, gripping her sword tightly with both hands and said, Yes, I'm ready. You will have to fight a hungry demon. It's okay if you can't defeat it. I will set conditions so you can pass this test. Do you agree? The brown-haired girl smiled and replied, I agree. Don't worry too much. It has been brainwashed to have no intention of killing humans or causing fatal wounds. And now, the test officially begins. With that, Victor pressed the control button in his hand to open the door, trapping the hungry demon. A second later, the hungry demon burst out, roaring and charging straight at the brown-haired girl. The girl also actively charged forward, swinging a sword strike, but the hungry demon dodged it and scratched her arm with its claws. Taking advantage, the hungry demon leapt forward, intending to attack the brown-haired girl again with its claws. Victor watched from outside, thinking, too dangerous. But then he was astonished to see the brown-haired girl suddenly spin around, using the momentum to slash a sword across the hungry demon's waist, splitting its body in two. After that, the brown-haired girl lay on the ground, gasping for breath as if all her strength had been drained. Victor approached and praised, Truly impressive. You turned the situation around and destroyed that demon. You have passed the test. Well done. The brown-haired girl left the testing area, and Victor loudly called out, The last one. Please come in. A few seconds later, Mason entered, holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. A spear and a shield, a strange combination, Victor silently assessed. As for Mason, he thought to himself that he could only attend the graduation course after completing this test, and if he performed well here, he would gain a few extra benefits. At that moment, Victor spoke up, The test will begin now. But first, all the goblins have died, so you must practice the test with a different monster. Since the monster has changed, the rules will change accordingly. You don't need to defeat it. The condition to pass this test will be decided by me. It's just like the ones that were brainwashed before, so it won't be able to inflict fatal wounds. Moreover, I am a B-rank hunter and I'm here, so there won't be any problems. Are you ready? Another monster. It must be something similar to a goblin, an ogre, for instance. Thinking this, Mason spoke up. I'm ready. Victor smiled, pressing the control button as he said, Good, your test will begin now. I was impressed by your answer earlier. I hope you won't disappoint me. The monster that the final candidate, Mason, had to face was an ogre twice as strong as an average man and with incredibly tenacious vitality. It was known that a hunter of combat rank could fight and resisted in a gate. The other candidates in the waiting room, upon learning that Mason's test opponent was an ogre, couldn't help but be terrified. What, an ogre? No way. Since when have ogres been used in tests like this? Outside, Victor watched Mason's entire body enveloped in a blue light, feeling even more intrigued. Thanks to the B-rank hunters from their first awakening, they appeared shrouded in a dazzling blue, just like a shooting star, and are now the strongest hunters in the world. Mason had managed to become a C-rank hunter on his own. He had been able to block goblins in D-rank gates. How could a newly awakened hunter do something so astonishing? So, I can't miss something this interesting. At the association, show me what you've got. The angel Victor is watching you closely. At the same time as the announcement, the ogre, losing patience, lunged forward to attack. Mason gripped the spear tightly and thrust it straight into the ogre's shoulder. What a monster. It charges straight ahead without thinking. This is simpler than I thought, but of course, reality wasn't that simple. The ogre let out a painful scream, then grabbed the spear that was piercing, through its body with one hand. It stuck. What kind of strength is this? As Mason tried to pull the spear out but failed, the ogre suddenly used its other hand to punch wildly at him. Luckily, Mason managed to raise his shield to block, stopping the ogre's dangerous attack in time. The other candidates in the waiting room, witnessing this, began to worrying. Isn't this too dangerous? Since it was an ogre from the start, this situation isn't too surprising. The supervisor should stop this fight. At the same time, Victor still hadn't acted. Yet, just standing and observing, evaluating. That was a perfect attack. If it were a human, it would have died from that fatal thrust, but his opponent is a monster, considered a rather low-rated adversary. Seeing Mason's shield starting to show signs of cracking, fearing that he might be in danger, Victor began to activate his power, ready to step in to help. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he saw Mason let go of the spear, then turn and kick the ogre in the face. Finally, he jumped to gain momentum and used the shield, now reinforced with power, to strike directly, officially taking out the ogre. The durability of your shield has reached 0. You have been promoted. Your power, dominance of fire, has reached level 2. Who is that? Is he really a new hunter? He thrust the spear straight to disrupt that monster's balance. That's just crazy. He defeated the ogre that the supervisor set up. Not only the candidates, but even Victor, a B-rank hunter, was surprised by Mason's performance. What skill is that? How can a new hunter like him possess that skill, without even an activation code? Could this be a high-level skill? There has never been a case like this since hunters existed. I can't lose him. I'll take him to the association at any cost. Unbelievable, Hunter Mason. You have passed my test. Thank you, Mason replied. In his mind, he thought, the equipment seems to only last for a short time. Dominance of fire is truly an amazing skill. Dominance of fire is the source of power that the Demon King uses, as well as a trait that comes with being a hunter. This is not a skill but a source of power. Unlike other skills that cannot be leveled up, this power is upgraded through a sponsor. The player can level up, and their power is extremely high, but the equipment won't last long due to its absolute force. I need equipment forged from metal to use the skill. After the test, Mason returned home and held a small housewarming party. The guests were only 2 people, Ethan and Swan. A small conversation ensued as they enjoyed the meal, about the supervisor of the test the next day and guidance for his path. Clearly, Ethan had been appointed as Mason's supervisor. The final test from the supervisor is tomorrow, right? I know you'll be going into the gate, but I need to make sure you don't have any problems, Dudong said. Tell us about your upcoming plans. Have you thought about our proposal? I don't know why, but I have a feeling I shouldn't let you go. Anyway, I don't want you to feel too pressured, Ethan said with a serious expression. Dylan secretly glanced at Ethan, thinking to himself that he was worrying too much. The most promising alliance association in America is trying to keep an eye on him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Hunter Mason. Mason was silent for a moment, then replied, I respectfully decline. May I ask the reason behind that answer? I just can't understand it. I think it's a wonderful proposal for someone who has decided to become a combat hunter. You're right. But when I came back to the past, I had already planned for all the situations that would occur during this time. In this situation, it would be extremely dangerous for me to get close to Mr. Ethan right now. Thinking this, however, Mason only replied, I'm sorry, but currently I don't want to align with any organization. But if you ever need my help anytime, I am very willing to help, because I owe you a favor, Hunter Ethan. Xiang Gu was silent for a moment, then smiled. I'll remember those words. Dylan looked from Ethan to Mason, feeling confused in his heart about what was happening. A new hunter is offering to help in a rank hunter in America, and this rank hunter is accepting this seriously. I really can't understand hunters. The next morning, today was the supervisor's graduation test. Before we begin, I need to tell you a few things about the process of the supervisor's graduation test. The graduation test will be held inside this gate. However, you don't need to worry too much, because I will accompany all of you. Saying this, Victor unleashed his power, demonstrating his authority, causing the contestants had their horizons broadened. As a B-rank hunter, his strength far exceeds that of the other hunters here. Mason thought to himself, after the contestants received the power supply, it was time for them to start entering the dungeon. This place seemed quite damp. Just as Mason thought this, Victor spoke up to explain. You all feel the dampness, right? That's because the magical power inside the gate is very high. If everyone is here, then we'll begin the journey. Follow my instructions. We're heading to the monster's location. Then Victor led the group deeper into the dungeon. Very quickly, they encountered a group of goblins. They're here. Hunters number 1 and 3, prepare your weapons. Roger. Hunters number 1 and 3 responded and charged forward to fight the monsters. As a result, neither of them could take down even a single goblin. Next, numbers 8 and 16. Nathambers 8 and 16 did better, each taking down one goblin. Hunter's son Mason. As soon as his name was called, Mason moved like the wind, taking down all the goblins with just a few basic moves, making the others doubt, is he really a newly awakened hunter? He did participate in the training. Damn it, are the other hunters like this too? I'm really impressed by his level of proficiency with weapons. He's as skilled as a B-rank hunter like me. I can't afford to lose someone like him. I need to recruit him at all costs. Jiangsu thought to himself. The matter was over, and the group continued moving. We'll be meeting the boss soon. The boss will be completely different from the goblins we've been fighting, so you all need to be careful, stay alert, prepare mentally, and check all your weapons and defensive equipment. The others, upon hearing Victor's words, immediately followed suit. Only Mason did nothing, standing silently in one spot. The Demon King had the power of a player. Before he could unleash a massive source of power, he was destroyed by 12 heroes. That might not have happened if the Demon King had developed his power faster than them. Therefore, I will use everything I know to become stronger than the 12 heroes and anyone else. After a while, the group continued on their way, but after just a short distance, everyone was startled by a powerful surge of magical energy. Everyone retreat. Run to the gate right now, Jiangsu quickly ordered. At the same time, from afar, a stream of fire magic was hurtling towards them. Victor knew he needed to dodge, but if he did, those rookie hunters would surely die. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Victor used his Venom Fang skill to counter the fire magic, but it was only a part of the destructive power. The snake's fangs couldn't completely eliminate it. What happened to the rookie hunters? Worried, Victor quickly turned back to check. When he saw them safe, standing right behind Mason, Victor exclaimed in amazement, "Unbelievable! Hunter Mason!" Mason humbly said, "No, Hunter B. Sang. Su held it off very well so we could stay safe." Suddenly, a system panel appeared right in front of him. The fallen angel has a request: eliminate the great goblin wizard. At the same time, the others also saw the appearance of the monster that had just attacked them. The rookie hunters screamed in fear. That's the great goblin wizard, which can easily defeat a B-rank hunter. Is this really a trial for low-ranked hunters? Is the ranking system broken? Run away now. The only one who can deal with it is Hunter Victor. Victor was much calmer. He spoke up. It's not an easy opponent. Can you all leave the gate and help me contact the Hunter Association? Mason stepped up beside Victor and said, Hunter B. Victor, I want to fight. It too. The rookie hunters were all startled and looked at him. Victor seriously looked at Mason and warned, don't be so overconfident. I know you can defeat many goblins and even the ogre, but the great goblin wizard relies on magical power, not physical strength. They have magic skills that can match B-rank hunters. Mason spoke up. The great goblin wizard B-rank opponents are advised to upgrade their main skills: fire arrows, fireballs, firewalls, and fire shields. I know it's a strong monster, and I know how to counter it. Can't all the guardian monsters for rookie hunters be faced? Give me a chance, Victor thought to himself. What is this blind confidence? Then he spoke up. Fine. Instantly, a notification appeared in front of Mason. Mission start. So Mason advanced alone towards the great goblin wizard. The great goblin wizard immediately fired several fireballs at him. Mason raised his shield and blocked all the fireballs. The rookie hunters exclaimed, "Unbelievable, the fireballs were completely blocked." Victor was startled, thinking, "It's not blocked, it's absorbing. How is that possible?" The battle continued. After Mason used his shield to block the fireballs, some flames clung to the surface of his shield. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, and he immediately charged towards the great goblin wizard. Seeing this, the great goblin wizard cast spells again, creating successive explosions on the ground. Seconds later, a sea of fire formed like a wall separating it from Mason. The rookie hunters cried out, "We were wrong. We can't even get close to it. We'll be attacked by long range magic and can't fight back." At this moment, Mason took a new action. He pointed his spear at the sea of fire and softly commanded, "Split." Then, to the disbelief of everyone, the sea of fire actually split, creating a path. Controlling the firepower like that is truly amazing. Mason charged without hesitation towards the great goblin wizard. The spear in his hand was quickly enveloped in flames. The great goblin wizard roared and created a defensive magic circle in front of itself, but that wasn't enough. Mason shouted loudly and thrust repeatedly forward. The defensive magic layer shattered in an instant, and then the great goblin wizard was also shattered into pieces by this attack. From Mason, he did it. A rookie actually accomplished this extraordinary feat. A super rookie. He's a super rookie. This is the birth of a super rookie. Amidst the exclamations of the rookie hunters, Mason stood there in a daze. He was busy examining the newly appeared system panel. Mission successful. The fallen angel is very impressed by your extraordinary achievement. Because the mission was successful, the fallen angel wants to sponsor you. You are given a chance to summon. Mason thought happily, "Finally I got it. This is why the Demon King was so powerful." Late that afternoon, at the Hunter Association headquarters, Victor went to the office of the association president and reported everything that had happened. After listening, the association president laughed and said, "So this is the reason you wanted to see me. The Guardian is because of that C-rank hunter, right?" "Yes. Exactly as you say," the association president asked. "Is he still in the lowest gate?" Victor replied, "No, he's already surpassed that place. If that's your judgment, then it's not just a wrong judgment. How far do you think his potential can reach?" Victor pondered for a moment and then replied, "To the level where he can help you achieve your goals, Mr. Association President." The association president turned to look at the scenery outside the window and said, "I know. I want to meet that guy as soon as possible." At the same time, at the entrance, Mason had just walked out when he saw Ethan and Dylan waiting. Dylan saw him coming out and laughed. "Ah, you're here. The leader of the Alliance Association, and I have been waiting for you. I was very worried after hearing the news that rank gate had upgraded from E rank to C rank, but it seems it's nothing too complicated." SC smiled and asked, "Did you receive the application from the association?" Mason nodded and recalled that moment. Sangsu had asked the hunter, "Mason, do you have any intention of joining the association?" The new hunters exclaimed. He was invited to join the association. "No way." Mason Guion calmly replied, "I'm sorry. I currently have no intention of allying with any organization." Victor was stunned, thinking he's rejecting this offer. But very quickly he reacted and said, "I understand." Mason didn't say anything more, thinking to himself, "If I join the association, I will definitely grow faster. However, if I join, I won't be able to hide anything from them. And he is in the association. I don't want any involvement with him. He is one of the people I must avoid at all costs." At the same time, the image of a man appeared in his mind, and this man was none other than the president of the Hunters Association. Back to the present, Ethan asked him if he liked any particular dish. Hearing this, Mason Guang was a bit thoughtful. This was even harder than choosing whether to join the association. What did he actually like? He pondered for a long time. He replied, "Ramen." Ethan laughed and asked, "Do you like meat?" Mason didn't speak, but his expression clearly showed the answer. Ethan walked over, put his arm around his shoulder, pulled him along, and laughed, saying, "Okay, let's go eat meat then." When it got dark, Mason had returned to his new apartment. He was now taking a shower, and in his mind, Images of his battles today were replayed one by one. After a while, Mason whispered, I have become stronger. I know that clearly. Next, Mason softly called for his status, and a system panel appeared. Status, name Mason, level 11. Traits, player, class, assassin, love, power, domination, fire level 2. Summon, none. Skills, none. Through the sponsorship of the fallen angel, you have one. Summon chance, Mason thought. No ordinary hunter can revive, including the 12 heroes. Only a few hunters possess this ability. It must be because of this ability that he was able to achieve such great feats. No wonder he could handle countless monsters like the bone dragon, the rock giant, or a Zeus. If I could gain the power the demon king once had, would my summon be similar? Then he issued the summon command. The system announced, you have one summon chance granted by the fallen angel. Will you continue? Mason didn't hesitate and repeated the summon. The next morning, Dylan arrived at Mason's apartment. As soon as he entered, he pointed at the phone screen and laughed. Hunter Mason, look at this. It's talking about you. Right, Hunter Mason. Mason curiously looked at the phone screen and found it was an article about him. The birth of a super rookie, awakened as a C-rank hunter. Defeating a boss at a gate is something that usually only happens with B-rank hunters or above. Dylan laughed and asked, I heard you eliminated a great goblin shaman, right? How could you do that? Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Mason thought. I made the front page, but none of my personal information was leaked. However, high-ranking officials in the association must have heard about it. Seeing Mason silent, Dylan continued. These days, hunters seem to be even more popular than many celebrities, but you seem uninterested in that, right, Hunter Mason? Mason spoke up. More importantly, there are a few things I want to ask you. What is it? I want to participate in a dungeon raid. Time passed, and Mason was now in a dungeon fighting monsters. One by one, the monsters were eliminated by him. When the boss appeared, Mason only needed one move to finish it off. The system announced that the fallen angel was very pleased with your actions. You have leveled up. You have cleared the dungeon. Mason looked at the bracelet with a skull shape that he had summoned yesterday, sighed, and thought, still no reaction. Even after killing the insect and clearing the dungeon, how am I supposed to use this? The skull contains souls, but there is no soul inside, so it cannot function. Mason muttered to himself. The summoning ability must have great power or a special ability, but it doesn't contain any soul. I thought it was a monster soul. Was I wrong? Carrying these thoughts, Mason left the dungeon. Dylan was already waiting outside. As soon as Mason came out, he approached to congratulate him. Congratulations. You have completed your 4th dungeon raid. If you want to auction any items, please hand them over to us. Mason extended his hand to the side, and a pile of items instantly appeared, clattering to the ground. Dylan saw this and laughed. It seems you've received a whole stash of items. It's really fast. After the items are auctioned, the payment will be sent to your account. Mason asked, when does my next dungeon start? Dylan replied, I'm sorry, but there are no dungeons available for looking. Mason was astonished, thinking, this is a world full of trouble with gates that can't be closed, yet there are no gates to book in advance. Then he asked, I don't understand, is something wrong? Lately, a guild has been trying to build its reputation, and their organization alone has taken over 20 low-rank gates. Mason continued, even if they are low-rank gates, can a guild book more than 20 of them? You're right. Normally associations wouldn't allow such bookings, but because the dungeons have been cleared, there's no choice but to accept it. Hearing this, Mason suddenly remembered something. He quickly grabbed Dylan's arms and asked in panic, don't tell me the leader of that guild is Cho Young Seong. Dylan exclaimed in surprise, right, you know about that? You're right, it's the Northern Guild. It's the guild run by Mr. Choi Young Seong, who became a hunter before you and is also called a super rookie. Getting the correct answer, Mason's eyes widened, thinking he will soon gain fame as a hero and will spread his name as a subordinate of the 12 heroes. But above all, he will brutally slaughter people and become a tyrant. The War King Ger, finally we meet. Dylan replied, you're right, it's the Northern Guild. It's the guild run by Mr. Choi Young Seong, who became a hunter before you and is also called a super rookie. Mason's expression was worried as he thought. He is known as a future hero, one of the famous underlings of the 12 heroes, but to us, he is a murderous tyrant. He, with a ferocious face, is known as the War King Gunnar. He stood there, lost in thought. Finally we meet. That year, on a day of pouring rain, a figure stood looking down from a height at the village scene. A group of people holding signs and wearing armbands walked in the rain, chanting in unison to stop the construction and protect everyone's right to life. The subordinate behind you reported, "Sir, the riots are spiraling out of control. What should we do now?" He frowned in anger. "They're all lowlifes. If we destroy their homes, they'll retreat and find another place to rebuild. Why should we care about those brats' existence?" Gripping his weapon, he growled, "Letting those lowly slaves live is already too merciful." With that, he leaned forward, aiming his weapon downward. His sword radiated immense power. The rain grew heavier, and houses, trees, and fields seemed to blur away. The rain wouldn't let up, water rose, flooding everything, leaving only a few tall buildings untouched. Back to reality, hands in his pockets, he walked alone on the street, his gaze distant. As he walked, he thought, after that incident, more than half the villagers he once lived with had died tragically. What a terrible incident. Suddenly, Mason heard noise nearby, a loud shout to stop. He quickly turned his head, holding his phone sideways with the case facing out. A man, trembling all over, was kneeling before two young men, crying out, "How can you do this, just because you're hunters?" The one in the t-shirt said nothing. Kicking over the cart with his foot, the man panicked and begged, "Please stop. Please." Helpless, he lowered his head and sobbed. Mason appeared right behind him and spoke up. "Hey, you're angry. What the hell are you guys doing?" The two were startled and looked over. The one in the t-shirt frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Facing their aggression, he replied firmly, "I heard a noise and came over." "Did you guys bully this man or not?" The one in the t-shirt glared and growled, "Are you crazy? How dare you talk to me like that?" He glared back at him. "You started the trouble, didn't you?" Sensing the energy he emitted, they grew scared. "Hunter Mason." Gong turned to the man and asked, "What's going on?" The one in the t-shirt answered for himself. "Oh, you know what? This old man damaged my precious body with that piece of junk cart." He smirked. "I'm just asking for compensation." The old man trembled as he stood up to argue. "What nonsense are you talking about? You knocked over my cart, then picked a fight with me. First," he gritted his teeth, "why did you knock over his cart?" The one in the t-shirt raised his hand to activate his power, calmly replying, "You're a hunter too, so you should know that anyone who attacks or opposes me is an enemy. So what if I knocked over his cart? You should take a look at yourself." His eyes sharp, he sneered maliciously. "I can feel you. Want to pick a fight with me?" Mason calmly warned, "If it's come to this, then shut up and get lost." Restraining himself, he continued, "I'll spare you because you haven't hurt this old man yet." The one in the t-shirt angrily lunged forward and shouted, "You bastard, how dare you order me around?" He raised his fist toward him. He nimbly dodged, touching his hand and shoulder. His hand gripped the other's wrist tightly, using force to flip him over. His face remained calm as ever. The one in the t-shirt lay sprawled on the ground, and suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. It turned out the other guy was holding a short sword. He attacked directly. Mason spoke up, "I didn't expect to see a weapon in a place like this. Looks like you're confident about what's about to happen, huh?" This one angrily probed, "You haven't joined any guild, have you?" As he charged forward, he asserted, "We're on a whole different level from trash like you." He also readied the strength in his arm to fight. He punched the other guy hard in the stomach, sending him flying through the air before he hit the ground. Lying there, like his buddy, looking at the two defeated men, he said, "If you guys hadn't said it, I'd have thought that guild was your mother or something." A while later, the black market shops lit up. A guild member arrived to escort them away. The one in the t-shirt fumed, "Do you know who we are, you bastard? That guy attacked us first." Seeing them get into the car, Suyan spoke up, "Hunter L. Mason, thank you for resolving this matter properly." He replied, "It's a serious insult to hunters, who have no intention of harming civilians. Su Wyong happily added, so we've witnessed it too. This is something the guild should have been concerned about. Thank you for your help. While he turned to talk, his face grew thoughtful again, watching the old man standing there explaining the situation to someone else. Su Wyong gradually understood the issue and asked, are you worried that those guys' guild will seek revenge on the old man from earlier? The guild will protect him, ensuring he comes to no harm. Mason anxiously replied, earlier, a hunter said he was in a guild. Where is that guild? He answered, coincidentally, that's the leader of the Northern Army you asked about. He clenched his fist, thinking that securing all the low-level dungeons was impossible without the guild's help. He knew that the leader of the Northern Army was now Yunzong, a dangerous tyrant along with the corrupt members of the Hunter Guild. He had once thought they would let that matter slide, but there was no way they would. Shaking off the mess, he replied, I understand. The Northern Army. Night fell, light shining from the houses. 2 days later, as expected, I was summoned by the guild for attacking others. A few days later, the man that Mason had saved changed his testimony. He lowered his head in shame. The hunter who started the fight and kicked over the cart went from being the attacker to the victim, and the man who saved him, Mason, became the attacker. That day, he had stepped up to defend that poor old man. Walking with Su Wyong, he kept thinking. He understood why things turned out this way, but still felt extremely annoyed. Su Wyong smiled reassuringly. Don't worry too much. Nothing will happen. The guild isn't that rotten yet. Mason glanced and thought to himself, he might not know, but for someone from the future, he knew very well that this guild had been rotten since its creation. The two stood before a tall building. Su Wyong said it was fine. A camera was installed at the top of the corner. In that room, he was interrogated by the man sitting across from him. Hunter L. Mason, you don't remember anything after being rescued from the gate? He replied, yes. The interrogator continued, in the incident a few days ago, were you the first to report it, and did you arrest members of the Northern Army? He answered bluntly, yes, that's right. The interrogator glared and accused. So you did threaten the old man Limasu into giving false testimony that the Northern Army members attacked you first? He denied it. That's not true. The interrogator asked again, are you saying this never happened? Mason quickly replied, yes, that's right. Kai spoke up, I will conduct a cross-examination. Right after that, Mansu shuffled into the room. Mansu stood behind him. This person asked the question, in the incident a few days ago, is it true that L. Mason, the man in front of you, threatened you into testifying that the members of the Northern Guild attacked you and Hunter L. Mason? He lowered his head, his eyes glancing down, not daring to speak. Seeing that attitude, he thought the man had been threatened. What a bunch of scumbags. Just as I thought, he reassured him. Just speak freely. Mun trembled. Yes, that young man did threaten me, as if achieving his goal. Go. Mun trembled. That's right, that young man threatened me, as if achieving the goal. He gestured for him to leave with a flick of his hand, not forgetting to say, thanks for coming. His footsteps were heavy as he walked toward the door. Tears kept streaming down Manzu's face helplessly as the door closed. Sai smiled and said, do you have anything else to say? Suddenly he thrust the phone forward. In front of him, his eyes looked down in shock. The phone had recorded the images of those two hunters along with the audio. What are you people doing? Like a dramatic turnaround, he said confidently. This is what I wanted to say. The main door slowly swung open. Mason clenched his fists and walked out of the building. He thought the association must have known about the altered testimony, but only the old man was forced to take the blame for perjury. He didn't know what else to do in this situation. The more he thought, the more bitter he felt. He lacked power. Suddenly Ethan appeared. I heard the news. He turned his head in surprise and called out, Mr. Seongwoo. Seong scratched his head and explained, I contacted him just in case. I don't have any connections within the association. He's the most influential person among those I can reach. He replied happily, you must be very busy. Thank you, both of you. Mr. Gu chuckled. I can only tell you that I'm relieved. Mansu stepped forward and spoke. He glanced at the old man. The old man quickly knelt down on the ground in front of him. I'm sorry. I'm truly very sorry. He trembled and sobbed. Tyler's bastards told me that if I didn't do it, they would ruin my granddaughter's future. I couldn't let that happen, so instead of testifying in your favor, I framed you. Suwai's eyes widened as he asked, You mean the Northern Guild threatened you? Also, why are you only saying this now? Su lifted his head slightly and said, If I speak out, my granddaughter will be in danger because things have already come to this. At the very least, I wanted to apologize. I'm truly very sorry. Mr. Gu said angrily, That won't happen. As the head of the Alliance Association, I'll take responsibility. Don't worry about those bastards. Go home. Hearing this, the old man stood up, relieved, and turned back. Why was there a phone recording the earlier disturbance? He explained that recording videos had become a natural habit for him, because he had been in many absurd and unfair situations. The habit must have started from there. His eyes suddenly widened, and he quickly turned his head to look out. Mr. Gu immediately asked, Is that him? He replied, Yes. Wai Shang radiated immense power and strode forward majestically. He smiled fakely. Oh, I didn't expect to meet the highly respected leader of the Alliance Association here. You seem close to that rumored super rookie. Huh? Su Wai's eyes widened as he thought. How does he know about that? Could it be that the association has been digging into his information? He extended his hand to greet. I am the leader of the Northern Guild. My name is Choi Yanshang. Looking down at that arm, he couldn't help but notice. And then Mr. Ethan also shook hands with him. He smiled back and said, Nice to meet you, while using his superpower to communicate with him through eye contact. But remember this warning of mine. He was reminding him, if you don't want to become an enemy of mine and this super rookie, don't be too arrogant. His eyes widened as he listened. He frowned, quickly pulled his hand back, and glanced up, thinking, this is bad. Mr. Gu smiled with his mouth, but his eyes kept communicating. No, let me rephrase that. You're not even worthy of being considered an enemy. Be careful if you don't want to die. Remember that. Scene change. Warm sunlight streamed down into a small cafe. Inside, someone's hand slammed hard on the table and spoke up. This is ridiculous, Su Wai said angrily. Why did they only get fined when he threatened an ordinary citizen? Mason recalled that in the future, punishing hunters was something that never happened. He said calmly, What's more important is not knowing how that old man is doing. Su Wai continued, Lying to a hunter is a serious crime, but thanks to you stepping in to resolve the whole matter, and the Northern Guild also admitted their wrongdoing, that old man was released with just a warning, holding a glass of water in his hand. He pondered. It seems Mr. Ethan did something. He replied, I know. How have the Northern forces been these past few days? His eyes grew worried. They've been keeping quiet. A chill ran down his spine. There's no way they'd just let everything slide like that. He recalled the violent image of Yingzheng, the cold-blooded, ruthless murderer who would become the king of war, Gans. He firmly believed in the law of cause and effect, so he would definitely strike back against him. His face was full of worrying. He requested, Can you keep monitoring the Northern forces for me? Su Wai happily agreed. Of course I can. Deep down, you're tough. I won't just sit back either. His face turned cold. The law of cause and effect is something I've always believed in. Outside, the sky was blue with white clouds, trees swayed, and the air was fresh. Mason was standing next to Ethan. He turned his head and said to him, I didn't think you'd contact me to conquer a dungeon together. He looked up and replied, This dungeon is for high-ranking people, so I need your help. I'm counting on you. Singu happily said, It's an honor to fight alongside you. Two people approached them, and one spoke up. Is he the famous super rookie? Right, the short-haired guy said, It's an honor to fight alongside you. Super rookie, the one beside him, said cheerfully, I never thought I'd get to fight alongside you after saving you before. Mr. Gu introduced from left to right, This is Choi Chien-jan and Lehen, the ones who saved you before. They're also members of my guild. He nodded in greeting. Nice to meet you all. I'm Mason. Standing among the people before him, he admitted to himself that he didn't remember anyone here. That wasn't surprising, because the Demon King, Hind, and the Alliance had all been wiped out in his previous life. Probably When everyone was assembled, Kong Guan's voice announced, "All right, this is a C rank gate. We'll begin conquering the dungeon." The dungeon gate opened, and everyone focused their attention. At another location, a fierce tiger face painting hung on the wall of a large room, with 3 people inside. The red-haired man turned and snapped, "Are we just going to let things slide like this? This is where we start expanding our territory." He was the vice leader of the Gans Guild, Choi Jan-soo. The masked man replied, "Isn't the more important thing right now to stabilize our territory before expanding?" Continued, "Didn't this incident make our guild members look like they've lost control?" He was the vice leader of the Gans Guild, Emma. Josu glared and shouted, "Nonsense. Tyler's people did nothing wrong. Ordinary people are just bugs living off hunters. How dare they expect us to bow down and apologize to insects like them?" The eyes behind the iron mask blazed as Emma growled, "What did you just say?" Jansu gripped the armrest tightly, his eyes burning with rage as he asked, "HMPH, you want to have a go with me?" The 2 of them sat facing each other like mortal enemies. Witnessing this, Shang shouted, "Stop." He raised his hand and signaled, "Ru is right." Understanding the cue, Emma sat still without resisting, while Ru smirked triumphantly. Zeng explained, "Since they messed with our guild, we must apply punishments corresponding to what they did. I'm also interested in that." "Kid." Emma stood up abruptly. "Guild leader." He glanced over. "That person also said something similar to me. It seems that person is also interested in that." Arrogant one. Turning away, Emma wondered to himself, that person couldn't possibly at this point. He smirked. That person said they would soon lay the groundwork. Now, at this point, he curled his lips into a smile and said that person would soon lay the groundwork. Cho chung ta vi ucsu chung ta ji ten hiu, vienth bi la the kang ggc fep. Zo ra trong bang hai fia bsc ne, fia beningoi, se cci shanam team, ban te. Geo gang te hang shambao vieti gdgi jate. Si gay trong hai leon min bao kao. Babai gg, anko the tip tic ma kang gian pi fi biek tk vien gg. Bang ten hein. Bao thang baoing gui ji thi nung ji kang nen thi, hang qg, zi angusai. Huk mt le nik mgi gi, hai tip tic sai, nam gi hi en chuai kung. Husium via ki hang tin vao bang archium. Jate nyan ko mu tun ti hao ben ti, arch ti. Non hanang ji dung sunang luk si mchen ben jate then rauchen viwing. Try. Umti then vien kik trong hai dung sunang luk fong ra csu le ulen, ang. Le bang che di doi. Masoni ang tin api trung quan sat ti nach, that hankin angi si. Mchen con fi hcc hai niu th. Kang the tin mchen ggc tun mt ching kin the. Sun trong thuk chin, zi ang guji kim fia sao an hai gi that coucha. Kang dam mt yun that mdn jung bun uk. Si cam hu hang ba thiu che. Bui ang leolen. Nung con uk gao that di doi tring zong gu jung na mt. Suan hung thuk the. Si u hung jaeng sao kan giji. En tung that k. Anna. Lik mt qg. Si yemen. Go mt cu kang fak. Ti la gi u csuss chupji. Vinan gi cmn fi la ti mgi hung. Ethan gio hai. Ti hivan la cu. Than that vvit. Ti ge chen cu muon bit hype hai leon min vati mdn hun. MCC now, hung kang. Cu thea non hype hai leon min kung tam ti, angai mgi la. Gi that ss hang en. MCC dvn cha the high and tone bn ccc mdn cam chen, angai. GYMCCG na ri. Chien young ygn klen ting, cha, chung ti kung arch ti. Moan thi ccc mdn camt su tan bin la na the nauke, an heathen kung. Muncha, jang ne kung bi, tone than fat ra and gun nang luck, cm via ki trong. Te cu, ti tin chi luan, trong hucu gi chen kang cnn fisia chi gu ccc. MDN to chak mtn hisum gu. Hen lutlan gc chi lan tien kang, mu jiao scc nun. Chang gun ccc mdn to ln. Vvi nang luk thung tro le, cu trok tip tin lan. Jiao chi vvi bun uk hung bokia. Mechi gi zung quan terturv, cu kai ko. The dung kuk ke nang ma kang cnn and ma kich hot. Cu kai ghccc kuk ke nang. Cnp kao ji, hung la mt su ten bin. Mason giang lam vi huang si ben kem. Goilan ke vieti. Ziang guching kin ma gi theme, hea jiao va hea kien ko. Kang fi la ke nang, ko la they chim quyen, each thung kung hien hang lu thing bao. Ben jit yu diet hit yu tim fap SPCA and gak ti, thien thine saying ji tai. Turk choben, kuk thing SPCA ben sen ton len mt chit, ti quang trong mgi. The hang hung ko tho luen, chose di guide CCT teng, ti won kang fi ti, nyan ma siu ggc gi la su ten bin. Hen zung hen tun en gay si chik hai pai, kung kang yc and pg ko. Ti gi len ting vviz len heo, an hang lem kai. TRGV, T sao and a kang tuyen dong mt toi nang na vi. Anakuji na ag. DNY, and ki sang Ethan Engli, Li GQCATV and Con Ko. Na CUG, the, Hai Chung TRHT MDN Vanakon MDN Nia, and Tip TIC, Tinung, GT Kwansat GGC, Coalescent Tran SBPTCACU SNLM Trong Gay, Mason, Jiangi Theme, Anakai Noi Trung Fok, Anakai Ji Non Ra Hong Saivo MCC, TUCAM Chen Risao, Him Ji Mayam Chen Kang H Koke Nang Non Zion Thu, Z. Angu Vien CC Thite Fak Lun Conti Bang Hai Fia BSC Ascend Kang Y In MT Cha. How? UCUYVVI Chung Teeth Bun Koas and Kang the Lam HICU, and Chote. Ra, Kiera MT Li G Guvien Kung HFDN, Tham Jahai Pai Lian Min, TSN. Cho Siu Jichak Vien Fo Len HEO Hai Pai, MGI Gi Zung Quan Ha HCCMM. Len HEO, Trigi I. Mason Ang Kung Ang in Gang Gi Theme, Jet Inget Turk Than. Fo Len HEO Ca Hai Pai, Hang Cu Nchiam Chate, Chihu, TRHT Bitten Li. GQCA Angai, Hang Mati Fi Tichu, Anakuji Hao Seng, Kang Sian En Fi, Trine Raviv MT Hai Liko Hao, Tiko the Thi Trong Goi MTCU Hang Hong, Hen MT the Jikovien Ji Hun Yu, Gan Thoi Trong Tikun Cuk Rung Lan, Siun Chi Si Mei GC Nung Dong Tin Hun Hein Thou Tran Man Hun, Tin Hun GGC, Gi Ti Hai Pai the Sun VV Ein Wei Dung Chung TC and En Ben Jup GG Diet CCH. Mpikan CCN Quan Gfia BSC Vaukun 100 TH Sun Hun LS, CU Non. Nung Dong Tin Hun Trong HU Ni Lan Niu Lung Sai Gi, Quan Gfia BSC. Gans Gig Kang Cho Yang Zung Sen Kang GK Hang and Gang Huang Siang GGC In. Ziang Guviet CCM Turg and Gam Lan Haiyang Luk Liang the Sun Quan Gfia BSC. The 100 the Sun Hun LS. Zvia Kwai Mi Ca Kwak Sai Sun Lane Ne, Bang Hai Dint. Tham La Quan Gfia BSC Koji Ko Kang Hung Elam, Mason Kin Angi Si Sai, Gi, Chiu Yang Zung Ji Li Don Hai Pai Sao. Hai Ri, Ke Laki Ingun, Chian Siench Ti Nikek, Man Kiam Boon Jung Bao Tram Toan Ig Lan Yen, Ti, Gi GP MD and Te Jung Ban, and Ang Giji Tran Ban Sai Gi Tiki Nao Ma H Te, Jin Yu the, Gi Via Nun K and Xenge Ziva, Choi Jar, Gi Ben Thi Thun Yu. CAM Chen the Anna Tri Cu Kai, Chua Ang Su, Ang BCC DCC, TTC MGI the Hu, They GKT Ki H Gian P Gi Ko. Hun FN Chan Dung Ca Ting Gi Hien Lan, Trong Hu, Gi Haiku Chen Hang Vien BM AP Na Choi Jo, Kang Kong Ko Thong, Dan La Kon Gi Nia, En Chen Ti Gi Chik Hai Vachik Hai Koi TGC MGI Gi Hu, DGI Kwai and M Chen, Cho DH La Thong Dan He La the Sun, Ang Ko Chu, H Hang CC. Jian Git Mt Tun the Sun, Ken Vien LS Duko, Hen Tajich Vien Nung Hen Yang, Phi LS Liang Quan Hen Quan Gfia BSC, Con Gi Kang Yen Lam Navi, Quan, Gfia BSC G Badao Hoa Hen MCC Kang Con Kolas Kachua GGC, Hang, Mchen Le Kang the Bien, Haiki Ko Wile, Man Hun Yan Thoi Chak Mt Bang, Sang Lan Vai Dong Thing Bao, Nung Dong Sai Gi Mao Thun Trong Hu, SS Kang. Bing He Tun Ben Chian Sienchen Empty Kang Jiongkik, Mason Hung Thung, Gi Gigi Thiu, Arch Ti Bui Gigi Si Gian Pi Tun Ti La Mason, Tun MCC OG Op ST. Kapli, Ta Sen Kang Gigi Thiu Benden, Engi Theme, Dung CMK, Mchen, Kang CM Non GGC ASI Kung, Hen Tai Mt Mchen TKG Gian Pi Mchen He Sao, Mason Ang Na Hai GGC Sai Gi Si Ang, YK Chiko Hai Chung Ta Thai. Kang Koba by Ji Hao, Nin Sitha Jin Sai. Emma Vao Thung VNG, Ta Sn Kan. Noi BXTC Chian Jikik Ngoi VNG Ne, Chike Chen Ngui Jinan GGC Lon. Hai Yang Sia Hai Pai, Tichu Na. Cu Eng Ngak, Ti Sao Eng Tip TIC, Ngui Ko. BIGT Rang Hai Sia Bun Ta Kung GGC Hai Yang Kang, see you cap laying gay, ti bit. Ang noeji chan than, ingui cheek la kang bit vientia mgi turk than the sun. GNK, hang the sun la mt kai the ji ko gm gik huneng gui na, GCC by law. Bang chik ca hai bun ta, and gai kai kang fi la mt gi tuyat regina mgi. Gi thong gi, bt gnp and gai kai jia huang gg nui heimri, nuing gui vow. Trong su siang vvi and gai kai. Culan lang, and hun noi rang kang dam, chikan. Ta sen lam gvvit sao, cubn te vau chi kun, gnpang ta tran huang gi. Nui heim ri, bao su siang vviang ta kung mio heim ent. Bitha quan ji fia. BSc mtcu turknen hang sd, la mt bang hai hun luen. Cuk them, kung ko nung. Na tai turg zu sha trong sp nung na tai turg tit. Hsn tai turg jiranium. Vien gitki hoak la nium vien gitki hang lut, kuk bang hai ggc than. LPP bui mt nam nungi navigi la bang hai hun luen. Emma Kaulan. Noikai kg, cuct li. Chung fi ko la e chio mang gai fo bang chik dung yin. Amake via noi vvit sao, cu cap thun nyan, niu na kang fi na vi. The anakung chung cnn ciench bao ti lam ji. Goem tcu sang ruk lan, ti hiu. Re, thum kai di ji ang hun bang hai hun luen, anakung kang ggc tit ls ra. Angoi. Bui vn mui quan hcat vvi quan g fia bsc ngay thu kung jung. Novi re. Amarak kim ngay lpptic, ang hing hakim di lauhen, Then vang van kap toa na, angquat lan, thunkon, kang ggc fepsia. The Volf has come to our guild again, you wouldn't back down either. A stream of green energy billowed out from his body. No, you should have known this already. He cleared his throat. The Northern Guild has already decayed. Guild leader Choyan Zhengyan Vice. Guild leader Choi Jo-su, whom you trusted as close aides, have changed, ever since meeting that person, the demon you all serve. He paused upon hearing those words, then withdrew his killing intent, lost in thought. Emma thought to himself, he had only become a hunter. For less than a month, no matter how agile he was, it was unbelievable that he could match an rank hunter like himself. I thought we had gathered all the information on him. He was puzzled. He even knew that I had no intention of attacking. Could it be that I was the one being seen through? And he even knew the name of that person. Looking up at him standing there, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Mason, what are you supposed to be? Zhang Emma was also known as the Dragon Slayer, but he was more commonly called the Immortal Siegfried. He had killed the son of the Demon King, a notoriously brutal demon. After slaying the Bone Dragon, he received unparalleled power from his sponsor. He was granted immortality in future battles against the Demon King. Following orders from his close friend Choi Yan-zung, he was killed by the hero Choi Du. Mason thought to himself, I need to win him over. He fell silent. This man might be skilled and powerful, but I want him for his morality. In that northern army of those bastards, he had to maintain balance all alone. Scene transition to a land littered with corpses below. The system announced, you have cleared the land of the dead. After Mason completed the mission, his weapon gradually faded away, and the system displayed, your weapon durability is 0, the weapon has been destroyed. He watched the weapon vanish from his hand and thought, the flame of domination, once unleashed, the weapon cannot withstand it. He clenched his fist, perhaps. I need to prepare something else before the hunters are mobilized. I need a new weapon. Scene transition to tightly packed houses. A voice echoed from inside the room. Come in. Masong stepped inside, telling himself, this forge feels ancient. Inside, a blacksmith was forging a red-hot weapon. He was drenched in sweat. Wait a moment, I'm working. He rejoiced inwardly, never expecting to meet him in person like this, one of the hunters who became a dwarf. Upon waking, looking at the muscular man before him, he thought, surely he would become a blacksmith, a hero blacksmith. Bakjun. After 4 grueling hours, Mason wiped his sweat, only then remembering the person standing beside him all this time. He greeted, by the way, who are you? He turned around, thinking, I waited for hours. And he still asks who I am. I came here to order a weapon. By the way, is this shop run solely by you? Mason was bewildered. Who are you? Why would you order a weapon from my shop? An unknown blacksmith, no matter how you think about it. It's strange. And now you ask if I work alone in this shop. He replied calmly, I asked because I saw a strange hammer over there. On the wall behind Hyan, a hammer hung vertically. He chuckled in response. Seems like you have sharp eyes. Humph. That hammer belongs to someone else. No need to mind it. Mason asked, puzzled. Why did you come to me? I have never seriously crafted weapons. All of this is just toys. What made you seek me out and meet me? Mason replied. My sponsor told me to come to you. He looked astonished and then exclaimed, Your sponsor directly did that? Unbelievable, he thought. You can only trust me, because he himself could feel the intervention from your sponsor. Back to Hyan is so favored that his sponsor can directly intervene. The Demon King's autobiography said so, he recalled the thought. Park Jae-hyun is one of the weapon makers for the Demon King, influenced by the 12 heroes. They split off, and Park Jae-hyun only supplied weapons to the 12 heroes. The Demon King recorded, Park Mason, if only you had followed me to the end, we could have changed history. Mason rested his chin on his hand. Considering the strangeness of the sponsors, I have no reason not to believe you, he said frankly. But I won't take this order. He thought anxiously. Is he upset? Give me a reason. He scratched his head. It's nothing really. It's just that I don't like fire. That's also why my shop has no customers. He smiled lightly, understanding the issue. He reached his hand out to Mason, who was confused. What do you want? Why are you holding out your hand? He replied. I will ignite the flame of desire within you. His hand suddenly burst into flames. He said confidently, Do you know about the ability to control fire? Mason sneered. You mean you can control fire with that little flame on your hand? That's ridiculous. If that's all you've got, even a blacksmith like me can do that. He suddenly widened his eyes. The flame on his hand suddenly turned blue. He asked again, How about that? He closed his hand, extinguishing the flame. I can control fire as I wish and completely master it. Mason laughed cheerfully in agreement. A week passed. Mason held a spear in his hand, a weapon emitting a strange aura. He looked at it in astonishment. This is Jae-hyun sitting to the side with arms crossed, unable to make a shield as requested. Tylers are things that I alone cannot achieve, but the fire resistance of the spear you requested is the best. The spear was sharply carved, exuding a powerful force from within, he explained. I hate to say this, but with my ability, this is the best I can do. The system status displayed the information. Muspell Spear, level 1 grade, special, increases fire control, fire resistance increased by 30%. This weapon will grow stronger if exposed to fire, he thought to himself. He said this is the best he can do. In a good dungeon, this is probably the rarest item. If you were a famous blacksmith, this would be super rare, obtainable only through a sponsor's funding. He smirked. Above all, among a million such developing weapons, only one exists. If I possess this weapon, I will never need to change weapons again. Mason interrupted his thoughts. It's not complete yet. He began to explain. That guy isn't here. Compared to your flame, it's just a low-level weapon. Remember to come back, but not too often. If you leave and come back right away, I'll upgrade the weapon for you. I'll leave it for you. He bowed sincerely to Jae-hyun. He saw something and paused slightly. The skull-shaped bracelet on Mason's hand seemed a bit strange. He immediately asked, Hey, that bracelet was provided by your sponsor. Right, your sponsor is no ordinary person either. He hesitated. I'm not sure, but this is very concerning. It will be a bit difficult to use. The system displayed the information. Soul holding skull bracelet, summon. Since there is no soul inside it, it cannot be activated. He pondered. That's right, just a guess. But if I'm right, Mason put on gloves, he thought. The soul holding skull, it will be very difficult to summon if I participate in the gate mobilization. He gripped the weapon slowly, materializing in his hand. But this is a discovery far greater than expected. He was now in possession of the spear of Muspell. He lowered his head and thought, if I had Dong Emma by my side, I would have a higher chance of victory. Everything is difficult now, but if what I read in that book is true, he will help me. Mason's Eyes began to glow. 2 weeks until the gate is mobilized. From a distance, many shadows appear. They must be very numerous to create such a thick layer of dust like that. You tell yourself, now you need to be stronger. Through those shadows, it's the monsters with fierce expressions, holding weapons, charging up to attack. You jump hard, leaving the ground shattered. Mason flies through the air, holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, the spear tip radiating a power that controls the monsters below. With red pupils in your eyes, you wonder, while you can become stronger by hunting, 2 weeks is too short a time. Even sleeping wastes too much time. 2 weeks later, at a place with many tall buildings, a news board displays a notice. The ruler of the river is paying attention to you. All preparations are complete. Inside the room of the building, everyone is gathered here. Youngzong clenches his fists, showing determination. All preparations are complete, he shouts loudly. From now on, we, the Northern Army, must rise up. The team members listen with great enthusiasm. In America and all over the world, everyone will know our name, the Northern Army. As he finishes, his pupils change color, and at the same time, his body emits an extremely powerful energy. Emma sees this and is very surprised, thinking, an unimaginable magical power. The hunter Choi Youngzong has finally become a top-tier hunter. John Su smiles smugly. It's truly unimaginable that everything is going exactly as that person planned. Now the requirements to become a hero have been met. Youngzong opens his mouth wide and shouts, today, with the powerful energy radiating intensely, he raises his hand, declaring that the world will be shaken. By the name of the Northern Army, the people below, as if hypnotized, all respond in support. He laughs to himself, and I will take it. That title of emperor. Outside, the empty road has a curve. A bus is driving on that road. On a straight stretch, a car is seen moving. 2 people are sitting inside the car. The driver asks, are you ready to go there? It turns out that it's Su Wyong. He continues, you might die, didn't I tell you? About those bastards in the Northern Army, they are worse than you. Imagine. He keeps explaining that the Northern Army tried to raid the gate before and was destroyed, while there is no evidence to prove they did it. But Mason, sitting next to him, says nothing, staring into the distance. He looks straight ahead and speaks, it might be them. This startles Su Wyong, making him stop the car. Abruptly right at the curve, he drops his head onto the steering wheel in defeat. Seeing his attitude like that, he looks at him and sighs. After a moment of silence, Su Wyong lifts his head, angrily shouts, you're still going even knowing that you are an extremely important person to the association. You won't be punished if you don't go there. Nothing is more precious than your life. He grips the steering wheel tightly and says, please. Then Su Wyong lowers his head and whispers, don't go. He doesn't say a word, just smirks. He asks seriously, Kim Su Young, you said nothing else is more valuable than life, right? He answers blankly, that's right. Mason hears the answer and continues, I know that too. I'm not participating in today's mobilization hoping for the best. Then he flashes a confident smile, those bastards will find out soon enough. Life has many precious things. Somewhere in the city near the riverbank, a hole appears, emitting a source of energy. It turns out to be a new gate about to open. Everyone gathers right next to it to watch. Xian Young and Henong are also here. They seem very excited. The reporter is ready with his recording equipment. Over here, Mason smiles and says, to Ethan, I heard you refused this gate raid. Why are you here? Ethan responds, I declared that the Northern Army is our enemy and declared that the super rookie is my friend, so why can't I be here? Suddenly, he turns his head and catches the gaze of Wai Ongzong. He glances over and smiles sinisterly. Seeing this, Ethan's smile fades. He stands facing him and asks seriously, you intend to go even if I don't ask you to, right? He smiles and replies, that's right, you're not stopping me. Don't you know if I might be wrong? He worries, he might already know this, but those bastards are stronger than he thinks. His official rank in the association is B rank. The two look in the same direction, then Mason speaks. He seems to have reached a rank hunter. Ethan replies, you can sense that too. Ethan looks at him and says with a smile, I'm more surprised by how strong you are compared to him. There's no problem at all. I'm sure you have a plan in mind. He sits down in his seat, crosses his arms over his chest, and continues, I've been watching your journey to become stronger. All along, I'll sit here and wait until you come out. Mason stands next to him, wondering why he would do that. The power inside his body suddenly bursts outward, and he says sternly, just in case you don't come out, I won't let the Northern Army leave here with it. Hearing this, he is surprised, thinking he's saying he'll destroy the entire Northern Army. What a terrifying person. They stand there waiting, when suddenly an announcement sounds. Out. The raid will begin soon. Everyone, please complete all preparations and gather here. Choi Young-zong will become a hero, and the ruler of the river will kill many hunters. The three people, Ethan, Jasu, and Emma, appear with confident expressions. Next, the hunters step into that space one by one. But history will be changed here. He walks in with a determined will. Mason reaches out his hand to feel the magical power. We step into the gate of the ruler of the river. He believes that in this place, he will defeat everything and claim glory. Everyone has stepped inside the space of the gate slowly closes, and the purple energy escapes with it. As the energy flows out more and more, that is also when the gate is completely sealed shut. Young-zong looks with expectant eyes and speaks. It has begun. The notice board displays the text. The magical power value will change according to the gate's characteristics. Reading the notice makes everyone worried. Someone asks, what does that mean? Damn it, I've never heard of this. Young looks at the communicator in his hand and is also surprised, unable to believe the rank went up from B to B+. Mason at this moment remains calm, observing. The notice board continues to display. The gate's characteristics will activate. The exit will be blocked. Looking at the gate shrinking away, everyone is stunned. The gate gradually disappears and emits a great power. You panic. What kind of crazy thing is this? Someone worries. Are we going to be trapped here? The notice board displays messages one by one. Countless incarnations have gathered here. Sponsors have also gathered here. The ratio of magical power will increase further. At the same time, the nerves and cells in their bodies begin to change. Hun raises his hand and asks, what is happening? Young also feels something unusual. My body feels so hot. The notice board continues with new messages. The incarnation has entered a special gate. The attention of the sponsors is still increasing. The weight of the magical power will increase. Holding the meter, seeing the numbers change dizzyingly, the hunters widen their eyes in shock. The gate at the top corner of the meter shows the letter H. Ian was startled and dropped the device to the ground. He exclaimed. Class A hence thrust his fist against Young's chest and shouted. What was that? Young immediately pushed Han's hand away and screamed. Let me leave this place. The rank gate cannot be completed without the hero hunters. Some hunters had fallen into despair. Some were holding their heads in confusion. Others collapsed in anxiety. Mason remained expressionless, reacting just as he had thought. This place was like a living tomb for them. He turned his head and saw Young-zong and Emma standing still in a corner, so he guessed that those people weren't moving, meaning they must have known already. Young-zong and Jasu stood with calm expressions, observing, so this situation must have been prearranged. The bulletin board announced that the wave would begin in a few minutes. Suddenly Young-zong shouted loudly, everyone, stay calm. He raised his hand to reassure them. I know you are all confused. I am also very bewildered. I don't understand why this is happening either. Every gate has its own risks, so any kind of accident can happen. He continued to convey, but what is the most important thing right now? Is it despair? And then he changed his facial expression, evoking a will full of determination. He shouted loudly, it is to survive. Don't all of you want to live anymore? Choi Wang of the Northern Army, will fight alongside everyone here. The bulletin board displayed that the ruler of the riverside was trying to persuade them. Hearing that promise, they seemed to regain their spirits. Young happily spoke up. Really? Will we survive? The hunter in front of him responded, survey the terrain first. Henson also said confidently, let's go. The bulletin board announced again, the status window of the government ruling the riverside. The ability to incite and command is tripled when near the river, and there is also a chance to force others to obey. Immediately after, the bulletin board flashed red. Through the influence of the fallen angel, you have resisted the organization and the forced command. Mason watched him from a distance, thinking, inciting, huh? All those hunters over there are already affected. Josu smiled and asked, Sir, should we start now? Wangzong answered no. He said, according to that person's words, the wave of this gate will last for a long time, so the Northern Army should conserve as much strength as possible. Jiansu frowned in confusion. What? Seeing from above that everyone was gradually dispersing, he continued, we will follow the plan discussed earlier. The Northern Army will conserve strength and survive. Jiansu asked again, are you going to kill everyone? He replied, not exactly. We need one person to spread rumors. The Northern Army will focus on conserving strength until I give another order. Ru offered an opinion. Is that possible? Hunters aren't fools. They were incited through authority, but they will soon catch on if they discover the Northern Army. Hanging back, Wangzong explained, I said as much as possible. Send those bugs out to fight to avoid suspicion from the hunters. Josu's face suddenly changed. He thought, is he sacrificing his own team members just for the plan? Looking down from above, he saw the figure of Mason below. The boy stared at him intently. He thought, his eyes look like he knows all of my plans. It's better to eliminate him as soon as possible. He suddenly called out loudly, Dong Emma. The man responded nimbly, yes, my lord. The person standing before him wore an iron mask, concealing his face, the man he always thought of as my loyal dog, Emma, because he has a pure and kind heart. I cannot reveal too much of the plan to him, but there is no doubt about his ability and loyalty. Wangzong ordered, continue to watch that bastard for me. When you get the chance, kill him. Wangzong was truly a violent and cruel man. Upon hearing this, he stood frozen for a few seconds. He laughed and said, that is important to me. No, the Northern Army. He then nodded in agreement. The bulletin board announced that the wave would begin. Hence panicked, here they come. The monsters waded up from the water, ferocious and aggressive. The hunters, weapons in hand, began to use their energy. One person spoke up, the responders, luckily, there aren't many at an rank gate. They hurriedly charged forward to attack. That hunter said, if they group together, it'll be hard to fight. Finish them quickly. Mason Gion saw the attack without any formation. Even if they're low-rank monsters, that's too reckless. He suddenly realized this place was the riverside. The monster's cheeks then swelled up, and it pursed its lips. Theft, they spat out a huge stream of water. The water shot toward the hunters, catching them off guard. And they screamed. He shouted, pull all the injured back to the rear and form a formation. They quickly turned and climbed upward. Hence shouted loudly, form a formation. He observed and thought, it's not time yet. I need to understand this area better. In the distance, the Northern Army stood leisurely watching. Yan Zong saw that the time had come. He pointed his sword forward and yelled, destroy the enemy. The entire Northern Army began to charge forward with murderous eyes. Mason was stunned, in shock, unable to believe he was using his own team members. They began to slash and kill them mercilessly. A guild member raised his hand and encouraged, we can do this. Let's help everyone escape this place. They are just mercenaries. They moved quickly, giving it their all. One member of the Northern Army was severely scratched by them, and a teammate immediately used a healing skill to restore him. Masoni Gyeong's face darkened as he thought, now I understand. The warriors fighting against those mercenaries, the water monsters scratching the Northern Army, are the lowest-ranked warriors of the Northern Army. He slowly observed and analyzed, to make the other hunters feel at ease, to cheer them up. They are sacrificing the guild's manpower. Mason raised his hand to summon his weapon. He materialized a spear and shield, assuming a defensive stance, ready to fight with murderous eyes. This is even better than I expected. His face was stern, his eyes wide with determination. I will begin the attack. Emma stood watching him charge into battle. He watched in silence. The image of Mason from the past, with eyes full of fury, The northern army followed orders. After he followed that man, the leader Choi, Hwang Seong, and the vice leader Choi. Jasu met that person, one of the people he was following. That's what I mean. Emma thought, he's not wrong. The northern army is very evil. If this continues like this, many hunters and northern army members will die. He remembered the past when Yanzong patted his shoulder. I trust your loyalty and kindness greatly. Emma began to feel confused. I'm sure the leader already has a plan, that is, the one I know for Yanzong. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed loudly, what's going on with that guy? He's amazing. Emma was startled by the cheers and the fiery attacks of Mason. He used his spear to burn all of them one by one. They were amazed and murmured, who is that hunter? Was he sent to clear this gate? What's his name? I'm sure I've looked through the names of all the hunters here. Emma realized, has he grown this much already? Mason used the power of his spear to easily cut through the enemy's bodies. Just 10 days ago, he was on par with me. The image of his fierce, fiery red eyes stunned Emma, but now, has he already surpassed me? The bulletin board appeared. The wave has ended. You will be allowed to rest for a short time. Some sponsors wish to reward your incarnation. A series of notifications continued to appear. The fallen angel is very pleased with the performance you achieved. Your stats have increased. You have earned the title of Hunter. Mermaid. Your stats have increased. Your stats have increased. Your stats have increased. Mason returns to normal state. His face is covered in sweat. The notification board emphasizes that the guardian of the spears has taken an interest in you. The symbol of the round objects has been absorbed by you. The king of moisture shows hostility toward you. He is startled that there are many sponsors watching him. He might receive a lot of sponsorship, just like those powerful heroes. As Mason ponders, the notification board responds. The fallen angel expresses his displeasure. The sponsors who were interested in you have dispersed. He is stunned, not understanding what's going on. What the hell? His teammates run over joyfully. Thank you so much. She and Young and Henson ask curiously, who exactly are you? Where are you from? Are you from the association? Mason replies sternly. It's not over yet. There are still many waves to come. All of you should hurry and prepare. Thoroughly, are the gates now at a standstill? Don't you want to survive? They raise their hands with determined expressions. I understand. We'll start conserving our strength. Everyone begins to turn and leave. Young Zong stands silently, his face darkening. His expression shows anger. Mason looks up and smiles. I'm sure he intends to wait for a critical moment and take down all the hunters here. I will completely overturn his plan. As time passes, all the hunters will side with me, he commands in his mind. The status board. Mason is pleased. I'm already at level 24. This harsh gate will be the foundation for my powerful growth. I must reach level 30. Here, he observes that his teammates and these hunters will always follow him. A moment later, the monsters shoot water jets at him. Mason still charges with his blazing red eyes. He slashes them cleanly in half. The system notification appears. The fourth wave has ended. You will have a short rest. Mason staggers and wipes his sweat. He is startled to see his teammates beginning to collapse in exhaustion. Damn it, 4 people have already died. Will we really survive? Mason's face darkens with tension. That's impossible. But I want to get out and have no one else leave. He clenches his fist. Mason shouts loudly, Why is only the Northern Army not fighting? The Northern soldiers reply in shock, What are you talking about? Mason's eyes flash with killing intent as he yells, Do you take us for fools? I know your plan is to always stay behind to conserve strength for your army members. She and Young and Henson agree and voice their protest. That's right, if you think so, then it must be true. Not a single member of the Northern Army has died. They haven't even been injured. Mason emphasizes, at least fight properly. Will you? Sitting there and watching hunters sacrifice their lives for you, is that acceptable? Joe approaches and asks Young Zong if he's okay. He grits his teeth, scheming inwardly. My plan has failed. Young Zong frowns. thinking that after surviving the waves by using the useless association members and the dispatched hunters, he had planned to ambush the hunters, but now it's a complete failure. The northern soldiers are also panicking and worried. They've realized they're being used as shields, and the low-ranking army members are wavering. Young Zong's face is filled with killing intent. The plan that person made for me has turned out to be beneficial. For that bastard, Jansu speaks up. He replies softly, but we'll continue like this, just watch a little more. Young Zong appears calm on the outside but schemes inside. With the power he has shown so far today, there's a huge gap between him and me. I can overpower him. His face becomes extremely sinister. Moreover, he's wasting his stamina fighting on the front lines. That's right, you're all talk. You'll face death soon. The notification board appears. The fifth wave has begun. Switching to a seaside scene where something is about to appear, the system board announces that a mid-level boss has appeared. A giant sea monster approaches. They scream in fear. A water monster. What the hell? What's with its size? It gathers power, preparing to unleash a skill. The water monster shoots a massive water jet. Mason shouts a warning. It's coming. Everyone dodge. Everyone quickly evades its powerful attack. The monster continues to unleash a skill, shooting a massive water jet. Hence Zeong shouts in shock, what is that? Such devastating power. His teammate draws a bow, preparing to attack. The arrow flies toward the water monster. The arrows pierce through it, but it's unharmed. They continue charging with spears. The monster clenches its fist, preparing to attack. Its giant hand slams down. They try to slash at its hand. Take this. The water monster flicks its hand lightly, sending his teammates flying. They begin to panic. Our attacks can't even damage it. Damn it, what do we do now? Mason grips his spear, channels power, and charges forward, a red aura enveloping his body. Mason flies at incredible speed. He leaps from above with his spear, descending, preparing to strike straight at the monster's head. The attack deforms the water monster's face. The monster falls flat, while he lands gracefully. Qian Young and Henson gape in awe. Wow, who is that hunter? How can he do that? Mason turns and commands sternly. The gates are now full of magical power. Don't try to suppress the increase in your power. Unleash it all. You need to charge your weapons with magical power. The girl using the bow listens, suddenly thinking, charging weapons with magical power, isn't that something only high-level hunters can do? Well, I'll try doing what he says. She begins to channel power into the bow. Her face lights up with excitement. Got it. The enhanced arrows fly straight into the water monster. The attack wounds it. They shout excitedly. Our attacks are working. Mason's eyes widen. Intention? The damage is piling up, but all of that can't take down this monster. His spear begins to emit a mysterious power. The system board appears. The spear of Muspell is absorbing flames. Mason Gong raises the spear, preparing to throw. For the sake of taking down this bastard, I need to destroy its magical power core. He suddenly stops. His face intensely focused. Not now, I need to wait a little longer. The water monster is gathering power to attack. Everyone panics. Damn. It is the monster using its breath attack again. Dodge. Quickly, determined thoughts race through Mason's sparking eyes. No, now is the moment we can take down that damned monster. Right now, when its core is exposed, he throws the spear straight at the water monster with incredible speed. The attack pierces through its body. The system board flashes repeatedly. You have defeated the mid-level boss. The sponsors are paying attention to all of you. Some sponsors are very amazed by you. A sponsor is extremely interested in one of you. Mason raises his hand to recall his weapon. The spear of Muspell begins to fly back toward him. Mason grips the weapon tightly. He looks at the spear with pride. Good. Muspell's ability to return when it levels up is really useful. Everyone stood in stunned silence, staring at him. One of them spoke up, realizing, that's right, I remember now. There was a rumor about a strange hunter who used a long spear and a shield. He said something to John and Henson that startled them. Super Rookie, that's right, it's the Super Rookie. Johnson objected loudly, are you crazy? He's a hero. Could he maybe reach a rank soon? Everyone cheered and raised their hands in celebration. We can survive. Now, trust in our super rookie. The system panel appeared. With a notification, you have been promoted. You have reached a rank for defeating the water monster. You have received the water gem. Achievement. You have received the title Water Monster Slayer. Your stats have increased. The fallen angel has smiled upon you. Some sponsors are watching and find you very interesting. Mason. Mason was overjoyed to see this. Finally, I've gotten the attention of many sponsors. A red system panel appeared. The fallen angel is displeased. Other sponsors are no longer interested in you. He angrily thought, damn it, at least the player's ability is good. Mason looked up with a calm expression. Well, even the Demon King isn't sponsored by many sponsors, yet he's truly impressive. He isn't backed by many sponsors, but he can still be astonishingly strong. The Demon King is even more impressive than I am now. Young Shang was furious but held back. What the hell did he do to become so strong in such a short time? I think his strength isn't just at B rank. He began to fear, but what I saw proves he's reached rank. Young Shang gritted his teeth in rage and called out the name Mason. Emma stepped forward and said, Guildmaster, we need to go. Right now, he explained. Was the earlier event part of your plan? You can't just stand here and watch any longer. Young Shang glanced with a stern face. Emma continued to emphasize, if your plan didn't go as expected, you need to come up with another plan and focus on executing it. And, furthermore, his eyes lit up. Give up. He gritted his teeth in anger. You want me to let go of run? Young Shang mustered his strength and shouted, ridiculous. Do you think I'm a loser? I built and revived the Northern Army. And now I'm about to become a pillar hunter of the world. Do you think I'll let that slip away so easily? He summoned his weapon into his hand and began to shout loudly, Guild Northern Army. Young Shang pointed his sword to the sky and ordered, we will begin using our strength to purge this dimensional gate. The Northern Army started blazing with spirit. He began to show his vicious face. The pride of a king will not back down. Suddenly, young Shang glanced and saw Emma's hat had been left on the ground, the hat he had left behind. He began to recall a past conversation. What is this? I want you to hold the position of Vice Guild Master. Young Shang cheerfully explained, but I think with your gentle face, you'll have a hard time keeping the stubborn members of the guild in line and making them more disciplined. That's why I prepared this. He silently thought, so now the dog turns and bites its master. Young Shang stomped the hat to pieces with his foot, then turned to look around. He looked down at the troops on the shore. What a bunch of fools rushing to their deaths. The Northern Army began to shout with spirit, let's show them the true strength of the Northern Army. They started slaughtering the monsters, easily cutting through their bodies. He smiled smugly. How about that? This is the power of the Northern Army. Suddenly, a familiar flame appeared, and the limbs of the monsters were all severed. He was stunned. What the hell is that? He's truly on a completely different level. Everyone watched excitedly. He really is a super rookie. We're definitely winning this wave of monsters. Mason attacked continuously with his spear at a terrifying speed. He paused, sweating profusely. A notification panel appeared. You have leveled up. Mason smiled and thought, it looks like I'm just hunting monsters and wasting energy, but actually, I'm combining stamina recovery with getting stronger through leveling up. A monster appeared behind him, and someone warned, behind you. He gently attacked, burning it with fire. Someone approached Mason. Mason, Emma started a conversation. It seems you're not really sharp at watching your back. He became serious when he recognized Zhang. Emma. Well, I don't have eyes in the back of my head, you know. With that, he dashed off, leaving her alone. Emma watched silently, her face downcast with sadness. Does he still despise me? Emma sighed. But I can only stand around and not act because of that. With that thought, she dashed off. Emma gripped her sword and charged forward. I'll do what I can. He's pushing himself to the limit to save the hunters. I need him to know that. Power radiated from her sword. Emma slashed the monsters easily with murderous eyes, determined to leave the Northern Army Guild. Her face was full of anger, her will to save her own life. Time passed, and the bodies of the monsters lay scattered everywhere. Mason's teammates were trying to shake someone awake. Damn it, wake up. The person lay motionless. Guy and Sue, please wake up. They cried and begged desperately. Does anyone have any potion left? Please, I promise to pay it back after we escape this dimensional gate. Please, Doctor. Dr. Mason stood thoughtfully. With Emma, this really is hell, even if everyone who entered here numbered 111, less than half could survive. She approached and asked, Are you okay? He replied coldly, I'm fine. Are you okay? Emma had just finished speaking when they approached. I'm fine. From behind came shouts of traitor. Everyone cursed, making Emma lower her head. That scum. Let's see if she makes it to the end. Mason was confused. They treat her so badly even though she's the vice guild master. I guess the guild would kill without blinking. They're blind to any justice for her. He asked Emma, don't you regret it? As a vice guild master, Mason emphasized, fighting here with me is no different from completely turning your back on them. Emma smiled calmly and replied, That's exactly why. Her words startled him. Because I felt I depended on them and provided value to them. But when I saw you, she explained, I couldn't close my eyes to it anymore. I couldn't keep going down the wrong path. Mason clenched his fist and responded, Young Shang will do something on his own soon. She replied, Don't worry, I freed myself. As they finished talking, a notification panel appeared warning that the final wave of monsters would begin. The boss appeared. Warning. Boss from the dimensional gate of the Songwim River has appeared. A tremor spread, startling the warriors. The group was gathered densely on the beach. Just then, a huge shadow rose from the water. They all stared wide-eyed in shock. Jonesy stammered, Out, wait. What is that? The river is rising. Appearing is a monster with a mouth like a man eating flour, its whole body and eyes emitting a fierce blue aura. It stretched up high, revealing its massive size, further proving the gap between the superior species and ordinary humans. The warriors were so scared they couldn't move at all. Delayed for a moment, some people couldn't even bear the pressure and collapsed onto the ground. Despair surged more and more. We were going crazy. How could we? Lunian was also one of the witnesses present there. You blurted out a curse, damn it. Jung Emma standing next to you couldn't utter a word. The Northern Army Guild didn't give Zhang a method to kill the river worm. She thoughtfully stated her speculation. He must have given that monster something. I'm sure of it. Choi Zhang had a method to defeat that giant monster. Then he shifted his attention elsewhere. Before Zhang could capture the river worm, members of the Northern Army Guild had long since swarmed in to surround this place. Everyone's expressions exuded an air of danger. Some people would try to hinder the raid. You had to confront them first, facing a massive force equipped with state-of-the-art weapons. Emma only left Mason a brief instruction. Hurry up and get ready. The other warriors still hadn't processed the situation. What was happening? Were they about to start killing each other? She gripped the sword in her hand with boundless fury. The Northern Army Guild had taken advantage of everyone. No one felt that everything was strange from the very beginning. Why don't we kill them to try and monopolize the space gate? Deep in her eyes, anger that had been suppressed for so long finally had a chance to erupt. I, the guildmaster of the Northern Army Guild, can testify that they will attack us right now. If you don't believe us, then just watch. If we die in battle, you will be next. You observed and thought to yourself. Truly a master of manipulating people's hearts. A dragon slayer, a true dragon killer. Looking at her, you could clearly feel that a hunter's power would expand. The closer you got to them, the warriors, though utterly confused, were somewhat convinced. Damn it, either way, we're going to die, so at least we should pick up our swords and fight. Half of a person's face was revealed, and he sneered with a grin. A futile effort. Zhang smugly issued the order. Nothing will change. Northern Army Guild, move according to the plan now. The sword in his hand suddenly flashed intensely, like a halo of light. He shouted loudly, River worm. The monster immediately turned over, causing sea waves to splash everywhere. Mason opened his eyes wide in surprise. It's absorbing water. Not long after, the river Worm opened its massive mouth and shot a beam of electric light straight into the sky. The weather changed violently from clear skies just moments ago to rain pouring down like a waterfall. You looked up and couldn't help but wonder, rain. They're using the river worm to change the battlefield terrain to gain an advantage for themselves. Your blood-red pupils shifted cautiously. Zhang stood tall like someone about to ascend to a glorious throne. If he completed this space gate raid, he would become a hero with immense influence in this era. War King Gans, you took a tense, deep breath, trying to regain your composure. I've been leveling up nonstop, all day today, but do I stand a chance? He sneered. Mockingly, those flames look quite strange, don't they, as if they could burn through this rain. You didn't care at all, focusing solely on gathering your fire energy. Basically, you didn't have many options now. You could only fight. In an instant, he was gone, leaving only a whirlwind of white smoke on the ground. Mason leapt high to gain momentum and swung his weapon down at the enemy. The spear clashed with the greatsword, creating a piercing sound. Zhang was the first to show signs of weakening after enduring the immense pressure. Yeah, you couldn't help but smile when you saw the opponent's weakness exposed. I knew it. Taking advantage of the momentum, you continued a relentless assault, and he could only block with his sword held horizontally in front of his face. Mason once again used all his strength to prepare for a dive. A dark red sword slash swept through the air. The entire body of John Sion seemed to be swept along by the attack. In the end, he was directly pushed back several steps. His movements slowed down significantly. His sweat-drenched face showed extreme terror. Impossible. What kind of skill are you using? We're by the river. My power should be enhanced because of that. But on the contrary to the opponent's struggling situation, the flames surrounding Mason did not die out because of the rain. See, you proudly revealed, the moment I stepped into this space gate, I was already at a disadvantage compared to you. His pride was greatly affected. What? No, how can that be? Meanwhile, your sponsors sent a huge sponsorship gift. And the more you spoke, the more excited you got. I've been conserving my stamina, moving carefully like a child, and constantly leveling up while hunting monsters. Mason couldn't believe it and exclaimed. What? You weren't in a hurry either. Don't you understand? If words still don't make him see reason, then it's better to add a little force. No problem. That's also why I'm telling you. Zhang, no matter how stubborn, had to silently admit he couldn't win. Like this, he could only rely on the monster's power. River worm, protect me now. Its blue glowing eyes quickly responded to his call. From its short limbs, it shot out a series of sharp claws. You were hindered from your good progress and had to retreat to dodge the attack. The tide had turned and he seized the chance to laugh triumphantly. Ha ha ha, you really are arrogant for receiving a series of sponsorships. However, I have obtained power from that person. That source of power is many times stronger than someone like you. I will show you that immense power. Mason panicked, realizing the seriousness of the problem. It was the river worm's protective instinct. Just like when it protected its young, the river worm let out a deafening roar that echoed throughout the space. It slithered onto the shore right behind him to protect its master. The aura emanating from him grew more and more expansive, one of his feet stepping onto the river worm's lower jaw that rested on the ground. You gritted your teeth and focused intensely, not wasting any more time, and immediately accelerated towards the pair of man and monster. The terrifying speed made him involuntarily flinch. The two different techniques clashed with extreme tension, their power equal, so when they collided, neither side gained the upper hand. The speed of Emma and the Northern Army Guild members' attacks was so astonishing it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Her eyes blazed with a lotus pink color, and her entire body emitted a similar light. She gripped her sword tightly, raised it to head level, and then unleashed a powerful strike with all her might. Joe was not to be outdone, raising his sword with both hands high, preparing to bring it down. His internal energy radiating was no simple matter. In an instant the sword was gone, leaving only the after-image of a powerful swing. He successfully cut Emma's magic spear into before it could reach him, creating a earth-shattering shockwave, with dust billowing everywhere. Her back was turned as she stood, watching the chaotic scene ahead, waiting for the result. Unexpectedly, the opponent had not been eliminated by her attack, instead charging out of the smoke with soaring morale. Jiangsu arrogantly shouted, "If you kneel down and beg for forgiveness right now, I'll at least give you a way out. Do you think that guy will win? Our Northern Army Guild is the true victor in this space gate." Emma immediately retorted, "What's wrong with you? Have you forgotten your oath to forever protect humanity?" The two sides kept clashing, their swift sword strikes creating dazzling flashes of light. In the air, the armored hand skillfully spun the sword hilt to change direction. Emma charged again with the chest-level sword grip, ruined his weapon behind his back, holding his head with the other hand as if to protect it. It turned out both of their movements were meant to build momentum for a maximum sword swing. Elsewhere, Trung had emerged from the water, revealing its massive length and the hideous appearance of a monster. The air seemed to be sucked into a cave full of sharp spikes, which was actually its mouth. The tension between Mason and John Seong was reaching its peak, yet neither side intended to strike first. He broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "You've gone completely mad," daring to leap straight into Ha Trung's mouth. The boy indifferently replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm actually waiting for Ha Trung to swallow you." When Ha Trung protects its young, it will swallow them and shield them inside its body. His face suddenly darkened, unclear what he was planning. Next, bugs, no matter what kind, all have a dry internal cavity. He plunged his long spear into the ground, causing it to crack slightly. Blazing flames surrounded his weapon. The heat of the battle grew ever more intense. His blood-red pupils flashed with a dangerous glint. He continued explaining inside the dry stomach of the insect. The power you draw from your patron. The river ruler's strength will be reduced by more than half, and my fire control will gain a much greater advantage. Notification panels kept popping up. Muspell Spear had absorbed the flames. Fire resistance will be temporarily enhanced. Attack energy will be temporarily enhanced. A massive amount of heat slowly accumulated inside its own mouth. The warriors struggling with the guild members were also surprised to realize flames surrounded the spot where Jo Seon was standing. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was witnessing. "No. Impossible. I am the king. I am the one born to be royalty." Unable to accept the cruel reality, his sword-wielding hand clenched tight, veins bulging as if about to burst from rage, charging forward recklessly for a life or death battle with the enemy. He directly posed the question he couldn't understand no matter how hard he thought. "Who are you?" The only response he got was a fatal blow from Mason, turning him into a twisted, pathetic apple caught between the fangs and claws of death. That reckless move just now made him a bit nervous. The skull emblem on his glove suddenly emitted a strange glow. Along with the new update, the soul pillar had absorbed the soul of a hero. The hollow, empty eye sockets of the skull were so deep and abyssal that it felt like one could see through the mortal world. He pondered deeply. "I know it's a soul pillar. It doesn't absorb demon souls, it needs human souls. Above all, it requires those with extraordinary power, who have broken through many times. Like those who become heroes." New titles appeared one after another. Fallen Paradise, the river ruler has been defeated. All support from the river ruler has ceased. His facial muscles suddenly stiffened in shock. Then he turned to observe. No way, the patron is dead, or was it Fallen Paradise who did it? Just then, a warning sounded again. Fallen Paradise smiled at you. The greatsword was driven straight into the ground, radiating a surging dark energy all around. After killing the avatar, does the patron die too? But the records in the Demon King's compendium say the patron can never die. That power suddenly expanded further, increasingly resembling a cosmic black hole, finally shrinking down perfectly into the shape of a black crow. Mason's eyes had now returned to normal. He stared downward intently, and it suddenly spoke, asking him, "You haven't responded yet. What is your answer to that final question?" In his mind, he replayed the suicidal image of John Seong before his demise. He kept reminding himself that killing a hunter is not like killing a monster. His lips parted slightly as he uttered, "My mind is extremely chaotic," but Trung Kwai always remembered one important thing. "I am the descendant of the tyrant Lord, and moreover, a follower of peace. No, one who becomes a demon king. But that is not enough, because the world is at risk of change. I will bear it all. Whether shame or sin, I will surpass the demon king. Based on that, he did not hesitate to give his final answer, demon god. As a result, fallen. Paradise supported your decision. The crow spread its wings and hovered in the air, replying, interesting answer. I will see you soon. With that, its entire body dissolved into nothingness as if it had never existed. Mason muttered to himself, report thoroughly what you have seen and heard to your master. The battle had reached its conclusion. The boss of the river space gate, Hatrung, had been destroyed. Hatrung's entire body was scorched by fire, causing it to roar in agony. It simply collapsed, merging into the water. Then a series of notifications appeared on the screen. You have received the largest contribution. You have received the essence of water. You have received the achievement Hatrung Slayer. You have received the achievement River Conqueror. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. The warriors stared wide-eyed in breathless silence. The people of the Northern Star Guild also froze, unsure how to react. Black smoke billowed from the charred corpse of the monster, and then the hero who had destroyed it slowly emerged amidst the heavy rain. The warriors couldn't hide their joy. Wow, the rookie actually killed Hatrung. He did it. Mason smiled victoriously at the welcome from his comrades. However, everything was not over yet. Emma suddenly called out his name, Mason. As he looked up, he saw a figure with a sword charging straight at him. You bastard! The slash, carrying all the hatred of Josu, came down toward Mason. Luckily, he managed to block it with his shield at the last moment. Bloodshot eyes glared, and his voice roared terrifyingly. What did you do to my brother? Everything has been ruined because of you. He struggled against this overwhelming power. Yeah. Jansu raised his sword again, preparing for a second strike. His feet scraped hard against the sand. Masong put all his strength into his arm to use the shield to fling his opponent away. He slid a long distance, his body bent under the force of the impact. Yet with an iron will, he still managed to keep his balance, refusing to fall. He growled again like a wild beast. Aha, you dog! A metal weapon forged under tremendous heat swung swiftly through the air. Ma Song didn't give his opponent a chance to speak further. Directly pointing his long spear at his face, Jansu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had been cornered. The boy spoke darkly, explaining, the reason all of you were granted power as hunters is to protect those who have fallen into danger. Great power comes with great responsibility. People like you, who cause suffering and threaten the weak, have no right to be called hunters. He was fundamentally defiant, only able to lower his head as a way to avoid reality. Feeling that Jansu was no longer capable of resistance, he withdrew his weapon. I have stained my hands with too much blood today, he said, not forgetting to cast a furious glance behind him. I don't want to see. He saw more. He left after giving thorough instructions, urging repentance and living well. But he never expected that the moment he turned his back on his enemy was also the moment he paved the way for their revenge. His hand reached out to summon the sword. The moment he let his guard down the most, Jansu seized the opportunity to strike from behind. Die. By the time he realized it, everything was too late. A stream of fresh blood splattered everywhere, but it wasn't Mason's blood, because Emma had timely blocked him with a counter slash, just in time to save him from a clear defeat. His whole body trembled, his eyes bulging as if he couldn't believe it. How could I? As a result, his body collapsed on the ground from excessive blood loss. A notification immediately appeared. The soul pillar had absorbed another hero's soul. The skull on the glove once again emitted a strange light. He asked his savior, "Are you okay?" Emma replied briefly, "Yes." Her face darkened with a hint of regret and guilt. "I should have stopped them sooner. If I had, this tragedy wouldn't have happened." He gently reassured her, "You don't need to feel guilty about anything. You're different from them. You're Emma." She suddenly pointed her sword downward. "I think this is meant for me." He was a bit confused. Without a word, she drove the sword deep into the ground. Finally, she made a decision. With a serious expression, "I will never swing a sword again. I will live to atone for the sins of the Northern Army Guild." With that, she walked away step by step from Her weapon, his thoughts were in complete turmoil. Has she given up? Already, the one destined to become the superhero XF, this problem turned out to be more urgent than he thought. No, no way, he wouldn't let her go like that, but now he could only watch her leave. Gradually, the sky cleared, and the sea returned to its original blue. Mason and the warriors were now on the beach. Ahead were countless flashing lights from the reporters' recording devices. Just then, a group of people stepped forward and shouted, "We're from the Hunters Association. We demand everyone stop taking photos." The journalists paused their recording. Where's the permission? Choi Jiao isn't even here. One of them couldn't help wondering. What happened over there? Is the Northern Army Guild behind it? So, the hunter standing in the middle is the central figure of this gate raid. An idea sparked in his head. No one knew this guy's name or face. This was definitely a hot scoop. Other journalists had similar thoughts. They kept firing questions for an interview. Who are you? What happened? Inside the gate, who are you? What's your name? A pair of feet lightly stepped forward on the ground. It was Ethan, gently placing his hand on Mason's shoulder from behind. This is the super rookie, the one awakened at C rank, the one who's been the subject of rumors all this time. The press immediately exploded. What, really, the super rookie? That guy is Ikangu from the Allied Guild. It seemed Elk Ongu and the super rookie knew each other. His hand went up to his chin, and he coughed a few times. He raised his voice to calm the media's excitement. These hunters have just returned from a special Hell Gate raid. Don't you think we should give them some time to rest? Looking at the warriors covered in injuries, some even unable to stand, it was clear enough, right now, for the heroes who returned, and those who couldn't. Let's give them a round of applause. The reporters were momentarily persuaded by those words. They clapped loudly. This was their way of showing the minimum respect for the soldiers who had given their all. Yet, the warriors couldn't be happy. They just silently hung their heads. A gate where 110 people were mobilized, becoming a special gate, and the number who returned from hell. The revealed number showed they had suffered no small losses, only 39. Mason was also very aware of this harsh reality. The golden sunlight reflected on the calm sea, making it sparkle like silver fragments. Meanwhile, in the bustling city, traffic rushed past amidst towering skyscrapers. A black crow lurked outside the window as if waiting for someone. The chairman of the association quickly noticed it when it landed on his desk. He smiled and said, "Hyujin, you're late." The office was dead silent. After hearing the story, the chairman couldn't help but marvel. It seemed he knew they could control the river worm and also knew how to create a hero. Interesting. The crow uttered some ancient language. He absent-mindedly scratched his cheek and thought, becoming stronger by hunting a demon god. Without much thought, his finger came down, pressing on the phone screen. It seemed he had made his final decision. Then I'll go meet the survivors from the gate. The person on the other end quickly received the order. I'll prepare. The one left at the other end of the gate quickly received the instruction. I will prepare. Suddenly, the chairman's eyes flashed with danger. And we don't need to worrying about the Northern Army Guild anymore. Understand? Once again, the other end obeyed. I understand. I'll finish this and put it in the papers. The traffic rushed past on the bustling streets, weaving between towering skyscrapers that blocked out the sky. Amma quietly walked into the hall through the large door. Her eyes showed a deep sadness as she looked around. Memories of the Northern Army Guild's activities flashed in her mind, specifically the meeting chaired by John X. Now it was just an empty space with no one. She lowered her head, unsure of what she was thinking. She frowned, her voice carrying a lingering pain. Hunters, I truly hate this. Suddenly, a group of people spoke up from behind the vice guild leader. She turned around, somewhat confused by their appearance. You guys. A young man stepped forward to speak to Emma. You did nothing wrong. Vice guild leader, it's Jansu and the guild leader Choi Jan Seong who are at fault. Tyler, she knew that those words didn't improve her mood at all. The former guild members suddenly knelt down in unison, startling her. Please don't give up, he earnestly stated. I want to live a clean life as a father to a child. We'll bear the guilt for the Northern Army Guild's mistakes. You shouldn't have to give up like this. The vice guild leader insisted on taking the blame. Herself, this is my responsibility. I'm the only commander of the guild. You don't have to bear this fault. Since things had come this far, he decided not to hide anything anymore. There are some things you don't know, vice guild leader. Her expression remained gloomy, showing no concern. However, his next confession changed everything completely. We are the real murderers. This shocking new information struck like a lightning bolt, shaking her mind. Cut to another scene, in a luxurious apartment, a hand tightly gripped a can of soda. Ethan asked again to confirm that he had cleaned up his private matters with the press. Is there anything I shouldn't do? Looking at Mason. Mason's expression, it was clear he was very satisfied. No, thanks to you. I've become this famous. An interesting story was woven, and Mason instantly became a superstar. That was a reward. Because he had cleared a B rank gate that evolved into a rank, he dominated countless pages of the newspapers and TV channels. The news spread widely without any sign of stopping. It was a common occurrence. A C-rank hunter had become an A rank in the blink of an eye. A hero who overcame adversity, the underdog, would just exceed expectations and sweep through the A rank gate. Right now everyone calls him the underdog. Guzzi placed two fingers under his chin, looking intrigued. The term underdog refers to weak people, so I don't think it suits you very well. You're being polite. For a hunter with no power like me, it's not entirely unsuitable, he expressed. Anyway, I was worried you'd find this meddling useless. Thank you for accepting it like this. In his head, Mason Gee secretly calculated, thinking he had to tell him for his next plan, finally deciding to speak up. By the way, how did you know? He was confused. What do you mean? He seriously continued, the matter of me using hero creation to serve my own interests. Because the meaning of hero creation isn't something known in this era. He muttered, hero creation. Mr. Gu clarified his question. Further, you mean you can create heroes? People in this era believe that a hero is something born from the desire and fate of the supporter, as well as time. He was a bit surprised and hesitated. You know, your pupils dilated to the maximum the moment you realized the problem. A member of Aska, his eyes suddenly shone with a golden light that looked extremely mysterious, and his whole body radiated powerful energy. The pressure spread to the park swing, making it sway nonstop. The trees along the road also moved chaotically. Inside the office, a member was standing in front of the chairman's desk, seemingly discussing something together. He suddenly widened his eyes as if sensing something unusual. The subordinate saw this and was a bit curious. What's wrong? Mr. Association Chairman, a smirk formed on his lips. Nothing. I just sensed something interesting happening. His face darkened with worrying. This is your true power. The power gradually retracted into Ethan's body. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to regain composure, finally calmly uttering just one sentence. How do you know? The book recorded that from the moment I met him, he was already a member of Aska. He cleverly turned it around. You earlier, why did you do those things? It made me think you were acting while already knowing my plan. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Maybe you've been figured out by me already, he answered frankly. I was also very suspicious of you, of your abnormally fast development, your eyes and actions, as if you already knew something. Mason couldn't help but exclaim, so you set a trap and I fell into it, he thought to himself, although it was only intentional, then continued to challenge. Why do you think I did that? He was silent for a long time, patiently waiting. Your statement was the thing I least expected. Because I want to join Aska. All calculations were favorable, which was why Mason was so confident. As the secret organization of extremely powerful hunters, the real battle now begins. The sky was turning to evening at an abandoned construction site, where connected stairs led to the upper floor. Emma slowly walked forward while raising a question. Why did you ask to meet me? He quickly got straight to the point. It won't take much time. In my opinion, you fundamentally don't want the other party to waste time on yourself. I think my value ended at the Lake 8. I have no value related to the Northern Army Guild anymore, and I'm useless. She lowered her head slightly to hide her current expression. Moreover, someone like me can't do anything properly. He quickly objected, no, you are a very valuable person. Her hand clenched into a fist, trembling non-stop. You speak as if you know everything. Mr. Lee trembled. Giang. Tears were welling up at the corners of her eyes. Yet she still used all her remaining strength to shout, yes, you're right. The Northern Army Guild is a trashy place, and I am part of that trash. Outside the building, the sky today had an indescribable gloom, not a single star shining. Mason worriedly asked Han, has something happened? She replied in a very heavy voice, what I just found out is even more horrifying. They killed people on the orders of the guild master, specifically weak civilians. Hearing this, he also couldn't sit still. She helplessly sat down on a step, in a position with her arms hugging her knees. Her current mood was filled with despair. Do you still remember the things you went through, back when hunters and ordinary people clashed? Her hand reflexively came up to shield herself, not wanting the other to see her pathetic expression. They secretly assassinated innocent civilians. In that conflict, the guildmaster, Choi John-sing, truly regarded the people as mere grass. Mason's thoughts at this moment were extremely chaotic. This is bad. An upright and honest person like her can hardly bear such earth-shattering news. At this rate, her spirit will be permanently shattered, but I can't lose Leia long. He forced himself to ask, further, what do you plan to do if something like that happens again? Then he calmly presented his argument. The gates suddenly appeared and awakened hunters were born. Ordinary people cannot resist when facing that immense power. The following words sparked Emma's concern. If this happens in a small guild like Northern Army, it's certainly also happening elsewhere. Do you plan to ignore the remaining violent ones? He frankly revealed his intention. I want to stop these things, correct the mistakes they caused. Finally, he firmly declared the disaster she had seen and felt. I want to end it. She could no longer silently endure. So she jumped up to argue back. Do you really believe you can end it? I know you have incredible power, but do you know how powerful that person is? We are just a mosquito compared to him. The harsh truth came from her own mouth. I don't have enough courage to fight that person. Are you claiming you know how to defeat him and change the world? Faced with the other's determined gaze, Mason basically had no way back. Now it's either act or die. He glared and gritted out each word, having long decided in his heart, I am a person from the future. This brand new information left Emma frozen at that moment. He seriously revealed that a disaster would soon occur, a great flood that would cause many deaths and destroy many things. Then your power would be greatly needed. To give her more time to think, he proactively suggested the meeting. You received the news that the association summoned us, right? I'll meet you there. From now until then, think it over carefully. Time passed until the next morning. At a well-equipped high-rise apartment building, the news bulletin was currently updating the situation for the public. We have received reports of thousands of massacres caused by the Northern Army Guild. Hunters have killed civilians. The Northern Army Guild has rotted. Are there casualties at the Songjia Gate? A prophecy of the punishment they must face. Mason pressed the off button on the TV remote. This article is much more detailed than I thought. He secretly wondered, was it prepared in advance? I'm sure it was them. It's useless. Let's just skip it for now. The head attached to his bracelet suddenly emitted a strange light. Related notifications. It appears now. The soul anchor has been activated and will transform into a true avatar. You immediately opened your eyes wide, as if you had been waiting for this for a long time. Finally, it has been activated. It has collected the souls of John Seon and Josu, plus the water gem from the water monster and the water essence from the Wim River. The avatar's name is Damien. Call its name to summon it. You stretched your arm out in front of you. You didn't know how powerful this avatar would be. You muttered its name, Hyan. Mu. The skull detached from your hand and slowly grew larger in midair. It suddenly spoke up and asked, did you call me, Master? The Master froze, completely on the spot. What is this? Where's the bone dragon? The skull has its own mind. Is something wrong? On top of the building was an airy rooftop. According to the book, magical power is just like air. You sat in meditation with your shirt off to better focus the energy inside your body. Based on the available information, you analyzed step by step. You and many other heroes wondered if we were truly making the most of magic's real power. We wondered how we could generate the true power of magic. Even though you already knew about the existence of the mana stream, you still realized this was impossible. You couldn't do it. You broke out in a sweat. The method the Demon King had taught to generate the maximum power of magic, because it wasn't detailed, it was very hard to succeed. Countless calculations formed in your mind for the future. An unavoidable great flood was about to happen, and at that time, the current rank hunters would become C+ rank. Before that, you had to become stronger, but it seemed too difficult. Just then, a message from Kim Si-young came through. I've been waiting outside to take you to the association. Your hand gripped the phone tightly, which had already died. In your heart, you had already made up your mind. Finally, we meet. A new day arrived. The dazzling sunlight shone down on the glass of the tall buildings. The streets were bustling with vehicles moving back and forth. Si-young drove while speaking to the person in the back seat. I've never seen you nervous before. Mason just gave a wry smile. Am I not human? He admitted bluntly. That's true. I don't think you're an ordinary person. Am I wrong? Even going into all those dungeons and the river gate, you were never worried. You unconsciously reflected on your own actions. Is that so? While he rambled on endlessly. But if you're worried about meeting the association chairman, I guess he's not someone you meet every day. A mysterious smile spread across your face. But don't worry, it's not because you did something wrong that he called you. I'm sure this is just an occasion to talk about your achievements. Your expression suddenly darkened. Over 50 hunters had died in the Jioi River Gate, and among them was the guild master of the Northern Army Guild, a guild with an extremely high status. Mason stated firmly, I'm sure this is not an ordinary meeting to reward survivors and report on the situation. In fact, it's an unusual interrogation. Hearing this, Si-young suddenly looked uneasy. I understand. I'm sorry for thinking so shallowly. Recalling the conversation with Ethan not long ago, you wanted to join Asuka. This is not something I can decide. I didn't know you already knew about it. The story inside the diary said that Hinda was very disappointed with the current state of Asuka. Their original goal was to strive to protect humanity, but Asuka had collapsed. You pondered, connecting the clues. When Mr. Ethan met the Demon King, he was already opposing Asuka, but he still hadn't found a way. The Demon King had also joined Asuka for a short period, but he left along with Himmel. Suddenly, your eyes widened with determination. You would join Asuka before the Demon King and grow quickly by using all the resources they had until they were no longer useful. Outside the towering building, a voice rang out, you can go in now. Mason was now standing in front of a large door. The moment you stepped inside, you stood, watching the association chairman inspecting a bookshelf in the office. He quickly turned around. Sorry, even though I invited you here, I didn't prepare properly. Suddenly got busy today. He extended a hand forward. Nice to meet you, even though there are still shortcomings. But for now, I am the chairman of the American Hunters Association. His real name was finally revealed. My name is Jang Hogan. You kept thinking this is the man the Northern Army Guild obeys, almost to the point of worship, and the one the Demon King mentioned hundreds of times in the diary. Based on the available information, you concluded that he was an extremely powerful figure, to the point where you could do nothing but admit it. He was very strong. You couldn't win if you opposed him. The two sides shook hands to show goodwill. You introduced yourself. I am Mason. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. Then next is an overwhelming aura surrounding his entire body. Why don't we skip the trivial details and get straight to the point? Who are you really? Aaron's entire body was shrouded in a vast aura. It seemed you already knew everything. So do we need to waste time circling each other? I am the one who backed the Northern Army Guild. Mason's expression barely changed. In his mind, he recalled what was written in the diary. Don't believe anything about Odin. Everything about him is deception. You calmly replied to the other party. I know. The dark energy around him gradually subsided by half, The chairman raised the tablet in his hand, looking somewhat disappointed. It seems you're not what I imagined. Did I say something wrong? Then, while staring intently at the notes, he clicked his tongue. What a special young man, he listed. Your illustrious achievements from the past. According to the records, when you were awakened as a hunter, you killed hundreds of monsters and even the boss monster. Inside the gate, you were rescued by the Allied Guild and rated SC rank, but within just 2 months, next was the fierce battle on the beach not long ago you became an rank hunter and could defeat the river worm on your own. Finally, the chairman concluded, an astonishing rate of development. I like that, but I want to ask one thing. The notes suddenly burst into a blue flame and his attitude sharply turned. Why did you kill him? John Cena was the one I was training. Facing the invisible pressure from the other party, you showed no sign of being shaken. So you've been watching everything through that fruit. I simply killed a hunter who was trying to eliminate me. Is there something wrong? His voice remained hoarse and heavy as ever. Of course there is. You destroyed a piece I was cultivating without permission. You shot back without backing down. Wasn't he just a test subject, as you said? Chairman, I'll only focus on the main issue. I want to join Asa. This statement from you made Hyjin pause for a moment. Then he raised his hand to stroke his chin with interest. Oh ho, you really have a talent for surprising others. You want to join, but do you know what kind of place Asuka is? Mason answered frankly. It's a faction founded by the first hunters, with the purpose of saving humanity. Isn't Asuka sanctuary? You added sternly. And you are Odin, the king of Asuka. I respectfully repeat once more, I want to join Asuka. Another strange. The difference made the chairman jump in surprise. Inside the diary, it mentioned that Odin was not a person of good character. His benevolent appearance was completely fake. In reality, he was more cunning and evil than anyone else, but he still had one weakness. Aaron suddenly became visibly excited. Excellent. How did you know all of this, from Hin's existence to the fact that Trung was being controlled? And you even told me how you became stronger by hunting monsters as if you were provoking them. There's still a long description. Odin's curious nature and his thirst to know everything is an endless abyss. He wouldn't hesitate to share a boat with an enemy if it satisfied his curiosity. You silently concluded a gamble with your life, but it seemed effective. Just as the book had written, Odin couldn't refuse your offer because of his curious nature. The more he asked, the more eager he became. More importantly, my eye doesn't work on you. Do you know about my eye too? You keep showing your knowledge. Is it the eye of truth? This detail could be explained as follows. Since his eye had no effect on you, Odin was extremely intrigued. Furthermore, a timely notification appeared. The apocalypse sky strongly opposes those who deliberately disturb players' minds and issues a warning to truth seekers. Aaron covered his face to hide his smirk. Hee, how interesting. He quickly returned to the calm demeanor of a chairman. All right, I'll allow you to join Asuka, but you'll have to pass a few entrance tests. Actually, this was originally proposed by John Seong, a foolish hero, but if you can pass the test, I will accept you as an official member of AS. A flash of electric light once again surrounded his body and beneath his blindfold. Of course, I have to restrain your mind so this doesn't leak to anyone else, right? The light spread all the way outside, piercing through the glass windows of the high-rise building. Cut to another scene. Countless canned drinks were displayed on the shelves. Inside a glass cabinet, Mason sat at the coffee table, deep in thought. Not only could he neutralize the eye of truth, but also the mind restraint he had placed on him. Luckily, Odin didn't seem to notice that much. You pondered deeper. Could it be that the apocalypse sky not only prevents mind restraint but also denies psychological attacks? If so, it's even more than that. A figure approached and spoke in a trembling voice. You snapped out of your train of thought. Oh, sorry. I was lost in thought. Please, sit down, you asked Han with concern. You met the association chairman today, right? Did he say anything unusual? Emma's expression wasn't optimistic. No, he just said he felt very sorry about what happened to the Northern Army Guild. She lowered her head hesitantly. I couldn't ask him why he did it. At this point, Mason stopped beating around the bush. Miss Emma, I'm sure, actually, the chairman, also wants to eliminate you. After all, you know his identity well, but why do you think he hasn't done it and still leaves you alone? Because you're innocent. You're judging based on your knowledge of Aaron. I'm sure he would also strike at innocent people. You quickly agreed. That's right, the only reason you're still alive is simply, without hesitation, bluntly stated, you have no value. Alive or dead, he considers you no threat. Although the Northern Army Guild wasn't dangerous to him either, they were all killed as a warning to other guilds that he had returned. Emma bit her lip, trying to hold back tears that were about to burst, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. I see, so I'm nothing. As she slumped in helplessness, a hand reached out from across the table. That's exactly why you should cooperate with Emmy. You presented a long proposal with a very serious expression. I plan to change this world. You can think I'm arrogant or conceited, but for someone who's reached a dead end like you, don't you have nothing left to lose by cooperating with me? These words seemed to have touched Emma's heart, making her lift her head slightly to look up, the corners of her eyes on her cheeks red as if just waking from a long despair. Everything finally was settled peacefully through a cooperative handshake. Time passed. Nightfall. Mason and Emma returned to the building where they first discussed after the Guild War ended. She asked, so what do we do now? You replied with another question. Miss Emma, I'm sure you were sponsored while inside the Geoi River Gate. So can you tell me exactly what you were sponsored with? Something summoned on your fingertip. I don't know how to use it, but I received the Blood Dragon Stone from the sponsor, the White Horse Prince, which completely matches your deduction, just as I predicted. Introducing this treasure, the Blood Dragon Stone, an ultra-rare crystal, the only thing that appeared 3 times in the Demon King's diary and is the catalyst that perfected the Immortal's fit. Emma moved it away without hesitation, as if offering it to you. I'll give you this Blood Dragon Stone. Hearing this, Mason's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't understand. Didn't she know the value of that stone? It felt like it had been a long time since he last saw a bright smile on her lips. Seeing your reaction, I think you know its value better than I do, as you took it. You thought deeper. Although I really want it, she gave it to me so easily. This is the item you were sponsored. Are you sure you can give it away so easily? It's something that could help you a lot. She maintained her stance. This is a gift for you, someone who trusted and acknowledged me. From now on, I'll follow your supervision. You clenched it in your palm. I understand. I don't know why I could receive the Blood Dragon Stone. This was also the moment you realized the shocking truth. Could it be that she looked at your naive and innocent appearance and thought you were an easy target? Someone so easy to fool, it was surprising. A notification sounded just then. The apocalypse sky is laughing at you, smirking. Currently, Mason was in a weapon shop. Long time no see. Huh? Jun wondered. Yeah, what brings you here? You slightly lifted your head to look around the room. Information about the swords placed on the wall appeared on the screen one by one. The other weapons in a corner were also thoroughly examined. And you finally uttered just 2 words. Excellent. Mason added, they're not finished yet. With your help, the forge fire was resolved, but the supply of materials is still unstable. Mason broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself that it couldn't be avoided. The blacksmith's skill was important, but materials also played an equally important role, because before the Great Flood occurred, there was no way to get enough materials to meet his needs. The Blood Dragon Stone suddenly sparkled on your fingertip. The moment you held it out in front of Mason, his movements froze for a moment. His hand excitedly slammed on the table. The blacksmith couldn't hide his extreme astonishment. What is that thing? I've never seen a crystal like that before. To avoid confusion, you quickly denied it first. No. What fruit? Mason retorted loudly. Everyone knows that. Is there anyone in this world gullible enough to give away something as valuable and rare as that? Hearing this, Mason didn't know how to react either. I think there is. He picked up an item. Let me borrow the hammer for a moment. Without a word, he approached the forge. Dia-hun grew anxious. Hey, what are you planning to do? He raised the hammer high, ready to strike down on the gemstone. Look closely. His hands, covered in bulging veins, showed he was concentrating a great amount of strength. The hammerhead also glowed as if electric current was running through it. At this point, Jun could no longer stand still. "Hey, you madman. Stop, I told you to stop." However, it was too late. The mighty hammer strike had already been unleashed. Metal clashed against the table, creating a deafening sound. As a result, the blood dragon stone was completely split in two. Jaehyun was stunned, clutching his pale face as if he couldn't believe the truth. No, after recounting everything, the blacksmith calmed down and picked up the two halves of the stone for examination. "So, how is this thing used?" In the diary, it was recorded that the blood dragon stone could regenerate when absorbing a certain amount of blood. In other words, it could replicate. Mason stated his request. "Place half of the blood dragon stone into the Muspell Spear." The blood dragon stone is not easy to handle or refine. He then turned his head slightly, hesitating, and looked at the other half of the blood dragon stone. His gaze suddenly turned serious. "This heavy sword is most similar to Sfit's magic sword. A large weapon immersed in water had caught his attention. Place it on that heavy sword." The other party replied politely, "This time, I'll do it for free. Thanks to you, I can not only possess a rare crystal but also uncover its secrets." The scene shifted to another place. From above, it was almost impossible to capture the mountain scenery below due to the thick clouds. A large ogre had its body cut in half by a clean horizontal beam of light. Another one took a diagonal cut that couldn't have been more beautiful. Notifications kept popping up. The blood dragon stone has absorbed the ogre sample. Regeneration rate of the blood dragon stone, 1.7%. Standing before the pile of ogre corpses, Mason and Emma silently watched from afar. She excitedly looked down at the brand new weapon in her hands. "I really like this sword. I've never used a heavy sword before, but it feels smooth, as if it has always belonged to Emmy." He couldn't help but admire. "That's Jun for you. He's a true master in the field of weapon crafting." Then he asked, "What's the regeneration rate of the blood dragon stone now?" She estimated it was around 2%. He added, "The stronger the monsters you hunt, the higher the regeneration rate." Her expression was full of anticipation. "Come to think of it, with this method, we've turned 1 into 2, and those 2 will turn into 4. I was really wise to entrust the stone to you." In response, she received an extremely confident smile from him. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, accompanied by the appearance of an ogre of enormous size. It let out a wild roar as if to bolster its strength, then immediately launched a powerful attack. Runjong hastily jumped away from the explosion just in time. Dodge. Overall, he landed safely on his feet. His body slumped after that reckless move. The boss of this gate is the warrior ogre, a formidable force. But where is Emma? After thinking, he called out loudly, "Miss Emma." The other side seemed to be having a bit more trouble. She had to use her entire body weight to withstand the ogre's attack with the greatsword. Her teeth were clenched in resignation because, if she relaxed even a little, she would be crushed. Fortunately, she managed to escape the pincer hold, swinging her sword fiercely to send it flying backward. This time it was the ogre's turn to be in a tough spot. Its movements significantly slowed. The main reason was that XF's heavy sword had blocked countless attacks from the monsters. His lips curled into a proud smile. As expected, even the monster is surprised that a human can resist its power. Emma continued to rush quickly to its feet, finally delivering an upward slash from below. While it had no way to counter in time, not stopping there, she leapt high to gain momentum for a finishing blow. Her eyes were wide open, showing intense concentration, and with one move, but in the opposite direction, the fate of the warrior ogre seemed sealed. Dusk gradually fell, and Emma sat on the ground, feeling somewhat tired. Mason spoke softly. "Miss Emma, you don't know how reassured I feel having you by my side." Tyler's words gave her no small amount of motivation. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed with joy. He suddenly mentioned something only the two of them knew. "Now, within the next 2 days, we have to go there," she agreed. "So it's almost time, isn't it?" He didn't forget to give thorough instructions. "For the next 2 days, keep hunting nonstop and coordinate well. It will help maximize our chances of Survival, even if just a little more. She kept nodding, showing understanding, and on her face was an indescribable excitement. Mason's gaze turned toward a distant place as he pondered. Finally, the day of Odin's test has come. The sky gradually turned to evening, and all the floors of the apartment building were lit up. Mason sat slumped on the sofa in exhaustion for just a short while, a chaotic mess of thoughts forming in his head. We did our best. Right, it would be great if XF gets the title. After all, later on, she received much more, so asking for it now is a bit greedy. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, pulling him back to reality. Who is it? At this moment, he and Ethan were sitting opposite each other in front of the glass door, able to see the streets outside. He didn't want to waste time beating around the bush. I'll be blunt. Don't go tomorrow. If you go, you will die. This time is completely different from the Songlay Gate. His face couldn't hide his discomfort. Brother Ethan, he's telling the truth. He calmly pieced the clues together. I've thought it over many times. How did you know about Aska? Why? Do you want to join Aska? And what is your true purpose? A pure smile involuntarily formed on his lips. But I've decided not to worry about those things anymore. I trust you. Mason couldn't help but wonder, why? Do you trust me so much? He closed his eyes, showing no sign of regret. I don't know either. My instinct just tells me to do so. Then he stood up from his chair after giving thorough advice. Anyway, don't go. Tomorrow, Odin has his eyes on you. Even if you don't take that test, you can still join Aska as you wish. You haven't received the title yet, have you? He kept emphasizing, you should be careful. If you set out tomorrow, you won't survive to return. However, it seemed these words couldn't sway his resolve. Thank you for your concern, but please don't worry. Indeed, a long-held determination couldn't be extinguished so easily. He confidently asserted, no matter what happens, I will survive and return. I still have many things to do. Time flew by in a flash. Inside a large hall designed with rows of iron bars attached to the wall, two figures silently walked in side by side. They were Mason and Emma, dressed in black from head to toe. Susan warmly came out to greet the honored guests. This way, hunters Mason and Emma. He spared no praise. Praised the opponent a little. Congratulations on your promotion. Kim Suzy is sharp. He politely placed his hand on his chest and stated, seeing that you are doing so well. As your manager, I also benefit from it. More importantly, having the opportunity to participate in the overseas expedition is truly wonderful. Becoming a representative hunter for the country is indeed an honor. He even respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle in front of Mason. If you wait a little longer, the gate will open. I hope you can return safely. With that, he turned and left, leaving the two of them free and at ease behind. Emma suddenly exclaimed, a sentence, he is a good person, and you agreed. Yes, he hasn't changed at all. A spatial gate suddenly appeared in midair. A man in a suit announced, the gate to London is open. The two of you may proceed to the gate. I wish you both safety. The magic circle emitted an endless sparkling light. Two Englishmen were already waiting for them. It is an honor to meet the famous underdog in person recently. Welcome to London. Let me explain a bit. Underdog refers to those who are at a disadvantage but ultimately win spectacularly. Mason politely replied, nice to meet you. We were sent by the American Association. Lee. Mason and Jog Emma. She was a bit surprised by his foreign language skills. So you can speak English fluently too. That's really reliable. An unpleasant memory flashed through his mind. I only learned it because, in the land of Eden, if you don't know English, you're not considered human. He humbly replied, not to that extent. I just happened to have the opportunity to learn. The other party politely introduced themselves. We will lead you to inside. Traveling through the gate must be tiring, right? Tonight there will be a welcome party for all the hunters gathered here for the expedition. We hope you two will also attend. The moon hung high, clearly visible behind the drifting clouds. The dark sky stretched wide, not too gloomy, tinged with the soft light of the lamps in the vast architecture below. A few guests were standing there chatting and enjoying drinks together. Emma suddenly asked, are you a bit disappointed that I can't speak English? What did those people who just passed by say? Mason honestly expressed. Some said they were happy to meet us, but others made some racist gestures. A loud sound drew the crowd's attention. The group on the other side was also startled. The sudden appearance of Marcus made everyone wisely step aside to make way. Suddenly, he focused on a specific direction. What's with these two? I've had a few idiots from America before, but why these two lovebirds? Mason and Emma then realized his words were directed at them. His massive body, a head taller than you, stood towering before them. Looks like this guy can't take another punch from me. The American Association sent to bastards like this, huh? What's up with you? Where did they leave those idiots to dare bring these two lovebirds here? She glanced cautiously. What is that? Giant saying, it doesn't sound good. He broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, this is really different from what I imagined. A bit of information about the Battle of Treat Warriors ASCA, a secret organization backed by America. It dominates globally with no small number of members, along with other secret organizations where hunters worldwide serve as military. They constantly fight for the right to speak and the ownership of gates. That is the Great War. Inside the diary, it was recorded that the goal of protecting humanity by hunting monsters had vanished. Without a trace, they completely lost themselves in the battle to see who was stronger. Marcus glared and threatened. Huh? I asked you a question, and you don't answer. He looked up while pondering deeply. But why is this guy here? He has nothing to do with this. His confusion was well-founded. Regarding the origin, this great war was the place for John Sion. First, the incident where John Sion provoked them after winning the title at the Long River Gate. Next, his piercing through someone. He would participate under the name Gans, but due to his intervention, history changed and Guns died. Finally, the meeting with Hyjin, Odin's plan was disrupted, so he must have sent him here to take Choi Zing's place. His face darkened instantly. Gans can't compare to this guy, so why is this the result of changing the past? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Marcus. Hey, leave them alone. He actually stepped back to let the newcomer move forward. Joe extended a hand forward. Honored to meet you. It's a privilege to meet the famous underdog. Hearing this, he couldn't help but show doubt. Underdog? This lovebird is underdog. This delusional rookie, he was immediately sternly reminded by George. Marcus, that's enough. He gestured. Friendly. On his behalf, I apologize to you too. Don't mind the words of this muscle-headed fool. I'm George, title Oscar. Mason was extremely surprised by his presence. So this person is Oscar, the hero who died young, killed by his own teammate Hank in the future. He didn't hesitate to accept the handshake. Honored to meet you. I've heard a lot about you, Oscar. He acted politely. I'm flattered. I can't compare to your underdog fame. He also didn't forget to glare at the person next to him. Demas, apologize. Demas gave an unreadable smile. An apology with a handshake, right? Interesting. Underdog. Contrary to George's goodwill, his intentions were clearly not good. Marcus, title Hank, it's absurd if you say. You've heard a lot about my homeland Greece. His bright red pupils glowed with bloodlust. I'd be happy if you quickly accept this apology. The book also had a few lines briefly describing Marcus Hank. This guy was truly a beast. Facing him was real fear. Emma stepped forward and firmly grabbed his arm. She held it still, not letting Marcus move. She even threatened, take your hand away. Now, he doesn't accept this apology. He glanced, wondering why she was glaring, then laughed in confusion. What are you saying? Emma didn't answer, but directly pushed his hand harder each time. Joe witnessed this and was surprised. His eyes widened in amazement. Unbelievable. Is she really arm wrestling with Hank? Suddenly, Marcus flexed his muscles in opposition. Then she was knocked back by the powerful force. She staggered backward, trying not to fall. She looked in shock at her still shaking arm. Emma worriedly looked ahead, thinking, I've been pushed back. Marcus, seeing her lose, laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, so besides underdog, there's another useful one. Impressive, great. He smiled with interest. See you later. George also bowed politely. I apologize for this. I'll come greet you to next time. Heavy footsteps sounded, and the two left the place. Emma was still uneasy about what happened, so Mason asked, Are you okay? She felt a bit anxious. Not really. Do we really have to defeat someone like him? The Demon King's diary recorded that he was an invincible monster. What? The Demon King's memoir records that he is an invincible monster. He lowered his head and said, "That's right, there's no chance for us to win. But there are still loopholes. However, he has a fatal weakness that prevents him from ruling the world." So Mason glared and said, "If we use the usual method, there are parties every day for members of the secret organizations to get to know each other and understand each other's strength." The city scene at this moment was very peaceful, but Underdog's team did not participate in any parties. The gate opened to welcome the two inside. The man introduced, "This is that place," then praised, "You're truly amazing, even after going abroad. You still got the dungeon buff." Mason cheerfully replied, "Oh, these tour and such can be repaid whenever." However, he didn't forget to remind, "But I'm still worried you should pay attention to your strength when you go for the important dungeon buff later. No matter what, I will support you." The system suddenly announced, "You have entered the Oxer tribe. The sponsor is watching you," so the two were teleported away. Upon arrival, he looked at Emma and instructed, "We'll stay here until we achieve the goal, and if it's not this place, we'll also raid another similar dungeon." She nodded slightly in agreement. He instructed, "Just do it like in America." So Emma smiled and replied, "Training defensive skills, right?" Mason smiled and said, "With my ability, I don't think I can withstand even a single attack from Hank. That's why your role is very important." He turned and left, not forgetting to say, "Wait a moment." That guy made Emma bewildered and asked, "Huh? We're not going together?" Mason tilted his head and assured, "Not yet, just wait and you'll understand. I'll be right back." So Emma stood still watching him rush off. She could only helplessly sigh, lift her head high and reflect on herself. Unlike before, when she always felt anxious because of the guilt she had caused, now she felt much more comfortable. The system then announced that the White Horse Prince was smiling at you. Emma was happy with her thoughts, even about her sponsor. Before, he only sent messages like frowning or angry. Now he also sent messages showing satisfaction. She was truly grateful to him. So, time passed. Mason landed powerfully holding a spear. Without giving her time to react, he shouted, "Emma, get ready." Before she could process it, something jumped down from above in front of her, revealing four monsters ready to attack. Emma looked on in panic. Why did a dozen monsters and a dungeon boss suddenly appear? Was the boss a two-headed oxer monster? Seeing her also running away like him, Mason told Emma, "Don't try to avoid them." That made her wonder, why can't we avoid them? All of them are fiercely targeting me. This is exactly why you told me to use the title of the first time Oxer monsters swore an enemy, right? He immediately encouraged her, "You can do it, you definitely can." Emma gradually understood his idea and replied, "And this is why you told me to equip a bag full of elixirs, right?" "That's right." Mason answered firmly. She looked back, with some worrying. After a moment of hesitation, Emma gritted her teeth, then she stopped and turned around. "Okay, I'll do it," she shouted powerfully and then grabbed her sword and charged. The monsters saw Emma and roared to scare her from behind. He called out softly, "Damien." The spear emitted blue spiritual energy and Damien surrounded him with 5 potion bottles. Mason instructed, "Help Emma whenever she's in danger by using the elixirs." It obeyed and replied, "Yes, master." After assigning the task, he calculated the plan. With it, she wouldn't have trouble, and now it was time to find the most important piece to defeat Hercules. The smoky scene gradually destroyed the surroundings. The ground below was also shattered. The space was engulfed in chaos. 2 oxers burned by the fire screamed in pain. A large oxer slowly approached. He witnessed this and concluded it could put out the fire just by walking through and controlling the flames. Finally, he had found the mysterious piece appearing in the B-rank oxer tribe, which was this giant red-eyed creature. He followed its figure with endless whirring. A monster oxer that even Master Hung feared. Actually, it didn't use magic, but in the future, people still called it that because of its terrifying power. Source: its massive body stood tall amidst the ruins. Its identity Was the red-eyed Oxer magic master. Ethan burst open the door. In anger, he shouted, "What are you planning to do?" At that moment, someone approached to block him. "Sir, what's the matter? You can't do that here." Aaron lowered his voice calmly and said, "All right, you may step down." So only the two were left facing each other in the room. He couldn't take it anymore and glared, questioning, "What do you think you're doing?" Ethan softened his tone in surprise. "You know everything. I don't know what you're talking about." Aaron's reply made him wonder, "What's on your mind?" He just sighed once, and a space appeared surrounding the two. Getting to the point, Aaron stared at Ethan. "All right, now we can talk. Clearly, this isn't Aska's meeting room, so aren't you going to keep the rules?" He looked straight at the issue and asked, "Did you just make new rules? Then what about our top principle of striving for humanity? And why did you make such trivial sub-rules?" Aaron couldn't hold back anymore and angrily shouted, "How dare you talk back to me?" He tried to calm the situation and explained, "I thought about teaching you a lesson, if that could really change your mind, but it seems you won't even listen to me anymore." Suddenly, a heavy energy appeared, dark power enveloped his body, and he threatened, "You insolent fool, Sion." Gu simply said, "Herculet." Hearing that name, he instinctively panicked. What do you mean?" His anger gradually subsided as he listened. He saw that Aaron had calmed down and reported, "I mean Herculet is participating in this round of the battle of the greatest warriors." The terrifying power was dispelled. He pondered and then wondered, "We agreed that we would be the winners of this battle. Why is Hank there? Isn't Olympus going to keep its word?" Ethan was a bit surprised after hearing this. He thought he knew Hank was there and that's why he sent him. But it turned out the actual situation was more concerning than he thought. He replied in shock, "So you didn't know either?" But there was still something worrying him, so he confessed, "Are you just going to let him die like that? I thought you were also interested in him." "That's why I have to leave." "Don't worry too much," he reassured. "I don't plan to let him die either. I wasn't prepared for things to come to this." The calm reply from Aaron surprised him. He assured, "But I placed a mind restraint on him. When he's in danger, a mind restraint I implanted will send a signal." He laughed with delight. "Olympus broke the agreement. That will be the perfect excuse." Ethan looked on with worrying, thinking, what a cunning man. Did he really predict this? The mind restraint stood from the perspective of Dun Yang. He couldn't say this was a wise move, but it seemed useful in this case. He couldn't help, but it seemed the burden was somewhat lightened. This peaceful scene it ended quickly. Neither Odin nor Hemji knew that Odin's mind-controlling sword had been neutralized by the apocalyptic sky. Back to the battle of Emma and Mason. The oxer stood still, watching the burning house. It turned its head around, searching for its target. He picked up the rock and wondered, baiting it with fire is worth a try, isn't it? His mood was relaxed, having found the reason it could become the oxer sorcerer, the most important piece to counter Hercules. Suddenly, the oxer's figure appeared behind him, startling him. Mason turned around in shock. Since when? It exhaled a powerful breath, and an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Mason ran for his life, but suddenly it was behind him, smiling brightly at him. He panicked and cursed, "Damn it, how is this giant so fast?" He worried inside. "This monster can rival the current Hank. Can I win?" It leapt up, raising its leg to stomp him. A loud thud rang out. The ground below cracked open. Luckily, Mason managed to dodge and escape. He immediately summoned his weapon into his hand, his face cold. He stared straight ahead, determined. "I wanted to avoid a clash with this guy to prepare for the match against Hank, but I think I can't avoid it anymore. I have to defeat it." Seeing Mason standing still, it threw a punch. The fist slowly flew toward him. He held his spear and faced it head-on. The system announced that the gate had been successfully raided, or suddenly froze and changed color. He stood there, motionless, not complaining. The scene before him was so surprising that he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. He felt much more at ease. If he were injured to the point where even the divine wing couldn't heal, it would be unimaginable, especially on the day before a match like this. Thank goodness, it seems Emma took down the boss just in time. She's really reliable. A peaceful sunset, birds flying across the crimson sky, to people chatting in front of him. My Chias looked surprised. After that first day, he hadn't shown up at all. George voiced his thoughts. He's probably just preparing himself. The guy couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "Damn it, I'm so itchy. Can't I go through some gate or something?" George calmly turned and explained, "No, I don't want to deal with your headaches anymore. You're the one who caused this mess by joining the match of those amazing warriors, disregarding Olympus's orders." Marcus hotly retorted, "How is it my fault? We could easily win. Why would we deliberately lose? Does that make sense? I'm a warrior who can't stand this injustice." He replied, "Then fight for what's truly unjust. Why did you beat someone so badly they ended up in the hospital?" There were many things that made George worrying and exclaim, "You're giving me a headache. The match should have started earlier. I'd already managed to escape for a while, but because you showed up at the party on the first day, I'm sure Olympus's people are on their way here now to punish you for breaking the rules, and me for helping you." Demas puffed up his nose arrogantly, confident. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everyone. I'll protect you. Also, that underdog guy, the one who seems like he can hold his own alone. I'm really looking forward to the girl with him." He could only force a smile, thinking, not many opponents catch this guy's eye. So seeing how excited he was about underdog and his partner, George's worrying grew. "I feel like an explosion is about to happen." This seems like the calm before the storm at an apartment building. Emma looked at him worriedly. "Are you going out hunting again? Do you want me to come along?" Mason quickly stopped her. "No, it's okay. You don't look well right now," Emma replied helplessly. "Who else made me like this?" He just smiled and answered, "But thanks to it, you gained valuable experience that helped you develop physically and improve your stamina. Shall we go again?" She was startled and stammered, That's seeing that," he chuckled. "I'm just kidding. Get some rest. Today, I'll go alone." Emma blushed as she looked at him. "Okay, but if anything happens, contact me." "All right." The sky was clear, and gentle sunlight shone down on the tall buildings. Mason walked and thought, she must be somewhere around here, where I can sense most of the magical power. He headed straight forward. It seemed close by. Suddenly, Mason's eyes turned red as if he recognized something. "Here it is. This is it." He opened the door and stepped in. "Excuse me." Jujin happily welcomed him. "Welcome to the phone box store." Seeing her, he was overjoyed. "I came to the right place." Jin observed him and smiled brightly. "Are you American?" "There aren't many Americans around here. So what brought you here? A special elixir or an item to use against demons?" Mason reached out and asked. "You're Park Jujin, right?" She was surprised and a little angry. Who are you?" "Unfortunately, I just opened this store." "How do you know my name?" He smiled smugly. "Your hammer is still fine, isn't it?" As he spoke, he thought, Brock's sister, a fantastic blacksmith. She possesses skills that rival Brock's. She's a top jeweler. Heffa Estes. Jujin was astonished. "Did Di Hun send you here?" Seeing her reaction, Mason just thought it was a nickname she would one day own. A week later, she took out a spear. "Just as you requested, I melted that red ore and coated the Muspell Spear with it." "Who are you really?" Jujin stared wide-eyed at him. "The stone on your spear and that red ore, I've never seen anything like them before. I even left my brother, who can't cook, behind and went all the way to England to find minerals like those. Even the people in Olympus don't own things like that. Tell me, who are you and how did you get these?" Ignoring her question, his tone was firm. "Go back to America." Then Mason added, "If you want rare minerals and materials like that, America is better than here." Eugen was confused. "What are you talking about?" As if achieving his goal, he schemed inwardly, "If these twins are together, they could make me even stronger." Then he smiled, "Because I'm in America." Seeing his smugness, she showed her annoyance. "What? Are you claiming that you can possess minerals that even Olympus doesn't have? How arrogant." "But why did your expression change so interestingly?" "I like it." Outside the city, a blue light appeared. Among the hunters, there were some who looked mysterious. They looked very cunning and cruel. George walked over to the soldiers. The guide picked up the mic and announced, "The raid will begin soon. Hunters from all over the world, please get ready. Emma walked with Mason. She asked, so we have to fight all those people? He shook his head and replied, not all of them, although this is a battle between great warriors. There are those who don't desire victory, and clearing the dungeon is also one of the winning conditions. She was relieved. Thank goodness, that means hunters don't have to kill each other senselessly. Mason looked at her worriedly. Only if there are people like you. Then he whispered, I'm not sure either. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Marcus walked over, sneering. HMPH, just a bunch of small fry. Everyone was scared when they saw him. Demichias angrily shouted, what are you looking at? He was about to strike but was stopped by George. Marcus, we haven't even entered the gate yet. He turned around with a haughty expression, but those weaklings are staring at me, whatever. Then he pointed straight at Mason. He's here, that underdog guy. He glanced away, and seeing Mason's face only made him more excited. He's excited. I like his perspective, it gets me so hyped, tonight. He blurted out, hi, good luck. Hearing his blessing, he looked disdainful. At this moment, the guide called out, everyone, please enter the gate. They immediately filed in one by one. He looked at her worriedly. Emma saw Mason calling, so she quickly replied, yes. His face turned serious as he warned, when we enter first you run as fast as you can. Emma looked surprised. What, he wants me to run away? A notification appeared. You have entered the Catalan Mountain Gate. At Mount Catalan, something in the distance was glowing bright. Then boom, an explosion erupted, followed by desperate screams. Ah! In! Emma used her sword to protect herself. She glanced around nervously. What is happening? He warned me to run ahead. She teleported forward. But suddenly Emma stopped. She saw a man lying motionless on the ground. He whispered, save me, save me. She remembered Mason's warning. When we enter, first you run as fast as you can. Even though she heard his warning, she ignored it and kept moving. Emma gave the man some medicine. Here's a divine potion. What happened? As soon as he drank it, he suddenly passed out. She was shocked, speechless. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, Emma glanced back. She blocked Marcus's attack. Their powers clashed together. Marcus walked out from the smoke. Oh ho, so you blocked it. Did you? Emma looked at him nervously, gripping her sword tightly, then thought to herself, Marcus, an attack even stronger than the OR monster. He smirked triumphantly. You're the one who came with underdog. Hey, I'm glad I decided to join. A massive cloud of smoke erupted in the middle of the forest. The violent attack tore through space, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Surging power surrounded Marcus. He clenched his fist, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Emma dodged just in time, leaning back to avoid the stream of power shooting straight at her. She gripped her sword tightly, sidestepped. Red magical energy exploded, blasting the ground where she had just stood. Emma turned back, utterly astonished. What the hell is this? Terrifying power. Demias showed no sign of stopping. Another attack immediately. Cain, he sneered. What's wrong? Scared, speechless, she quickly raised her purple sword to block in front of her in defense. Marcus's brutal magical force collided with the blade, creating a massive explosion. Witnessing the chaotic scene before him, he laughed coldly. Watch closely. The dust slowly cleared, revealing Emma's figure, gripping her sword firmly, standing strong. She spat out a mouthful of black blood, marveling inwardly. Truly destructive power. I can feel my spine trembling, but thanks to my hard training, I can block his attack. She braced herself and crouched down, raising her sword high, the power cracking the ground beneath her feet. She thought, now it's my turn. Demas continued to focus his mana, preparing his next attack. He smirked. I heard you're a hunter who hasn't received a title yet. Hard to believe. You're lucky to have the chance to block this attack. Red magical energy gathered in a spiral, the shape of a giant tiger slowly forming. The technique, savage beast. A fireball appeared high above. It shot down toward Emma's position but suddenly exploded midair. The event stunned her. Realizing something, she quickly turned her head to look behind. Mason was already standing there. He said coldly, now, just run first. The two quickly ran in the opposite direction. A massive flame erupted behind them. From within the smoke, Demias appeared, clicking his tongue as the treetops blocked the glaring sunlight. Emma recounted everything to Mason. There was an explosion right as we entered the gate. Many hunters were trapped inside and died. She was confused. What the hell is going on? He explained. It was an ambush, Emma asked in surprise. So Demicus really? Mason interrupted her. No, it's the opposite. Right when we entered the gate, they tried to ambush Demicus, and because of that, he lost his temper and attacked wildly. She understood. So you foresaw this. That's why you told me to run. Suddenly he looked in one direction. Looks like it's 1/3 done. She was puzzled. It's done already. Emma nervously analyzed his attack. Maybe I can't face him head on. So what should we do now, Mason? Mason summoned his sword and shield as he spoke. From now on, his eyes lit up. He seriously instructed his teammate, survive in this rank gate. Continuous growls echoed. A pack of wild beasts waiting to hunt. A pack of cat and lions, rank monsters. He warned in a low voice. After all, Demicus isn't our only enemy. Damien appeared in the sky, circling around, as if scouting the situation. While Emma was crouched arranging stones, it returned to report, I don't see any hunters around here. Mason instructed it to keep searching the nearby areas. If danger arises, return immediately. It replied, understood. He turned and called, let's go, to Emma. She replied, please wait a moment. She stood still, looking at the crude stone graves. Mason watched and thought, Damien is observing the surroundings. So I didn't stop her. But she's definitely the strangest person in this world. Burying the bodies of the enemy. When she finished, she turned and asked, you said we have 2 days to win this great battle, right? So do you plan to face the boss or focus on fighting this great battle? He analyzed. The boss must be extremely strong. Just the 2 of us will have a hard time fighting it. She agreed. True. But isn't Demicius stronger? Emma wondered. What should we do? You have a plan, right? He affirmed. Yes, I do. We will. A triumphant smile spread across his lips. He continued. Take down both of them. Hundreds of question marks surrounded her. She was shocked, speechless. Damien suddenly landed, catching their attention. It announced there were 3 hunters with skull tattoos nearby. Hearing this, he pondered. So they're the ones who messed everything up. Emma was confused. What do you mean? He explained. They are the ones who ambushed Marcus right when we entered the gate. Get ready, she asked uncertainly. Are we going to fight those hunters? Wouldn't it be better to avoid them? Mason replied, normally. Yes, but they're different. I have a plan. Gray smoke rose into the sky. A fire blazed in the middle of the vast forest. 3 men were tied to a tree trunk, 2 shadows of different sizes visible on the ground. Marcus and George stood against the sunlight. He was puzzled. I followed the trail of underdog's fire. But who the hell are these bastards? He observed the group and said, they belong to Ben. The unfamiliar name made him suspicious. Ben, the guy with the skull tattoo on his head, listened fearfully to every word George explained. A dark organization roaming across North Africa. They are known as extremely brutal, often dealing drugs and kidnapping children. He shifted his gaze to Marcus, the one who ambushed him right as he entered the gate. His face darkened, glaring gloomily at the 3 tied up. Man, that look made them scream in terror. Please don't kill us. We were wrong. The hunter breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him smile gently. I don't hate those who do anything to win. On the contrary, I quite like people like that. The smile suddenly changed. His eyes lit up, radiating killing intent. As long as they follow the rules, that's enough. The Demon King's memoirs state that ambushing others right as they enter the gate is a particularly despicable act. It is strictly forbidden in the Great War. Demicus raised his fist, already filled with magical power. He sneered, remember to follow the rules in your next life. An explosion shook the entire forest, sending dirt and smoke flying everywhere. The system announced that your approved monster. Trampler. The smoke was thick. George crossed his arms and watched Marcus admire his work. He closed his eyes and sighed. Rules, humph, you ignored Olympus's orders, and you even dropped the heavenly ladder. So I think you shouldn't be saying those words. Hearing that, he sneered. So what? Anyway, that underdog guy is definitely an interesting one. Suddenly, Cork opened his eyes warily. Can I consider this a gift to unfamiliar hunters? Appeared, the one on the left wearing a familiar skull emblem on his shirt. Following them, a group of armed people glared over here with murderous intent. Demise excitedly stepped forward, powerful magical energy gathering around him. Are these guys allies of those two? I don't think I'm the only one with a burning passion. Here, his power surged violently, and he flashed an excited smile. I really like this gift. The hunter's charred body lay still on the ground. George observed the corpses scattered before him and said wearily, your taste is really twisted. Looking at his companion, he remarked, can't you use a weapon? So tiring. George disliked Marcus for one single reason. He was too strong. The killing intent still lingered, the white ice on his hands turning deep red. He looked down on him. You should use your hands to truly feel the hunt. A coward like you wouldn't understand. Marcus was not just a madman, he was a warrior with an intense craving to fight and win. Once he entered a battle, he became a killing addict, ignoring the blood on his face and body. Demika said excitedly, now let's go meet that guy. And because of that, George was very afraid when Marcus clashed with Underdog. The sun was setting. Slowly, the red on the treetops growing thicker. Mason and Emma walked together under the trees. Suddenly she spoke up, a dense magical aura, maybe? We're in a boss monster zone. She was surprised to see him raise his hand to cut her off. He sensed hunters nearby. Not enemies, no smell of blood mixed in with this magic. Just then, a strange group appeared before them. Two people in ethnic attire spoke up. So you're Underdog, aren't you late? We've been waiting for you for a long time. Mason thought to himself, waiting for me? Then he asked back, what do you mean, his attitude made the guy on the other side hesitate. Weren't you sent by Asuka? He replied seriously, that's right. The two of them turned back to discuss something with their companions. Then the guy walked over and explained, I'm in from Nin. We've been waiting to help you. But it seems you don't know anything yet. This great war has been decided to end with Asuka's victory. Mason silently wondered. Nin in Egypt, an international guild like Asuka and Olympus. In said, I don't know what went wrong with Olympus, so even though the journey here was quite difficult, we still waited here to make sure you secured the victory. He analyzed silently, so this was why Choi Jon-seong could win the Great War. He introduced them to the group and said, we'll help you too, so let's go take down the boss right now. It'll be very hard if only the two of you fight. Mason flatly refused. No, I will defeat Marcus. This stunned everyone. What? Even Ian and Nathan who came with him couldn't believe it. Emma quietly looked at her companion. He was thinking seriously. Winning just by defeating the boss would be no different from being Odin's pet dog, always following his will. She widened her eyes in confusion. Why was everyone so surprised? He turned to explain, it seems this great war was prearranged for Asuka to claim victory. That's why they initially planned to help us defeat the boss. She continued, so avoiding a fight with Marcus and defeating the boss to secure victory is the surest path to winning this great war. He agreed, but they were all surprised because I wanted to take down Demicus. Mason frowned, thinking, would Emma also object? She cheerfully responded, all right, let's move forward together. You have a plan, right? I'll follow that plan. His teammate's attitude made him smile. He remarked, you're really trustworthy. Suddenly someone spoke up, I'm out. The two of them looked toward the voice. Another person raised their hand, I'm out too. The other group feels the same. We'll also stand aside. I won't get myself hurt fighting Marcus. The people around started arguing. Why did Asuka send someone like this? I agree. Let's quickly leave the gate. In spoke up, the boss is a lion similar to the Catalan species, but it's huge and much stronger. I won't fight Marcus, but at least I'll give you some information. Nathan refused to join. I'm stepping back too. The hunter next to him agreed. We'll also stay back and observe. Mason and Emma were helpless. She said, we're back to square one. He smiled to reassure her, no problem, let's move forward. Night was falling, the treetops blending into the darkness. Nathan worriedly asked Ian, what do you think will happen? He pondered, it'll be very tough, but considering what he's been through, he's abnormally strong. A rising star suddenly appeared in South America, even being one of the strongest hunters there. Mason single-handedly fought the giant centipede. He cleared out the River Gate, a very special gate. He bravely faced an entire large group of people, Ian recounted, and this rookie single-handedly wiped out the Northern Army Guild, a guild known to be very strong. He has a very close connection with him due, a key figure in Aska. The image of Aaron's creepy smile appeared. He continued his analysis, and with just a glance, Odin became completely interested in him, and gave his assessment. In terms of potential, he might be on par with the Dark Organization. Nathan widened his eyes in surprise. What? No way. He smiled enigmatically. That is exactly why we stepped back. Doing so will let us accurately assess him. What kind of match will Underdog show us when he clashes with the overwhelming hero Marcus? That is what we, the hunters standing outside, are all very curious about. The sky was pitch black. A few sparks flickered. Giant horned lion, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. Before it stood two tiny humans. A notification appeared. You are facing Cataly. It suddenly roared, power shooting out like lightning. The system warned. Your abilities have been slightly reduced due to Catalyan's pressure. Mason Guion gritted his teeth, resisting the enemy's attack. Notifications flashed continuously. You have successfully resisted. Your abilities have returned to normal. You have achieved the feat of being one who resisted the pressure. The rock where he had just stood shattered from the force of his leap as he flew toward the prey. He shouted out instructions. I'll handle the left side. Emma, attack the right side. Remember to conserve your strength. She focused her power and charged forward. On command. Understood. Damien will also assist. I'll handle the belly area. Their group attacked from 3 different directions with their weapons. The boss opened its mouth wide, baring its sharp fangs, ready to welcome the 3 tiny creatures. Just as Kot was charging in at high speed, Emma simultaneously slashed down with her sword. Curse it! But unfortunately, it detected her and immediately counterattacked with its leg. In the end, in shock, Emma still got hit by Catalan's strike, although she raised her sword to block the blow. She couldn't help but be terrified. The power overwhelmed her, radiating from all sides. Masong seized the moment, grabbing his weapon to support her, but in a flash, she was thrown straight to the ground, and the dust scattered from that. He quickly stepped back, dodging. Damien immediately released his energy to help them, and it hit Catalan's remaining eye. The other two landed safely thanks to that. Mason turned and reminded Emma, don't push yourself too hard. Got it. We still have a second target, Marcus. Elsewhere, a conflict was erupting like an earth-shattering tremor. Everyone around affected by the blast was knocked unconscious on the spot, mana covered. A person's entire body, his arms stained with blood, looking as if he had just tortured someone. Demic, blinded with rage, grabbed his opponent, furious. I'll keep facing people like you while searching for that guy's flame. Then he quickly threw the other aside, also saying a few words to George. Thanks. He urged him, save your strength. You still have to face the battle you've been longing for. Hearing that, he blazed with anger, his eyes wide, shouting loudly, shutting his mouth. Seeing that, he broke out in a cold sweat, wondering, is he losing himself in his bloodlust or not, in exchange for such an astonishing power? The more Marcus lost himself in bloodlust, the more people he killed. Amid the quiet forest scene before him, George was still lost in his thoughts. Could it be that that rookie had seen the loss of control and left these guys here for him? No, that couldn't be possible. This was top secret information, even at Olympus. It was a secret that even Odin of Asgard didn't know. Then he sternly called him Marcus. His eyes were bloodshot, in a state of frenzy, and he slowly picked himself up, glancing at him. Finally, his eyes steadied, and he asked him, what? He doubted him, asking, are you sure you're in control? He firmly asserted, I told you not to worry, I've got the bloodlust under control. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the other side. Marcus saw it and smirked. Now it's time for the main course. George was still lost in his thoughts. He was one of Olympus's most capable heroes and also one of the only S-rank hunters in the world. Then he smiled with confidence. I trust you, Marcus, let's go. Over here, Catalan was slowly approaching. Emma witnessed this and was stunned. It was motionless. So, have we succeeded? Run replied. Maybe, suddenly. An explosion occurred, its energy shooting straight into the sky. Kalen, bravely, with endless surging power, stepped toward the two. Suddenly, the whole group of Catalan charged at lightning speed. Above, Nathan saw this and couldn't help but exclaim, unbelievable, they defeated the boss. With just the two of them, Ian added, and as if reacting to Catalan's demonic energy, the cat and lions began to gather around. The Alpha, he crouched down, analyzing slowly, but usually, you need to attack the Alpha as much as possible when it's stunned by the phase transition. But why did that rookie stop attacking? Back to the fight, Emma also proposed her plan. I can feel the demonic power in my very bones. Is this okay? We're doing great, right? Mason also admitted. Yes, you remember, and just in time, the main character appeared. Right then, Marcus immediately lunged down, and he landed, leaving a deep dent in the ground. He stood up, smirking confidently, looking quite pleased. This is when you should keep fighting. George followed, speaking up. I told you to wait for me. Suddenly, he leapt up, and they all ran away from Catalan's pursuit. Seeing the scene before them, the group panicked. What? They couldn't believe their own guess. Could it be? It roared, its whole body erupting with red lightning. Then it shot forward. The heavy landing tore the surroundings apart, rocks flying everywhere, the violent shockwave pushing everyone back. Ka stood still, as if thinking. Then it opened its mouth wide and roared fiercely. The sound successfully summoned the lion pack, and they all charged to attack. Everyone quickly drew their weapons, not forgetting to exclaim, Tyler's two are really terrifying. The boss has completely lost its mind, drowned in its own magical power. Cod opened its fierce mouth wide, lunging forward with its leg for a strike. Marcus clenched his fist, ready to fight, excited. Ha ha. Ha, good, very good. Mason and his teammates stood on a high rock, observing the situation below. He assessed, thanks to Marcus, we got out of there, but it won't be long. In his hand, a mysterious pink potion suddenly appeared. Emma noticed and asked, what are you doing? He focused on the task, replying briefly, it's a secret weapon. After the liquid in the bottle was poured out, the spear immediately emitted a red light. Along with that came a notification. Muspell's spear has been temporarily enhanced. The gem on the spear's hilt absorbed the power from the pink potion. The system continued to display. Blood Dragon Stone is covering the Crimson Magic Stone. The notification surprised Mason. Blood Monster covering the Crimson Magic Stone. What the hell is going on? At that moment, Mason had not realized the consequences of the Blood Dragon Stone covering the Crimson Magic Stone. He stood up, holding the spear now coated with a layer of pink-purple power. The sight before him made Emma worried. That looks really dangerous. The power swirling around grew stronger. He raised his weapon in a throwing stance, replying to her, but this is our only chance. Cot gathered its power, forming an energy ball in front of its chest. Then it was released, creating a blinding purple light. At the same time, Marcus unleashed the roar of the predator, creating a massive pillar of fire shooting straight ahead. The two red and purple forces clashed, creating a huge explosion. Marcus's fierce fire wave pierced through Catalan's attack, striking it directly in the face. Mason's eyes flashed, thinking, here. Maintaining his attack stance, he arrogantly said, how about that? That's my signature move. The roar of the predator. Hearing the noise, he warily glanced back, and before him, a spear was flying at terrifying speed. What? This? George suddenly appeared, blocking in front of him. He swung his hand to deflect the blow, and the spear was knocked far away. Watching the spear's trajectory, he spoke, that's why I told you to bring your weapon. Marcus scratched his face in confusion. All right. This action made George chuckle softly. This kid. He looked at his teammate and warned, that spear of underdog seems different from usual. I have a bad feeling. Maybe it could even match the effect of the predator's roar. But he didn't pay much attention to those words. Blocking an attack like that is impossible. He's so annoying. Like a fly, power surged around Marcus. He excitedly said, then I'll deal with that fly. I'm going to hunt the real prey and bring it back. With that, he dashed off, leaving him alone. He frowned. Yeah, power surged around his body. He turned around and looked at me. Seems like I acted rashly. Emma silently stood there holding her sword. She coldly asked, "What do you mean?" Without waiting for a response, she immediately leapt up. Emma's eyes flashed with murderous intent, gripping her weapon tightly as she charged straight at the target. Just before the sword blade came down, he jumped up and dodged. George swung his sword to attack, and she immediately leaned aside to avoid the blow. Without stopping, he continued to slash fiercely. Sharp, green magical energy shot out. Emma's face darkened as she steadily blocked the opponent's relentless strikes. Her eyes gleamed with danger. She raised her hand high, and spiritual energy gathered around her, forming a swirling vortex of power around the sword's blade. George's eyes widened in shock. She's gathering energy at this distance still. Too green. He raised his sword, thinking contemptuously, "Let's end this now." Damien suddenly appeared, unleashing a violent surge of magical energy from its mouth. The blast hit George square in the back, making him stagger. At that moment, Emma swung her hand to attack, roaring as a fierce purple magical force exploded, engulfing everything in a raging storm of dust and earth. A powerful explosion occurred. George searched around. Did she run away? He was puzzled. Shouldn't she have taken advantage of his opening to deliver a fatal blow? Why would she run? And that stuff shot out from that creature's mouth. Why is it so sticky and sweet-smelling? Could it be? George suddenly looked ahead, channeling magical energy into his fist. A horde of monsters was advancing toward him. Monster pheromones. Job speculated. They probably used some kind of poison specifically for hunting trips like this. You people won't escape my grasp. Elsewhere, a battle was raging on. Blows came in rapid succession. Mason was stunned. How could Marcus calmly attack the monster? He couldn't believe it. He could use a catalent that consumes demonic energy. That's insane. Could he really be strong enough to turn the impossible into the possible? Suddenly, Emma appeared behind him. Mason turned around. It seemed she had locked Oscar's arm. She praised the skull. Yeah, Hunmu helped me a lot. There, you make the plan. We need to finish everything before Oscar returns. Emma replied, I understand. Marcus's joyful laughter rang out. Haha, he was like a madman. Great, just great. His eyes were gradually being overtaken by magical energy. Mason thought, it's starting. It seems he's gradually gaining control over it. But I need to make sure he loses control soon, he muttered to himself. Berserker Chkolit. Mason repeated the mission. Just follow the plan. She's in charge of stopping Kot, and I'm in charge of Marcus. Mason focused his power. No need to take him down. I just need to slow him down with a single strike. Let's begin. Marcus was still in close combat with the monster. Then he flung it far away, glancing over. Is that all you've got? Boom. The ground cracked from his magical energy. He charged forward rapidly, but a small spark suddenly flared up. Marcus was drawn to the fire, which spread to an unimaginable scale. He raged. That damn rookie conjured his weapon, ready to fight. The boy challenged. Why won't you play with me? Marcus rubbed his neck. I'm starting to get excited now. Well, good then. He exploded with power. Let's play. Mason assumed a defensive stance. That's right, start following the plan as set. He mocked. Truly foolish. You think you can stop me with that pathetic mana gathered in that shield? I'll show you how stupid that is. The boy channeled power into his shield. Imp, watching from outside, was shocked. Could it be he doesn't know about Marcus's terrifying power, even though he had gathered an astonishing amount of energy in his battle shield? It's very hard to lock down the skill. Rhino Charge is the skill that made him famous. Marcus shot forward, shattering all obstacles. He punched directly at the boy's shield, but immediately felt something was wrong. His whole body froze in surprise. He's not here. Marcus quickly shifted his gaze upward. Mason was holding a spear. Above him, he attacked with all his might. The spear tip struck his left shoulder. Marcus didn't yield, bringing a magic-infused fist forward, hitting Mason directly. The boy was sent flying. Marcus rubbed his wounded shoulder. Are you trying to fool me with that pathetic energy in that shield? Marcus gloated. Haha, You're such a rookie. Get up and entertain me, Mason pondered. I've taken too much damage, he taunted. Marcus, are you okay? The man sneered. Are you proud of giving me a few small scratches? My body will heal on its own. As he finished speaking, he suddenly staggered. The wound on his body twisted. This is poison, there's a saying. Read or gave birth to a goblin mage. Mason denied it. No, the full saying is that the ore is known for two functions, release, and Marcus screamed in pain. The final part of his sentence, madness. A sparkling red crystal stone, the crimson magic stone, could grant ordinary monsters power surpassing even a boss. The endless ambition of humans led to research on this crimson magic stone. Two doctors were discussing the stone. Animals would turn into monsters. A white rabbit, upon receiving the stone's power, transformed into a giant rabbit. That monster even possessed power equal to a boss. And so the crimson magic stone got its first name, Frenzy Stone. Not long after, experiments continued on hunters. A doctor was preparing to inject something into the hunter before him. The crimson magic stone helped them boost their potential as fast as a rocket. The hunter's eyes turned blazing red, his whole body undergoing a massive transformation. But because humans could die while going mad, it was soon banned. The hunter from before looked back with a furious expression. And so, the crimson magic stone gained another name, madness. A skull seemed to be burning in flames. The sky turned to dusk, dust and smoke billowed everywhere, and the forests trembled. Mason's entire body seemed enveloped by some power. He thought, this is truly incredible magical energy. It feels like the entire Mount Catalan is shaking. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the space. Underdog, what have you done? Hearing someone call his name, he slowly turned his head to look. George was holding a very long sword, looking toward him. Mason saw him and warned, if you come here, you'll die. The man heard this and shouted angrily, even if you know. In an instant, George vanished. From where he stood, he shot like lightning toward the burning Marcus. Mason also quickly left his position. He jumped high, lunged in one direction, and thought, damn it, it's going to happen again. In his mind, he imagined Marcus killing George. In the future, this had already happened. Marcus lost himself in madness, and George, Oscar, who leapt to stop him, was killed by his own hands. A flame shot straight into the sky. That flame struck directly toward George, forcing him to dodge hastily. He quickly used his sword to attack the flame the boy had created. George shouted urgently, get out of the way. He hasn't been mad for too long, so I can still awaken him. Mason also yelled to stop him. No, even if you go, that's impossible. I can't let you die like this. He used his long spear to block the sword strike George swung down. He quickly pleaded, I have a plan. Hearing this, George paused slightly. What? Both of them temporarily stopped. Fight. Let's get straight to the point. I can't trust you, but now I'll listen to see what your plan is. Mason replied confidently. I just need 5 minutes. We'll hold Marcus off during that time. He heard you say that, his eyes wide with shock. 5 minutes? You really think you can stop Marcus in a frenzy like that in just 5 minutes? He was still charging forward like a blaze. Mason hurriedly shouted, Emma. Marcus's entire body was emitting a tremendous amount of energy. He was rushing toward a giant claw. The collision of the two created a huge explosion. Seeing that, you seemed somewhat relieved. All right, Emma is luring him very well. Mason spoke to the person opposite him. Kat is also on our side. We'll hold out for just 5 minutes. Hearing what you said, George let out a soft sigh. I don't know what you're thinking. His hand gripping the sword tightened even more. The power surrounding him gradually became fierce, but it seemed there was no other choice. Mason silently calculated. The limit of an unstable binding magic stone is only 5 minutes. If we can hold out for those 5 minutes, Marcus will return to normal. Your eyes showed clear determination, and in this great battle, I will be the victor. Elsewhere, a group of people were looking at the dead bodies in front of them. A panicked voice rang out. What is that? What's going on with this overwhelming demonic energy? Another person corrected. Isn't this the second stage of cataly? Suddenly his expression changed. It was Sculet. He threw a powerful punch down to the ground. Joe quickly rushed over. With his sword, the power of the two caused heaven and earth to shake. Rocks were sent flying. A great flame arrived and joined the battle. He quickly turned to dodge. Marcus raised his fist to block it. Emma from the other side slashed a sword strike at him. Marcus used his other hand to block that move. He alone was resisting all the energy attacking him. The battle was extremely fierce. Among those watching the battle, someone spoke up. Is Oscar fighting Hercules? Now, that's insane. He's completely turned into a monster. Another group was also talking among themselves. I'm pulling out, whether you watch or not, I don't care. I don't want to die. I don't want to die and leave my body like this either. Nathanic over here said to the person in front of him. Damn it, why did the great battle become so chaotic? What do we do now? And the other person replied softly, binding magic stone. She was startled upon hearing that. What? Int showed a serious expression. It seems the binding magic stone has been activated. We have to intervene. The chaotic battle continued. Marcus was surrounded by sources of energy. He struggled to resist them. Next, he kicked in Emma hard. She was sent flying far away, but then she managed to stop her body. On this side, George charged in with his sword. Marcus, take this. He got into a stance on the ground, ready to fight the incoming threat. The tip of his sword and his fist met, but the power was so terrifying that George's sword blade slowly cracked. The impact made him groan in pain. At a critical point, the energy exploded, pushing George away. Behind Demicus, the head of a giant tiger appeared. The savage beast was activated. He instantly leapt from where he was standing. A flame swept across Demicus's shoulder. Mason flew over and pulled George out of the chaos. The two quickly landed. He lay on the ground, panting heavily, and asked, how much longer until 5 minutes are up? Mason was silent. Experiments had proven that 5 minutes was the absolute limit for an incomplete binding magic stone. He noticed something was off, so why hasn't that monster weakened yet? Suddenly his eyes widened. Demas had rushed to where the two were. Decisive voice rang out. A torrent, a powerful wave of water slammed straight into him. Nathan and Ian rushed in with their weapons. We're here to help. A moment later, Mason asked Emma with concern, are you okay? She struggled to reply, yes, I'm fine. Even though she said that, Mason was still very worried. It seemed that Miss Dong Emma couldn't hold out much longer either. He tightened his grip on his weapon. If only I had a bit more power. Suddenly, the system appeared. The blood flowing in the blood dragon stone had reversed its flow, regeneration. At 0.3%, Mason was stunned to see that. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Emma saw his body sway and panicked. Mason, are you okay? The system appeared again. The blood flowing in the blood dragon stone had reversed its flow, regeneration at -1%. The hand holding his weapon tightened more and more. A terrifying glint flashing in his eyes, Mason shouted, unleashing his power. Emma was confused. Mason. A glowing sphere appeared, dust flying everywhere. Inf over here realized something. Could it be? Nathan continued his teammate's words. He's also in a state similar to Demicius. The system appeared again. The blood flowing in the blood dragon stone had reversed its flow, regeneration at -2%. Mason now stood in silence. He began to calculate in his mind. 5 minutes had passed, so why hasn't that guy snapped out of his frenzy? Marcus was still charging in one direction. He suddenly noticed, is that a monoflow? Mason sat down in a ready-to-run stance. Does it look like that? He channeled power down, concentrating it into his legs. It seemed like a lever that shot him forward. Seeing that, Emma panicked. Mason. He held his weapon and charged toward the mouth of the giant lion. Fierce energies swirled around Mason. He raised his weapon high. The weapon emitted a violent energy. Then he decisively slashed it down. It created a massive shockwave. The system displayed a series of congratulatory messages. You have defeated Catan. You have collected the pure water of the forest. You have achieved the title enemy of the savage beast, slayer of the forest lord. Your abilities have increased slightly. You have leveled up. Mason stepped out from the smoke and fire. The system warned. The words of the supporter could not be transmitted. He was confused to see this. A red magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Strange symbols began to appear on Mason's arm. A series of warnings followed. You have been weakened by demonic energy. Your body is beginning to exhaust its strength. Eliminate the demonic energy. His body being burned made Mason scream in agony. Tyler's terrifying and dreadful flames, fire and water surrounded his entire body, emanating from Mason. The two energies merged together, beginning to spread as if to devour the entire cattle on mountain range. The flames engulfed everything on the ground. Cho, Enzun, and Lei Henson fell to their knees in pain. He was terrified. Is this flame absorbing my mana? Then he turned and asked, what the hell is going on? Far away, Marcus was using his power to withstand the flames. He smiled with a terrifying look in his eyes. A figure rushed out from the flames. Mason swung the spear in his hand, and when the two forces met, it created a horrific explosion. Immediately after, they clashed, unleashing relentless attacks. Marcus clenched his fist, ready to strike. Seeing that, he also shifted into a stance ready to counter. A huge explosion occurred, sending dust flying everywhere. When the dust cleared, Mason had already pierced the spear into Marcus's chest. He stood frozen, trembling. He kicked him hard and pulled the spear out. Instantly, Marcus spat out a mouthful of black blood, the surrounding scene still shrouded in dust. He had now lost one. The arm, where it was cut, blood was still dripping down drop by drop. George felt distress seeing this. Demise hesitated. Hey, your arm. But before he could finish, the arm that had been severed had already grown back. A blue flame flew straight down. Athena appeared, standing in front of Demicus. She coldly looked at the opposite side, witnessing what had just happened before his eyes. George marveled inwardly. He's using that insane mana to regenerate his body instantly. If Marcus can do this, then what about underdog? Zhang and Emma shouted in panic. Mr. Mason, the wounds on your body have now fully healed. George thought in fear. The wound was quite serious, but how could he recover so quickly? Like that, was it because the blue flame had covered that entire gate? Marcus clenched his fist. A giant fiery face appeared behind him. Mason also quickly leapt up, carrying his spear and charging like the wind. The fiery fist in Demicus's hand also grew larger. George stood there, eyes wide with fear, his arms still not fully regenerated, but he still intends to use the roar of the predator. This is dangerous. That predator move was launched by him like a giant whirlwind. Suddenly, blood from Demicus's arm sprayed out nonstop. Mason quickly struck a blow from above. A large flame erupted from the collision of the two attacks. Then it caused an explosion that devastated the surroundings. George's sword fell at his feet. He was stunned, unable to believe it. Imp beside him also couldn't believe his eyes. Underdog had won. Marcus was now kneeling, collapsed to the ground. Mason quickly landed, the flames on his body still blazing red. He raised his spear, intending to finish off Marcus. George hurried over to stop him. No, Mason's reason had vanished. His eyes were blood red, unfocused. His only instinct now was survival and a fierce desire to slaughter. The blood dragon stone had been affected by the binding spell. The blood of the monsters hunted before, mixed with the magic-soaked blood of Catalan, formed a hybrid crystal. Mason would also erupt and explode, just like the result of the hunters who were experimented on with the binding stone. The spear was now close to Demicus's body. Suddenly, a strong pink force stopped the spear. Athena coldly ordered him to kneel. Mason suddenly snapped back to reality. He quickly knelt down. Intrang couldn't believe her eyes. The people around her also had a similar reaction. Mason stood up and bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, Athena. She frowned in annoyance. What a mess. Because of you all, I'm now in debt. But before that, Athena glanced down curiously. Who is this guy? He quickly continued. This person is Mason. Before he could finish, the other guy widened his eyes and interrupted him. I am underdog. Athena observed the person before her. She thought to herself, all the effects on the gate were caused by this guy. More importantly, it seems my shield isn't strong enough to resist him. Athena looked around. Olafson's forests had been covered by a dangerous flame that could drain magic from other entities. She assessed Mason. I thought he was just a rookie sent by Aska out of luck. I never expected him to surpass Hank. Athena felt threatened. This is dangerous. She materialized her spear. He must be eliminated. Here. The spear shaft emitted purple electric light. She thrust it forward. Suddenly a sound interrupted. Stop. Athena turned around. A rainbow light suddenly appeared in the sky. A man approached from somewhere. She was shocked. Him, why are you here? Singu replied. That's what I want to ask. Athena was annoyed. You followed the lightning. He didn't explain but stood in front of Mason. Mason, she was furious. Get out of the way. That guy must be killed right here. Ethan said seriously. If you intend to kill him, I will consider this a declaration of war against Aska. Athena's face immediately darkened. She sneered. A declaration of war. Is he that important to you? Ridiculous. I thought nothing was important to you. He remained silent. Imp spoke up. Could you give me some time? Honorable Athena, I am Ian of Nin. Athena glanced. You are an Egyptian warrior, I know. He placed his hand on his chest. It's truly an honor that you recognized me. Athena, Ian explained, we received a mission from Nin to protect Underdog. She was astonished. He materialized a mysterious eye. Surely, you know this is the Eye of Osiris. Ian phrased that eye forward. Since I am currently representing Nin, I request that you accept Nin's plea. Athena, the system reported the gate would soon collapse. It began to activate and grant new skills in a magnificent castle. Through the glass window, the inside of a room was clearly visible. Emma was now sitting slumped on a chair. She suddenly lifted her head, then ran to the bedside. Mr. Mason, in. Trang said with tears in her eyes. Thank heavens. Mason tried to make a sound, but he realized something. Inside, my vocal cords aren't working, she explained. Perhaps your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Please wait a moment. I'll call someone. Here. With that, she went outside. He looked around at the round shield with two swords. So, this must be the round table. Mason mused. Not all powerful hunters create secret organizations to control the world. There are many secret organizations established to serve noble purposes. He thought further, and the round table was one of them. Mason speculated. But in the end, they didn't act. They still hid themselves and operated under a disguise. Even though England was on the verge of collapse, they continued to stay hidden like that. Despite possessing tremendous power, they didn't try to change anything. He sighed. Anyway, my body is now a mess. His body was in a state of exhaustion. This creaking body couldn't speak, and his legs couldn't move. The system suddenly spoke. High-and-you is being sarcastic. He thought to himself, if I'm right, then there's no need for Hanyu anymore. The status window, his stats, abilities, and level appeared before him. Mason noted his level was still above 50, but his skills seemed to have declined due to the effect of the hybrid crystal. Even, he couldn't speak. New skills appeared on the status panel. He was surprised that he had acquired skills comparable to unique skills. Mason proudly said, I will make you even more interested. The sky of revelation. Then, Zungu visited. How's your body? He saw him and sat up, calling softly. He smiled. I heard the magic infiltration process is ongoing. This is a rare case, so there's no specific treatment or solution yet. But, seeing your current condition, I think we don't need to worry too much. Mason calculated. With the support of the sky of revelation and the monoflow, I think expelling the magic won't be difficult. Exi Angu encouraged. Make sure you recover well, then I have something to ask you. At this moment, he was standing before the council. Athena ordered. The power that Lunyan displayed was too dangerous and abnormal. I demand that you investigate Mason's power. Singu objected. Aska does not interfere with the power of its hunter. Members, she interrupted. But aren't you the ones who need to clarify this matter? He didn't back down, but the newcomer was the one who broke the agreement between Olympus and Aska. Aska was promised victory in this great war and therefore sent hunters. Xiao remembered the image of Mason losing control. If we had known Hercules would participate and break the agreement, we wouldn't have sent Mason. In this situation, the hunter, he only fulfilled his duty, he asserted. Therefore, the demand for clarification is very unreasonable, and I think you are the ones who should provide an explanation. Olympus. Athena remained calm. The power that Mason possesses is already threatening enough. She gave an example. The entire gate was covered by the blue flames, and they even stole mana from other hunters. This is something unpredictable, Athena insisted, so we demand that you hand over that newly joined underdog. If you do not accept, we, Olympus, are ready to fight Aska. Ethan flinched upon hearing this. Ethan explained, we are very well aware that the flames can absorb other hunters' mana, which is very dangerous, and it is not a skill that has ever existed before. However, don't you think the very existence of hunters is already a danger? Everyone was stunned. Endless murmurs of discussion arose. He continued, all of us are entities that have never existed before, and the skills that hunters possess are all very frightening and dangerous to everyone. Ethan was resolute. Therefore, since you, the Olympus side, mentioned going to war, you must take responsibility for your words, because it showed contempt for hunters. Athena gritted her teeth. Everything is because of you. Her face darkened. How the hell did you show up here? Facing you makes me lose my temper and I can't think clearly. He looked at her and was about to speak. This matter. Athena turned away. After this, I hope we will never see each other again. Ethan was somewhat troubled. The system announced that the mana flow had been activated. Masoni was meditating at that moment. Feel the mana flow and use it. He studied it, observing Deimos's mana flow, and could see that he had amplified his power by using the magical energy available throughout his body. Mason felt the magical energy. The name said it all. When applied to attacks, the destructive power would increase, and when applied to defensive armor, the defensive strength would also increase. That is the power of the mana flow. First, I need to use the mana flow to recover. The system began activating the skill. Rays of light gradually radiated around Mason's body. He suddenly felt uncomfortable. Mason suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He wondered if these were impurities that had invaded his body, caused by the blood dragon stone. Thank God, thanks to the mana flow, now I just need to heal the spots with impurities. Mason slowly felt his body. He was surprised had the mana flow been blocked. Then he saw magical energy surrounding a black sphere. Mason was disappointed. A black marble in his throat was blocking the mana flow. No good. I have to try changing the mana flow in a different direction. At the training ground, two streams of power collided. The purple stream of power was losing ground. George continuously slashed out many sword strikes. Inang raised her blade to block. George rushed in. You're too slow. She was stunned. Slow. Instantly, Inang struck many more times, but George still dodged. That power scorched the ground black upon contact. She leapt up and brought her blade down. He cheered. That's right. Keep going. Attacking a person is not like attacking monsters. You have to understand that. Emma was flustered. I don't understand the deeper meaning of it. She decisively swung her blade horizontally. George Lin ducked to avoid the blade. His blue sword energy shot forward, grazing her cheek. She then stepped back. He suggested, should we stop? Emma was disheartened. I'm not helping at all. At the Catalan gate, she recalled, surely the reason I wasn't summoned was because the supporter couldn't understand me. Ah, Inchon thought of the image of Mason at that time. I couldn't protect him. And the message, the White Horse Prince was looking at me with pitying eyes, she remembered, and that's why I received that message from him. Emma was disappointed. Although I initially thought Lee Mason and I had the same starting point, now he has advanced so far, while I haven't made any progress at all. I'm not worthy to be called his companion. She clenched her fist. That was also the reason Lee Mason almost lost his life. It was all because I still have many shortcomings. George was wiping sweat. He turned his head. Emma, come closer. Please do it one more time. Jay turned around. That posture was exactly like mine. The regret of not being able to protect the person I wanted. Dong. Emma must be like that, right? She will definitely become stronger. He put down the towel. All right, let's try again. She was determined. I have to be like that too. I must become stronger by any means. After the training session ended, George entered a room. Blood bags and for fluids were hanging on a stand. He remarked, "Surely, when inside the cattle gate, I felt her potential for growth. But really, no joke." George looked at his trembling hand. "She is truly amazing. Every time my sword and hers clashed, I could feel she had become stronger." He clenched his hand, "Just like I used to." Jogar looked at the person lying on the bed. "Marcus." He began to speak. "I think you'll like this news. It seems Underdog has woken up." George confided, so he sent a message. "Wake up soon." Seeing Marcus still silent on the bed, George was sad. The grand building. Ethan slowly walked. He looked up. Mason was training. "Why are you here?" He chuckled. "I can't believe you're already walking. You always surprise me." The two stood facing each other. He replied, "Is that so?" He put his hands on his hips. "Do you know anything about lightning?" He casually answered. "It's a sacred object of Olympus and is managed by Zeus," he quickly explained. "That's right. There aren't many abilities in this world that can rival Zeus's lightning. Tyler's abilities are always watched and hunted." He immediately interrupted, "Like Bifrost that you possess." He was startled. "How do you?" His expression became worried. "Brother, I have something I want to tell you." He warily glanced around. "Okay, but this isn't the right place to talk. Follow me." A blue sky with white clouds and a shimmering rainbow. The two stepped out of the door into the courtyard. The building under the blue sky and rainbow was even more radiant. The fountain was continuously running. He looked at Ethan, feeling amazed. "So beautiful." He explained further, "This is my personal domain." Bifrost. He showed a curious expression. "Are you a prophet or a regressor?" Mason did not hesitate. "Something like that, but I once read a book that talked about you and your friend." His face darkened. It was a book about the one called The Demon King. Ethan's eyes widened in shock. The scene remained the same. He stood facing each other in the courtyard. He raised his hand. "You want me to believe that I killed you?" He quickly explained. "No, you didn't kill me. I thought you knew everything that was about to happen." He thought to himself, "This is not a lie." His face became sad. "You even know that Athena and I dated. I have no choice but to believe you." Mason was full of questions. Bifrost, "Since it speaks the truth." "Right, but that book is incomplete." He was surprised. "What?" He analyzed that what was written in the book was only the beginning. The rest of the future I discovered by chance. Most of the things about you are also missing. What I know is only a small part of it." Mason affirmed again. "This is not a lie." His face became serious. "I see. So what is your goal?" He reached out his hand. "I want to change the terrible future I once experienced before. From now on, many things will change." The hypothesis in the book, B. Frost does not distinguish between lies and truth. It can only assess whether someone is trying to harm him do or not. You pursed your lips, thinking to yourself, "I'm sorry I can't tell you everything. Changing the future isn't my plan." The building stood majestic in the dead of night. Ian stood on a tree branch in front of Mason's window. His face showed joy. So he had truly woken up. "You were surprised, not expecting him to sneak into the Round Table headquarters." "What's wrong?" He immediately replied. "I sincerely apologize for my disrespect. I risked coming here to beg you for this favor." Underdog. You fell silent, thinking. "I heard he asked me to protect him while inside the gate, but there's no bond between us." He answered, "Please, go ahead." He knelt on one knee, lowering his head. "Please come to Nin. This is what I wish to request." "You were startled." "The commander of Nin was kneeling just to ask me for this. We only met by chance and helped each other in the last battle." "So? Why, how strange." You looked at Ian standing outside the window. "Why?" A voice rang out from somewhere. "There's an intruder." He gritted his teeth in worrying. "Damn it, I've been discovered." He quickly realized it was because of the bloodstone. He shouted, "Please go take a look." Then he quickly left. You stood still, looking outside. You thought to yourself, if it's the bloodstone, he must be talking about the madness in Egypt. Did that happen too? The hunters, they shouldn't have known about the bloodstone yet. Thinking back, last time they intervened immediately. When they saw Chkale's transformation, footsteps echoed from somewhere, and in. Emma rushed in hurriedly. "Are you okay?" You replied. "Yes, I'm fine." At least for now. She was astonished. You had a bad feeling. I just crossed one mountain, but it feels like I'm about to climb an even higher one. The round table meeting had ended. The conference building was magnificent. Starting the war was Athena's fault. She walked with you through the grounds, of course, since Olympus broke the agreement. They have to take responsibility for that and for waging war. You were happy. Finally, we're going home. A voice called from behind. Wait, she recognized it immediately, turned around. Jay, she quickly grabbed the sword in her hand to protect you. Step back, run. Mason, her eyes turned purple. What is it? George appeared in a surge of dark power. His face was grim. George stood on the steps looking at Emma and Mason. You reassured her, Emma. It's okay, you're confused. What? Mason explained, although he showed hostility. It seemed he wanted to talk to me. Emma looked up awkwardly. She sighed. I see, you and him are facing each other. George spoke up. You have recovered. But he hasn't. It seems Marcus has completely lost this time. He said frankly, thanks to you, I've learned a lot, but next time, I won't be defeated. Mason repeated. Next time, all right, but I'm not one to easily let go of old grudges either. He muttered the word bastard. George asked, I can't communicate with her, so please pass on a message. You wondered, you mean Emma? He turned around. She has potential. She can definitely become stronger, Jay reminded. It seems she wants to be recognized. Fame and reputation are important, but remember that knowing your patron well is just as important. Try to think very carefully about who your patron is. Emma was confused. What is he talking about? Mason replied, he wants to be a white knight. She was speechless. Hearing that, George left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. That's it. You watched his back, George. He turned his head. What? Mason smiled. In the future, Hank will become a monster stronger than before. He will definitely wake up. George was astonished. You continued. I told you I'm not the type to easily let go of old matters. So next time, Mason suggested, it would be great if we were on the same team. He silently watched the two walk away, clenched his fist tightly, then relaxed. His face darkened. If only that were true. How wonderful it would be, but right now, he is in critical condition and will be transferred back to Olympus. On the clear blue lake, a stone was thrown in, creating small ripples. Mason stood on the shore and threw another stone. He was about to throw the next one, but suddenly a voice said, You're really making a mess. He was startled. A flash of green light burst in the air. A blonde girl appeared. I don't know who ordered you to find me, but this is really going too far, Mason said calmly. You're Min, right? She was a bit surprised. Oh, you know my identity. You must not be an ordinary person either, he affirmed, the real commander of the round table. Lin was curious. And who are you? Mason said calmly. No way, you don't know me. She gritted her teeth. The one who defeated Hercules. Underdog. An arrogant hunter. Lin's eyes turned blue. It seems you know me very well. What's your purpose in provoking me? Green magic enveloped her body, then suddenly mind transformed into a young man. He was furious. You should know that in the round table, no one dares to defy me, so reveal your true identity. Mason's tone dropped. I am. He suddenly turned cold. The one who knows the location of Excalibur. The other was stunned, speechless. At the airport, Mason was walking toward Emma. She wondered, where have you been all this time? He was evasive. There's someone I had to meet here. In. Emma seemed to have noticed something. She looked at his necklace. Emma stood up. And that necklace, don't tell me you went to meet another girl. Mason stammered about it. She snapped. I knew you'd be like this. Looks like you're hiding some women, huh? Emma looked gloomy. I didn't expect you to be such a player. He tried to defend himself. I did. Meet a girl? How disappointing. Mr. Goo's car interrupted. Are you two ready? Mason was all smiles. You're all set too, right? He was relaxed. Yeah, meeting me really cheered you up. Let's go home now. As they were walking, a voice called from behind. Excuse me. He turned around. A stranger relayed a message. Mo told me to tell you to wait. He was amused. You'll have to pay back something worth that necklace. At the airport, Ethan glanced at him and asked, How do you know mine? Mason replied. We negotiated. With each other. He looked at his neck and wondered, is that Merlin's necklace? He answered, yes, I almost lost my life over this. Josh was furious. His green eyes flashed. He shouted. Now, surrounded by a surge of power, he leapt down from above, back at the airport. Mason rubbed his head apologetically, mentioning, facing them right now is still a bit too much for me, but I really needed this necklace, so I took a bit of a risk. He chuckled softly, let out a sigh, as an airplane flew across the sky. The plane passed over the city. Inside the cabin, Emma and he sat close together. She still had doubts. Turned to ask Mason, there are some things I still can't understand. He glanced and said, what things? She replied, about George, even though we are rivals, he still helped me train and even gave me advice. If Hank ended up like that because of what he did, lying motionless on the bed, then I think I should have faced his hatred, too. She looked up, thought, and asked herself, but the way he helped me and the way he interacted with you, it seems I really don't understand anything about the qualities of a high-level hunter. He smirked and said, probably just instinct. She asked doubtfully, instinct? Mason calmly replied, it seems so. He realized, I didn't mean to provoke Hank. A voice rang out in the plane. The plane was about to land. Passengers were asked to fasten their seatbelts. A series of cameras flashed continuously. The press lined up in a long row, photographers shouting loudly, oh, underdog, underdog, underdog. He read the sign. Welcome. Underdog defeated Hank, he quickly explained. They only knew that he challenged you, fought, and was defeated by you. Goo turned to tease him. Why don't you wave to them? Masong gently questioned. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? He sneered in reply. It's a surprise for you. Isn't this what you wanted? To become famous? Mason smiled. Happily, he slowly walked in, waving and smiling. The photographers got excited, continuously, snapping photos and shouting, the camera lights blinding. In one clip, he defeated Hank. Didn't you say he was a monster? Just mentioning his name made all of Europe tremble in fear. Wait, didn't he just become a hunter less than a year ago? They said it's not even 6 months yet. You guys say he defeated Hank. No way. Amid the rising tide of the heroic era. And of course, the most sought after hunter was Underdog. That evening in the abandoned industrial district, he stood with Emma. She turned to look at him and asked, what are you going to do now? Mason replied, I have a lot to do. He began listing. I need to repair my weapons, the items stained with blood, and the hybrid crystal created by Blood Dragonstone, and the side effects of the Iron Tower Stone. Damien is still sleeping, too. A pool of blood before him. The image of Ian kneeling and begging, most importantly. I still have business in Nin, he murmured, but the first thing I need to do. Mason suddenly turned around and said it was moving. I've always wanted a house of my own since I was a kid, he said cheerfully. She thought helplessly, the most urgent thing is moving. She quickly told him it was fine. It seemed for now he didn't need my help anymore. I have something to say. He asked curiously, what? Emma replied, from now on, I'll act on my own. He was a bit surprised. She expressed that the raid with Mason made her very happy and was a valuable experience, but after hearing what Yer said, she realized there were things she needed to do herself. In the night, the scenery grew quiet. Mason pondered. For a long time, Emma slowly walked away. He smiled and thought to himself, it seemed she had realized it. Emma would soon become stronger. A call came in. He answered, hello. A voice came from the other end. Mason, it's me, Kim-soo. John, the association president wants to see you. He remained silent, continuing to listen. Tomorrow morning, I'll come pick you up. His face darkened. He suddenly thought of something. I forgot the most important thing. He remembered Odin. The top tower was a clock. George hurriedly ran while shouting, no way, no way. He sped up faster, the lights of power covering the entire yard. That fist had created that power. Marcus trained hard. He kept throwing powerful punches. He was panting, sweat streaming, unable to believe his eyes, and called out to Marcus. He turned around and called out to Josh. He reached out and asked, what's wrong? When did you wake up? He replied in surprise. Why are you acting like this? Is this the first time you've seen a hunter get defeated? He said firmly. You've never lost a fight before. TCH, that's true, he laughed. Job thought to himself, something had changed. Whenever he was worried, he always overreacted. Right, he looked at Marcus. Now, he was unbelievably calm. He looked like he had no worries. He saw LSD and asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "It seems from the start, he never intended to be my enemy." He was startled, his eyes turned a fierce red, and he replied, "Now I've completely controlled the rage. I can even use just its power. See," he looked at his hand, and said proudly, "It seems he gave me a gift." Mason affirmed that in the future, Hank would become a more powerful monster than before. He would definitely wake up, he said happily. It would be great if we were on the same team. George smiled with interest. The sunset covered the desolate land. In the middle of the battlefield, a figure collapsed, a sharp steel blade stuck into the ground. Suddenly, two beams of light collided in the space. Emma was pushed back a few steps, her nimble feet breaking. She landed steadily, raising her sword, surrounded by eerie purple energy. In front of her was Goo, with a ferocious look. She guessed it had been 3 days. Emma was panting, drenched in sweat, thinking, where on earth did this giant monster-like guy come from? I feel like I'm facing Hank again. Its sharp teeth exhaled gas, its power surging. The system displayed a notification. The White Horse Prince has helped you recover your power, she mused. I've almost lost the support from my sponsors. This guy must be tired too. It didn't flinch, tensed its arm and struck straight. The collision shook the ground. Emma quickly leapt forward to dodge the blow. Then she swung her hand, gripping the sword tightly, and slashed straight at Goo's neck. After being slashed on the shoulder, its body staggered. She continued to raise her sword with determination. I'm not sure what saving the sleeping princess in the forest means. Then she gathered power and jumped down from midair. However, anything that can threaten the princess, Emma shouted, I will kill them all. The slash came down, creating a pillar of purple energy. She dove onto the red monster, stabbing the sword straight into it. Wounded, blood spurted from its mouth in pain. It immediately countered, swinging a fist wrapped in energy, hitting her left side. The shockwave spread, and Emma's figure was flung far away, dragging a long line on the ground. It lay exhausted on the ground with the sword stuck in its chest. Her body was covered in scratches. She struggled to get up amidst the smoke, her eyes staring ahead to check the situation, only to see the red monster lying unconscious in the chaos. Her hand trembled as she supported her body, finally relaxing and falling back onto the ground, resting for a moment. Emma thought to herself, I'm out of medicine, and even if I had some, I wouldn't have the strength to get it out. Am I going to die together with that guy like this? Suddenly, Damien appeared from somewhere. In his hand was a floating potion bottle, and he asked if she needed medicine. She exclaimed in surprise. Black Soldier. The system notification interrupted. The White Horse Prince is praising your achievements. The White Horse Prince is giving you a codename. The White Horse Prince will reveal his real name. Congratulations on obtaining the codename XF. The sky gradually turned pink, clouds drifting lazily. Then Mason walked over and stood in front of her, asking, You're awake? She straightened up, eyes wide in confusion. Where is this? He smiled lightly. Where do you think? We're right at the gate. She still didn't understand what had just happened. My body feels strangely better. Did you give me a miracle drug? He denied it. However, congratulations. He raised his arm, and a surge of energy was sucked into his bracelet. Emma still felt puzzled. Congratulations. Emma turned to look around. Oh, right, I can't find my sword. Mason spoke up. I once had a feeling you would be killed. He looked at the corpse to confirm, but now, I don't think it's a monster. The red monster still lay in a pathetic, defeated pose. She went to it, picked up the sword, and expressed, Thank you. I got a codename, partly thanks to you. She tightened her grip. The sword hilt was pulled out powerfully. The system displayed a new notification. You have saved the princess. The Elf Prince XF has sponsored an elf mage for the princess. The Elf Prince XF will punish the elf mage, a brilliant blue pillar of light, shot straight into the sky in front of the two of them. Intrang looked bewildered. The elf. Prince Sif, its sponsor is a girl. The red monster shrank from its muscular form, down to the size of a tiny person. She was flustered as it ran over and climbed onto her shoulder. Huh? You explained that it belongs to her now. It sat perched on her shoulder while she was confused. It belongs to me. You assured her. That's right. It's just like the black soldier. Congratulations again. Now that you have an alias, you have become a true hero. The red monster was very excited upon hearing that. Intrang wondered why she felt such a bond with it. It was a little cute. Mason reminded her, please protect the princess and the White Horse Prince. Have you decided on a name yet? She stood opposite him and replied, not yet. The tiny monster let out a soft growl, making incomprehensible sounds. She still didn't understand what it meant. The tiny monster continued to growl softly. She realized what it wanted. Gung is your name. Are you trying to say the word princess? It replied in its own language. The system conveyed its inner thoughts. The White Horse Prince was smiling contentedly. The sky of revelation was laughing at this strange situation. Mason chuckled thoughtfully. She had won a battle against an elf mage. The way Intrang and the black soldier grew was similar. She continued to ask, how were you able to get here? He reluctantly replied, you still ask, he explained to her. Clearing the gate usually only takes about 1 to 2 days, but by the 3rd day she still hadn't come out. She was aware of that. Mason added something important. I have something to tell you. Be careful of this guy. The ferocious two-headed monster approached, carrying 2 swords. He encouraged her, since you're in charge of this gate, hang in there. There's only one more left. Intrang's killing intent surged. All right. Her own energy aura enveloped her speculatively. After receiving the alias, her power had increased greatly. She could feel the energy surging within her body. The boss of the elf village. The two-headed elf. She smirked, deciding on an opponent strong enough to test her hero's power. Intrang launched herself forward toward the monster. From midair, she raised the greatsword high, intending to strike down right on top of it. Ethan suddenly jumped down, expanding its body back to its original size. Much to her surprise, the two-headed boss roared, releasing a surge of energy. It lunged and clawed at the monster twice, simultaneously letting out a powerful roar. The system displayed a notification. You have defeated the final boss of the dungeon, the two-headed elf. Mason was helpless against its help. I don't think we need that prince much. She didn't say a word, just laughed a few times. Ha ha. The system announced that the gate had been cleared. The White Horse Prince was watching all your actions and smiling. The fallen angel shook her head. She turned to ask, what a surprise. What? When brought you here? He suggested. I have to go to China now. Come with me. At those words, she was startled. Odin's test had ended successfully. Joy shone in his eyes. I wondered if the taboo would be triggered. A blue crystal appeared, but we were able to fool it with Merlin's necklace. So, Mason. The scene of a white castle appeared, the silhouettes of 2 people standing on a lower rooftop looking up excitedly. Welcome to Asa. You will enter the secret organization that controls the world. The black soldier will continue to develop until it has a complete body. He recalled a line of undead. Although it wasn't on the level of the evil king's undead army, I could create 7 more skeletons for the army, and another one appeared in my bracelet. On his hand was a bracelet with 2 skulls displaying the status, skeleton inactive. He had gone to see the blacksmith Brock, and his spear had been repaired thanks to Perun, a sword enveloped in fierce flames. It had a weakness. It could backfire and kill its owner. He recalled thousands of skeletons moving in formation. Now, off to the most dangerous place in the world, China. China could not stop the gates and had become a kingdom of monsters, but it was also the only place containing someone who could repair the black bottle. A middle-aged man stroking his beard stood in the distance observing the situation. And this war would take place in China. At the site of the battle, the northern front line, many orcs advanced with weapons in hand. Their bloodlust was full, and they charged without hesitation. On the other side, a group of people took a defensive stance. Sin confirmed that it was a pack of snow orcs. Another person complained. Damn it, 3 hours had already passed. A small flame ignited from somewhere and flared up strongly, forming a wall of fire between the two sides, astonishing everyone. It was slowly burning. The orc pack. They were burned in agony as if they had discovered the source. The two turned their heads to confirm. A few meters away, two figures stood on a hill. Mason's right hand still had residual energy from earlier. His eyes were clearly red. He dong in. Trying. And Ethan walked up to the group of people. Sajin said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, but are you really going to go over there?" He didn't hesitate. "No problem, we thank you for your part in protecting this country. I also have some things to discuss with them." He hesitated. "I know you defeated Hercules, but I'm still very worried. This is a barrier that no one can cross, so we can't go any further." The man behind thought it over. While he comforted him, "Don't worry too much. I know what to do." The scene gradually changed. Before them was a hazy wall of water separating them. He gave his opinion. "Let's see, even if we could freeze it, we still couldn't move through it. It's something very mysterious." Intrang, with Gu on her shoulder, asked, "What is that?" He explained, "It's a gate. The entire country of China has turned into a gate." She repeated, "A gate, your every word is a bit mysterious. You'll see soon enough." Ethan's hand touched the water screen, causing it to ripple. He informed the two of them, "From now on, my vision will flash yellow as a warning. No matter what happens, I cannot help you two." The water screen began to part from his hand outward. "So I will return here in 1 month." He added, "If you two don't come back out, I'll return the following month. I'll check every month." He agreed to the pact. "If everything goes smoothly, we will come out on time." Ethan hoped so. He watched the two of them slowly walk in, his eyes never leaving the backs of the departing person, trusting that he was always someone who tried his best to do what he said and to save as many people as possible. Their footsteps began to move, seemingly more determined, a part of the burden also weighing heavier. "So I will bear a little of the burden you are carrying." Inside China, the weather was freezing, covered in snow. The two walked through the piercing cold. Intrang chatted, "Will there be people in this cold place?" Gong Du, nestled in her collar, agreed. His trembling breath mixed into the cold air. "It's colder than I thought," and he was also worried. "If it's colder than I predicted, it means everything is progressing faster than in the past." In the roaring sound, a strange creature hidden in the wind and snow made him cautious. It was a snow orc. She stepped forward, hand gripping her sword, her voice echoing, "I need to warm up my body, so leave that one to me." The blade swung up, cutting through the snow orc's body, its massive frame shaken by the tremendous force. There wasn't just one orc. They charged like a pack of wolves hunting prey. It angrily attacked her all at once, in a frenzy. She was ready to destroy all who provoked her. "Good, come here." She thought the orcs would attack her, but instead they ran away from her, as if something scared them. He sensed something was wrong, as if something had changed. Tyler's massive creatures ran in from the bone field, their teeth like long horns appearing. The system displayed information about it. The ice bear was immune to the cold, with a high regeneration ability like all other bear species. Its strength was equal to that of a B-rank hunter. Mason took out a weapon in alarm. "Careful, it's an ice bear." Mason swung his twin spears at the ice bear from above, and Emma also helped by slashing at another one horizontally. Blue blood from the ice bear splattered everywhere. The snow-covered space gradually regained its calm appearance. The two stood amidst the corpses scattered at their feet. She was quite surprised. "What is this?" Facing him, she wondered, "How strange. Why are there so many monsters here? Not only are they very strong, but they also..." He asked back, "It's very hard to control and restrain magical power." "Right." She showed hesitation about that. "That's right. The fighting style and actions of these creatures are just like humans." He was sure of what he had just deduced, that the gate was happening faster than he predicted, and at the same time he made the decision to move. The snow blew thicker and thicker, blanketing the trees in white. The two companions ignored the harsh weather and continued walking forward. The biting cold wind blew into her face, making Emma uncomfortable. She was somewhat impatient. How much longer do we have to walk? Mason G responded to her. If we walk, it'll probably take about a month. Dong Emma suddenly screamed in disbelief. Huh, 1 month? He confirmed what he just said. I said if we walk, but we don't have that much time to waste. Now, let's go find a means of transportation. And our first destination. His eyes looked up at the overlapping cold mountain peaks, pointing at White Cloud Peak. A sword was stuck in the ground. The two sat warming themselves by a small fire. During the break, Mason walked around. I'll go check things out. She and Ethan nodded in agreement, waiting for him here. After a long while, he finally found two snow reindeer. The two rode them, speeding through the storm, running towards the distant green jade mountain ahead. Arriving, she and he stopped at a desolate place with a clear path. Emma felt they were going the wrong way. Are you sure we're climbing to the top of Green Jade Mountain? It should be colder, but I feel warm. She put away her padded coat and asked. And I don't see any sign of any monsters on the way up here, he explained it as if he already knew about it. The master of the mountain is guarding the mountain. A flood of questions came. The master of the mountain? Is it a human? His expression remained serious, unchanged, denying it. No. She raised some more thoughts. So? It's a monster, right? Or an animal? He still kept his original answer. Also, no, I don't know what to call that thing. His demeanor was calm. But we'll meet it soon. Leave the reindeer here for now. Let's go. Energy blazed in his red eyes, highly focused. First, we have to get through this barrier. What he saw was a high-energy barrier, tightly sealed, separating everything from the other side. In contrast to the freezing weather, the sky on the other side was a vast, clear blue. A tiny figure in a suit stood firmly on the roof of a building. Jang Aaron reflected that after the gates appeared, the world had fallen into chaos. Because I possess an awakened power stronger than anyone else, I founded Aska and lived by the oath for humanity. The panoramic view from above was a bustling city with cars. When I used my power to help people, I realized a few things. Tyler's without magical power being eliminated was perfectly normal. Rather, it was the hunters who survived through all the hardships. Tyler's are the people I need to protect. His face darkened with regret. Lunian has already gone to China, but I am very disappointed in China because it didn't meet any of my expectations. Besides climate change and rampaging monsters, there was nothing that pleased me, he immediately admitted in his mind. But the one who defeated Hank without heroic power, maybe he is the one I couldn't find. He looked at his palm, an evil smile. Hey, how interesting. The corner of his mouth curled up as he licked his lips, as if enjoying a hunting game. Aware of the unpleasant thought, he covered his mouth with his hand. Oh no, he admonished himself, I shouldn't be so hasty. Energy radiated around him as he laughed sinisterly. I must savor it slowly for it to be delicious, because this is the final meal to appease my hunger. The scene changed. The two stood in a land, she gasped. Oh, Emma was excited again, wanting to know if they had arrived yet. He immediately replied. We are. Then suddenly stopped, looking towards something that caught his attention. His weapon glowed in his hand. A burst of power erupted. He stood still, a red aura surrounding him, alert on the mountain peak. A mysterious group of people, fully armed and fierce-looking, saw him. She also drew her sword, ready to fight. Hunters, are these guys neither human nor monster? Do you know anything about them? He clarified the question. They are survivors from the former North America. The enemy showed clear surprise at his knowledge of their identity. How do you know our identity? He didn't want to argue with them. He made a request. I want to meet the master of this mountain. The two tribesmen were suspicious. How do they know Sang Gun? They are truly dangerous. The man shouted, raising his fist high, declaring. They are intruders. Everyone, advance. Mason didn't want to get into trouble. I don't want to waste time fighting, but I guess we have no choice. A voice came from somewhere, cutting off the impending battle. Uncle, the man turned to look at the newcomer. A little girl stood on the distant grass, waving and smiling. Felix said to invite them in. The North of America had disappeared long ago due to the failure of nuclear experiments, and North America had become a wasteland even before the appearance of the gates. and many North American citizens began migrating to the South, South America, or China to survive. Bo and I held a sword in one hand, watching them warily. I asked, again, how do you know our identity? He was silent, thinking, that's indeed a hard question to answer. Ungol immediately walked over and scolded, my God, why are you treating Felix's guests like this? If they know about Sud, of course they know about us too, the man stammered in reply. What if they are bad people, besides? Felix is now. Then they discussed among themselves. O'Neill looked towards him. Then the little girl spoke up to explain, Uncle tends to worrying like that, because a long time ago, some bad people came here and tried to harm Felix. And, luckily, everyone here managed to fight off those bad people. He looked down at O'Neill, calling her. She immediately answered, yes. His face suddenly darkened. Looking seriously at O'Neill, the little girl flinched, a little nervous. In a certain castle, people were bustling about, walking and shopping. A young man and woman standing nearby wondered, tourists? It's been a long time since anyone came here, huh? The young man. Look at their clothes. How strange. Didn't the outside world already collapse? Emma looked at him. We have about 200 people. Most of them are hunters, he replied while walking. They are all people who survived after experiencing a brutal incident. He paused for a moment. She looked at them, her voice indifferent. You can't come in here. Mason looked at the person pointing a spear at him, calmly asking, is this how you treat guests here? He continued. Didn't Felix, the master of this mountain, tell you to escort us to his place? Kun replied with a wary look. Even if that's the case, you still can't go see Felix. Hill hurriedly ran over. My God. Kun coldly looked down at her. No, you know the master's condition well. Mason looked at him, streaks of red light gradually appearing around him. What's wrong with Sun? Did something happen to him? You have no say here. She immediately became angry and assumed a combat-ready stance as blue light surrounded his spear. You bastard. Are you trying to provoke me? And shouted angrily. Stop. He looked at the silent girl. Even the spear stopped and looked over at her. Ano commanded with anger. I, the mayor of John J., command you. Dodging to the side, she immediately bowed her head and stepped aside. I'm sorry, I will follow your instructions. After calming down, Ungol looked back at the two. Let's go. Go see Felix. The three of them slowly walked through a tunnel lit by torches. As they walked, Mason asked Emma, do you know the Dangan legend? She repeated curiously, the Dangan legend. He slowly explained, there is a forgotten national legend, and people call it the Dangan legend. Wanan came down from the mountain and founded America, our country. Emma immediately asked back, why did you suddenly bring this up? Ungol happily led the way as he continued, this girl is very likely a relative or someone connected to that legend. Then the girl cried out, happily. Running inside Felix, streams of blue energy spread through the air, originating from deep inside the tunnel. A white tiger lay there, the energy coming from him. He slowly walked over, stood before the giant tiger, and spoke, are you Felix? Felix looked at him, daring to oppose. My military forces and seemingly knowing about me as well, you are indeed a special guest. Then he slowly stood up. Yes, I am the master of this Bikdu mountain. Felix, why have you come here? Emma was slightly startled by Felix's aura. This power source is terrifying, Mason calmly replied. How chaotic. This made Felix fall silent. He continued, the power protecting this Deglu mountain of yours will disappear at any moment. Isn't that right? Felix looked up at him, silently calculating in his mind. He is gradually sinking into death because of his magical power, and even Bikdu mountain is slowly being destroyed. Felix looked down at him. Who are you? Mason Gi replied, someone who can help you, and the person I want to see is not you. He slowly stated his main purpose. I want to see the true master of this mountain. Felix roared angrily, insolent, his face darkening slightly with impatience. You have succeeded in imprisoning someone, but there's no way a dying bastard is the master of this mountain. Tell me where you are holding that person, then I will save you and this cheap place too. Felix glared at Mason. The outside scenery was open with a clear blue sky. Jin, Mason and Emma stood together on a small path under the trees. Emma finally voiced the doubt in her heart. Tell me, who exactly is Sun? You said. He's not a monster. He smiled lightly and replied. You can think of it simply as him being similar to the deer we rode here. However, he is a much higher level creature. He recalled the time he walked with her and the two deer. Simply put, after absorbing magical power from the ground caused by the gate, their personalities and appearances changed, she said again, but being able to talk to humans and possessing such immense power is impossible. His attitude was the same. He looked down and agreed. She was right, but because before absorbing magical power, he was already different from other animals. Do you know? The alpha species, they are creatures with a large body, strength, and a brain far more intelligent than other creatures. Over time, those alpha creatures can become the main characters in legendary stories, and Felix of Chin is proof of that. He continued, explaining, because he has a sponsor. Emma was immediately stunned. He explained again, he is also a type like a hunter, and he is currently injured because an intruder invaded Bikdu Mountain. He looked up at the sky and revealed, he is not our only target, but also that intruder. You have harmed him. Neil held out both hands in front of her, energy continuously radiating from them. Then the girl suddenly shouted, world open. A flash of light appeared in the clear blue sky. The beam of light shot straight down to the ground, creating strong winds in the quiet mountains. Mason and Emma stood on the edge of a cliff, silently watching the light. Then they jumped down. Emma followed right after Mason jumped into the light beam. A wave of shock spread out immediately after. Then the girl withdrew her hands. Whirled close, the light beam slowly disappeared. And Hio let out a breath and said, return safely. Immediately after, a notification appeared. You have entered the express gate of the sealed domain. The two of them appeared in another tunnel, darker than before. Emma was still bewildered. What is an express gate? Mason calmly explained while creating a small flame in his hand. It is a gate that appears inside another gate. Since both America and China are affected by gates, almost all gates here are considered express gates. Emma complained again. It's too hot here. Before it was freezing cold. He just smiled and replied, consider it training. Don't you see that because of this, we will become stronger? A skill notification appeared. The White Horse Prince has sponsored heat resistance. He thought to himself, as expected, the inherited hero Prince Sved's sponsorship is not stingy at all. Emma kept complaining, if only he could also give cold resistance. Emma was now quickly eliminating the monsters blocking the way. The sword cut them in half. After eliminating the monster, she sighed and looked at him. Phew, finally. Done. 2 notifications rang out in succession. Fire control proficiency has increased. You have leveled up. Mason smiled inwardly. Just as I thought, the Tiachi gate with strong firepower is great for leveling up. Emma looked up and hesitantly asked, but clan leader, who is that child? Is she the one who created these sealed domains? He smiled and replied, yes, but to be precise, she didn't create these sealed domains, but uses them to trap intruders inside. This is the center of Bikdu Mountain, the convergence point of all the mountain's power. Felix's power source also comes from here. Mason continued, Neil, that girl can use the power of this mountain. She is the one who gives power to Felix. Tyler's words directly left her stunned. She raised another question. So Felix is not the strongest one. You're the clan leader, right? Saying that, could it be that you quickly cut in? The intruder in the sealed territory is stronger, possibly stronger than any boss we've ever faced. Emma's eyes widened slightly in recognition. Tyan Hung, but what's the kid's name? Quite a unique name. Mason denied it. No, I don't know its name. Ungul is just a nickname. That girl is a he. Ro. Emma's expression showed a hint of helplessness. Haha, this world is truly vast. I worked so hard to become a hero, yet I run into one everywhere. Book titled Theme Tri Village is the best place to develop appeared. Mason gripped his spear tightly and charged forward, thinking, just as the Demon King's story mentioned, it's very hard to find a hunting ground like this. I have to develop as fast as possible to cope with any sudden changes that might come in the future. A huge explosion with flames bursting up. As he thrust his spear through a monster, stone fragments and monster corpses on fire fell to the ground in the dust. The notification board appeared again. Fire control proficiency has increased. You have leveled up. Emma put her hands on her hips and exclaimed in admiration. Your sponsor is truly amazing. How much did they sponsor you? For you to get so strong so fast. Mason looked back at her, smiled, and said, in my opinion, the White Knight Prince is even better than that. Then he thought, because I got stronger thanks to the player's traits. Suddenly, two dark red notification boards appeared. The Apocalypse player sneered. The Apocalypse god displayed dignity and granted a sponsorship of a certain amount of stat points. A gentle glow emanated from his body. The notification boards kept appearing one after another. The White Knight Prince smiled lightly. The Apocalypse god glared at someone. The White Knight Prince stopped smiling and lowered his head. He put his hand on his forehead and sighed in frustration. Oogh. Meanwhile, Emma behind him looked at him admiringly. Wow, that's truly amazing. As for Felix and Uncle, the girl was standing in front of Felix, asking worriedly, Felix, how are you feeling? Felix only replied indifferently, the same. Felix is slowly dying, because he is using his power to protect both Bikdu Mountain and Thien Tri Village while also having to seal the intruder. His life force is weakening by the minute. The girl continued, I should be the one maintaining the power of Bikdu Mountain instead. And you're injured too. Felix, how about I withdraw the power? Felix was startled and looked over. That won't do, he continued. They are indeed strong, but the intruder is much stronger. Ungol looked at him and asked, then why did you send them to Thien Tri? Well, he looked down, somewhat pensive. Felix continued. I can't see his power. What I see is what's behind him. I see something similar behind both him and the intruder. Outside, the ground shook violently. A barrier appeared in the sky. Purple energy currents swirled in the tunnel where Mason and Emma were standing. She was slightly startled. Is that the intruder? A boy stood before them silently, the purple energy still radiating continuously. He looked at the two of them, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Emma was shocked and turned to ask him, Guy, that little brat is an intruder. He frowned and denied it. You're wrong. He stared at the boy warily. That's not a human. Don't judge a book by its cover. Emma also quickly looked back with wariness, thinking, don't judge a book by its cover. The thick purple energy spread continuously, gradually coalescing into the image of a white wolf. Emma was a bit stunned and uncertain. That can we even beat it? He suddenly opened his eyes wide, bearing sharp fangs. The boy growled and lunged forward to attack. Emma was stunned and couldn't react in time, but Ethan flew up to protect her. Standing before the enemy, it let out a warning roar, and the boy immediately reached out with his claws to grab it. This power was too great, as if it would crush the small form of Ethan. Seeing this, Emma shouted in worrying, Princess, the sword in your hand is glowing. Emma grabbed her weapon and charged at the boy, but it was unfazed and even counterattacked. Luckily, she managed to block in time, thinking to herself, what kind of insane power is this? Seeing the situation was bad, Mason stepped in to help, his eyes blazing red, his whole body radiating energy. He thrust his spear straight at the boy, but the boy flew up to dodge just in time. From above, the boy created claws and swiped at his opponent. Sensing danger, Mason prepared his stance, raising his weapon, waiting for the moment. Then he shouted and charged into battle. Ha! The two forces collided, creating many fireballs. The fierce battle lit up the entire area. The system then displayed a notification. Apocalypse God, intently watching everyone with sunken eyes in Chun Village, Yumo worriedly ordered her subordinates to quickly evacuate the children and those without strength to a safe place. The subordinate received the order and replied seriously, as you command. After arranging everything, the girl went to find Kun, who was training. Seeing her approach, he stopped and came over to ask, Chieftain, will everything be all right? The girl was silent, not knowing how to answer. After a moment, Neil spoke, don't worry, if anything goes wrong, Sun Quan and I will handle it. Go quickly and help with the evacuation. Hearing this, He bowed his head and replied, "As you command." Looking into the distance, the girl thought to herself, if they fail, then neither she nor Sun Quan can stop him. The fate of Chen village lies entirely in their hands. Thinking this, she blurted out her thoughts, "So please return safely." At a lake in the forest where the battle took place, she woke up on the ground. Emma's clothes were torn to shreds, half sitting, half kneeling, watching worriedly. As for Mason, he was caught and restrained by the boy's claws. Emma couldn't help but call out his name, Mason. Hearing this, the boy tightened his grip, not letting the opponent rejoice. He began to grab the sharp claws and struggled with all his might. Yeah, gritting his teeth, Mason's eyes suddenly froze as if he saw something. The system sent a message to the status window. Name, Mason, level 54, player trait. Alias, Goblin Slayer, strength 158, agility 171, stamina 167, magic power 199, ability, fire control level 9, spirit beast, black tortoise development, soul extraction inactive. Reading the notification, he thought his magic power development had been blocked, but thanks to the mana flow, it grew relatively fast. But not long after, he continued to reason that until now, the mana flow was still only at level 1, and the fire control too. It wouldn't grow any further in theme. He wondered how to solve this problem. As he was thinking, the system continued to notify, "Mana flow has leveled up." At this moment, Mason seemed to suddenly awaken, regaining his strength. His body radiated an abundant source of power. The boy, seeing this change, was also surprised. His mouth hung open when he saw him break free from his claws and even transform, becoming larger, free from the restraint. Mason held his chest and sighed in relief. That was close. He assessed that the mana flow was activated in a life-threatening situation. While reaching out to cast a spell, he was a bit puzzled. However, the monsters he had encountered recently posed almost no threat to him. Mason retrieved his weapon and continued to reason. As for this guy, he thought it was possible, although a bit late. He felt that mana was enveloping every cell in his body. The feeling was like being reborn. The power on the spear also seemed to have increased. Mason was now ready to return to the battle. Seeing this, the boy crawled on the ground and changed his attack stance. Yeah. Mason hurled his spear at the opponent, accompanied by, "Reminder, this one's going to sting a bit." You were flying and screaming at the same time. The blazing sky system displayed an unbelievable achievement notification. You have collected the blazing sky skill without any assistance, and you will receive a large amount of points based on your achievement. Seeing his teammate grow stronger, Emma wondered what it was. The mother condensing the space around Mason, which was being distorted. Meanwhile, Mason charged forward to attack the kid, and the kid also struck back with a counterattack. The energy radiating from both sides at this moment was like water and fire. When the two sides collided, it was like a bomb exploding. Its power was so great that it shook the entire area. The kid was thrown far away by the blast. The system continuously sent notifications. Fire control has reached level 10. You have achieved the feat of the Fire Dominator. Fire control has changed to Fire Monarch. The collision created a massive flame like an erupting volcano in the fire enveloping Van Gun. Emma couldn't help but be astonished. Van Apgan Gun was completely unharmed, as if he was just harmonizing with the flame. Run Jong approached to check the situation. Van was growling in the fire as if threatening. Just then, the Demon King's diary displayed a line of text. I crossed through the flame to approach it, Mason thought. After all, because of its origin, this monster couldn't disobey him. The diary provided more information. It was a wounded beast, its eyes filled with fury and pain, now replaced by sorrow. Suddenly, the beast's eyes widened and softened, and the diary showed the next line. Soon, it will find its master. The image of Van standing in the fire at that moment looked very pitiful. Masong pondered, looking up at it. The system warned. The apocalyptic sky watched you with a serious gaze. The two sides stood within the ring of fire, silently observing each other. A notification appeared. The apocalyptic sky sponsored a bond. Mason Guion approached, reaching out to touch the forehead of Van Nap Gun. It closed its eyes, yielding to him. The system sent more information. The apocalyptic sky gazed at the lost child, watching the monster obediently let him touch it. Analyzing, although it was docile now, in the past it was one of the demons that wreaked havoc on the world alongside the Demon King. It was an ally and follower of the Demon King, treated by the Demon King as his own child. The diary displayed information: White Snow King, monarch of monsters, fangs of the gods, the names people called it. Reading this, he blurted out a name. Fenria, the system suggested. The bond has evolved into submission. Submission is now available. Do you want to activate submission? At the same time, at Jungnil village, she touched the ground. The girl thought seriously. Dongchan has stopped. Is it over? Seeing the silhouettes of two people from afar, she was delighted. You have returned safely. Their clothes were torn and in Mason's arms was an unconscious kid. Seeing the kid, she was startled. An intruder, she angrily called out for Sun. The two were startled by the shout. At that moment, Sun heard the call and appeared behind the girl. Hio frowned and questioned. What do you mean by this? Mason uncalmly replied. I kept my promise. Felix roared in fury. So you deceived me. Didn't you say you would eliminate the intruder? He retorted. I never said I would eliminate him. I said I would save the village and the chief. He frowned. Anne explained, this person is no longer a threat. Fenria heard this and opened its eyes wide, staring intently at its master. Then the kid suddenly jumped out of his arms and stood on the ground. The boy stared at the opposite side, his cold gaze making Felix and Uncle step back in caution. Seeing this, Fenrir looked up at Mason as if receiving a signal, and the kid bowed deeply, astonishing the girl. Mason smiled and patted the kid's head, saying, see, the village returned to peace. Fenrir opened its mouth and called his name, Gio. He noticed it mispronounced it, and corrected it, not Chugio, it's Mason. The kid tried to repeat but still got it wrong. Chigogi, Mason thought helplessly, so it can't even speak properly. Emma and Ethan approached the two, calling out to Mason. The kid saw them coming and became fierce. Ah, she quickly explained. Fenria, they are not enemies. Suddenly, the boy noticed something beside him. Then he grabbed Ethan and cried out. Emma called out worriedly, hey, don't. Mason smiled reassuringly. It's fine, just kids playing. She protested uneasily. I don't think so. The system suddenly announced. The prince on the white horse burst into tears. The apocalyptic sky laughed triumphantly. One day at the lake behind the mountain, Anoa and Mason stood by the lake. She asked curiously, Uncle, why did you call me here? He explained, I promised Felix I would deal with the intruder and help him recover. His next words startled her, and if I succeed, I can take you with me. Yumel heard this and looked at him without saying anything. Mason Jiang was not impatient, but not yet. I'll come back to pick you up after finishing my business in China, so get ready. After speaking, he summoned his sword, then, without hesitation, threw the sword into the lake. Looking down at the lake's surface, he said, by the way, protect that thing until I return, and if you can perform one of the rituals on it, even better. Unhyo asked in confusion. What? The sword slowly sank. He continued, that important matter can wait. I still need to give it to someone. The girl listened, her face scrunched up, saying nothing. At the village, people gathered in a crowd. The four stood before the village gate, bidding farewell to the villagers. Boni spoke on behalf of everyone. We apologize for what happened before. All outsiders who came before wanted to rob us. Mason Ong smiled and replied, I understand. Amma also spoke up, it's fine. Unhyo stepped forward and asked, Uncle, are you leaving already? He replied, yes, time is short. I will come back to pick you up soon. She asked in confusion, what do you mean, Mason? Jaong thought to himself, it seems she doesn't remember what we talked about yesterday. The side effects are getting worse. Thinking this, he didn't explain, only suggesting she ask Sun about it. Emma stepped in to remind him, let's go. Mason smiled and said goodbye. Take care, Felix. A flickering firelight illuminated somewhere in the tunnel. A pair of bright blue eyes suddenly appeared, and a voice emerged from the darkness. Hurry up. The scene grew increasingly desolate. The snow-covered forest. The group continued walking forward. Suddenly, Emma stopped. In her tracks, Mason looked over in confusion. She lowered her head, feeling down about leaving them. I feel so heavy-hearted. Hearing this, he reassured her. We'll come back. Emma said in disbelief. HMPH, he sighed inwardly. She truly is a person. Full of compassion, he continued. After finishing our work in China, when we return, we'll visit the village again. Okay, Emma asked, but aren't you going to personally resolve the assimilation gate issue, Mr. Mason? If so, wouldn't it be more convenient to return via the gate or by plane? He looked confused, pointing at himself. Me, she explained further. Haven't you achieved countless incredible feats so far? Pausing, she smiled and said, you defeated Hank and tamed Fenrir. Aren't you going to China to stop the assimilation gate issue? He replied without confidence. I can't do it. Emma was surprised by his answer. Mason analyzed. I alone can't stop the assimilation gate. No one in the world can prevent the assimilation gate happening to China. Emma understood. Ah, I see. Emma asked, are we walking all the way there? She silently lamented the mountains. That's the majestic Whitehead Mountain, but it's so cold. You smiled and explained. I did say we were going up the mountain to find a mount, right? Emma asked. But all the deer and such have run away. You didn't answer her and instead called out. Fenrir heard someone calling his name and the boy replied. Mason ordered him to take us. The kid looked back in confusion. When Fenrir returned, he told her, get on. The group flew forward like the wind, racing through the forest. At great speed, the two riders had to hold on tight to avoid being blown off. The scenery was no longer whizzing by like before. Fenrir stopped on a high mountain peak, looking down at where the sound was coming from. At the foot of the mountain, a horde of monsters and Cho were fighting. A chaotic battle was breaking out at the foot of the mountain. He said to Emma, the and Cho are fighting. Mason finally understood why they had stopped. Thinking that, he called out to Fenrir. The kid immediately appeared in the form of an ant. Mason ordered in a deep voice, eat them up. As soon as he finished speaking, it jumped down to the foot of the mountain to attack the enemy. The battle at the foot of the mountain became even more intense. Emma forced a smile as she watched the scene below. Truly extraordinary. Mason spoke up. It must have been starving for quite a while. While waiting, I have something I want to teach you. Emma quickly replied, yes. Hearing this, she seriously wondered to herself. Is it that thing? Thinking of Mason's battles with monsters, she silently deduced that unusual strength and development speed. I've always wondered how he does it. However, the image of a powerful Mason appeared in her mind. She continued to think. I didn't ask because I believed he would tell me when the time was right. Mason clenched his fist and said firmly, I will teach you about the flow of mana. With this, you can become a self-developing hunter. Hearing this, Emma was stunned, thinking, a self-developing hunter without sponsorship, is that even possible? Could this be the secret behind Mason's power? Emma clenched her hand and continued to ponder. Then I can become stronger too. He continued to explain. Emma, you have already gathered a part of the mana flow. He cast a spell, creating a small energy sphere. Do you see this? She focused, recalling that moment, and said to him, it looks like accumulated mana. Hearing this, he was secretly pleased. She really does have talent. Emma continued, if I concentrate, I can see mana. Is this why you always spend time meditating? Mason nodded. He explained to her, to be precise, what we see and feel is the flowing mana. It's like you're feeling it within your body. After hearing this, she was confused. This is so hard to understand. Mason comforted her. You don't necessarily have to understand. This isn't something learned with the mind. Then he offered a solution. I will forcibly imprint the flow of mana into your body. I warn you, it will be excruciatingly painful. Emma assessed the situation and told herself, it's fine, I want to become stronger. She pursed her lips and thought, I can't keep being a burden to him. The sky was getting brighter, and the snow was falling thicker. Mason sat by the fire, watching over Emma and Ethan as they slept. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Emma was curled up in her sleeping bag, shivering violently. Mason recalled the moment he transferred energy to her and marveled, what an extraordinary person. She endured that entire painful process without letting out a single moan. The boy stood silently, Looking down at the cliff, his gaze focused on something. Mason stepped forward and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" Fenrir replied, "Below the mountain is a monster that looks like a giant lizard." He was terrified. It was a sub-dragon. Fenrir licked his lips, his eyes fixed on it. Seeing the kid's reaction, Mason asked, "Do you want to hunt it?" The boy turned back and replied, "I do." A note appeared in the book. Sub-dragon is Fenrir's favorite snack. Knowing this information, he thought to himself, what happened at Whitehead Mountain wasn't his true strength. Furthermore, Fenrir is currently in a submissive state, so he's even weaker than he was then. Can he even hunt it? Then he frowned and dismissed the thought. No, this has to be done. I need to determine his current strength. Having decided, he said to Fenrir, "All right, let's go hunt the sub-dragon." Fenrir launched himself straight at the target. The kid took a step for momentum and shot forward. As a surge of power flared around his body, Fenrir reverted to his original form. The sub-dragon also opened its mouth, focusing magic to prepare for battle. A stream of blue power shot straight forward from its mouth. Fenrir quickly tilted his head back to gather power. Then he unleashed a massive lightning bolt that struck the opponent. The unfortunate sub-dragon screeched in the blinding light. From a distance, the remnants of that attack could still be seen. Mason watched Fenrir approach the now motionless sub-dragon. He silently marveled, is he really weakened? A sub-dragon, taken down so easily. Then he looked seriously in one direction. So all my preparations are complete. The entire mountain forest was covered in white snow. Images of unfortunate people frozen in the bitter cold appeared. The two stood at the ferry dock, looking at the ruins below. Emma hesitated. Mason, tears welled up in her eyes. Is this the disaster you were talking about? Could the whole world end up like this? Mason replied gravely. Yes, it could. It's ridiculous to compare, but it will be less brutal than this, and more people will be saved. As he spoke, he looked away. Out there are countless other hunters and heroes, and organizations like the Aska. To survive, they will stop at nothing. I will also do my best, so don't worry. Emma wiped away a tear and smiled. Hearing that is such a relief. I will do my best too, Mason continued. The river has frozen over, so we can cross it. Once we cross the river, we will reach the place we need to go. She asked, "Where is that place?" He replied, "The Guangdong region. There are some people I need to find there." Emma worried, but with this climate, are there any survivors left? Mason said with determination, "I'm sure there are." He frowned, thinking, I'm still sealing the black stone with the mana flow, but I can feel the power of the stone growing stronger every day. Mason clenched his fist and wondered, is this the limit of sealing it this way? Thinking this, Mason urged, "Let's hurry across the river." With the thought, I need to find them quickly. Crossing several mountains, they finally arrived. The two jumped off Fenrir. He explained, "From now on, we can't ride Fenrir anymore. He will attract unnecessary attention." Emma smiled and replied, "It's starting to get a little warmer. And there are no monsters around here anymore." Mason also brightened up. "That means we're going the right way." Suddenly, Fenrir pointed ahead, catching their attention. Looking in the direction the kid was pointing, they saw a blurry figure. Emma exclaimed, "Wow, there are people here." Mason's face darkened as he ordered, "Draw your weapon." She was confused. "What?" Mason's eyes flashed with caution. From this distance, the naked eye shouldn't be able to see anyone. As he drew his weapon, the true nature of the figure before them was revealed, a bright red giant staining the smoke-covered ground. The fight was over. Emma stood with her sword beside the giant's hand, covered in red liquid. She voiced her doubt. "It's strange. It has the appearance of a human, but," she frowned, "it acted like a starving beast." Mason speculated it might be an exile. He continued, "Even though so thirsty." Mason speculated that it might be an exile. "Go on, even if, whether they are sick or simply too weak, the exile will die, miss. Poison. This giant is probably the same, compared to the others. Is too weak." Observing the corpses of the two giants lying on the snow, Emma sighed. What a terrifying thought indeed. Suddenly, a noise from afar made her startle. Ahead, a cloud of snow was kicked up. Mason was also observing. It's not just one, Emma complained. I don't even have time to breathe. Giants holding axes, riding on the backs of strange beasts, appeared before the group. Emma was stunned. He is riding a Hun along. Isn't his presence too absurd? The giant darkened his face and looked at the group. Who are you? Why are you hunting? Suddenly, something among the small people terrified him. You, a terrifying thought appeared in his head. Are you the special one? Meanwhile, Mason was speechless. Fenrir was drooling. Is he really thinking about eating that along? In this situation, suddenly, a net came down unexpectedly. Emma was startled. A net. She knelt down, summoned her weapon, and calculated how to cut this net. And at that moment, unexpectedly, someone suddenly grabbed her shoulder. It was Mason. Mason, I don't feel any killing intent. The giant holding the net had captured the two of them. He looked at the group inside and said seriously, You must come with me. The group of giants riding along crossed the forest, covered in snow. Tyler's in front briefly looked back at the cage behind. Sam stepped forward and asked, Are you people from this place? Or not? Give him an answer. No, we come from somewhere else. He replied and explained, I see, don't worry, you were captured only because you were next to the special one. Mason leaned against the iron cage, thinking. They are different from the giants in legends, different from the image of them as monsters. Actually, they are quite intelligent. Then he asked, We are going to Atgat, right? Sam laughed and said, It's interesting that you know our city, and confirmed. You are right, we are going there, but don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. Then he introduced himself. My name is Bung Len, symbolizing strength. I am a squad leader of the Great Ice Giant Army. You should reciprocate. I am Mason. On the way, they encountered another few NAS and destroyed them. One after another, they were finished off by a single blow. They fell under the deadly blade of Sam. Mason silently observed everything. Sam glanced back, then decisively turned around and smiled, surprising Mason into a daze. Sam approached the iron cage. Trannon said, We will also ask you a few questions, and when you want, you can leave. He darkened his face and speculated. It seemed he was hiding something. But there were still survivors in the giant city. Just as I thought. Sam raised his hand to his forehead and said, I swear, on my honor, you will be safe and free to do what you want, in the name of Sai. Hearing this, he clenched his hand into a fist and smiled slightly. It seemed reaching the destination was easier than I thought, and moreover, he was also there. Emma was paying attention to the outside situation, when suddenly she exclaimed, Wow, Sam said proudly, this place is our city. In the distance, a towering castle stood amidst the snowy forest of Agat. Shortly after, the group approached the ancient castle. The city gate opened to welcome the returnees. Someone in the city saw and shouted, It's Sam. The person beside him is also very excited. It's been a long time since he returned, right? The two, Mason, quietly observed their surroundings. There was a young man wrapped up like a wizard, a muscular hunter, and a woman in a flowing dress. Emma broke out in a cold sweat and joked, It feels like we've gone back to the Middle Ages. Don't tell me we've time traveled or something like that. She suddenly turned her eyes to the right, noticing something. A giant was wondering, Aren't they humans? But why are they locked in a cage? Another one also wondered, Could they have committed some crime? Fenrir had a very strong reaction to this place, startling the people in the city. Ah, that's the special one. Could Sam have captured the special person? It's Vanabgan. Sam denied it. It's not like that. We are just visiting the leader. Make way. Mason patted Fenrir's head to comfort her. It's okay. Calm down. The kid suddenly turned in a certain direction. Mason, enemy. He looked and thought to himself, Enemy, at a castle surrounded by swirling dark magic. Sam announced to the two giants on guard, telling them that Sam was here. The large gate was opened. He carried the iron cage and entered the palace. Seated on the throne was the giant leader, Loki. He questioned. You return with intruders. Mason watched closely. Is that the enemy Fenrir mentioned? Then he must be the one who injured him. Before he reached Bikdu Mountain, Sam knelt on one knee and reported, My leader, I have brought Yuvan and his friends. He glanced to the side and hesitated. It seemed this Vanapgun wanted to be with its master. That statement startled the leader and darkened his face. He questioned suspiciously, "You say Vanapgun has been tamed by them?" Sam answered, "Yes, my leader." Magic flared up around Loki. "Warriors, leave the intruders here and return." Hearing this, Sam immediately said, "My leader, I promised them on my honor as a warrior, so I ask you not to harm them and please help them return to where they belong," causing the leader's eyes to flash dangerously. Sam bowed his head low. "My leader, please respect the honor of a warrior." Darkness had fallen over at gas. Lamps were lit one by one. Someone tried to pull at the iron bars, then turned back and said, "It won't open. Although if I wanted to, I could still open it," making Mason immediately stop her. "You would have to fight the entire giant tribe, no matter what. We are still in the middle of their territory." Emma didn't think so. "Aren't we in danger right now?" "No matter how you look at it, that king doesn't seem like he will treat us well, especially when he looks at Fenrir." The kid was warming himself by the fire. "I can tell he is very worried. What do you think we should do now?" Mason was again lying casually on the bed. "Don't worry, if we want, we can leave immediately. Isn't this the perfect time to rest? Get some rest." As if anticipating something, he said, "It seems we will be staying here for quite a while." The entire city was engulfed in a sea of fire. The high-rise buildings were destroyed. Fire everywhere. The dehumanized giants were scavenging through the rubble. Mason stood by the window, thinking about those scenes. In the Demon King's diary, the War of the Giants was described as the most catastrophic, so I can't understand it at all. He pondered doubtfully. "I am sure that king is extremely strong, but the combat ability of each giant is inferior to humans. How could they have pushed humans back?" Suddenly, a slight noise from the closed door surprised him, and he turned to look. Entering is Sigyn. "I have come to serve tea." The jade green tea was poured. The little girl asked nervously, "Is this enough, sir?" Mason G, sitting at the table, heard this and asked, "Is this how you usually treat people who come here?" Making a little girl freeze up like that, he pressed on immediately. "Then, why are you treating us like this?" But the girl only hesitated timidly. Seeing this, Mason angrily assured her, "It's fine. No one is watching." Tyler's words surprised the girl greatly. "How so?" In the distance was an hourglass that looked very ordinary, one that no one had ever noticed before. He chuckled. Inwardly, it was a magical item used to monitor the room, one that he alone would not have been able to detect. But thanks to the necklace of the great wizard Merlin, he had discovered it. Mason knelt on one knee facing the girl. "Your name is?" "Sigyn, right here, you can speak freely. But you need to keep this a secret once you leave here." Then he asked her how long she had been here. Sigyn replied, "About a year. Most people say they've been here for about a year and a half." Now, Mason drew his own conclusion. That means it's been about a year and a half since Tigat was found, and he asked further, "I see. Why are we being treated so specially?" The girl raised her fist. "Because you are strong. The giants like strong people, and the one over there is very special. Last time Tigas was attacked, LSNAS attacked, but that child himself turned into a monster and killed many giants." The main character being mentioned was sitting on the sofa with his knees hugged. Fenrir, hearing himself mentioned, glanced over. Then the king fought the monster. The king fought alongside the other giant warriors and won, but the monster escaped. Mason crossed his arms and reasoned to himself. For some reason, he had a conflict with the giant clan. That's why Fenrir ran to Bikti Mountain. Then, he made a proposal to Sigyn. "Can you help me with something? I'll give you a lot of food." But the girl replied, "I don't need food." Sigyn timidly stated her condition. "But if you have any pieces of iron, please give them to me. If I sell the iron, I can buy medicine for my mother." Mason agreed immediately. "All right. In exchange, can you find someone for me? I heard that person's name is W." Sigyn was very surprised to hear this. "Huh, you mean, he?" replied cheerfully. "Yeah, that's right." Snow continued to fall gently on the palace. A few days after arriving at Tigat City, during that time, Masoni's group did nothing. The two, Mason, were walking together in the garden. When it was mealtime, food would be delivered. Occasionally, they were allowed to walk around the castle. That was it. Emma complained from behind. "What kind of joke is this? If they don't need us, then why Don't they just let us go? Mason Ang turned back optimistically. But, because of this, at least we have some time to practice, right? Emma remained skeptical. True. But if we keep being detained like this, I'll die, he replied boldly. Don't worry, I guarantee you won't get bored, which made Emma curious. How, Mason? Jang summoned his weapon. I think it's time to show our strength, which made her excitedly draw her blade as well. Can we finally destroy this place? Mason Jiang saw this and was slightly taken aback. A person full of righteousness like Emma getting excited at the chance to destroy everything. Thinking this, he asked immediately, it seems you really don't like this place. Very much, huh? Emma frowned and replied, of course not. We haven't met any humans except for the giants. Of course, I don't like that guy who calls himself a king either. There's something strange about him. Something is definitely wrong. Here, magical power swirled around Mason's body. That's right, to find out what it is, shouldn't we show our strength? Mason said with a serious expression. Let's fight, which caught Emma off guard. Ah, you're not going to explain? He asked instead. You've never fought me before, have you? She was still hesitating. That's right, but Mason sighed as if to provoke her. How disappointing. Don't you have any confidence? Emma bit her lip in displeasure, and her magical power also flared up around her. You'll regret this, even if I can't win. Don't expect to take me down easily. Then she quickly lunged at him, leaving only a magical afterimage. But Mason managed to dodge her blade, and confidently set a condition. If I win, you have to grant me one request. His strike cut through, but only had empty air. Emma had leapt high and was descending with a strike from above. Her fighting spirit surged. I want that too. From the outside, the greenhouse remained calm and still, but the very next second, a magical explosion burst out, shattering the glass. Everywhere, somewhere in the snowy forest, Sai laughed with delight. Haha, the castle has been completely destroyed. The flower greenhouse was left in ruins, and Sam laughed heartily. The two perpetrators of the destruction just stood silently outside watching. When he heard the news that the humans he had brought had destroyed half of the castle's garden, Sam was thrilled. It's a shame I can't see the leader's face right now. I'm glad I brought them here. He thought back to when he and Loki had fallen out. When the leader allied with other clans, he changed. Loki was now immersed in darkness. He had demanded that his title be changed from leader to king. And as soon as he started mining iron, he also called for warriors to enlist. His eyes were no longer clear. However, no one knew that the leader was planning to start a war again. For pride and honor, Sam had fought for those noble reasons, but he realized it was hard to understand his purpose. The present him stood from afar looking at the castle. I hope you choose your enemy wisely. Leader, a subordinate came to report. Captain Sam Islan. NAS. He returned to a combat state. Let's go. The scene shifted to another building in the castle. Emma was sitting opposite some giant. He let out a heavy breath. Sauron spoke, damaging. The castle's garden is a serious crime, but we are also at fault for not asking about your customs. Emma sincerely bowed her head. I'm sorry. Then, she said, I'm not sure how much you know about our clan, but we have a tradition of running freely in the forest to train. Sauron heard this and looked very sympathetic. I see, and he listened to Emma's words. Nevertheless, I still deeply regret causing damage to the castle's garden. Her attitude was very sincere, and therefore, I will compensate you. Please let me know what you want. Sauron stroked his chin thoughtfully. Compensation, huh? Then tell me about your race. He explained further. This is not simply an accident. There are too many things we still don't know. Therefore, we need more information. Emma agreed immediately. Of course, returning to her earlier fight with Mason, he was giving his all to fight her. Emma was pushed back by his attack, and thought to herself with difficulty, I can't see the timing of his strikes. I need to be faster and more precise. She knelt down to swing her sword, and the magical power of the two clashed, creating an explosion of thick smoke. Mason thought seriously, as expected of Dong Yinchang. She is by no means simple. There, he spotted an opening, knelt down, gathered magical power, and prepared to strike. Emma on the opposite side also saw the opportunity. Here it is, she leapt from her position and rushed forward, swinging her blade cleanly through the blazing flames of Mason. Mason! The boy aimed only at the shadow leaping high, and then you appeared. Behind her back, pointing a spear at her. Emma admitted, I accept my defeat. Mason withdrew his magic power and spear. What a wonderful training session. Then he asked, to confirm, you'll still keep your promise, right? Emma answered frankly, all right. So what do you want? Hearing that, Mason made his request. Gather information while pretending to cooperate with the giants, and Emma listened intently. Just a moment later, the guards found their way there. What's going on? The castle garden was startled by the sight before them. To people. Mason had fought so fiercely that he was covered in wounds. A giant quickly shouted to call a doctor. At that moment, the doctor was sitting pensively by the boy's bed. Seems Henry isn't too pleased. Your wounds aren't that serious. This trip was truly pointless. Mason heard this and thought, even though the giants might fall from these wounds, I guess this is nothing to him. Then he said to the man, please treat me. The man brought his hand close to the boy's wound and used healing magic. As the magic power flashed, the wounds gradually closed, and the bloodstains vanished. Mason sat up to examine his body. He didn't just stop the bleeding, he made my wounds recover naturally. Then he said, thank you. Henry stroked his beard and replied, you're welcome, Mason. Mason formally greeted him. It's an honor to meet you. Hearing those words, the doctor was very surprised. He adjusted his glasses and asked back with a dangerous look, do you know me? But the boy immediately denied it. No, I don't. So Henry understood it differently. Then I guess you've heard about me from Sigan. Mason continued to deny it. Not that either, but wouldn't it be great if we got to know each other right now? This left Henry baffled, and he judged, what a foolish young man. He turned away displeased. Let's go. However, Mason stopped him. My treatment isn't finished yet, he said with conviction. Are you going to leave a patient who hasn't been fully treated all alone, Henry? Tu turned back and replied, look at yourself, you don't have a single wound left. Mason extended his hand and explained, that's not an external wound. You haven't checked my pulse yet, so how can you decide that? This made Henry fall silent for a moment. Then he said, my mistake. He then reached out to take his pulse, looking dangerous as he examined him, then let go and said, even after checking again, I still find no problem. I need to leave now. The door slammed shut decisively. Mason was still thinking, I can clearly feel the magic power from him. That means he's a hunter. Has he not awakened his ability yet? He frowned in disbelief. Did he not notice anything after checking my pulse? Impossible. I'm sure he is Henrio, the one called Henrio. Yet at this level, Mason recalled what was written in Henrio's memoirs. One of the last surviving hunters in China, the man who treated many heroes, including the Demon King. He thought about the records from that time. The Demon King had created a mana stream in the land of the giants. From the very beginning, the book said he had to face a reverse mana flow. It was similar to the side effect of the Blood Dragon Stone, Mason recalled heavily, but the Demon King overcame it with the help of Henrio. In the notebook, it was written that he had enough talent to be called a god. He speculated, could it be that I came too early? Has he not developed enough due to lack of time? Suddenly, Emma appeared in the room. When Mason saw her, he felt quite relieved. I thought she would have to go through a lot of trouble because we destroyed the garden, but it seems nothing serious happened. Then he asked, how did it go? Emma curled the corner of her mouth, then said excitedly, after meeting me, they want me to become a warrior. Snow was still falling on the towering tower. Emma recounted that recently, the ice giants called Nas were building a city and looking for an opportunity to attack. Right now, they were short on manpower to protect that gas from them and other monsters. They needed our help. Mason heard this and pondered, there are fewer giants here than I thought. So the decrease in giant numbers is due to the Nas, but that still wouldn't make them a threat to humans. Emma continued, besides that, he also asked a lot about the outside world population, culture, characteristics, and military forces. After hearing this, he praised her. Well done. She didn't bother being modest. Thank you. Have you found the person you're looking for? Mason was troubled. No, that's why this is effective. It seems I need to search a bit more, he confided. The original plan was to find the person I'm looking for and then return. However, now we've been asked to become warriors. Is this the reason you want to stay here longer? She revealed her thoughts. The giants are entrapping everyone here. It's that if they leave a gas, they won't get far before collapsing. That must be why they can't leave. That's why. I want to find a way to help them. Tyler's words startled him. Mason reflected. After finding Henrio, I was planning to take a few others. When I escaped from a gas, he told her, you're a much better person than I am. Thank you. He thought to himself, sacrificing the few for the many sounds good, and felt lucky that he almost did what he hated most. The scene shifted to the city streets. After signing the agreement to take on the role of mercenaries, we were allowed to stay with the others. Some people saw them and wondered, is that the owner of that vault? Seems so. Why is he here? The residents quietly observed him. He looks too dangerous. Mason also noticed they were wary of outsiders. Emma remarked cautiously, looks like we're not very welcome. Suddenly, Sigyn ran over from a distance. Brother, the girl happily shared, thanks to the iron you gave me, my mother is feeling better now. He replied with relief, that's good too. Here. Then he noticed someone approaching. It was Dr. Henrio. How are you feeling? Mason extended his hand to greet him. Thanks to you, I'm better now. As he finished, their hands clasped. Henrio stroked his beard and advised, if you feel unwell, just come find me, and I'll examine you again. Then he left with the girl Sigyn. Mason's outstretched hand suddenly clenched tight, then it relaxed again. He frowned and thought, this time I deliberately reversed the flow of magic power, but he still didn't notice. Watching Henrio's retreating back, he found it very puzzling. With that much, he should have noticed something. That man named Henrio. Could I be misunderstanding something about him? Emma saw this and asked with concern, are you okay? Mason let out a long sigh. Seeing that, she comforted him, don't worry, you'll definitely find them. Emma's words made Mason smile faintly. He regained his spirits. For now, let's gather information. The two went to ask the city residents, so you want to know how many giants live here, right? He replied. Yes. The man hesitated. It's hard to say, maybe 1,000. I guess. The young man next to him immediately retorted. What are you talking about? It must be over 10,000. That made the man question himself. Really? Mason continued asking, then who exactly are those called Nas? The young man replied, this Aket used to have many giants, about 3 or 4 times more than now, but then they started fighting among themselves, and one of the leaders took a group and left. Those people are the Nas. Mason, upon hearing this, raised another question. What about the rest? The person beside him gave an answer. They died fighting each other from the beginning, I think. There was also disease. The young man agreed. That's right, they couldn't adapt to our land and died after contracting some diseases. Tyler's words made his expression darken. An infectious disease, this information was new. Then he continued asking, are there any other tribes here besides us? The man thought for a moment and replied, there used to be. Tyler's words made Mason's expression even more serious. Used to be. At this very moment, perhaps a figure appeared in his mind. The Demon King. The book definitely said that he had gone to China and arrived at the city of the giants. Since I've returned to the past, maybe I can find some clues about his existence. The two villagers continued their story, saying there used to be some people, but they had already left. We never met them ourselves. We heard it from the giants. They found some intruders like us, but they just left without anything happening at all. Their words gave Mason a decision. I guess I should ask the giants about this and continue exchanging information. I'll tell you about the situation outside. After that, Mason returned alone. This seems quite useful. As he walked, he pondered. There was someone who stopped the disease spreading among the giants, and that person was also frequently called to the castle. The one I'm looking for must be that person. His expression wasn't very good. Now I'll just ask for some information from the giants. So, back at the castle, Sam suddenly noticed someone behind him. He was extremely excited. Ha ha ha, isn't this the one who burned the castle's garden? He said sincerely, thank you for your help. Although we are not of the same race, we dwarves and the Vanya really hate the giants. We need to go out today. Mason was puzzled upon hearing this. Outside, Sam explained to him and joked, these days, the Aeneas have been attacking very frequently. I'm wondering if I can borrow the power of the one who burned the castle's garden. He smiled faintly in agreement. The giant army marched together on the snowy ground. Sam and Mason had left to block the attack of the Aeneas. Agat's troops clashed with another group riding wyverns, and finally encountered an entirely unexpected meeting with the leader of the Aeneas. Stream, leading the opposite side, was a giant with an expressionless face. He got off his mount and approached. Sam also stepped forward to greet him. The two stood facing each other at quite a close distance. The Aeneas leader, exclaimed Sam. He replied in kind, Smun. Mason watched from a distance with a serious expression. This seems dangerous. The Aeneas giants were led by Sim. He sensed a powerful magical force radiating around Smam. He was very strong. Mason observed carefully. He's stronger than Sam, maybe on par with the king of the giants I met at the castle. Can I learn their language? I don't understand what they're saying. Seeing the notification of the revelation sky assisting him with the Yotun language startled him. What a surprise. Sam and Sim stood facing each other. Sim was furious. Why have you decided to turn back? Sam was straightforward. I have no reason to obey the words of that traitor anymore. He angrily stepped forward. Do you really want to continue listening to that foolish king? Seeing your tribe degenerate like this is truly disappointing. You are the disgrace of a warrior. I am not a traitor. We simply do not belong to G anymore. Suddenly he shouted, enough. Power surged and surrounded Sam's body. He also released his power. Yes, that's how we solve problems. Suddenly, he looked in another direction, seeing him and Fenrir watching them. A special species. Is he a subordinate of a human? And that human? Sim grinned triumphantly. Interesting. See you later. Sam fiercely swung his sword. What did you say? He easily dodged to the side, and the sword struck the ground, creating a shockwave. Suddenly, he shot like an arrow toward him. Sam's eyes widened as he froze, facing Sim's descending fist. The shockwave from his punch spread across the ground, and he calmly smiled. See you later, Sam. He looked back in that direction. A special species and a special human. Someone rushed over. Captain, aren't we pursuing him? Sam opened his mouth and sighed, then turned around. Stream is following us now. If we attack now, we'll lose soldiers. It's frustrating, but our commander must avoid attacking Stream. In the wind and snow, the group riding wyverns entered the forest. Everyone's faces showed a hint of sadness, and their eyes drooped with some despair. He quietly watched them, looking as if they had been defeated. But Sam was right. Although the giants were hot-tempered and loved to fight, there was a clear difference in power here. The image of Sam and Sim standing facing each other appeared in his mind. The Aeneas commander and SA seemed to have a relationship, perhaps friends or family. Mason suddenly became distracted. Someone looking at that person, lost in thought. The giants must have seen him but had no reaction. What is he doing here? He was curious. Sam, who is that person? He calmly looked down. A mercenary, just like you. He's helping Agat. Sam looked over with interest. Hey, are you looking for herbs again, Mason? Mason was incredulous. Herbs? Juan Henry looked up and replied, that's right. Sam kindly offered. The Aeneas are nearby. It's dangerous. Why don't you come with us? He wasn't panicked. Anyway, I was planning to head back now anyway. Who is that person next to you? He cheerfully introduced. This is Mason, a new mercenary of Ugat. And this is Watt, a mercenary and Dr. Mason suddenly smirked. Found him. In the distance was an ancient, sturdy castle braving the endless wind and snow. Emma happily stepped out. You're back. He was curious. You seem happy? She explained. Today I achieved something. I went hunting and was ambushed by Aeneas, but they fled when they saw me. Mason wasn't very cheerful. I, on the other hand, didn't fight at all, but I met the enemy commander, and he seemed very strong. She quickly grew worried. You must be tired. Oh, by the way, there was a person among the Aeneas who attacked me. He was startled. A human, Emma seriously explained. Yes, he looked like a Chinese person and blocked my sword easily. He used a spear just like you, but had a strange face. Mason became anxious. A Chinese hunter strong enough to block Emma's sword. I didn't expect such a person to exist in this world. Then he spoke. I also found the person I was looking for. She clapped her hands in delight. That's great. But is there a problem? You don't seem very happy. Gradually, he calmed down. I'm worried that something bad might happen again. I plan to go talk to him. Do you want to come along? Emma wasn't interested. Going with you wouldn't solve anything. Mason held out a necklace. Then can you do me a favor? He explained clearly. This is Merlin's necklace. It helps you understand different languages. I think you'll know how to use it. The snow-covered roof and hanging lanterns stood quietly, with a long line of people queuing up in front of the house. Henry hurriedly called Than. What? Please help. Henry was sweating profusely. Just a little longer. Mason stood by, paying attention. Everything will be fine. In China, they say the talented doctor is named Wat. Now I understand. Why? Suddenly, he walked behind him. But why are there so many patients? He struggled to turn his head. Huh. Mason brought out a basin of blood bags. Smiling warmly, I'm busy, so I thought this might help. Henry was stunned. So many, thank you. A long row of patients lay on hospital beds. With the medicine Mason brought, Henry was able to treat the patients. And then he talked with the curved roof house today caught a bit of gentle sunlight, and finally, he didn't stand on ceremony. If you don't mind, could you let me take your pulse? Mason was confused. Why? W said seriously, earlier. I was thinking, there was a strange feeling when I shook your hand. Mason found him. Henry took his wrist and pondered for a moment. W instructed, it might hurt a little, let me check a few more things. Mason was calm. Okay. His eyes suddenly lit up, channeling energy from himself into his hand. He suddenly remembered when Emma and he transmitted magical power. Although he allowed it, having someone else's mana in the body was also a burden. That was the magical injury that Chong had left behind. He was amazed. He was checking his condition just by taking his pulse, and it didn't hurt at all. It felt like his own mana. So then, could it be? Suddenly, he pushed Henry's hand away. He was startled and didn't understand. What's wrong, Mason? He said seriously, I understand. You also practice internal energy. Henry was confused. At the same time, he blurted out, you practice mana flow. Both of them froze at these two new terms, under the cold roof tiles in the open air. Mason sat opposite Watt. Where did you learn mana flow? He wondered. Mana flow, we call it internal energy. He mused briefly. Our mana flow, not internal energy. Are there others who know it too? Henry calmly explained. Yes, the people in Aeneas. He recalled their previous conversation. The people that Gio and Emma had met had a secret. Mason looked thoughtful. Now he had to deal with the Blackstone sphere first. He probed, did you notice anything unusual in my pulse? Henry was very attentive. The blood vessels are not clear, and your energy is abnormal. I've only taken a quick look, so it might not be accurate. But do you have any health problems? He admitted, you are the one who treated the Demon King. I can trust you. Mason said sincerely, I had some trouble during my energy training. Recalling the time he violently erupted with energy, the demonic energy of the monster that was released flooded into his body. The shiny black stone appeared as he told the story. The demonic energy inside his body combined with other energies and formed stone spheres, and those stone spheres emitted a powerful energy, causing more pain. Mason tried his best to explain, I don't know what those stone spheres are, and the energy can't change anything either. W spoke slowly. Then, he said solemnly, may I take your pulse? One more time, this time it's real, and it might be dangerous. He seemed relaxed. It's fine. Mason lay straight on the bed, waiting. Henry wiped the sweat from his forehead. It felt like his internal organs were being torn apart, but he endured it very well. He looked up. Is that so? He was cautious. Mason, you're Blackstone. Sphere is very special. Normally, they consume people's lives like an infectious disease, but your Blackstone sphere is completely different. It actually stimulates internal energy. Mason sat up. What do you mean? W chose his words carefully. It doesn't cause too much damage. The reason you feel pain is because it forces your internal energy to work. He grew more worried. However, it's still very dangerous. When you become stronger, the Blackstone sphere also becomes stronger. He was surprised. Stronger. Henry's expression darkened. Yes, if one day it becomes stronger than you will be overloaded. When he remembered fighting the giant, he continued, leading to Che deviation, but strangely, Mason, you defeated it. Mason was puzzled. Were all those who suffered Che deviation abandoned by Aeneas on the ice? Porcelain, W. Henry hesitated, then nodded. Thinking of the image, he had seen the people who had Che deviation, their internal energy entering the other side of Aeneas. There was a lot of new information that he hadn't clarified yet, but he could say he had gathered quite a bit. A black sphere appeared as he murmured, "The Blackstone sphere is still safe and is stimulating my energy." Mason pondered. When one becomes stronger, they must surely face danger. This is a good thing. Picking up his coat, he wondered, could the Demon King have studied mana flow from internal energy? W. Henry felt that thanks to internal energy, he could improve his mana flow. He put on his coat. What, can we talk for a bit? W. Henry was not reluctant. I also have something to ask you. The door was firmly closed. Mason was puzzled. Even though you don't fight, why are there patients? He said calmly. Because energy is limitless. W. raised his teacup. Hunters with sponsors would be very happy to come to a place like this, but ordinary people can't withstand a large amount of energy and fall ill. The image of the desolate, cold city outside appeared with his words. Is that why there are so many patients? The gates began to appear all over the world, making this a land where ordinary people couldn't live. He put down the teacup again. Before China became a spatial gate, I was studying medicine in Europe. I returned and heard this news, hoping to help in some way. The image of huge monsters stomping loudly appeared as he recounted that the outside world called this the domain of hell, the kingdom of monsters. W. widened his eyes in surprise. Then why did you come to a place like this? Is a rescue team coming soon? Mason said indifferently. There has never been a rescue team, then announced. A rescue team will never come. His face darkened. I see, he said more clearly, because they are already here. W. Henry was startled. Ha! Suddenly, he smiled faintly. W. Henry's face darkened especially. Don't joke, just the two of you, he cut in. Besides Phenia, there are two others who made the giant tremble. One of them is not human. You could call it a skeleton. And not be wrong. He raised his head. Has your team changed anything? Can we take everyone with us? Mason was decisive. No. W. Henry was confused. He was interrupted again. I can't do this alone. He was even more surprised. Then you're confident enough to make a request. Give me information about the people who follow Fen Aeneas. I need their help. W. Henry was angry. Nonsense. You don't know anything about them. Mason took a sip of tea. Then tell me, there are too few hunters who can survive here. That means most hunters follow Fenas, but why? He suddenly became flustered. I don't know. I only went out to find herbs, and when I returned, the hunters had already left. Again, he thought seriously. Ordering the hunters I can't think of any other answer. Watt's eyes were like those of people who wanted to save others but couldn't do anything. Seeing the calm eyes of one who, he spoke up to explain. I want to help. To get everyone out of here, we need the help of those hunters, and we also need to become stronger. Suddenly, he leaned in slightly. I have a favor to ask. I want to learn internal energy. Gun Henry was stunned for a moment. He showed determination. If I can gain abundant power, if I can learn internal energy, I can get closer to the Demon King's power. The snowy wind blew fiercely through the cold castle. The three of them, Mason, were doing something together in the snow. A barrier was erected. All done, W said proudly. I've set up a protective barrier around this place to ensure the internal energy doesn't leak out. Just practice. Training here means no one can recognize you. Mason had some doubts. I really need something like this to practice, he confirmed. Of course, inner energy requires you to absorb the energy around you. During that process, the change in energy will be huge. The giants might notice. W looked at him worriedly. From the start, gathering energy has been difficult. We need a barrier to block the natural flow of energy. What's wrong? Mason calmly said. No, I've always felt and absorbed energy from nature, he asked. Don't tell me you know how to gather energy around you without proper training. Who is your master? What inner energy technique did you learn? Impossible. He was confused. What is it that sounds so advanced? W hesitated. It seems you have inner energy potential equivalent to a mage. I had a feeling you were exceptional, but even more than I imagined. Suddenly he smiled. Then, that's good. Mason wondered. What's good about it? Wo confidently clenched his fist. Although your technique is exceptional, after hearing what you said, I think I understand why. I think we can solve the problem of the corrupted inner energy. The distant, white snow-capped mountains flickered. Outside the tent, the three of them discussed in unison. Toby questioned. There's no skilled hunter. Gavin was troubled. That's right. He grew anxious. Hun, did they finally send reinforcements? And you hesitated. I don't think so. If there were reinforcements, there's no way Aeneas wouldn't notice. It might be a small team of about 10 people. Toby parted his lips. What the hell is going on? He felt annoyed inside. I let that happen, but now I don't understand why things turned out this way. Toby questioned how long it takes for a hunter to become stronger. 1. You smiled. Progress was going well. After re-establishing his spirit, the capital was also decent. He doubted. What about the other two? Both said in unison, we're the same. Toby got angry. The two needed to be stronger. Suddenly, he raised his sword for a common goal. He was determined for a common goal. Jiang Bai also gave his all for a common goal. The weapons of the three clashed powerfully. The snow-covered branches trembled slightly. W was doing his utmost to transfer energy to Mason. He focused with closed eyes, not expecting the young mana flow to be so warm. When creating the young mana flow, it felt like creating a storm tearing through the body. He exerted full force. Focus on my speed. We're almost there. It might hurt a bit. The jade green stone emitted a flash of light. He struggled, pursing his lips to endure. He was drenched in sweat, trying not to make a sound. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his pupils slowly contracted. I didn't expect it to feel so amazing. The black stone emitted dark energy. The toxic energy source was much stronger than I thought, not only absorbing the mana inside the body but also absorbing his body from the inside out. Mason's veins bulged all over. His eyes serious. I can't stop. Wo gritted his teeth. Since it started, I have to take responsibility to finish it. The barrier around them shone brightly. Fenrir watched warily. A source of power shot out from the barrier. Essay. She looked up in shock. What? I can sense a dense energy source at the ice region of Du Mason. He grew restless. No, even the two of them couldn't be this strong. The only one who could release such a massive amount of energy is Stream. Remembering the moment, Stream asserted his authority. In front of him, Sam gritted his teeth in anger, quickly turned around and shouted loudly, all warriors of Ugat, prepare for battle. Everyone looked at Sakshi in disbelief. The young man hesitated. Captain, the king, no, the tribal chief, won't agree. His lips moved. How much longer do we have to stay like this? Sam grew more resolute. How much longer do we have to hide and worrying about the enemy attacking under the chief's orders? Where has the pride and honor of the giants gone? He pounded his chest. I will take responsibility for everything. Today we will reclaim the honor of the giants of the snow region. Everyone bowed their heads slightly, obeying orders. On the high wall, someone quickly blew a warning whistle. The soldiers all put on serious faces and marched on the other side of the mountain. Sai looked into the distance. What is that? Is it Sam? He pondered. No, Sam couldn't do that either. Don't tell me it's Loki's fierce face appearing in his mind. Is it the commander of Gat? Freem kept thrusting. Attacks. He was being held back by other things. What's going on? Very likely this is a trap. Suddenly he laughed viciously. But what better opportunity than this? Must take advantage. Freem raised his hand to give orders. Gather. All troops, today we will take over Ugat. The green energy source was still, shining straight into the sky. It connected from the barrier up high in the snowy sky. Snow fell heavily. Fenrir suddenly sensed something unusual. Outside, the two armies were facing each other. Sam's soldiers stood firm in formation. Stream's side was equally impressive in spirit. Sam inquired, "So this was your doing?" "Stream, what is this?" At the same time, Stream also spoke, "So it's all your doing. Is the king inside?" Sam was surprised. The king, Stream, heard this, and suddenly realized the problem. Stunned, Fenrir stood outside the mysterious barrier, emitting formidable energy. The fierce young creature looked at the crowd and growled a warning. "Yeah, Emma deduced Fenrir was protecting it, meaning Mason was inside. Freem slowly approached. "I don't know what you're talking about." He began to channel energy in his hand. "I can't trust you anymore, and I won't try to reconcile with you." He thought to himself, "It's a pity the king isn't here," but outwardly he provoked. "Today I will see this through." Sam also declared firmly, "If you are like this, then I have no other choice." He growled out an order. "Oh, giants!" Freem shouted loudly. "Aeneas people!" The two commands rang out simultaneously. "Attack!" Immediately the giants charged forward with their axes. The Aeneas people on the other side quickly joined the battle. Sam and Stream clashed in combat. Inside the barrier, Mason was closing his eyes, channeling energy. Finally he opened his eyes, looked straight ahead, then turned back as if searching for something. He looked at the person behind him and was startled. "Ha!" He rejoiced. "You're awake." At this moment, his face was no longer that of a young man but like an 80-year-old. "This isn't over yet. This technique, this rage, and this energy flow." Before finishing the sentence, he collapsed from exhaustion. Mason panicked and rushed over. He immediately reached out to feel his neck to check for signs of life, then breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he's still alive. He etched into his memory that Wada had sacrificed his youth to save him. His hand conjured an apple decisively. "I won't let you die like this." Mason stated the reason the Demon King had saved Wada's life with a divine elixir he had. "Because I don't have a divine elixir, the only way to save Wad is to use this Eden apple, also known as Aska apple. I asked Odin for it in case needed." He recalled past words. He said, "I must absorb all the energy in this technique. I will do that." He placed the apple on his chest. "So, you must also eat this apple." Mason stood up and whispered, "Mana flow." He spread his arms to receive the energy currents around his body. They all rushed together to one point. Outside, the two sides were engaged in a tense battle. Axes swung, and the opponent spewed blood like a waterfall. Emma wielded her sword like lightning, taking down several enemies. She chopped off heads in an instant. Emma silently assessed him as big but not strong enough to worry about. Then she noticed and glanced to the right, just in time to block an attack. Her body followed the momentum. "Budji lu rasao, se jiao kozoi tran kang trung vai vong, sao ko. Ki levi vi bante chiknon, ko chin la jang bi, hin achingfen, chung ta le. Gian pi nauri, si uvn archili chai, amagithium, hin chichin mdn hun. Bun kun ls, si het alen yiter jup, jang du, na vien hang giam now hang se. Lien ang thi ting yi, lpptic dirk leben cien Emma. Non ss cow alen. Si na, Gavin kung fi biek tiang. Hanang ingak, kviat, siki sang dien dio. Gu, ki fi huvvi gine, engan bun kun ls kikle, na fin ki ti ten. Hatu na kung hun bundan ko the lam ggc, jangdu, engay sao ko bei viet sai. Che pan min yen lan, in Emma nuen qg, ggc ri, vi thanang yung tim. Bao quan si tuyen chin hu sai, hin hun ha. Ha ha, la via that, ta thich. DK, Freem Dung CCC Nang Shik Rulan Chuan Ba Kemjung, and Empty Sam. SCC Na Jiao Gen Chin Trok Dian, Ting Via Kisia Hai Gi Via Sham Now. Het CCC Choi Tai, Chung Lo Lan Nun Tia Le, Hen Ken Giji, Ngui Ji Am Dien. Lan Ri, Sam An Hung Hench Captive, Hang Ngui Vien Y Na Si Na, Sai, SS Via. Shum Ti Lane Tien Kang Ne Zo Rai A Si Liat Hun. Tia Le Ben Lai Now, To Then Vien. NCLN, Kap gi sam zut hien nung vgt thong chi chit, anikokan thi. Hakek, sao tran chin lane chak ta ji mdn hun, heng kung cash ccc mdn. Jia chung ta vien qua arki rang, hung la chin bin kun ls mdn, samturk. Nan kao ji di mach vien, hang ti sao mt chin bin hang kien na anguile. Fin bua chin hen louis cam chen. An dung ccc chi ti theater chak lam jake ka. Nian vsi vinat, bgc sao mdn hun bgc ter chak, en het lan bin si tam ken. Ti sao anguile fin bua bun ta. Stream kang quan tam ma kem mdn fin. Kang. Kang via shim kang kip vang lion hei. Kang, hen bcc bua, ta kang. Lichu hung sien chen hong vai na vua them nia. Stream dung ccc gia bay bkt. Mdn trong long. Ko the angui kang bit, tang hen ji hai hoi tdc nung ji. Thuk via chung ta. Ingthi the, sam hung hun trong gai lot, hang lpptic. Lai lei tin thine tien kang thung mt stream. Heng kang the tin trong lscls. La mchen via non mtc gm and gay mt, lpptic v2 ruraki te, gi tang. Lei sam mtc gm vang doi, jiing an rachak met, hen tict noi rass. That kang kip, kg gippen tavacha ingui, and vin chin lahen, trong. Lscn jiengi jungi dy the sung sb. Kaiji, freem turd jing, tun con. Ko Loki ji gitten vin, ting kona set han vau tai sam lam anikangthi. Ni, Chien cnt man bo havien hang tip tic hot nang liung, dong nang liung. Mdn hen ti man bo ha ench tung. Ichio ne kines mam kung feature ytmgi. Gi team thi huncha chin heu, chaman bo hien ra zoi choi loa, dgi. Lnp skung md ko bong dang mt gi hung sung sung. Ko kang fi ai kik, chin. La mason. Ant nong gi hang nchem dgi jate ma theme the w Henry. Gi jiang mt. Henry ji ko them sin luk jija and yue hun lsc ben hu. Siu theme gi tun trang. Cacu kai gci thian, chung ls na kang fat hai tac dong na ls rafi. Ko, quita la mt bao via the contet hun sita on dgc, and ko viev nacha via g. Jiju siu kai sen sot. Ta kang cm non ggc bkt kss jatong mono now. Siu non long ben te ma giang. Chung ls la du ta, ko viev na ta ghiptha. Hai quasie quitao ki ta diu the mon ilc nai. Siu enchiam chat te. Coco ls. La ls du kind dong chi mon turknen mdn the ne. And empty du mason turknen. Hai ku chin. Tagi rang inge lsc ne ta them kai ko the han bc hank. Bang cucm non ggcss giko. Ke la ang gun nang liung gv. Hang chak. Kang. Hang teram hang ingen. Cu engen ing kang the teen tm ral the gigi cap. Chien jizo ratha. Alasi neamaji kapjung cncu, cccd tingquan. Tem. Cu vienbin. That me qua. Bang h thung hien ra. Ss sppgc athian yang. Beiti ss kin mayat gvvi engui. Cu ngc nyan kin mayat sao, nung theng. Baoyan tip thang lan, kang the ting ggc mt then to vng, dong chi. Mana ji thang cnp, hi ha, then taiva kang maki ji thang cnp, Damien g. Thang cnp. Fong nc fenria ggc mudem mtcnpg, bun lin gi anais. These cu the ha hao, kai ji. Cha la mt con gi thai sao, ke la si hai si. Chung ta, tien kang, nor yule la vau gm nao lian hei. Cu na jing triu. Hei, hunmu, naing gay lpptic hien ra. Ta sen thuk thi min yen lan cn gai, na zak. Non lay. Hai jiao mgi the cho ta. Ko cnn ta gitlin kun ls ko kang, cu. Louis vf qg kikich, Damien, engui ko vf g thay g mt chit, bay gig mgi. Kiri ucsu kia w hani antone, na ko vf kang hai long, ta kung g turknen. Mdn hun, Damien bun ma, ta sen thuk thi min yen lon cn gai. Cu bdhugy. T quoc chin, ggc re, Henry sn bin thai. A bay gig cu lai ka bay lan kao. TCCG that King Kang, Shanon Thi Tan FN Bay Thung Teacher Ji Chin Ca. Sava stream, Dang MTCGM MDNM Vau Tun stream Di Chan like the Hun. Kang H Nach, Sao Ko Siu Thou Dien Thou Hai Nilion Tip Tung GM. Non CNG. The CAM Chen Navi, Sam Chabit LMBM Thong Zot, XM, Anakang Ki BXT. Angterchak CCC MDN CACU, Mason, Gine la Ia Henji Turknen MDN Hun, GNP Boisseau VVA Lane H Utah GNP, Trong Bia Turgi Re AG Tuit, MT Cam Gi Hang. And now Kuch Liat, Mason Ta Ra Nang Leung Ralon, Fenri Si Lem Theo Y, Engui, Cu Nok Tic Kik Nhu Raham Rang SCC Ben, Kui Kung Turk Lay Than, Vanup Gun Hung Sao Ling Cu. Re non hai mt fak gichin yang si non tuet, run. Zhang non sang ben sien, vitha chung ta noi chien cha, chin la nom, bog gi tobi kun kang ing tia mana. Antater jing cct li, ingui la. Ai, con ingui ji ruk mao si mason quan sat mchen kang the zem thong bun. H. Tgc bun h hu la an hung the hai kafia sao koke nang in gang teen tm vvi. Trong emma, cu giem jing le cap. Ko kung la e chio tamuan hai kuk. Engui, kuk engui la I, tobi hai ko chichu bith, ta la jobi, mason. Turgingam and chen le, jobi, ta cha ting eng kai tun ko bao gig. Umti gi. Koke nang ne the ne hang ls fi ggc gi non trong hsni, cu sit chat, thong, ta cha hai mt chio thai, con mt eng pi trong sat ki, ti sao engui, le fin bois loi gi. Cha vien h kang fi the sun sao. Hang tobi lay cnn. Chat rang fin back. Ta kang fin bois h, and dung luk mt jave lal non. Hen. Kung song kim hit that too. Ko la kon huang my h fi sai. Tdc hu vien. Jigya. Mason didi kok kem and hemti fat kung jing noi ning en vien. Tobi si the diab dang bahan ti lui bgc that cha. Siu gim di ha tu, jigya. Ji ma hang ji fin bois loi gicha. Tobi tot mb hive wa vien noerki, ta ji. Ha vvi stream rang niu vuasia ti guard bahan b, chung ta sen juptai that. Trunquick. Mason kung thong lal thung via fia en, engui kung ko the ha. Ichio ko vvi vuasia ge, biek teachit when you hung sao mason ma that tong. Hi. Nim cung ggctic kik bt lan cow. Kun lsi ko la mt yun tergi hen ti hen. Ta dangjung, ki cu non si hai kem mt huing le bahun ta thapjung vala. Via ki. Mason gin rang gin li kochu, thara gavin ji trantha, chua jiao via fia cu btggc engui ri, engeki mu nun spp ten lay jian. Mason, na ji ba cu bt li diab dang. Renon lcht lan jiki gi mt. Vong tran kang, chini p mt fat kine hen engi, see the trude mt huing dai. Tran si nain tuit. Tobi nu chat mt terv li kao hider chak cacu, e chio kola. Kang the vvi vuasia again. Lagi kim lo sang theo sstic gin cian. Hin. Jigit vien sb gi trong bong teacha vien mt ken ben trian neum, hup tac. Vvik nahan hong ton vien gya. Mason mu to mt guide mchen ki fan tich. Chian ne kol yon quan han vien viak macha kuk the sun bit sao chian zo ra. -11 Henry vang mt. Vitho e chio ko gigi thich ggc ti sao sb gi san. The leftover of Utgard was so low, and the reason the hunters betrayed them. A glint flashed in his eyes. Flames erupted, but the electric sparks blazed more fiercely than ever. You said it was for the reconstruction of China, but you abandoned them. Toby opened his mouth wide to retort. I never abandoned them. Tran Wen Yu and Jang Bai are all gathered. Right behind me, Mason made a decision. There's still too much information we don't know. First, we need to overwhelm them, then hear their explanation later. You dare challenge me, over there, beyond the sky with heavy snowfall, stream stood there calmly. Your father, on Van, realized the chieftain was plotting something. Sam asked in surprise, repeating, a plot. He calmly opened his mouth. Loki wants to turn this land into Jotunheim. He tensed up as he realized something. What kind of plot is that? Freem spoke seriously and firmly. To purify this world and turn it into a land of giants. He wants to massacre all non-giant species, and on Vandy died trying to stop him. Sam clenched his teeth. Why? Why are you only telling me this now? This truth made him explode, focusing his chosen power. Frey raised both hands in a defensive stance. In front of his chest with that skill, he just punched straight ahead without any hesitation. The shock was so intense that even the wind and snow had to scatter. He was trembling with tears. Why didn't you say anything all this time? But he only calmly replied, I can't afford to lose to you either. You are a loyal warrior of the giant clan. Could you betray the leader even after he killed your father? Then he threw his hand, sending him flying far away. See, even knowing the truth, the will to betray is still not in you. Freem raised his chosen power fist high and emphasized, still, that punch with enormous energy came crashing down, causing Sam to spit out fresh blood in pain and collapse. So he could catch him, Sai gently reminded, sleep until everything is over. Suddenly, a voice rang out, wait. Sai turned his head to look. Behind, the zombie group was battered on the cold snow. Mason Ong, with a confident expression, smiled at him. Stream darkened his face and smirked. Interesting. Stream stood observing Mason in the snow, a special human, looking at that confident face. That guy was now no less dangerous than Sam. Stream's face grew serious. As dangerous as Loki, he suddenly cried out. Humph, the source of chosen power's world. Around his body, Stream's face was full of fighting spirit. I kept this to face the king, but I need to endure at least this much. Mason suddenly raised his hand. He raised both arms. I surrender. This startled him. Shocked, Emma on the other side also turned her head in panic. The other giants also looked on in astonishment. Toby was startled to see the blooded figure being brought over. Mason smiled warmly. Now, drink this. He wondered why, but the boy looked away. I have no more reason to fight. Looking at Sam lying unconscious, the commander of Utgard had fainted. Then he looked over at Jang and Wen Yu, who clenched their fists, and I now know why you humans chose to side with the Aeneas people. Mason smiled and declared, this ordinary mercenary will not take part in this battle, directly causing Stream, who was erupting with power, to calm down. He withdrew his power. Fine, go ahead and speak freely. I accept your surrender. As soon as the words ended, the Aeneas army raised their hands and cheered. The Utgard side was far less spirited. Freem turned his head and ordered, don't kill him. The blood of the ice giants is enough for this civil war. Masoni turned his gaze again. I will follow your ideals. Show me. Zobi was too stunned to speak. Jang and Wen Yu introduced themselves in turn. I am Wen Yu. I am Jang. Suddenly, Stream solemnly declared, we will march on Utgard. We will kill King Loki. The Aeneas army responded in unison with loud cheers. Suddenly, the system announcement rang out. The fall of heaven was watching everyone. With annoyance, the fall of heaven was smirking. Mason pondered the announcement. I'm not sure why, but the fall of heaven seems quite annoyed. Is it because he heard the name Loki? The king of Utgard asked. Mason, I'm curious why you suddenly withdrew, he calmly replied. Because we are mercenaries, and flashed a sunny smile. If you pay a fair price, I'll gladly help. He laughed with interest. Sounds good. Mason's group watched his straight, departing back. Worriedly started a conversation. Hey, Mason, will you really be okay? His face showed only joy. Is there a problem? She still spoke with concern. But he put on his coat and cut her off. Didn't I say this from the very beginning, from the start? We had the same goal. Damien and Carrie W. Listening to him continue, we have achieved the goal we set when we came to China. Mason explained. And hunters like Wen Yu and Jang will help the rest at guard. Isn't this the best outcome? Emma smiled in agreement. I agree. The guard fortress was billowing with smoke and fire. The advance on the Aeneas people went smoothly because most had failed in the battle with the first giant warriors. The people inside knelt before the enemy. The warriors could easily infiltrate thanks to the Aeneas people. A worried voice rang out. W. Hosi, are you okay? Mason breathed a sigh of relief when he fully opened his eyes. You're awake. He panicked and turned his head to look beside him. Facing him was thick smoke and fire. What are the Aeneas warriors talking about? W. Henry clenched his teeth. He shouted angrily at Mason. Were you a traitor from the start? I didn't even know. He asked back in confusion. What are you talking about? I told you. His gentle face reminded him. Tyler, it's late. The rescue team has arrived. Woku was stunned. What? Then he noticed the group of three, Yu and Jang Bai, approaching. Mason gave his instructions. Toby, gather the people of guard. If there's a chance, I don't mind letting you leave the fortress. He turned his head back. Washington, please go help them. If the W I trust, you'll be able to gather everyone. Without much trouble, he calmed down and thought, I can feel that he wants to save people, and said, I don't know what's going on, but I understand. Mason smiled contentedly. Then I'll go do my mercenary job. Tranhun Henry raised a question. Before you go, can I say one thing? How do you feel? He immediately flexed his arms, radiating power, his whole body bursting into flames with a wonderfully refreshing expression. The system announced, a mission has been created. Eliminate the imposter time limit, 15 minutes. The cold landscape was covered in pure white snow. A spark of fire erupted at the castle, adding a touch of red. People wrapped in cloaks evacuated, following the rescue team's instructions. W looked toward the fire, thinking, Mason, be careful. The king is very strong. Over here, a group radiating a crimson aura faced off against the Dark King on his throne. Loki growled angrily, how dare a filthy traitor set foot in the castle? Freem glared at him. Utgard. Loki, it's your turn now. He showed no sign of fear. I should have killed you when I had the chance. Mason quietly assessed. He remained calm even facing hundreds of giants. The aura emanating from the king was truly powerful. Does he have a trump card? Why is he so calm? Fram smirked. Do you regret not killing me the way you killed on Van? Loki's mouth also involuntarily curled into a smile. He deliberately provoked the wound. I know the reason for your rebellion is on Van. Immediately, Stream went furious, grinding his teeth. You bastard. Then he braced himself, balancing his level to prepare. He gave him a beating, but the guy calmly praised him. Impressive. Then his hand suddenly flicked his thumb up to cast a spell. The massive coffin nearby began to shake violently. Then its lid burst open. A fiery red hand reached out. The muscular monster shattered its hiding place and leapt out. Another one jumped in through the window. They landed one after another with a heavy thud on the ground. And so an army of giant monsters assembled before their king. Mason frowned as he looked at those red creatures. Are those the heartless giants I saw here the first time? Loki bared his teeth and laughed savagely. Freem saw this and couldn't help but grit her teeth and ask, You bastard, what have you done? Is it possible you used your analysis? I heard that most of the giants died from an infectious disease. Isn't that true? They are too strong. They have no conscience. And unlike before, when they went mad with bloodlust, now they are obeying the king's orders. Looking at those inhuman creatures panting heavily, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Finally, the pieces slowly fell into place. The king sacrificed his own people to create a private army. Loki laughed out loud as if confirming his guess. I need an army that only listens to my orders, and they have become that army. How glorious. Suddenly, someone shot up, creating small sparks. Fim clenched his fist and charged through the monsters toward him. Seeing this, he quickly raised his level. Pressure immediately radiated around him. Then he fired a dark purple blast of power forward. It hit Stream, who was in mid-charge. The energy wave was so strong it didn't stop there, but continued blasting through the roof. After withdrawing his hand, Loki called out with style, My loyal warriors. His eyes were wild. Tear that traitor's body apart. The subordinates all roared in unison in response. Then one by one, they followed the order and charged forward. The two NAS people were still stunned. Just one blow. Stream, what should we do? Done. But contrary to what they thought, a hand suddenly reached up. Following was Stream, though slightly scratched. Still brimming with spirit and strength, he shouted orders loudly. UNAS, take down the leader. He has lost his self-respect. Charge. They heard their big brother's words and immediately rushed forward. Stream returned and charged forward. Emma at this moment hadn't processed the turn of events. Oh Mason, what the hell is going on? You explain? The king needs a private army and it seems he has modified the giants for that purpose. Hearing every word, she was somewhat shaken. You mean he killed his own people and experimented on them? He glanced and repeated, he is a mad king, seeing his people only as tools. He is a monster. And the battle continued. NAS had just successfully slashed 2 cuts on the monster's body, but it was unharmed, its eyes even bulging more wildly. Suddenly it lowered its head and bit the shoulder of the NAS guy, making him scream in pain. Get out of here, you bastard. But the monster just ripped off the flesh amid his agony. The remaining ones also crazily jumped toward other targets. He observed the situation before him. The modified giants had no consciousness, so they charged in like madmen. With this situation, the NAS people won't win. The only way is to think. He stopped there, but something flickered in his eyes. Loki stood leisurely looking down from above. Do you know what you're getting yourselves into? I will wipe out everything, the system suddenly announced. The spear of Muspell has been fully charged with magic power. He firmly grasped the weapon and made the decision to defeat the king. Right after, he pushed off the ground and leapt up. He jumped over the battle between the Aeneas and the monsters below. His hand brought the spear back, winding up for a powerful swing, then immediately brought it down on Loki. While he didn't even pay attention to him, Mason's powerful attack was easily blocked by Loki, who then smirked contemptuously. His whole body emitted dark energy as he said, HMTH, I've been watching for a while. Raising his fist, already in stance. You, the one with the strongest mana here. He punched powerfully forward and shouted, die. Dark energy radiated around. That move was so strong and fast that Mason was cornered to the wall. A hint of worrying appeared in his eyes. I can't dodge this. Suddenly Mason glanced as if seeing something. Someone else's technique, similar to his, was charging straight in violently. The two techniques collided, creating a chaotic scene. Loki froze for a moment and thought to himself, he neutralized my extreme cheap shot. He looked again and asked, who are you? Sam appeared in the hazy smoke, sweating profusely and breathing heavily as if exhausted. Sam paused for a moment. Mason saw him and shouted, S.A., his whole body trembling violently, I'm leaving though. Giants to you? Then he dropped his knees heavily and collapsed to the ground. Sim saw this and angrily shouted, Sam. Loki darkened his face sinisterly and mocked. The weak bastard begs for help from a human. Fine, once this battle is over, I'll turn you into a warrior first, Mason. Masong angrily called out to Fenrir. It immediately pounced on Loki, startling him. Fenrir moved through the space surrounding him so fast that he was invisible. Loki seemed provoked. You're weaker than before. Now, his technique exploded like a bomb, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Fenrir was also blasted far away. The green system announced, you only have 5 minutes to complete your mission. A red message updated. Player Kaihan is requesting you eliminate this shameful individual. Emma saw this and worriedly asked, what a brutal bastard. What do we do? He immediately replied, hold him off for 1 minute. The girl hesitated. Hold him off for 1 minute. The guy who defeated Fenrir in one hit. At the same time, SM charged straight at Loki with his fury. Loki. The two fought fiercely. Mason saw this and didn't want to stay idle. Stream alone won't be enough. I need you. Dong Emma. Not sure if Emma heard, but in her mind she only remembered needing her. She seemed to gain strength. Fine. I'll try for 1 hour. A loud jump sounded. Mason gripped the spear tightly. The system warned. The spear of Muspell is reaching its magic absorption limit. His whole body blazed with spirit, his eyes full of determination, as he thought, this still isn't enough. I need more. Loki had already beaten Stream away. The system warned again about exceeding the limit. Suddenly a technique sliced through the steel armor. Loki quickly turned and blocked the technique charging straight at him, then deflected it back toward Emma, who was charging in. A huge explosion appeared, making the scene chaotic. The system announced the spear of Muspell had leveled up due to the extreme heat. Masoni held the spear, now radiating extremely powerful magic. No, it's still not enough. His eyes blazed with determination. A little more, I need to end this with one move. The system turned gray. The spear of Muspell had reached the limit of fire it could contain. The spear of Muspell began to crack, its surface full of fractures. Now is the time. Mason with fierce resolve gripped the spear and charged up. He used all his strength to hurl it toward Loki. The spear flew fast, like an arrow, piercing straight through a building, then shooting up to reveal the hazy blue sky. Through the smoke, suddenly the system announced, mission complete. Loki at this moment seemed frozen in place, motionless. A red system appeared. Player Kaihan has been satisfied. Full. Loki's body was full of holes, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The system praised the excellent performance. Faint rays of sunlight peeked through. Toby and W along with everyone below looked up and talked among themselves. Impossible, that's sunlight. From China appearing in the ice river, the system announced again that you had achieved the feat of the sun lifter. The sky was strangely blue, the sunlight kept shining down brightly. The system continuously announced that your compatibility with fire had increased significantly. You were rewarded for completing the mission, constantly updating. Your stats increased. You were being healed. The city became peaceful. Under that unbelievable sunlight, Loki died. A miserable death. The king and the arena burned to ashes. Loki's body blazed fiercely, leaving only unrecognizable bones that vanished without a trace. Finally came the purge. The giants enlarged by the king were killed by the NAS people, but calling it putting them to rest is more accurate than killing them. The 4 leaders gathered at the site of the ruined castle. Tyler's people were Sam, Stream, Zobi, and finally Mason. The battle was not over yet. Freem stepped forward, looked at Zobi and said, "Jobi, I will keep my promise." Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction. Sim glanced back slightly, and SA said, "Kill me." Then Smam knelt before him and confessed his own sins. No matter the reason, the hands of a traitor like me have been stained with the blood of many of my own kind. My revenge is complete. But he looked up and said in a deep voice, "I hope you can forgive the NAS people who followed me." Sam's face was stern, but he said nothing. He conjured an axe and held it in his hand. Sam's whole body radiated magical power as he said, "All right." The sunlight still flickered. The snow fell thicker and thicker, blanketing the mountain. Sam and Mason stood on the castle, quietly watching. The boy wondered, "Don't you look down on me?" Sam glanced at him, then turned and smiled. "In praise, of course not. In fact, I feel more grateful to you. Thanks to you, I was able to make the right decision. You're like one of our warriors." Mason's doubts were resolved, and he felt happy and at ease. Snow still fell heavily around the palace. Gavin carried a large log under the admiring gaze of everyone. When you was shouting and directing, Mason and Jobi stood above looking down. He spoke up. The reconstruction was progressing very smoothly. He replied with satisfaction that it was all thanks to him. Mason turned and asked, "What else do you need my help with?" Zobi's gaze became serious. "We've done what we could, but normally, people can't stay long on an uninhabitable land with such scarcity, and so he made a request. We're thinking of leaving the city walls. Can you help me with that?" Mason readily replied, "Of course I can, but I don't think that's a good choice because many things are about to change." Toby was confused. "What do you mean?" He gently reminded, "I don't think we need to leave the city walls. In fact, I think it's a bad idea. I think everyone should try to settle here, because the whole world will become a gateway." Toby sighed with some concern. "Oh, I see. But the rations and the cold." Mason held out a kohlrabi. "This is a monster called pure mora. It can be used as a food source. It's not very tasty, but it can grow in any environment." Mason gestured to a pile of pure mora lying around. "You can feed them with monster bones. Then you won't have to worry about starving." Toby was surprised and confused. "How do you know all that?" He smiled lightly. "I think I can also solve the cold problem." Toby was overjoyed and flustered. "Thank you. We will definitely repay you next time." Tents were set up firmly, snow covered everywhere. Stream stepped out from somewhere, smirking sinisterly. "Interesting human, there you are. Is the new chieftain of the giant army doing well?" The small Mason next to Stream replied, "If you're curious, you should meet him in person." He was a bit worried whether he would be happy that an enemy was looking for him. He smiled faintly and asked, "Maybe you are an enemy, but aren't you also not an enemy?" "What's wrong?" Stream thought of the moment he spoke with Sam and explained, "One who has taken the blood of their own kind cannot become a chieftain. That's why I refused Sa's offer to become chieftain, and decided to leave the NAS people. For the aggressive and warlike frost giants, they can only develop when they have an enemy," he continued, "because monsters are just prey. To us, the only thing that can become our enemy," Freem glared at Mason, "is you humans." He was startled. Mason spoke up, "That's why you're considering us. Because neither side benefits from us becoming enemies." Freem replied, "Indeed, This is how we show respect to the human race that helped us, he answered and said, I see, actually. The reason I'm here is to learn from you. He chuckled softly. If this is what Loki wants, I will grant it to you. After all, you are the one who saved our giant race. Mason was confused. Loki, who is that? Stream explained. In the ancient language of the giant race, it means the one who killed Loki. The system announced the apocalypse sky, pouting. He thought to himself, there's always a reaction like that when the name Loki is mentioned. Then spoke up, I want to learn the extreme release technique. Sim pondered, stroking his chin. I can grant it to you, but I'm not sure if it's feasible. He recalled the time he used extreme release and analyzed. Extreme release is a technique that brings the latent potential and mana power dormant in the body to its limit, but it requires a huge amount of mana. If you don't have the physique of a giant, possessing a large amount of mana corresponding to the body size of our kind, no one can learn that technique. The mana energy blazed fiercely red, so I was a bit stunned seeing this. Sam was also startled and confused, turning to think, what is this terrifying amount of mana, is it? Mason, Emma also sensed it and smiled, thinking, he really makes me wonder if he's human or not. Mason now radiated an aura so strong it enveloped the entire space. His eyes lit up as he asserted, I can confidently say I have more mana than him. Freem smirked. Excellent. Mason stood alone on the cliff, looking back at the magnificent castle under the snowy sky. His face was a bit tense. Loki killer. Remembering the giants and the name Loki, he smiled sinisterly. He continued, that foolish king used his own kind as test subjects to build an army. That vile scum turned the giants with extreme release into emotionless killing machines using the internal energy of Chinese hunters. Mason's eyes were full of doubt. But how could he make the giants obey orders and completely control them? Based on what Sam said, the king was a powerful warrior, but he wasn't the type to do that. He glanced back. If so, that means there's someone helping him. Mason recalled when he went to ask the people and pondered. Tylers who infiltrated the giant's fortress, everyone said. They left without doing anything. I thought if any outsider appeared at this time, it would be the Demon King, but if it's not him, then you look up at the sky and think of that mysterious dark figure emitting eerie black smoke. You wonder if it might be that guy in the black robe. That guy made Mason confused. Who the hell is he? What is he planning? The entire mountain area was covered in white, snow fluttering in the sky. A voice broke the silent space. Hey, Mason, you noticed and glanced over. Emma approached with a cheerful mood. She invited. There's a festival. Let's go together. You pondered, seeming not too eager. A festival, but before Mason could refuse for long, she grabbed his wrist and pulled him along. He was still in a daze, unable to react. She urged, hurry up, everyone's waiting. Over here, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. Everyone gathered together chatting cheerfully, looking at this peaceful, yet vibrant scene. Someone sighed. That's right, this is what living is. It's pretty tough, but that's life. The young man chewed on meat. As he spoke, be grateful we're still alive. Emma looked around and praised, what a beautiful scenery. A festival right in a place assimilated by the gate. Mason agreed. Yeah, it makes me feel full of hope. TSK, you thought of a pretty good idea. Should we make a finale for the festival? She heard that and looked confused. You slowly walked over. Mason stood on a high platform, looking very prominent, attracting everyone's attention. They buzzed with chatter. That person is Loki, the one who defeated the king of the giants. Loki. I don't even know what that name means, but it seems the giants call him that. They responded enthusiastically. Loki will show us something. Loki. A scorching energy twisted in the air. The flow of mana was reinforced. It grew and wrapped around Mason's body, an abundant amount of mana. With him as the center, the energy burst out. His eyes flashed with red light. Jang and Joby were startled by this sight. Emma smiled silently, waiting. The warm sunlight gradually broke through the clouds, shining on the houses. Film didn't spare praise. Lord Loki, you're truly amazing. The others gaped in disbelief. No, impossible. A sun has appeared. The sky was clear without a single cloud. Gentle sunlight covered everything. Mason calmly raised his hand to control the mana. The system announced that mana was being formed into a core, performing very well. Under the influence of the dragon vein stone, a small dragon heart was being formed. After a while, the festival's excitement died down. The castle returned to its original state. Two figures stood on the city wall, talking. Toby spoke first. "You're leaving now." Mason confirmed. "That's right." He smiled slightly, recounting what he had done earlier. "I injected heat into the metal structures outside the settlement. From here, you could see the metal block in the distance steaming with heat. I used the method of mana injection. I learned it by observing Park Jun, and with Merlin's necklace, I used protective magic to prevent the heat from escaping. As long as the structure remains intact, the heat will stay there." Joby's expression turned serious. "Do you have to go?" "I really want to repay this debt." Mason promised. "We'll meet again." He jumped down and landed softly. Below, 4 people were waiting. Emma said teasingly, "The one who lifted the sun, here you are." He felt embarrassed. "Are you kidding?" She recalled the scene just now. "No, it's true, you really lifted the sun when we were out there." Mason awkwardly scratched his head, not expecting his image in others' eyes to be like that. Emma changed the subject. "But are we really leaving?" He knew what she was worried about and reassured her. "Don't worry about them. I've made sure the heat will stay here." He silently admired her personality. What a kind person. He turned to call the kid Venria. A blue mana light flashed, and the kid transformed into a giant valve, its glossy fur shining brightly. Mason glanced back and said goodbye. "I'm off, I hope. Next time I see you, there'll be progress." Toby began to look forward to their next meeting. "I hope we'll meet again." The desolate mountain scenery, wind and snow covered everything, nature hidden behind the mist. Time slowly passed, nightfall, bringing with it a biting cold. Mason's group temporarily stopped to rest after the tiring journey. Only him and Emma sat facing each other by the fire to keep warm. The others had already fallen asleep. She shared her feelings. This trip was chaotic but not too bad. In contrast, he sighed wearily. "If traveling around is this exhausting, I don't want to experience it again." She sighed and then shifted her attention. "It's been a while since I heard you joke. You really enjoyed it too, right, Goo?" She raised both fists in enthusiastic response. "Goo." Mason's expression turned serious. "Dong Emma, how's the training going?" He thought to himself. "As I mentioned before, internal energy is very hard to learn." Emma reported her progress. "I've understood a bit now, understood internal energy and the flow of mana." He urged impatiently, "You need to hurry up." His expression was grave as he reminded, "There's not much time left." Mason silently felt the glowing spot in his chest. The dragon heart near his own heart was also charging. Even as we speak, it keeps increasing mana and growing. Not just me, but everyone is getting stronger. This means some big changes are about to happen. He felt confused and worried about the current developments and the future situation. Even the monsters are getting stronger. The whole world is changing. The mana saturation of China is just the beginning. When In Chang looked up toward one side, she suddenly gasped and called out to Mason. He was jolted out of his thoughts by her voice. "Ha!" She pointed ahead and stammered. "There." Both of them stood up at the same time. His pupils contracted in shock. The tallest mountain in the distance was glowing in the dead of night and billowing smoke, looking very prominent. They stood there watching. Emma narrated. "Mount Baekdu is burning. The village was blazing fiercely. Thick black smoke blocked the view. The rising temperature dispelled the cold. Outside, countless monsters lined up approaching this place. The orc army ignored the heat of the fire and charged in viciously. Piercing screams signaled the battle. Eek! All the villagers panicked and fled. "Ah, ah, ah," Cool shouted. "Directions." "This way, everyone." The two stood waiting and protecting the villagers to escape safely. An orc wielding a sword fiercely chased after them. She stabbed through its body while blocking and driving it away. "Get lost." The person beside her also coordinated to cut another orc in half. Die. Blood splattered. They stepped back into a defensive stance. Boa worried. Have all the people been evacuated? She guessed. Uncertainly, I think so. He felt a slight relief. All right. Now if we can just get down the mountain. Before he could finish, a huge foot stomped down hard, shaking the ground, the sound echoing. They were startled and looked toward it. The figure of a muscular giant appeared, his body covered in bulging veins, a fierce look in his eyes, mana flowing around him. The two gripped their weapons defensively. She cursed in fear. Damn it. What is that giant doing here? Boa also trembled slightly. I sense an immense amount. His mana is terrifying. His face turned pale, bracing himself for sacrifice, perhaps. We have to risk our lives for this. Suddenly, a powerful source of mana shot forward. The giant sensed the danger and turned to defend himself. Fenrir dove straight down from the sky, aiming at him at the speed of light. He didn't even have time to react before his head was severed. She was stunned witnessing this scene. That Volf, could it be? Mason and Emma's group stepped forward to ask if he was okay. He was still in shock. Thank you, Boney breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and wondered, where are Sun Quan and Ungol? I can't sense their presence. Kun's expression was grave, his tone hesitant. Master has gone down to Thien tried to seal Felix. Mason's pupils contracted. As he inwardly thought something was wrong, he quickly turned and instructed, Dong in. Emma, take care of things here with Mr. Henry. She immediately agreed, just leave it to me. Then he moved at full speed, the scenery rushing past quickly. At an empty lot, Felix and Ungol were standing opposite each other. Both of their mana swirled around their bodies, the atmosphere between them extremely tense. His eyes were blazing red and fierce, bearing sharp fangs and snarling viciously. The girl gripped her sword tightly, standing still without advancing, her expression sorrowful as she called out, Felix, it seems you have lost your reason. Swinging his claws trying to grab her, she promptly created a shield to defend. He didn't give up because of that. On the contrary, he became even more frenzied than before. Ungol tried to awaken him. Felix, stop. Tears welled up in her eyes, her heart conflicted. I can't keep doing this anymore. A blinding light flashed, and her figure disappeared. Ungol gathered her resolve and charged forward. She raised her sword high and slashed down at Felix's head. He directly gathered mana to counter. She looked at this familiar face and hesitated. In that moment, distracted, she was sent flying by him. Her body slammed into the ground and slid a long distance, dust flying everywhere. Mana sparks flickered on and off, debris scattering. Ungol crashed into a large rock behind her and stopped. She struggled to stand up, then coughed up blood in pain. It seemed she had suffered severe injuries. She straightened her back, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Felix, you were like a father to me, raising an orphan like me, so how could I possibly kill you? He now could no longer recognize his own kin, only the instincts of a wild beast remained. This year, the girl John looked on with her hands waiting for the outcome. Instead, kill me. Two streams of tears flowed down her cheeks, her voice trembling but extremely resolute. Kill me. Felix, let it end here, I'm tired. As she finished speaking, Felix raised his claws high, intending to grant her wish. The surrounding mana also fluctuated. His massive foot stomped hard, the ground shaking. Ungol closed her eyes tightly, full of sorrow. After a moment, finding herself still intact, she curiously opened her eyes. Mason, appearing from somewhere, stood in front of her, blocking the attack. He remained calm in this situation, asking with concern, Kid, are you okay? Ungol was stunned by the scene. Felix didn't give them time to chat and continued thrusting his claws forward. Masoni quickly picked her up and escaped the area affected by his explosion. Flames filled the sky with immense power, and he landed gently and safely. He observed Angel's tattered and pitiful appearance. So, what happened? She recounted that there was a man in black. She briefly explained the situation, how she contacted Felix. And then this happened. Mason's pupils contracted, an image of a person with a dark aura appearing in his mind. The man in black, could it be? Masoni Mason hurriedly asked about his whereabouts. What happened to that guy? Yumel speculated that it had been a few days since he disappeared. I think Felix's change was because of him. He fell into thought. A man in black. Yeah, for now. Put that aside. He had a more important issue to deal with right now. First, let's capture Felix. The girl clenched her fists and reminded him. It's impossible. He paused upon hearing that. Neil felt utterly helpless. We've tried everything. We tried sealing him and even used the energy of PMA to permanently remove his demonic energy. Felix's energy is too immense, so it's impossible, Mason wondered. Then we have to kill him, although unwilling, she still affirmed. Yes, a staff gradually appeared in his hand. From its initial form, it took shape as a long spear. He activated his mana and instructed, "Rest, Ungle, perhaps I have a way." With that, he leapt powerfully, leaving only a spark on the ground. Mason attacked Sun continuously, with lightning speed from all directions. He decisively slashed a sharp line. The sound of tearing wind echoed in the air. The two sides clashed, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The area in front of Sun was completely destroyed. Debris flew everywhere, thick smoke and dust obscuring the view. Witnessing this scene, Neil was astonished. Impossible. Has he grown that strong in just such a short time? He has changed so much. It's as if several years have passed, but in reality, it's only been a few days. The battle was still raging fiercely. Mason continued charging forward like an arrow, leaving the bow, his mana swirling around the entire spear, blood splattering. Felix's eyes lost focus, and he saw that the sharp tip of the spear had already pierced his stomach. He couldn't even move a single step. "Oh, with tears streaming," shouted loudly Felix. Mason calmly reassured, "Don't worry, I don't intend to kill him." A powerful surge of mana gathered on the spear shaft, the dragon's heart, made of dragon bloodstone, and I am at the peak of my power. Thanks to it, both Sun's power and the influence of the Whitehead Mountain, etc., I can sense through the dragon bloodstone. His hand gripped it tightly. Strands of blood-red threads gradually transmitted into him, and from those magical energies, I intend to absorb the evil part that made Felix go mad into my own body. However, things don't always go according to plan. Mason gritted his teeth, his expression serious. This is bad. Muspell Spear is gradually turning into a demonic spear, and it's also absorbing Felix's life force. His pupils contracted as he silently resolved to focus. I can do this. I need to restore his life force and energy. The system suddenly announced that purification had been activated. He rejoiced. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Felix's eyes lit up under the influence of Mason's skill. After a moment, it gradually returned to its original state. His consciousness returned. He was stunned, as if still not fully awake from the daze. This he jolted in surprise. I did it. Masoni saw that the situation was safe and withdrew the spear. Felix, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. A flash of light, the ground cracked from the impact. Ungle hurriedly ran to Felix. She raised both hands. Mana gradually gathered, and she reminded him anxiously, "I will heal you right away, so just stay still." Golden light enveloped Sun's entire body. His eyes closed, still, showing no change. Ungle cried out in despair, begging, "Please open your eyes, Felix." Finally, she gave up, withdrew her mana, and lowered her head. She fell into a state of self-blame and regret. "Felix, I'm sorry." At that moment, sound rang out. Ungle, drawn by the noise, turned to investigate. Not far away, and Fenry appeared. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, feeling incredibly fortunate. "Glad I made it in time." Time passed, and Felix had recovered a bit of strength. He still lay there observing Mason opposite him. He asked with concern, "Han, how are your senses? Your condition is usually normal, right?" At first, he hesitated a bit, then confirmed it. "Right. You quietly assessed that although you had taken away the bad part of Felix, he was dying." Masoni Mason took the chance to ask, "Felix, the man in black who made you like this, who is he and why did you meet him?" There were countless questions that needed answers. "I don't quite understand. How could a mythical being like you meet a suspicious guy like him? Above all, why did you take that power?" He recalled. "I will slowly tell you, then. Focus on another matter. Is Ungle okay?" Mason G answered honestly. "She's fine. She's just exhausted from worrying about you." a few minutes ago. Gun Henry explained your condition to her. I treated the external spear wounds. For some, but the rest isn't very stable. The internal spear wounds in your body are too severe, even with more treatment. Hearing this, the girl was startled, her pupils contracted, tears welled up, as if her world had collapsed. Back to the present, Felix spoke his final heartfelt words. I understand. Now, you probably already know, but I will die soon. Do you still keep your promise to take care of Uncle for me? Mason G nodded seriously, he reassured. And instructed, all right, I will entrust Uncle to your care. His eyes flashed with light, recalling the man in black. Although he was very suspicious, he had a very familiar power. A past image emerged, Felix corrected. He didn't come to see me, instead I went to see him. He was at Chi Yu. Wondered. Shi-J, the mysterious man whose face couldn't be seen clearly, he just stood there staring at John. Felix approached from behind, slowly, getting closer to him. Mason rubbed his chin, waiting for the next words. So, Felix was silent for a long time before answering. I can't remember. You were startled, not expecting this result. What? He gently closed his eyes to recall. I'm sure I met him at John J., but I still can't remember clearly. You pondered. He couldn't remember the important part. Then we don't know how Sun changed. Who was that guy or where did he come from? A while later, at the devastated village. In ruins, it was the trace of a fierce battle. Emma stood on the bridge, observing, below are the people who escaped. That's enough, right? I'll give you two choices. Her attitude was calm. Pick whichever you like. She began to speak. It would be very difficult, but it was a choice to help everyone stay here. Everyone listened seriously to her. The second is to come to South America with us. We need the government's permission, but everyone will be provided with full housing. Emma reminded about the time. The moving plan is 3 days, so please decide beforehand. Over there, as Mason was sitting alone, Neil came over to call him Uncle. Her face showed anxiety. I'm so worried about Mr. Sun Gun. He always trusted you. Can you and I go visit him together? He immediately agreed. All right. They moved. This place was an underground passage. The sound echoed in the empty space. Mr. Felix. He lay motionless, his whole body lifeless. Neil sat beside him and asked, Felix, what's wrong with you? She tried to wake him. Wake up, sir. She tried to channel mana into his body, but it gradually faded and Sun still had no reaction. Mr. Felix. Angel's eyes welled up with tears as she touched his fur and poured out her heart. You were once an important member of my family, once a friend. She couldn't hold back the sorrow of losing her beloved relative, and her father too. Felix's body glowed. She whispered, thank you for everything. I will never forget you. Masoni stood silently nearby, giving them their final private space. His figure gradually faded away. Knelt, bowing her head in respect. Thank you, Mr. Felix. He completely turned into a stream of mana, flowing out through the passage. All the villagers knelt down in unison to see Sun off on his final journey. The mana gradually merged with the sky and earth. A while later, everyone stood in place, looking toward the ruined village. Someone worried, leaving this mess behind and going, is that okay? She smiled reassuringly. We'll come back. Emma stood before the reindeer lined up neatly. She shouted instructions. You, go with the children first. She raised her hand to direct. Once you leave the mountain it will be very cold. Dress warmly and then climb onto the reindeer. Suddenly she noticed something. Mason. Mason was holding Ungle, gently landing. He carefully set her down in her arms. She still held a white tiger cub. Her mood seemed much better. Emma was stunned. Observing a tiger cub, the girl happily raised him up. Mr. Felix. He calmly explained. Oh, it's like a Gondu phenomenon. He now looks very small and harmless. A protector named Big May placed the dead Felix into Angel's family. However, he was reborn with almost all his memories and stripped of his powers. Mason looked forward. We'll return to America soon. Emma responded. Just thinking about it is already interesting. She was a bit curious. What do you plan to do when we get there? He fell into thought. There's a lot to do. A sword appeared in his hand, radiating a dazzling golden light with an extraordinary aura. Emma curiously assessed it. What kind of weapon is this? A magical artifact? That incredible amount of mana. Mason raised it, silently praising. Uncle did well, and answered her. It's a gift. It felt like a heavy stone dropped onto her head, making her flinch. She gritted her teeth and spat out the word gift. Her face darkened, her mood turned sour. I see. What do you plan to do when you set foot there? Emma said in a tone dripping with jealousy. Giving a gift to your secret woman. Right, he was confused. After regaining his composure, Mason awkwardly scratched his cheek, avoiding her gaze. Yeah, I'll give it to her. Emma was angry. He felt perplexed as she silently turned and walked away. What's with that reaction? The group marched through the cold snowy weather. They stopped at the destination, and she was astonished. This is the wall. Footsteps echoed. Mason stepped forward toward it. He recalled the past. I said I would open this wall once a month, right? It's been over a month, I think. Then he placed his hand on the surface. The mana spread around. Because waiting would be a waste of time, I've improved. Much more than expected. His gaze changed. I can open it without help. As he used his power, he warned in a low voice to step back. With that, Mason focused all his strength. The wall trembled. Two sources of energy intertwined. The entire wall lit up. He gritted his teeth, feeling the strain. Not enough with the mana stream. If I use the dragon heart, it will drain Sun's energy. The dragon heart seemed to show signs of cracking. Mana became chaotic. At the northern front, this place was covered by freezing snowstorms, like a blurry haze. Unable to see the scenery clearly, a figure was faintly visible on guard duty. S.J. seriously assessed. It's been rare lately. The young man beside him was confused. Rare what? He explained. Who are those monsters again? After that person came to the front, this has been rare. The guy suddenly realized. You mean that underdog guy? Probably a coincidence. Why isn't Jean saying anything else? Frowning in thought, the cold and ruthless image of Mason appeared in his mind. He smiled, pretending to be relaxed. Who knows? Maybe he escaped from those monsters in North America. Hearing this, the guy denied it without hesitation. No way. No matter who it is. That's impossible. So many heroes have been around for a long time. He was stunned. Suddenly a Jean was startled and shouted loudly. Hey, look over there, the guy wondered. What is it? They both widened their eyes in shock. The boundary line was changing. A red mana stream was burning the wall. It spread more and more. The wall gradually transformed. Lost before the eyes of the two. Inside the garrison area, the buildings were solidly constructed with modern architecture. Steam rose from the fragrant coffee cup. A voice exclaimed, "Warm coffee." Emma picked it up and praised it. Oh my, is coffee always this good, Mason? Mason agreed with this. Right. Suddenly, someone approached. Jean looked curious. The group accompanying you is in the audience hall. May I know who they are? He calmly introduced them. They are the remaining North American residents. Very trustworthy. He was startled. North America, so that means. It seemed he knew what he was thinking, so he confirmed. Yeah, they are all hunters. Sin was shocked in surprise. All of them are hunters, at the same time. In the audience hall, all the people gathered inside, directing their attention to Ungle and Kun standing on the stage. The girl began to speak. Everyone, please be patient. From now on it will be very comfortable. They happily replied. Yes, Mason. Mason observed from the side. That girl, her curse must be nullified. The power of the curse gave her abilities but trapped her in the form of a child, no more. She naturally stood before them and gave a presentation. He walked over and asked you, "Are you free?" The girl was drawn by the voice, turned her attention, then her cheeks flushed red with shyness. Mason pulled her hand, politely excusing himself. "I'm borrowing your master for a bit." They responded enthusiastically. "Do whatever you want, no need to come back." Only. Kun watched worriedly, feeling uneasy. The two went to a secluded spot. Seeing no one would disturb them, he asked about her appearance. Uncle explained. Lei Yuan has disappeared. Mason rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then grabbed her wrist. Wait, he gently warned. It would hurt a little. The girl was startled, confused. Ha! His pupils lit up as he focused, sensing he had to use mana flow to check her body's condition. The surrounding air vibrated. The mana source connected the two. Neil warily pushed Mason's hand away and questioned, "What are you doing?" He seriously commented, "You've gotten weaker." The girl was astonished. What? Then she decided to confirm it herself to test. Mana was activated, surrounding her body. A moment later, Neil looked at her hand in shock, stunned. "I really have gotten weaker." "Why?" Mason analyzed. "I see you are only strong when near the village because you control the energy there. That's why you had the appearance of a child up there." Her face darkened, feeling sad. Seeing this, he smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm a hunter. Let me help." Ungol was moved. By these words, she hesitated, dropping her hostile attitude. So what exactly is it you wanted to say?" He spoke up. Mason announced to prepare them. Mentally, people from the government and the association will soon come to you. They will ask a lot about you and the people in John too. The image of Kun dealing with the monsters appeared in his mind. Their abilities were much stronger than expected. If all of them joined the association at once, and with the ferocity of your father cutting the enemy in two, his voice steady, then everyone would be very excited. But the problem was Ungol knew what Mason was worried about. Are they trustworthy? He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, there's a possibility of being deported from South America, or maybe having to sign an unfair contract with the government and the association. Or, he thought of the man with the dark aura, Asuka, the association president Asuka Jang. Huan might come, he would covet the power everyone holds. Mason proposed while caring about their feelings. "I will provide everyone with useful things. Of course, the right to refuse or accept will depend on the people of the village," and questioned, "What is it?" Outside, warm sunlight shone on the buildings. A car drove up, stopping beside the building. A muscular man in a suit and sunglasses, looking very formal, stepped out. Victor suddenly noticed something. He spread his arms in greeting. "Long time no see, Hunter Mason Guion, welcome back from China." He politely replied, "It's been a while since the training session, right?" He chuckled in praise. "You know your impression is hard to forget. A hunter who completed a dangerous mission and returned, even bringing survivors from North America. And on top of that, a hunter." Mason speculated on their plan. The association was taking the initiative, but predicting Victor's expression turned serious. "But there is one problem. Can we trust them more?" "Not, so the association president has a proposal." He heightened his vigilance. Asuka was approaching. Victor turned his head to look. He recounted Asuka's opinion. "We have been informed that all the survivors in North America are hunters. That's why the association president wants to sign a contract with them." Mason questioned. "A mana contract?" He hesitated. Yes. A mana contract is a contract that allows them to use people as slaves by enforcing the punishment stipulated in the contract." He remembered its contents, then smiled slightly, with a polite attitude. "Sorry, but they already signed a contract with me first." Jiangsu was startled in surprise. "Yes," Mason calmly explained, "I always keep them with me to minimize risks as much as possible. That's also why I signed a mana contract with them. You know, each person can only make a contract once." Hearing this, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then made a decision. "I will report this to the president. Please wait a moment." He felt intrigued, wondering how Odin would react. "I'll find out soon enough." Inside the audience hall, the people of John Jay were gathered in one place. They had changed into sportswear. She felt these clothes were really comfortable, someone agreed, and easy to move into. Trays of food with various dishes were placed on the table, looking very appealing. Everyone, while eating, was moved to tears, chatting with each other. "Back in the village, we only ate potatoes. Is this heaven?" Emma also had to praise. "The food here is really delicious." Mason agreed. He thought to himself, back when we lived together, we never got to eat anything good. Her mood was very relaxed now. "Relaxing like this is nice, but every time I move, I feel restless." He chuckled softly. She really wanted to go hunting. He assessed Emma's ability. She was truly a good hunter. After eating, Mason picked up the tray and stood up. It will be very busy from now on. Like when we prepared for the hang competition, she immediately became flustered. Forget it. A moment later, he stood on a rock not far from the building, observing the situation. He predicted the future. This place, no, the whole world would soon be destroyed. It was unavoidable, so he turned away, deciding in his heart that he should enjoy it. Suddenly, he froze, his face pale, cold sweat trickling down his cheek, sensing unprecedented danger. In front of him was Ungle, who had been standing there for who knows how long. She calmly spoke. Chiyu Mason was dazed. Huh, she explained it was her name. His expression turned serious, unable to suppress his doubt. Choi Yeon-soo, is that so? How did you hide it? He was still startled. I couldn't sense her until she got close. Even though I can sense most mana and mana flow, a sense of danger rose in his heart. If she were an enemy, I could die. Yumel introduced, that's my skill. Mason was confused. A skill, anyway. Why did you come looking for me? She stated her purpose. I'm still curious about what your next plan is. We don't know what you want us to do under the mana contract. Many people are worried about that. Mason calmly replied. We will go to Denver. First, he thought of the calculating expression on Aaron's face as he planned. Odin. By now, you probably know that the people of Chi Village have signed a mana contract with me. As long as I remain allied with Asuka, the people there will also be allied with Asuka, so they won't be able to stop me. This still isn't the problem you want, Ungle demands. No, I want to know what happened after that. Mason doesn't hide anything. I want the people of Chi Village to fulfill their duty. You hear that word and flinch in alert. Duty, you know she's concerned about that. So you quickly reassure her. Don't worry, I'm not forcing anyone to do anything, but power must come with responsibility. I just want them to fulfill their responsibility. Ungle breathes a sigh of relief, temporarily placing her trust in you. All right. After having all her questions answered, she leaves, and suddenly the system displays a notification. Dragonheart has stabilized. Mason exhales a puff of smoke. The newly absorbed power has stabilized. He clenches his fist, curious, wondering just how strong he is now. He remembers Demas's powerful form and terrifying surge of strength. Not sure, but he thinks he could defeat Hercules when he's enraged. Mason smiles, feeling full of confidence, certain he has grown stronger. At this moment, Seijin runs over and calls out, Sir, he announced, someone from the association is here to see you. What you've been waiting for has arrived. Returning to the auditorium, one person's head is shiny, light reflecting off it. Mason. Mason greets the acquaintance. How are you? Sue replies in a friendly tone. Better than you. You haven't hit his sore spot yet. Why, Ethan, the bald man? He's stunned. Damn. Mason rubs the back of his neck and jokes. I've always wanted to say that. I work hard. And diligence makes it work. Just let it go. He's angry but still lets you off for now. Fine. Just this once. You've seen enough of Han Hyen, so let's move on to the main issue. Why are you so late? What did the association say? Ethan takes a deep breath, then exhales heavily with a look of annoyance. It's troublesome. Most of the Asuka members have already returned to America. This news shocks Mason. Huh, he slowly recounts the situation to him. What I heard afterward was even more shocking. The special gate is a sign of a violent upheaval. Images of various ferocious monsters appear. The special gate produces monsters even stronger than those from the Binjiao. Therefore, the consequences are even more severe when it's activated. This type of gate has appeared not only in America but all over the world. The aircraft flies across the clear blue sky, so many hunters around the world have returned to their countries after the raid, not knowing what the special gates mean, but even Odin feels it's a serious problem and agrees to gather the heroes. Ethan reminds him that there's a meeting scheduled in a few days. Of course, we'll also discuss you. He looks down at us, hoping you'll come back. The people of Chi are gathering. His voice is admiring, but unexpectedly it comes with a golden mine. Mason also looks on. The hunters of Chi Village, they're called a precious gold mine. The number of hunters he possesses is very powerful. Ethan's expression turns serious as he emphasizes, but the problem is that the one who possesses it is you. Ethan's expression is grave. The mana contract has one purpose, to force loyalty and obedience to the master. You've brought back hunters from a remote area, and now they will become your subordinates. He clenches his fist in warning. That will attract many enemies. All other forces will see you as a rival or an enemy. After all, the mana contract and a guild are two completely different things. Mason listens silently as he speaks, then calmly smiles. It's fine, I'm still a member of Aska. Right, Ethan helplessly exhales and confirms. Yeah, that's right, anyway. The two of them happily embrace. He pats your back in welcome, congratulating you on returning safely. The sky is clear, clouds drift lazily, and warm sunlight shines down. Outside the building, buses are parked, side by side, with a few people keeping watch. Inside, Mason and Ethan stand. On the stage, he announces loudly that this will be the last trip. The people of Chi Village express their feelings. So sad, I could do hundreds of trips like this, just eating and sleeping and detoxing. Yeah, but I'm also feeling a bit tired. He kindly reminds them, everyone will be busy soon, so if they have time, they should rest. Suddenly, Ethan notices a direction. They enthusiastically show their trust. I believe in you. He points down and asks, Mason, who is that woman? The person he's referring to is Ungle. The hunters call her a saint or something. You're not coming because of her, are you? He chuckles casually and confirms. Yeah, but I think it's not wrong. Ethan hears this and freezes like a statue. Mason sees his misunderstanding and quickly corrects himself. Hey, just kidding. Emma suddenly interjects to confirm. Really kidding? Mason isn't going there because of O'Neill. Her words catch their attention. She frowns, looking annoyed. There's no shortage of women here. If Undu is the woman he's hiding, as she speaks, she stops, thinking of something, her mood turning bad. Does that mean he has women abroad too? How many rivals do I have? He suddenly feels a chill down his neck. Ethan is flustered. It seems like he heard her thoughts. The peaceful natural scenery, the green of the sky, earth, and trees blending together. A breeze blows, making the windmills spin. The buses line up, speeding along the road, gradually entering the central city area with modern architecture. The further they go, the more people appear, the lively atmosphere of daily life. All the people of Chi are bewildered by the unfamiliar scene. Gentle sunlight shines down on luxurious skyscrapers, crowded streets, the breath of life filling everywhere, all kinds of vehicles moving, honking horns noisy. Everyone is stunned, having never seen these things before. Everything is beyond their understanding. Mason stands beside them, thinking, everyone's speechless. He's worried. Turns to instruct Unilo to take care of everyone, but is startled, because her reaction is even more extreme. Her eyes sparkle, her mouth wide open in amazement. He's helpless, somewhat understanding their situation. Even you're like this, living in the mountains all the time. This must be your first time in this modern civilization. Mason has to entrust the responsibility to someone else. Dong in. Emma, please guide the people of Chi. Just follow the people from the association. She immediately agrees. Okay. He remembers the one he needs to worrying about most. Venri. You must listen to Tron. Emma. Got it. The boy looks up and then grits his teeth in irritation, grunting. Mason gently pats the boy's head to reassure him. You can feel it too, right? On the rooftop of the building, a dangerous aura emanates. In the spacious room with a view, Jin stands with his hands behind his back, silently watching them. He looks up, meeting his eyes. Seeing this, he smiles with interest, his face sinister. Mason doesn't know what Hogjin's intentions are. Raising his guard, he kneels on one knee before the boy. Fenria, there's something you must understand from now on. He seriously instructs him on how to use his fangs. When necessary, the boy listens attentively to every word from Mason. You also need to always hide it. Fenry doesn't hesitate at all, responding with full trust. All right, Mason. This modern city is completely different from the small village where the people of Chi Village used to live. Aaron has been waiting for a long time. When you appear, he acts friendly, welcoming you, he exclaims. You really bring a lot of interesting things. Mason is a bit puzzled. Yes, he calmly lists hundreds of hunters to hero-level people, and 3 strange things. He speculated inwardly, his expression unchanged. He was definitely talking about Uniel. With one Henry being a hero-rank hunter, the strange thing was Fenray and Sun Gun, right, but what about the third? Seeming to know what he was wondering, Hoggen stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, explaining, "You're that third one." He was very curious about his journey. "I want to talk to you about China, but there are some things we have to do first." With that, a mystical golden mana spread outward from them as the center. In an instant, they teleported to a different space. Aaron led the way, while Mason and Ethan followed slowly behind. He felt anticipation about the situation that would happen soon. Today is the day we introduce you to Asuka and also hold a meeting. They're probably curious about you. All the Asuka heroes are here. You're also intrigued, I see, over there, in a luxurious, sparkling golden building. All the members of the association were gathered. Someone said mockingly, "I heard they're going to introduce some idiot, huh?" The person next to him complained. "What is Odin thinking? I don't know. Letting some idiot into Asuka." They huddled in groups, chattering noisily. "I heard he's improving fast, and he even went to China. He's truly a foolish madman." Suddenly, someone noticed, "Over there, I sense a energy approaching." The others all turned their attention there, their eyes showing arrogance and judgment. At that moment, someone flinched in shock, as if unable to believe it. "Wait, what?" They all realized something was wrong. They became chaotic. Odin and Himdu, and the energy of the others as well, were terrifying. "No way, I thought he was a newbie." His face turned pale, feeling his hair stand on end, sweat pouring down. "Is a newbie really this strong?" Just as they were doubting, the door opened, footsteps echoed, and with it came an intense surge of mana. "Nice to meet everyone." Mason appeared. His crimson pupils showed ruthlessness, his entire body enveloped in a fierce, dangerous mana. He politely introduced himself. "I am Underdog Lunyan." In the city center, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky, looking extremely prominent. A person stood guard in front of the spatial gate, watching. This could be the moment they come out. The first to appear was Kun. Following him were the people of Janji. The intense mana gradually enveloped the gate. It grew smaller and smaller, then completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. "See, you praised. Well done, everyone." Kun replied politely, "Thank you for waiting for us." The association member smiled and explained, "Since everyone can protect the gate, the people will feel at ease." He silently admired. This white tiger group was completely different from the others, good-natured and highly skilled. Yumo held Sun in front of her chest and reminded, "There are still many places with gates, right? Let's go to the next location." Suyu was surprised, thinking they might not understand the work process, but still asked, "Don't you all want to rest a bit? You don't have to work all day." She smiled cheerfully and refused. "No need, we're fine. Just take us to the next place." Her smile made him feel awkward, and he stammered, "Okay." At a special gate location, the sky was gloomy, covered in a eerie blood-red color. Sharp rock formations jutted upward. Emma was charging to confront the monsters. She used a sword bigger than herself, slicing them into pieces. The system announced, "Prince's magic power supporting data. Statistics." A monster took the chance while she wasn't paying attention to sneak up behind her, swiping its sharp claws down at her. At that moment, a giant hand tightly grabbed its head. Ethan clenched his fist, putting force into it, and punched through its head, while Damien simultaneously summoned a mana sphere, accurately shooting it at another monster. Thin, flexible mana threads wrapped around it. Gun. Henry pulled his hand, cutting it into pieces. The system displayed Eastern Grand Doctor. Supporting ability evolution. Someone leapt powerfully. Mason gripped his sword and charged into the middle of the monster horde. From above, he struck down a blow right in the center. The mana spread, annihilating all the surrounding ones. The system's voice continued, "Apocalypse Herald." The notification made him look exasperated. "Why? Only one?" It interrupted his thoughts. "You have leveled up," Mason sighed, accepting that he couldn't hate it. A moment later, the monster horde was slaughtered, with no trace left. All 5 members were grouped. Emma expressed her opinion. Maybe it's because we're hunting at a high-level gate, but the sponsors are definitely more interested in us. He was also very confident in his team's strength. It was a special gate containing S-rank monsters, but with their numbers, it was more than enough. He replied, I'm sure everyone feels the same. She and W nodded in agreement. Mason didn't want them to become arrogant from these small victories, so he warned, the stronger we get, the more special gates will appear. The world is now full of magic. His expression turned serious. Soon, the great flood will begin. He was startled by this. Emma had a similar expression. He turned around to praise them but didn't forget to remind, both of you are strong, but you need to work even harder. Suddenly, she chased after him to stop him. Mr. Mason, wait a moment. She felt curious. Where are you going? It looks like you're planning to leave. He calmly stated his plan. I'm thinking of taking a short trip around the world. Emma was a bit surprised. She hesitated. A short trip around the world? She stared at Mason's face to check if he was lying or not. He seriously warned about the Great Flood, but now he wanted to travel around the world. Of course, he had the right to rest. After confirming there was nothing wrong, Emma accepted this answer. Right, rest is best. She smiled back at him. Okay. Mason saw her reaction and chuckled softly. Surely, if he explained in more detail, she would misunderstand him meeting other girls. His mood was lightened by her. He instructed, from now on, you can accompany the White Tiger group. I'll also leave Fairy there. The kid looked puzzled. Yeah, Mason gave you a heavy responsibility. Fenry, take care of the White Tiger group. They are the most important relief force coming up. The kid nodded in agreement. He clenched his fist, silently determined. I told everyone it's a trip. But this is my responsibility. My duty. He gazed into the distance, muttering to himself. For me, someone who understands and comes from the future, I must bear this responsibility. The romantic pink-red sunset sky. Mason's voice drifted with the wind. I need to go meet Odin. A few days later, he borrowed the use of Bifrost from Ilkangufera. While he thoughtfully reminded, be careful. I can't believe Odin agreed to that. He explained the reason, because I made a deal with Odin. He was stunned. A deal? He confirmed, that's right. I gave him what he likes most. Ethan looked at him thoughtfully. The stern image of Hoggen appeared in his mind. Odin didn't easily allow others to use Bifrost. However, because the two had made a deal, Legend Mason was permitted, and that deal involved the man in black, shrouded in dark mana. His appearance unclear. After returning from China, he told Odin some information that was completely different from the other survivors. Time traveling back to the past, Mason reported what he learned during the trip. This time, someone called the man in black is on the move. He has destroyed China and ravaged Shi village. That information is enough to stimulate Odin's thirst for strong people. His eyes lit up with excitement. Find out the identity of the man in black. Aska, we will provide full support for you without hesitation. That means all of Aska will cooperate with Underdog as much as possible. In the peaceful blue sky, a 7-colored speck of light appeared, sparkling like a star. The radiant rainbow bridge stretched across the sky, gently and calmly landing. At this moment, someone walked up to you and spoke. I've been waiting for you. Although a bit surprised, you still maintained a calm exterior. Pleased to meet you, the one-hit knight Lelot. Inwardly, you marveled that beyond imagination, you always thought they would only send a manager from the council. He showed a polite greeting in return. Likewise, Underdog. Pleased to meet you, Mason thought to himself. Let one of the knights of the council, I will meet that person. The badge, shaped like a shield with 2 crossed swords, appeared. It represents the Round Table, a secret organization of England with a different worldview from other organizations, and like other organizations that always try to manipulate humanity or save them. That is the Aska Association led by Aaron. The Round Table is completely an outsider. People who hold power but only stand outside the situation silently, neither good nor bad. The reason the Round Table is so powerful is thanks to Merlin, The center of the whole council, a girl with golden hair and emerald-like pupils. On the other hand, Tyler in the form of a child, but excluding her, the round table is still very strong. That is because the round table has a special line of knights. The few people who make up this line of knights are all stronger than ordinary heroes. The knight team, with O'Neill as the commander who is also the strongest, always plays an important role in crises occurring in England. Returning to the present, the scene of the city was quiet in the warm sunlight. Lancelot smiled friendly, expressing his own opinion. Because Merlin is interested in you, everyone is quite curious about you, underdog. Me too. I am also very curious about you. However, the attitude he showed could not fool Mason. His eyes were full of hostility towards me. This is probably because of Merlin. Lancelot is famous for loving the leader of the Round Table, Merlin. However, Merlin did not return his feelings, thus their relationship was completely destroyed. He became crazy, seemingly having lost his reason. It's not because Lilot is a traitor or anything, but because his obsession with her went beyond control. You recalled people's gossip. I heard that most of the problems the Round Table faces come from Lilot. Inwardly feeling unlucky, it seems I've stepped in it. Mason tried to explain to salvage some impression. I simply want to keep my promise to Merlin, but before he could finish, he rudely interrupted. The promise you just mentioned, a promise, you sighed helplessly. I didn't expect this would provoke Lilot. What do you mean? Your expression turned serious in warning. I came here to meet Merlin for my official work. I know you came here to guide me, but you are being quite rude to me. His attitude remained calm, not admitting he was wrong, but shamelessly retorting, when was I rude? Mason wondered with hidden meaning. If a knight doesn't even realize they are being rude, can that person be called a knight? Lancelot angrily slammed his hand on the table, the cup shaking and immediately flying up. His expression was dark, his eyes viciously threatening. You dare insult me? Mason calmly crossed his arms, stating firmly, Merlin, you're definitely watching all this, right? After all, in the Round Table, the only place she can see is the private restroom. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage, and declared, Underdog, I don't know how high your reputation is, but as a knight, I cannot let your insulting actions go unpunished. Suddenly, a loud voice came, ordering, Stop right there. Lancelot startled and turned around. You weren't surprised because this was expected. She's appeared, floating specks of light in the air. Merlin gradually appeared before the two. She sat properly behind the desk. He respectfully bowed in greeting. Your Highness Merlin. Mason also stood up to look at her. She coldly reminded, Lancelot, you are disrespecting our guest. He was startled. Even Merlin, this had stirred up jealousy in his heart. In the moment he let emotions override reason. He shouted provocatively, Underdog, I challenge you to a duel. Merlin frowned and stood up to stop him. Lancelot, what do you think you're doing? However, Mason calmly agreed. Fine. She showed surprise mixed with confusion, not letting them change their minds. You quickly decided. Then let's go to the arena. They moved together to the arena. Murmurs of discussion arose around Lancelot again. What has he caused this time? Someone showed interest. It's been a while since we had a match worth watching. Huh? The person next to him wasn't very hopeful. Anyway, Lilot will win. Who is fighting him? He answered with accurate information. Underdog, Tyler's. Others who heard this answer changed their attitude immediately. Underdog from Aska. Oh, so this is a big match. At this moment, footsteps sounded from afar, and when appeared, all the knights were stunned. Lord Wyn and Lord Galahad have arrived. The leader of the Round Table's Knight Order has arrived. They raised their hands in respectful military salute. Greetings, Lord Wyn. He smiled warmly and patted his shoulder, praising him. Well done. They watched the scene and marveled. So cool. Ha. Yeah, he's a knight of the Round Table. On the other side, the match between Mason and Lilot was about to begin. The two held weapons, standing opposite each other. The atmosphere tense. He felt confident in his own strength. He also uses a spear as his weapon, but I think it will be different. Wyn also watched intently. A spear duel between East and West, huh? This will be an interesting duel. Lilot made a show of placing his hand on his chest, bowing his head. Thank you all for coming to watch my duel. The audience also gave him face, responding enthusiastically. He smiled with satisfaction. His vanity was satisfied. Mason, however, did not hold back his mockery. Lord Lancelot, I am starting to not know whether to call you a knight or an entertainer. With your current actions, you look more like an entertainer, so I'm not sure if calling you lord is still appropriate. Lancelot frowned, showing annoyance. Your entire aura changed. Mono was activated. I heard that in duels here, we can even take the opponent's life. Is that right? His pupils contracted, showing savagery. That's right. He took a stance, arrogantly declaring this is a duel where your life could be in danger. I originally planned to go easy and not kill you, but I guess I don't need to do that anymore. Mason was not provoked, still maintaining his composure, listening to his words. You are truly a selfish and arrogant noble. He even had the mood to insult him. You smirked. Fake knight Lilot. He was provoked and charged at lightning speed. You bastard. You calmly stood still waiting, your eyes shining as you assessed. Objectively, Lilot is known as a one-hit knight, one who can pierce through everything. The thing with just one blow. As the rumors said, his attack was very fierce. No matter what his personality was like, he truly was a hero. However, the spear wrapped in fierce mana thrust forward. Mason also accurately clashed with it using his own spear. Lilot's attack was blocked. He couldn't move any further. The audience was extremely astonished as they witnessed this scene. Huh, what? He just stopped a one-hit kill by touching spear tips. Lilot's spear had been completely halted. He himself was also heavily shocked, only now realizing the dangerous situation. Cold sweat trickled down his cheek. He tried to increase his strength, but the result was still the same. There was no way he couldn't move. Meanwhile, Mason remained steady, as if this was very easy for him. Seeing that the match had gotten out of control, someone spoke up to stop it. Enough. He turned his head towards the voice. The man introduced himself solemnly. I am a knight of the Round Table. One Mason, while dealing with Lilot, diverted his attention to the one who just spoke. When that polite speech and manner, he is the sixth knight. The sixth knight. After he awakened as a hunter, he slaughtered monsters like a madman. Their corpses were cut into many pieces, lying scattered on the ground, and he still maintained his powerful demeanor. His entire body was always covered in the blood of monsters, and from then on, people called him by the name Sixth Knight. The two spears separated. Mason calmly withdrew his hand. I have no reason to fight him either. Lilot's knees weakly slammed hard onto the ground. His face darkened, kneeling pitifully. One stepped forward in front of him to awaken him. Lancelot, learn to assess your own skill level and that of your opponent. He protested discontentedly. He insulted me. He didn't care about his meaningless words and turned to instruct. Galahad, please clean up this place for Lilot. He obeyed seriously. Yes, sir. He stood up, though unwilling. He still had to bow his head and admit, I lost. Mason heightened his vigilance. That man was not someone he could take lightly. From the very beginning, he had analyzed his own strength. He turned to leave, but his eyes still glanced back, assessing how he could stop Lilot's magical attack. With just a single decisive strike, he is truly strong. Perhaps another bright face of Aska has emerged. The rumor that he defeated Hank is not a lie. A while later, everything had settled down in another area. He stood facing Merlin. Just this once, Mason sincerely promised. This time I agreed to join the battle because I wanted to. There won't be a second time, he silently thought. Merlin completely controls the Round Table, including the head of the Knight Order, meaning they must fully obey her orders. So, if Merlin wanted, she could ensure I never have to clash with Lilot. His memories drifted back to the earlier battle. However, because Merlin wanted us to fight each other, I agreed, because there were also some things I needed here. He pointed and explained to her, that was to repay my debt to you. Merlin frowned in confusion. You are quite straightforward. Didn't you agree to join the battle because you wanted to? Mason awkwardly scratched his face. I only agreed because I am someone who doesn't want to lose. Actually, he remembered when their spear tips clashed with each other. It was to see how much I had grown since I was in China and repay my debt to Min. He chuckled, brushing aside those issues. Anyway, you already have what you wanted, so consider my debt paid, right? This incident is enough to teach Lancelot a lesson, isn't it? Mason speculated with reason. Merlin must have realized my increased strength, so even though she knew Leela would lose, she still let us fight each other. That means she wanted Leela to lose, she directly admitted. Her intention. You are smarter than I thought. Yes, I wanted you to defeat Lancelot. She was dissatisfied with his arrogant attitude, so she planned this. Lancelot has great potential. However, his arrogance and obsession with me, he needs an opportunity to mature more. I need to use you as a stepping stone for him. Merlin's eyes lit up as she reluctantly agreed. So, as you said, I will consider that you have repaid part of your debt to me. Her figure disappeared, but in an instant, it shifted to Arthur. He seriously reminded, the debt is still there, from the time you promised me. Mason. Mason softly called Arthur. He wanted to confirm. Do you keep your promise? He raised his hand to summon the sword, a golden sword shimmering in the light. Ah. First of all, his pupils contracted in surprise. Arthur became furious. Mana raged wildly. Is that Excalibur? Are you kidding me? Mason threw the sword to him. Take it and go crazy if you want. He caught it, gripping the hilt tightly. Arthur observed it and then angrily questioned. This sword looks like a decoration filled with magic, and you call it Excalibur. Are you mocking me? Feeling insulted, he yelled irritably. With such a poor trick, do you think you can fool me? Suddenly, Merlin hesitantly spoke up. Arthur, hearing this voice, he froze, his eyes glancing behind. Arthur was also stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Min, he stared blankly at the sword in his hand. Is this really Excalibur? He still doubted. The curse had been lifted. Nim was also not yet recovered from this fact. We have separated. Mason smiled. See, I kept my promise. He remembered the image from the Demon King's memoir. I saw Excalibur. That sword was his. Arthur studied the sword. Is this really genuine? He showed regret. Unfortunately, it's only a fake. They simultaneously spun around towards Mason in shock. He explained the effect. It was made as a fake to deceive your patron, the lady of the lake. They only see what they want to see, so as long as you two do as they wish, it will be fine. As if enlightened. I understand. Arthur was still confused. What are you talking about? She explained as simply as possible. The lady of the lake is the one who wants us to retrieve Excalibur. However, we don't know what Excalibur looks like. We only know it exists in the form of a sword. Its true form is unknown. She looked at Mason and continued, but he knows what Excalibur looks like. So he created something similar to Excalibur to deceive the patron. He silently confirmed that was exactly it. He imagined its image. The sword of the lake, Excalibur, a sword that had lain in the lake filled with magic for centuries, absorbing so much magic from that lake. Knowing this truth, I was able to recreate a part of it. Arthur still had doubts, but it's still a fake. Yet we still separated, Merlin replied. This is only temporary. She already knew the outcome. The lady of the lake will soon realize it's a fake, and the curse will return to its original state. Hearing this, he became angry. Without thinking carefully, his hand moved faster than his brain, preparing to attack. Mason, is that so? Luckily, Marin managed to stop him. Wait, she is much smarter than him. You deduced that even if it's a fake, it will still work for a period of time, right, underdog? He calmly guided in detail. That's not a matter of time. I created it to fool them. Even if they realize it, they will still have to check it thoroughly to some extent, as long as you two don't leave this area. No, don't leave the round table. The curse is temporarily lifted. Mason analyzed the main purpose of the patron placing the curse on the two of you. However, they truly want you to find the real Excalibur after it. And you reminded me, so my job is done. Arthur covered his face and fell into silence. Suddenly, he lowered his hands and asserted, No, it's not over yet. his expression turned serious. As he silently analyzed, Arthur endured this curse longer than Merlin, which forced him to remain in the body of a child, while Merlin still had a normal body, so it's understandable why he acts that way. Finally, Mason made a decision. Then you smiled, clenched your fist, and revealed, I'll tell you too. One more thing, the location of the real Excalibur. The forest was shrouded in a hazy mist, and a dazzling flash of light suddenly shone, looking extremely striking. Right after, a massive pillar of fire carrying scorching heat pierced through space. Demise clenched his fist, fierce flames blazing, his appearance extremely ferocious. He attacked ruthlessly. He only needed to slightly tilt his body to dodge this punch. Its force grazed past him and hit the rock behind, causing it to explode. Debris scattered from Demicus didn't stop but charged forward with bloodshot eyes. It seemed he had fallen into a berserk state. The entire area in front of him was destroyed. Smoke and dust obscuring the view. Arct remained calm, swinging his sword, while assessing to slow. He slashed horizontally at Demise. He reacted quickly, leaping high to avoid the sword strike just beneath his feet. Then he gathered strength to counterattack. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Arct had somehow circled behind him. The sharp blade whistled through the air. Before he could even move, he was stabbed hard in the middle of his back. His body stiffened, veins bulging on Demicius's face. His expression twisted as he screamed in agony. In his eyes, once covered in blood red, a white spot suddenly appeared. Then it gradually spread and consumed the red. Marcus broke free from the berserk state, his face darkening as he knelt to the ground. Arct calmly held his sword and stood there observing. He had expended no effort to defeat him. Now, he had regained his senses, losing all dignity as he sat on the dirty ground. Pointing and asking, "What the hell is that sword?" he sheathed his weapon and replied, "I picked it up not long ago." Demicius widened his eyes in astonishment, stammering in disbelief. "You just picked up something like that?" He silently recalled the scene of his defeat earlier. The moment the sword touched him, he completely lost control of his magic. Arct didn't explain further but changed the subject. "Well, you're strong enough that I'll forgive you for breaking our agreement and acting on your own." He seized the opportunity to confirm, "So I won't be disciplined, right?" But he cruelly crushed his hopes. "Wrong. Only I forgive you. Athena seems eager to discipline you." Hearing this, Demicus was startled, turning his head to see her standing there with arms crossed, silent as a ghost. He panicked. "When did she get here? I didn't sense her." Athena looked over emotionlessly, seemingly unconcerned with their discussion. Arct was also puzzled. "What's wrong?" Athena finally spoke. "I have something to report." She brought up a topic they had discussed in the past, about what he had mentioned a few days ago. Underdog. Marcus was surprised. That name was very familiar to him. Underdog. He wore a pensive expression, unsure what he was thinking. Athena continued her account. After returning from China, he is currently in England. He was puzzled. England, she seriously confirmed. "Yes, we still don't know why he went there." Then added more information. "He has arrived at the round table." He frowned in thought. After a moment of analyzing the situation, he decided, "All right, keep monitoring him. And, Hercolette, don't slack off on your training." Athena placed her hand on her chest, respectfully obeying. "Understood." Marcus also solemnly agreed. "Understood," they said in unison, his gaze fixed into the distance as he planned for the future. The sky was clear, with dreamy white clouds drifting lazily. At the same time, in the territory of the round table, a voice rang out. Now Arthur stood with his hands on his hips, facing Mason. "You say Arct is holding Excalibur," he confirmed. Firmly, "Yes." He couldn't hide his doubt, "but he already has the lightning bolt of Olympus. Why does he need that sword?" Mason forced a smile, thinking to himself, "Lightning bolt, huh? That's how many people see Arct," he honestly replied. "I don't know." Arthur squinted at him with displeasure. "Why aren't you speaking to me with respect?" He responded indifferently. "You're doing the same." Mason feigned innocence. "Am I? Is there a problem?" He fell silent, trying to think of a rebuttal, but finally gave up, letting out helpless sigh. Arthur shifted the focus back to the main issue. "So what do we do about Excalibur? His face looked innocent as he guided. Why are you asking me? I already told you where it is. The rest is up to you two. To just take it. Arthur was startled, never expecting this outcome. What? But our promise, Mason calmly reminded him. You asked me to find Excalibur to break your curse. I think I've done my job. And you to still owe me payment. Twice, actually. He looked down thoughtfully. This is quite tricky. I don't think Arthur will agree to negotiate giving me Excalibur. He remained calm, reassuring him. Well, I think Min will find a way. She's smart. Hearing this, Arthur also smiled in agreement. True. He no longer fixated on Excalibur, and asked Mason for his opinion. So how do you want us to repay you? He silently calculated. Merlin said she was busy with a meeting about restoring Excalibur, which would take a lot of time. If I told Arthur, you don't know anything about power, then he acted mysterious. When Min returns, I'll tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps sounded. Merlin slowly approached. Arthur also noticed and looked over. She knew they were waiting for her. All right, go ahead. Mason was delighted. He stopped beating around the bush. Great, here's what I want. His face turned serious as he declared something unbelievable. You two must survive. Arthur widened his eyes. In shock, he was dumbfounded. Huh? Merlin had a similar expression. Mason spread his hands and added another request. I also want you to fully trust me and follow what I say. If you agree to this, I'll consider canceling the debt. Arthur questioned, why do you ask for two things for one? Debt. Mason didn't answer but asked back, are you planning to die or something? I'm trying to ensure you live. He swallowed, feeling uneasy. Merlin spoke up in agreement. All right, we understand. However, I think we'll need a clearer explanation from him, he softly announced. It will come soon. Something important is about to happen. Arthur questioned, what? Important thing? Mason stated the truth, a special gate and a strange mana source. I know you've sensed it too, otherwise you wouldn't have agreed to gather the Knights of the Round Table, right? Merlin frowned in acknowledgement. So my intuition was right. The density of magical power across the kingdom is increasing at a strange rate. I gathered them because of the special gate, he seriously confirmed. Yes. And there will be more special gates appearing in the future. She was concerned about another issue. Is that the big event you mentioned? What do you mean by wanting us to survive? Mason immediately denied it. No. Your expression was grave. That was when all those special gates disappeared. We have to prepare for that moment. The two of them fell silent before those words. On the calm lake surface, two figures, one tall and one short, stood facing each other. Sharp slashes crossed into an X shape. Tyler held the introductory sword. This is where I train alone, because not everyone in the round table knows of my existence. He suggested a sparring match. It seems you've gotten stronger since last time. Then he immediately activated his own mana. Mason readily agreed. All right, he summoned the spear and declared confidently. I'm quite different from before, you know. You have something you need answered, but first, have you ever fought that lightning guy? Tyler looked startled. Ha, Tyler kindly warned. You'll die if you say things like that. Mason didn't care at all and stubbornly insisted. Answer me. He had no choice but to smile and comply with your request. Of course I have. Finally, you were satisfied. All right. Mason's attitude turned serious. His pupils burned red like blood. A preemptive strike. He pushed off hard. The water surface splashed. Up high, he thrust the spear straight at Tyler. Tyler parried while taunting, are you really serious yet? You're still too slow. The water was disturbed by their clash. Mason retreated a long distance, silently on guard, trying to find a suitable method. Fighting a Tyler one-on-one not only tested his combat skills, but he also had to use everything he knew. Fierce flames engulfed the entire spear. The system continuously announced that the fire magic of the Muspell Spear had been converted into stats. Under the influence of the Fire King, fire would bring benefits to the user. A blazing red mana stream coiled around Mason. Tyler began to get interested. Oh, impressive. The two fought fiercely, moving from one place to another, fire and water clashing, neither willing to yield. After a while, they separated, and Mason was sent flying by Tyler. He raised his hand, condensed mana, and decisively shot it into Mason's stomach. Mason still had the strength to fight back. Lake, water splashed everywhere. Tyler's eyes glowed as he looked down contemptuously. Is that all you've got? Blood stained the corner of his mouth. He had to admit one thing, the guy was strong. But he wasn't going to give up like that. Mason was determined, at least. He had to hit this person once. Sharp slashes cut through the air. The hot mana grew more intense. Powerful flames engulfed the entire spear. Tyler was astonished at the sight. What? He's absorbing magic, the system announced. The dragon's heart is releasing magic. A huge explosion suddenly occurred, the sound shaking the entire area. Thick smoke obscured the view. Drops of water fell densely like rain. Tyler's figure gradually became clear. Tyler's expression was terrifying, with a cut on his cheek. Bleeding. He wondered, what was that just now? Mason was silent. After a long while, he uttered a name, Fearsome. Tyler smiled in praise. Fire. Son. An ultimate skill. As soon as he finished speaking, mana threads that had approached and noticed wrapped tightly around Mason's body. He lost consciousness and collapsed. Tyler felt a bit guilty. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've been this excited. I couldn't control my power. Tyler withdrew his mana and continued his monologue. Earlier you asked me about the white lightning, right? You can't achieve it right now. However, Mason could no longer hear the answer he wanted. Who knows, maybe you could defeat them. Time passed, birds flew across the city sky. Inside the room, Mason was lost in thought. The bracelet emitted Damien's concerned voice. Are you okay? He raised both hands to observe. Luckily, he could recover thanks to Merlin's skill, and replied to it. Yeah, I'm fine. He closed his eyes to recall. I lost, but at least I managed to hit him. Mason happily boasted to it. My spear reached the leader of a major organization. I've gotten stronger. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. One still had that perpetually cold expression. Are you in there, underdog? I am a pigeon spreading its wings flying across the city sky. Mason and Wen stood facing each other. He started first. I heard from Merlin that you warned us about the crisis that will take over England. He politely bowed to express. I sincerely apologize to you again for the rudeness of our night towards you, and thank you for your straightforward and mature attitude towards him. You're welcome. It's nothing. Then he stated his own speculation, but I don't think you came here just to thank me, right? One was silent for a moment, then finally whispered, a Mason. Mason was startled and looked at him. He stated his purpose. I know that yesterday you had a sparring match with Tyler. I also want to try sparring with him, but I still haven't had the chance. One gripped his sword hilt tightly and activated mana. Tyler, it's a request. He was already in a fighting stance. So, do you want to try a duel with me? He sighed helplessly. I knew it. With no other choice, he agreed. All right, I'm quite curious about your skills too. His eyes blazed red. Mana enveloped his entire body, the deep blue sky with drifting clouds. Lazily, Mason thought to himself, this must be a common trait among these British knights. He recalled the image of Galahad when Deng Young was at the round table. Galahad, and surprisingly even Lilot wanted to fight him. Next, Lot's serious face appeared in his mind, as if he had realized something. He had apologized to Deng Young and requested an informal duel. Mason felt frustrated and tired. I came to the round table to return Excalibur. Why is it all duels, and more duels? A red necklace lay in Mason's palm, going back to the past. Merlin had given it to him. This necklace will help boost your stats a little. I think one day it will help you a lot. He smiled. Sincerely, I was also helped a lot when I was in China. Thank you, she kindly suggested, and if you have time, would you like to visit the Nile River? Mason hesitated. The Nile River? And reminded him of the events that happened. Do you remember the imp hunter from the Nile River last time, the one who caused the commotion? He was a bit puzzled. Why did she suddenly mention him, Mason? Mason remembered when they met. He stood on a tree branch talking to him. Last time when I was stabbed during the Battle of the Great Warriors in England. He came to me and told me to visit the Nile River. I heard that after he returned to the Nile River, he was disciplined. Merlin explained her intention. So, you still remember Ian, that poor child. He begged me to plead with you to come and meet him at the Nile River again. I heard that his punishment at the Nile River is over, so if you have time. Mason didn't decide immediately but analyzed carefully because the Round Table is a neutral force. They would probably warn other groups about the disaster. He had also finished everything he needed to do at the Round Table, but there was still one last thing he needed to settle in England. Finally, he replied uncertainly, I'll think about it some more. Merlin politely responded, Thank you. The city here was built from ancient buildings, an architecture completely different from America. A whispering sound reached his ears. Goodbye. Mason noticed it, glanced over, and magnified his vision towards the top of the clock tower. Tyler was standing there silently seeing him off, kindling. Mason sighed helplessly. First he nicknamed that lightning guy. Now, I have a nickname too, huh? I hope you can do your best when the disaster happens. You move to another location. The door opens. A warning bell rings, followed by a voice. Not hearing any sound, Mason wonders and repeats again. Buggin, however, only sees a girl with short hair, a complete stranger. She asks suspiciously, Who are you? He's sure he didn't go to the wrong place. Isn't Park Jujin here? Isn't this Park Jujin's store? Minjiji crosses her arms over her chest, deep in thought. She rubs her chin, carefully observing Mason, then ponders. You don't look like a loan shark coming to collect money. You don't look like a hunter returning after buying a defective potion either. Nor is she hiding any guy here. After a long while, she slaps her hand in affirmation. So you must be here to buy something. He immediately denies it, his face showing confusion. No, where's Park Jujin and who are you? Minji leans on the counter, calmly explaining, I'm just someone Jujin asked to look after the shop. Jin won't be here for a while. Mason finally gives up and says, I came here because Jujin's brother told me to. So when can I meet her? Nin perks up. Oh, so you're the one Jujin mentioned. She asked me to tell you this. She's already joined Olympus. He's startled by this. He clenches his fist nervously. The past has changed again. Mason's mind is in turmoil. It's not time for her to go to Olympus yet. So, what happened to make her go there so quickly? He feels uneasy. Don't tell me it's because of me. He falls into a state of silence. A new concern arises. History continues to change. Dusk falls over the entire city. Mason walks while answering the phone. Hello. At the same time, at the beach, waves crash sand onto the shore. The sound of the wind soothes the soul. Amma is sunbathing when a ringtone disturbs her. What's up? The voice on the other end instructs, get ready. She jumps up in shock, extremely surprised. Right now, Mason urges while also asking, please, come here. You can ask Ethan for the details later. Besides the White Tiger group, is anyone else coming to Egypt with you? Emma ponders. All right. But Egypt is a good place, just in time. I was looking for something to do at another place. Cars move on the road with horns blaring incessantly. Ethan is driving when a sound appears. Ethan, I'm in Egypt. He stays focused on his work while talking to him. I thought you'd use Bifrost to go back to America. Why are you in Egypt? Mason explains, I have something I need to do. He speculates, is it related to the great disaster? His tone is serious as he emphasizes, it might even be related to something bigger than the disaster. Ethan gives a long speech to persuade him. Still, suddenly going there will cause many problems. Egypt is already in a state of unrest, with existing diplomatic issues, and your sudden appearance will only complicate things further. So until we can sort things out on this end, stay quiet. And he cuts him off. I think the problem is already solved. He's stunned, as if he doesn't understand what he means. But he only leaves one sentence, trust us, on the other side. Mason is facing for Westerners with swords alone, his whole body shrouded in a fierce aura. He raises his hands high, signaling surrender. At a magnificent palace, soldiers surround Mason and chatter. Why? His underdog in Egypt. Do you know anything? I don't know. He speaks. Now maybe we should call an interpreter. Jackal steps forward and says, just hand underdog over to us. Then they head toward Mason. At this moment, The soldiers' faces show surprise. Quick rule. The person beside him also judges. Nin must be up to something. Jackal coldly looks down at Mason and asks, "You're underdog, right?" He secretly becomes alert. It seems they've arrived, sending a member from the American branch immediately. I didn't expect that. Aden gives a friendly smile. I've been contacted by headquarters. Headquarters, said the others, will also arrive today. He guesses it must be Dong Emma and the rest. They're fast. Then he continues, I heard the situation in Egypt is quite tense. What's going on? Aden tells him. Right. Now, you can consider Egypt completely under the rule of Nin. I think you know, but Nin is divided into 3 branches. He continues to explain. Memphis controls politics, Hermopolis controls the business sector, and finally Heliopolis controls all hunters and associations. Masonji's face is very serious. They're fighting for power and always trying to control the strength of other branches. So the current situation in Egypt, Mason quickly finished the sentence. It's a complete mess. He agrees. Yes. Indeed. Aden continues. Previously, Heliopolis had the most power. But after the Horus incident, there was trouble within the Heliopolis branch. Hearing that, he recalls, it seems Ian said he was in the Heliopolis branch. Then asks Masondi his question. What is the Horus incident? He replies. We don't know the details either. It's something that even our sources can't find out. However, we do know that because of an incident during a gate raid, there was an argument. Suddenly, a memory of Ian flashes in Mason's mind. He says urgently, it's because of the blood mineral. Please come to Nin. He frowns, thinking, blood mineral? Crazy? Mason stands up and makes a request. Now, there's a hunter I want to meet. Aden asks, who is it? He smiles slightly and says the name of the person he's looking for. Imp, the captain of the Egyptian army, is a hero. Hunter. At the vast airport, Emma steps out of the airport with a cold face. Suddenly, she sees someone and smiles. Mason walks over. Long time no see. Emma, she enthusiastically replies, as you said, I've brought everyone here. What? Fenria and Ethan appear behind her. He happily greets Washington, Fenria, and G2. Thank you all for coming. Brandon steps forward with a squinting smile. Aren't you happy to see me? Seeing him, Mason shows clear surprise, thinking to himself, Brandon, one of Ace's strongest heroes. Brandon raises his hand and fans himself. It's been a long time since I've been back to a place this hot. He's still lost in his thoughts, and also Odin's right-hand man. Mason's face darkens as he asks, why did you come along? He changes his attitude, looking at him with a scary gaze. Did you show your true nature from the start? You're disappointing me. Henry sees this and grinds his teeth in annoyance. Emma and Wo also freeze when they see them like that. The atmosphere falls into silence. Then Brandon laughs it off. Ha ha, just kidding. The association president sent me to help Underdog complete his great external expedition. All the special gates in America have been handled much faster than expected, so don't worry. He looks at him with a sly gaze. Anyway, I'm looking forward to working with you until you return to America. Then, Brandon turns to talk to Aden. He darkens his face and says nothing. Mason thinks to himself, until then, this will be an uncomfortable trip. A night passes. At the palace early in the morning, Aden sits chatting with Mason. His request to meet the hunter named INEP from Nin has been denied. Based on our information, it seems something is happening in Nin. He wonders, what happened? He answered. Like other countries, Egypt called for its heroes to return to their homeland. And Aden continued, the ruler, ranked second in Heliopolis, the boss had returned. If Horus couldn't recover his diminished status because of that disaster, and Mason reacted very quickly, the ruler would become set. He agreed. That's right. And right now, he is the strongest hunter in Nin. Saying this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Mason silently calculated the organization behind Nin, their strongest hunter. He had used all his strength to deal with Tyler, but the image of Tyler appeared. In his mind, he had only managed to inflict a scratch on his cheek, was set as strong as, or even stronger than, Tyler. Suddenly, Mason stood up, looking serious. brother Eden, just keep requesting to meet Inf. Masoni asked, what will you do, Mason? With a determined gaze, I'll find my own way to meet him. The sky was still clear blue. The city looked incredibly bustling from above. On the rooftop, Aaron and Ethan were talking. He spoke up. Up until now, I haven't asked anything. I don't know what your relationship with Underdog is, or what secrets you might know. He just waited silently for him to continue. A dangerous glint flashed in Aaron's eyes. But now I need to know. He piques my curiosity, but he has never given me an answer. Aaron wondered. I can't understand your excessive kindness towards him. You're not the type to easily trust others. He was puzzled, so I find it very strange that you trust him so much. It's as if you've known him for a very long time, Aaron said bluntly. What is Underdog's goal? I can't understand what he wants. Ethan explained. Underdog, I mean Mason. He's the type of person whose purpose aligns with yours, he pondered. Hunter B. Sensu also said the same thing. He is a hunter who can help me achieve my goal when he grows up, Aaron mused. Let's see. Ethan thought to himself. Mason told me to say this to Odin in this situation. He revealed that your goal and his are the same, kill the patrons. His expression turned. Shocked, Ethan revealed that hunters, who are patronized by the rulers of a realm, have lost all their power. This is the first time a hunter has lost their power from something other than death, he continued. It happened when Underdog killed Gunzer. Aaron chuckled. This is great. At the magnificent palace, Mason and Brandon were sitting opposite each other. Brandon said calmly, so, what do you want to say, Mason? Mason got straight to the point. Brandon, which hero and Nin is linked to as, he was a bit surprised by how direct he was. Brandon brought the coffee cup to his lips. I don't know what you're asking, suddenly calling me back like this. Mason G. leaned forward. When the association president ordered you to come here, what did he say about cooperating with me? He slammed the cup down on the table, and Brandon's eyes sharpened. He said to cooperate with you at any cost. Within my ability. He crossed his arms. Then tell me, which hero in Nin is linked to Asuka? Brandon suddenly stood up, looking dangerous. I'll come back and tell you later. It's a secret, you see, Mason. Mason made a gesture of invitation. All right, he replied. Then I'll be going. He remembered Gandhi's words. We don't know the details either. It's something that even our sources of information can't find out. However, we do know that because of an incident while raiding a gate, there was an argument. Mason analyzed based on what the manager of the American Association said. They must really be here. A hero-level hunter like that is enough. Later, he went for a walk with Emma W. and Fenry. Emma fanned herself. It's really hot. W. Henry smiled. But isn't heat better than cold? She tilted her head. That's true, he asked curiously. By the way, Mason, can I ask what your ultimate goal is? Emma was also confused, just remembering. I don't know what your ultimate goal is either, he explained. It's as if you are always striving for a goal. Even though I know your temporary goals, I still don't know what your ultimate goal is. Don't tell me. It's something like world domination. Mason stopped upon hearing this. He was silent for a moment, looking dangerous, then turned his head. I think it really is like world domination. Emma was speechless. When you say that, I can't tell if you're joking or serious. Fenry was startled, as if realizing something. A group of people approached from afar with huge black magical currents floating in the air. Mason warned them to step back. That's the pack of jackals coming. A man with a strange mark tattooed on his hand appeared. He swaggered into view. He muttered, Z. He is really strong, comparable to Tyler. Set stood before him. So you are Underdog. He didn't hesitate to reply. Yes, that's right, he said frankly. I came for a brief discussion with you. Mason nodded in agreement. On the rooftop of the palace, Set turned his back to him. After Egypt gained independence from the kingdom, it got the name of a republic. However, do you know, he looked into the distance, Egypt still belongs to a kingdom under the dynasty of Nin. The truth is, everything in Egypt is controlled by them, Mason said calmly. Are you trying to succeed that dynasty? Set was amused. That's right, what a clever young man, he said enthusiastically. So, Clever young man, do you want to guess? He asked calmly. Guess what? Set pointed at himself. Why? Do I want to inherit from Osiris as the head of Nin? And what do I need to do after becoming the ruler? His face was no longer playful. Try to guess. Mason was confused. Before meeting him, he thought Set had caused the disaster to seize the throne. However, if he did it not just for power, then what was it? Why did he do it? He wondered if Set was trying to become a king in the vast kingdom of Egypt, where castles were built with unique architectural patterns. Their team walked along the main road, which was spacious but quiet. Emma asked about the situation. How did your talk with Set go? He looked at her. He told me to guess his purpose. She asked curiously what he said. He paused to think. He couldn't even guess what Set's purpose was. He thought Set just wanted to be king for power, but that wasn't it. Set had changed his thoughts about him. He was a dangerous person, but he wasn't evil. In other words, black or white, he was neither. Interrupting his thoughts, Brandon asked suspiciously, where have you been? Not letting him answer, she was annoyed by his nosiness. Don't you have anything else to do? He wasn't angry at her dismissal. Ha ha. It seems you've finished your business. I quickly completed everything I needed to do. But his eyes darkened. Thinking about it, I find it strange. Your underdog is really something. Seeing the signal from him, they became worried. Everyone in the group is a hero-level hunter. So why hasn't anyone joined Asuka? They looked wearily into his eyes. His eyes. Questions kept coming. Hunters. Not in Asuka knowing the organization's secrets, it seemed to amuse him. What could be more dangerous than that? Emma had no good thoughts about Brandon. Is he testing us? Mason stopped him in time. Le. Hunko ne nia. Cug enga kau hai via fia en ta. Kaudervli via kau. Hai cat mati hai cu lasiderchak la g. Anti tun gigithich. Odin g bo. Hup tac vivicu ben bktc janau tronke nang cat. Venan ting. Yon ellen lam ti meng kwak noi chai en ch. Hai giki hu via hong fat. Ralb then? Chin Yong Ellen Han MCC Vien Inch Ko the Non Thi Kun Kasha. Dong. Yan Nuchi DCC Kanki. Asum Set Dang Thung Jun. Lian Thung Queen Yu. Tang Mei. CNN Set Quan Tron Ne MTCNN LCC. Hai Di Then MT Tram Set. Mura. MT Kang Jion Chai Ji Nang Leung. MGI Gi Jion Ko Ching Kan TDCSS Viak. MT Kan CCang GCC Byte and Gay Jia Trung Tam Thanfa. Kikan Siak Kang Mu. Wrong. Nang Leung Tra Rakang Yu Kain Sm Set Kun Di and Chai and Sang Mao. G. Amalo Ling Chu Tun Hung Ko the Fat Sin. Kaikan Cciang Na Chavia. MGI Zut Hien Ma Fap Luk Si Na Ji Murangri. Si Na the Ne. Kan Cciang Sn. SPPG Engagea Trung Tam Ca Than Fa MTT. Archti Nu Gi Sn Gienpi Nui Heim. MTT. CLPPTIC Het Ln Yicu. Mason. Chung Toffee Ngen Nale. Na Sn. SNMSBPG MTT. CU Nanantern and C. BNUN Tensai. Dong in Trangthi. Biev Dang BNUN Thunti Kuan MT Vali Noi CACU. C Ni Gin GG Fat Sai. Saumatiko the BNUN 10 GGCC Cha. Archti Nu GSN Chit K Chung. Toffee Han Yang. CU Vien Ki Non Fan Tich Cho Si Hau. Kang Sao Hao. Y. K Kang Fi La Han Quick. Si Kang Quan Tam. Kang. K Si Chakoti. T. Vienna Sensai, and Gun Nang Leung Mao Tim Hien Ra, Na Bao Fach Dien and Cap Si the Si. Si Rak Kim, He Kang Bit Ti Sao and Lei Tran BGC, Hang Hien Gig Mi MT. Gai Trique Hu Archi Quan Trung, Ki Si Chun Barisai, and MT Chit Kung Lei. Nung Tun Cho Ringka Con VVIC BPP Kun Quan Fong and Gang Kui Beatrigi, and MTSCC LSMCH Hien Archi Tran Kuan MTVNCM, H Non Chim Chim Diafia. Terchak, Trong SB Co, ZVVI Nang Luk VIT Troy Dien HU Alque, CU Chara. Viak H Ko the Lam. YK Kang Fi La Han Quick, YK La Nin. Nin Ko Kashaks. LSCA Ryung Mchen. Hai GGCH Hyoko, CMZFC Ni Si Kun Dien BNUN Thongturk. Lei. Ti Hauri. Dieter Nen in Trang Navi, CU Kum Kangki NGC Nyan. Bien Kashaks LSCA and Ta. Hang that Kanging. Mchen Kangi La Set SNT. Mchen Lan K. Kung Siench T Teeterk Le VVISS in Ten Ben Ko Si Na. Thingbao. Th thung nick na vang lan, can ccang gcc byte gggc dubbin cch, cu king h. Biect ang vitccg kim so tun hung cah, hung na mchen gi, h dubbin ccang. Non that, kun hung thai, gi cmhuca nam kun gt mchen hen yang. Ma, cho di na la can ccang gcc byte kun kang the now mana ko the gi chai. Thur hi isa gi ca mchen, mason gi si lei jian. Si trong in tranging tun. Mchen, si gi and geng chi hu. Niu na ana hun chi cc titha lem and hung ma. Tg. These ohsna and re. Try and guk via ss and gi and geng tc, and hem gm qg ken. Kg, kang, si lam tit lm. Si hen yang na vi la vi and si muan siu gi ma. Hung kang, si epiang. Hung la vi. Hang lei koam than kik zen and gang. Quoc tro chai and cah. Emma vien log gi lol sai chu tian, hun na ko. Chai and jizorori, cu biekti lukti bien, si kai lsc now kung log gi hu tian. Zut fat, ki si sai vao sao trong thenfa, lian non thi mt kem gi hang, han hmt gi yan ang yuet, and non ging di cac chi si thung vao bun. Chung, ngui hang lam gk, ko viev du cash bite via ngin ang, bun chung ang ra. Non si, hai now, mt the sun, si tau noi ji the, via hung lsccu sai t, ko, vien gg the. Lane natha bun chung g ko the high ggc, h, ko la underdog, a, and hang noi bin ting g dnp way, kang koturk ingi via enginang. And diab, dang jiao tip via chung, bong cc and win kala juk ich kecha, g ko. Chayan jizo ra ma kuk ngui bd mt gi mt cash bo luk natha, tun cm. Huqgk kan thong ju agugi bun h, chayan ne kang leon quan jihen. Kuk the sun en chi si ngoi kuk ngui hao. Si yunan vao tun hungterchak mt quite. Hun zen vao, sauki thi kuk gi hen mt gi no the, ti kang the. Cha hung non ggc. Tcnn and noi cho ti bit chayan gg zo ra, kang the. Jing siu turgjun fat ra tin hiu siench kao. Tsn leon lcc hi pike. Di ko la jisainia. Mt the sun tien kang mt gi bnu en thong. Bun chungang. Zongli and qg kik kichdan on thitro qg engen en chiam mgi gnp. Koviev na siu. Kang bit ri, yicep. Quian the jia nung the sun vanung gi bnu en thong. Kuk sha hon tone. Hen noyarki kwai ticyk, the sun ko the tien kang nungi. Bnu en thong bktc lse now h1. Mt kwai hun bkt than vin mai I kung fi. Tuan tha, ko la nang ji bun ti ko the lam. Hen qg kin mai at ma ji kao. Than kim tran te, chuan but kem jung. Mao bentung to ra kapni, hi. Gi sang esp non hun fn dian ra, hang triang guk vvi duwon, the re. Jung lei la kan te cm kim si a tun kanjikia. Tink that than ti tun. Ko vang lan, hin hung luanum liken te ba cd mt fan ca mchin. Kia. Shiang gang gigi tran mina. Viet kam zut fat ti an ta, hang aic kung. Ko lut sia riang na si ma. Bun gi ydgi run sd non lan set. Anakai na. Non kap jung jate. Donkey gaian aptn fet ra. The sun ti nen ko quian. Tien kang nung the sun kick. Siench tung ter chak mt kain mason ve emma. Kang ki kin sd. Mao jitham tt long ls rethim dien jung jate. Thi the. Sia meiji tun the sun vieter chak ko kan hung h nachit kang kupdim mt. In. Emma cm thidung mchen ki sangke hai the sun zet ko fi la nt gitit. Kang. Tun mt ching kin chayan nakain mason kang bitter li notha. Now mgth gahang. Si eng piang lan ting hung la hin jis yu gi yanang. Kon hang na hai qua mcc ri. Si yu chi hu trong long ko chit jian ko. Mchen hun sn. Si yu gi yanang ko ma kang quan tam fn hai jung si nin. Sach ko ls kung ji. Bit hio ko. Hang mto t hai thi the en chiam ala en la si en now y gok ti chiang. Mason cm the thong tam. Hen ta vien git nung gi the sun kang sian en thit. Feachit. The ncu vien juum long nen in emma tip tic high, and ko gi hun la. Mt gitit, mason long len mt lse mgi cap, t kung kang bit. Bia. Turgi icp snmg nu mao hong hen, nunging mehen ben theo cnn. Jo, archdi non sao ko, nung jiom sao sang gi dien lo diang tran man turgi chip. T. Kung Yan Nui Nga Ruk RDDGI Ench Bao Hauenge Nga Jihen, Theo Hung. Kan Hoch, Mason Va Brandon G Ko MTT Kung Yan, Ji Dian V Via Hagi. Ian Kung Ji In Via Trangik, Fia Saukan Ko Bastet. Siu Luch SS Hai Them, G. GGC MT Kung Thi Jion Rina. Hangi Jang Sao Siu Lai Ivy, Gifa. In Ko My Talk Bis Heech Kim LPP TIC TGG Thiu. Tun T Law Lamia G, by Dan Ca. T Law Bastet. And MTCU Chamcha Kwan Set Non Ra VNG. Mchen Muan GNP. MT Mchen Ian Thai, Peng Hung Na Mchen Gi, Ninva Aska Hang G MTT Chung. Ta. MT Sepi Thung Vao VNG, Kung GGGC MT Kung Thi Jionri, Ales Duma. CU Muan GNPT, CU QG MT Cash T9, Teach Muan GNPCU Thai, Nang. Ingay Sao Ko, Bastet Jate 9 CM Non GGC Ko Chayan G Ko Hangzo Ra. Via. Fia Brandon Kung GNP Phi Hien Tung Tang Ti Kun CU Ta K Neo MT Lay. G Viak Hio Trakian Hao Hun, Mason Quite Hun SB Dong Thine Jiao Cash CMG. Noi Chayan VVIan, CU Ko Hanging Ti Kang, Ian, MTQ CU Ko Thine. GGCT. Niu Na CU Muan Kung Hun Hio G The Hai Cho Ra MT Counter of Li. Tich CCC. Niu CU Muan Hio Nguk Late The Hai Ter of Li MT Kaut Hu CCC. Anakai. Trong Long Theme CM Then. CU Ta Ko The SB Dong Si Ma Thot Luan Sao, CU Ta. Hun That, Sao Ko LPP TIC Phi Hep. Ti Kung Muan GMP CU. CUBTHU Kao. Chayan Ngi Trang, Non CUBM Hun LSC Chak Ko. Ni Kang Kung CMPG Thicken. Cho CUA, Heng Thuch Tam Thick Lay Trian Sai Kao Noikik. TTKVN. Blood Mineral. Is it related to Herculet's power? Ian immediately gave a positive answer. They feed me a lot. Mason seemed satisfied. So, you can eat whatever you want. The consciousness transmitted. Last time you wanted me to save Horus. Is Horus's case related to the blood mineral? He nodded. Yes. I'm quite picky about food. You continued to dig into the superficial conversation. The hunter Nathanic also helped me in the battle of the mighty warriors. Are they strong? But what Mason really asked was whether Horus was affected by the blood mineral, like Herculet was before. This time he firmly confirmed they are very healthy. You nodded and replied, I understand. Brandon listened to this somewhat disjointed story and frowned in confusion. What the hell are they doing? Mason decided to get to the point. Do you like Nathan? Meaning, is the culprit. Seth, hearing that name, Ian's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He replied in a low voice, You're quite bold, that's my feeling. But I don't know how Nathan feels. In your heart, you silently interpreted. Meaning he doesn't know if Seth is the culprit or not. Outwardly, you continued, It would be great if you two could get together. Is there anything I can help with? No silent question was transmitted. Ian replied innocently. But it carried a hidden meaning. If you could help me, that would be great. Mason didn't hesitate and said, I understand. Then let's arrange a time for all of us to meet. He was grateful. Thank you. Not long after, in another room in that luxurious palace, a hand curled into a fist, slammed directly onto the table, making a painful sound. Brandon angrily shouted, You asked me to arrange a time to meet INEP, just to talk about that kind of stuff. Feeling deceived, he was furious. If you use Asuka for things like this, even Odin won't be pleased. Ignoring Brandon's attitude, Mason remained calm. Isn't it reasonable? The unclear statement left him confused. What are you trying to say? You continued to be vague. He'll be satisfied soon enough. Brandon frowned slightly and reminded, You have to be sure the result is really like that. Hearing that, the corner of your mouth curled up confidently. Mason changed the subject. I'm almost done with my work in Egypt. Let's return in 3 days. He asked vaguely. 3 days. You calmly explained, I haven't seen the sights in Egypt yet. Your attitude and actions really annoyed Brandon. As if suddenly remembering something, Mason asked curiously, Let me ask, which hero infiltrated the Nin? Brandon's heart rejoiced. He took the bait. I forgot I was stealing a march on him. Brandon quickly put on a smiling face. As for that, you've already met them. You rolled your eyes, trying to recall your memory. I've already met them. Who could it be? Time passed by. Another night in Egypt. on the sandbank by the long river. Mason stood alone, small and solitary. Suddenly hearing a noise, he immediately turned to see Ian wearing a hood, softly announcing, "I'm late." There were many people following me. I'm sorry. Not stopping there, he also warned that many people might be watching us even here. You've caught the attention of the entire Nin, yet you calmly reassured him, "Don't worry." Immediately, a protective barrier formed around both of them. You explained, "They won't be able to observe us from outside." He had the chance to broaden his horizons and couldn't help but be amazed. Distorting space. You can even use magic. I thought you could only use it up to the level like this morning. But you're really impressive. Ian looked up with some worrying. But maybe it's still not enough. There's no place that Osiris can't see. Mason pondered. Is that so? Even with Merlin's power, can they still see inside? I'm not sure. To avoid any long nights with many dreams. You immediately asked. Then let's get to the main point. Why did you call me here? Ian hesitated about that. But a moment later, he firmly continued. Because of the blood mineral, Horus is currently still in a coma. He recalled past events and explained, blood mineral, a type of ore that can grant the user a formidable power, similar to what Hercules showed us in your previous match. Ian returned to the current issue. Everything started when Seth brought the blood mineral. Mason's heart immediately grew uneasy. They found the blood mineral already. Just as I thought, the past has changed. A voice discussed the red stone, a mysterious object that greatly increased the monster's power and possessed an incredible growth rate. As usual, everyone began researching the blood mineral. Many experiments were conducted, Ian explained. The research was successful. They even managed to enhance its power. Several times over, Ian stood opposite Mason, discussing. But the problem is, you continued, we can't control that power. Ian nodded in agreement. That's right. And so the research was delayed. In your heart, you made a judgment. The berserk part is indeed a poison. After all, it's not something that can be understood through research. A hunter who could control that berserk part throughout history, only Hercules was the one capable of doing so, Ian emphasized. However, Horus volunteered himself as a test subject for the blood mineral. You stiffened, not believing what you just heard. Mason wasn't sure about what he was guessing in his heart. The air of a huge organization volunteering as a test subject. Is that the case? He confirmed. That's right, despite everyone advising him against it. Horus was determined to become a test subject. You asked again. Then why did Horus try to possess the power of the blood mineral? Ian hesitated, not hiding it, and revealed it was because of Set. Even though Horus was the legitimate heir of the Nin, Set still wanted to control it himself. Remembering the time Set was shouting at someone, he recounted that Osiris and Set often argued. But he was too strong to negotiate with, so to stop Set, Horus wanted more power. Mason rested his chin and thought about Set. An image of Set appeared with all his power unleashed, running so fast he emitted smoke. His body was huge, radiating an imposing aura standing somewhere. You wondered if it was really dangerous for Set to control the Nin. From what I've seen, Set isn't necessarily a bad person. You found it hard to believe. Is it really true that Set was ostracized just for wanting the throne? If it's just a civil war for the throne of the Nin, then Ian interrupted you. It's not just that. Horus is a very upright person. He planned to hand over the throne to Set. However, a voice suddenly came from somewhere. So you two have met. Both of them turned around at the same time. Set walked slowly towards them. Ian called softly. His appearance made you question endlessly. He followed. Ian, oh no, Merlin's shield is still active, so that means. You turned to look at Set. So you were here from the very beginning, he replied. I apologize for eavesdropping on you, but there's something I want to ask. You. He ordered Ian to answer him. I know Horus tried to hand over the throne to me, he then asked. However, Horus still got involved with that dangerous power. It was all to control me. Why is that? He frowned. Horus said, his expression turned serious. Someone is controlling him. You were shocked. Upon hearing this, Set was no less surprised. He expressionless. How many people already know about this? Ian placed his hand on his chest and asserted, I am the only one. Zet questioned back, You think I believe that? Ian sincerely reported that right before Horace joined the blood mineral experiment, he told me that. He might have told someone else before that, but as far as I know, I'm the only one who was told. Mason observed his state. He had been quite relaxed until now, but now he was feeling anxious. It seemed Horace was right. He spoke up to advise, Ian, I think you should go back. Mason promised. The cure for Horace, I'll think about it. But I'm still not sure. I can't guarantee anything, so don't get your hopes up too much. He was grateful. Thank you. The discussion between the three ended. Zed had nothing left to ask. He ordered, go back. He nodded in acknowledgement. As you command. Ian quickly left. Far away from the two figures, Zed turned with a cold face to glance at the remaining person. Mason spoke up to stop him. Stop. In his heart, he thought, if he had already decided, there was no way he could stop him. But he sighed, I understand. A calm expression appeared on his face. We also have things to talk about, don't we? The dreamy blue sky along with the leaves created a beautiful scene. Zack sat on the rock beside him. I've been watching you. He wasn't very surprised. I know, but I didn't think you were this close. He wanted to clarify the issue. Is the person behind you Asuka? He was recalling Brandon, who was smiling with squinted eyes. Brandon had said that he met a spy. He remembered the times he stood behind him, and Set wanted the throne, so it was possible Set was also working for Asuka. He didn't evade and replied, you're not wrong, but you're also not completely right. He still answered that question. I'm not some kind of spy, or anything. To be more precise, we just help each other. Of course you were a bit surprised, and it's quite shocking to hear. He looked at him with an amused, provocative smile. Well, you can think that way. Mason once again repeated the question with a determined look. So who is standing behind you? What kind of bastard is controlling the person in the shadows? Zack was astonished upon hearing this. He suddenly released a surge of power around him, and also drew a sword, gripping it tightly in his hand, as if you dared to do that, since I've already sent Ian away. The sword in his hand began to glow, just like the power around its master. Zed said with a provocative expression, so instead, I'll kill you. The glowing spear was revealed. He simultaneously unleashed his own power. He made Asuka sure of it from the way he held the sword pointed at him. The problem was the person standing behind Zed. Did that mean there was someone capable of controlling the master of an entire large organization? He was a bit cautious. He had no chance of winning. He might have to risk his life right now. Zack grinned maliciously at him. Great. But you know what? He said something else, then vanished instantly. Mason's eyes widened in surprise. He had disappeared. Suddenly, Zed appeared behind him with his sword already at his throat. Mason managed to bend back to dodge Zed's blade. He was quite surprised by his ability. He immediately jumped back to steps, widening the distance from Zed. Mason pondered. It was only for a brief moment, but I saw it. He felt lucky. If it weren't for the duels I had with them, I might not have dodged that. It was all thanks to Tyler and the Knights of the Round Table. Zack was excited. Just as I thought. My eyes never deceive me. He continued speaking with pride. You truly can't believe it. Yes, I didn't get the red or by chance. That person gave it only to me. The words of Zack startled Mason. That person, he said calmly, before you asked me what I wanted to do when I became king. Do you now know the answer? He was shocked. You, he suddenly growled. You're the imposter. That Zed was stunned. Imposter, Mason said calmly. I'm truly pathetic for thinking you were like him, even for a second. At the same time, he recalled his impression of Set, a notorious hunter who made others tremble in fear. A hunter who tried to change everything with his notoriety. He concluded, Demon King. When I saw Set, I thought of the Demon King. Mason's eyes were fixed on Set. The reason you want to control the Nile, that reason is because you want to become king. It's because you want to become a king who can do whatever he wants. In other words, a monopolist. Darkness covered every expression on his face. Then he slightly curled the corner of his mouth. Zack burst into a manic laugh. He just laughed gleefully, not caring about him. He affirmed, that's right. The night gradually faded with the truth. The next Day, at the palace, Mason sat in deep thought. That guy, does Asuka know that there is someone else behind this event? He worried that if Asuka didn't know about it, he wouldn't let him go, or he thought he wouldn't tell Asuka about Set. Just then, Emma rubbed her eyes and walked out. You haven't slept, Mason explained. I'm thinking about some things. She hesitated. So about Zet, there's something wrong. I don't think he's a good person, he wondered. Why? Do you think that? Emma wasn't sure either. Should I say it's a gut feeling? What he shows us versus what he's really like, it feels like he's just acting. Mason forced a smile. I only realized that after I met him last night. She really has very good intuition. The door suddenly burst open. Brandon rushed in and yelled, Underdog. What the hell are you doing? He was confused. I don't know what you're talking about, he replied. I don't know if you know this, but the informant and Asuka that I mentioned before, by Z. Brandon continued, and this morning, Z announced, he was stopping the exchange of information with Asuka, and the reason he suddenly did that is probably because of you, Underdog. Those usually narrowed eyes were now looking at Mason with annoyance. So what the hell are you doing? He muttered. What did I do? Mason's face became serious. That's what I have to do now. We will join the discussion about the Nile. Emma was shocked. What? And Brandon just coldly stared at him. Outside the temple, the jackals were standing in a straight line. Bastet was excited. It's an honor to meet everyone. I am very much looking forward to everyone coming to the Nile, the heroes of Asuka. Mason replied solemnly. We are also honored. Today I come as a representative of Asuka. She showed them the way. We were informed in advance by Asuka. Please follow. This way, Mason thought to himself, using Odin was really a good idea. It was going according to plan. He was confident, the center of the Nile. We can easily get inside it. The group walked along the path. Bastet looked ahead. In surprise. They ran into Z standing there. She was puzzled. Z responded with only his suspicious smile. Mason wondered, what kind of expression is that? It's really concerning. I need to carry out the plan before it's too late, he suddenly called out to Bastet. She tilted her head. What is it, my lord? Mason asked curiously. Where is Horus? Bastet became wary of him. Mason spoke up. I will try to treat Horus. She pretended not to understand. What are you talking about? Someone interrupted. Bastet, it's Ian and Nathan. Bastet turned her head. Ian, what does this mean? Ian suddenly knelt on one knee. The leader of Egypt, Horus, is among your beloved guards. I suggest you, I beg you, please, allow Underdog to treat Horus. It's been a while since we arrived at the river. Nin, now Bastet, followed by Init, is rushing here urgently. Ian suddenly feels grateful. Thank you. Bishi runs coldly. Ian, I hope your decision isn't wrong. At the same time, Mason and Brandon are also hurrying just as fast. Brandon worries silently. If they can't save Horus, all of them will die. And of course, so will we. He looks at Mason's back. If needed, I'll use him and restore the relationship between Eska and the river. Nin, Emma asks Bastet, what are our chances of discovery? Bastet replies, we've discovered it, but more importantly, Underdog, can you really save him? Mason looks at her calmly. I think it's a bit late to ask that. I can't say for sure, but I'll do my best. His face shows clear tension. I can't guarantee anything, but if I don't succeed, we won't be able to stop it. The scene shifts to the interior. Now the ferocious jackals are blocking them. Stop. You are reckless to dare advance into the center of the river. Nin, Bast, steps forward, flanked by Ian and Mason. She speaks, please move aside. I don't want to harm anyone. This hunter is from the same organization as Emmy. The jackals are stunned. Bastet, how can you? One of them growls loudly. It's not too late. Surrender them and come here. Like a passing breeze, Bastet cuts through 3 jackals with a single sword strike in an instant, targeting that slash. Each one falls to the ground. Witnessing the whole event, Emma is incredulous. What are you doing? They all trusted you, Bastet. They could help. U.S. Bastet replies seriously. That's exactly why. From behind, a hand rests on Emma's shoulder. Emma, still stunned, continues. What do you mean? Mason explains slowly. Bastet cared deeply for them. If we fail to save Horus, they will also be in danger. Emma apologizes regretfully. I'm sorry, I was so short-sighted. He suddenly realizes. Merlin's necklace is truly amazing, not only for him, but it even translates for his teammates. Immediately, everyone gathers before the central Great Gate. Bastet looks ahead. Horus is right beyond these doors. She turns back and calls Nathanic. Bastet asks bluntly, will you help protect this place with me? Hearing this, Nathan can't help but doubt. Ian steps forward. Thank you for trusting us, Nathan. But if you don't want to go any further, you can turn back now. Nathan looks annoyed. She openly declares, it's an honor to fight by your side. Bastet, for a moment Bastet feels she doesn't know why, but it seems she has made up her mind now. The gate slowly opens. Nathan and Bastet stay outside watching everyone pass. There are many things to say. She calls out Ian's name loudly. He quickly turns his head to look back. Nathan blushes, looks away. If you succeed, stay with me. Ian smiles reassuringly at her. Don't worry, we will definitely succeed. Nathan's heart races, her face reddens. On this side, Emma declares boldly, now we truly cannot afford to fail. Mason doesn't deny it as he follows behind. I suppose so. They continue their journey. The team rushes quickly through each territory. Light from the exit appears ahead. What greets their eyes as everyone enters is a glowing coffin. At the center of the hall, the woman standing before them speaks. I knew you would come for my son. Seeing her, Ian speaks softly. Lady Isis. Beside him, Mason. Mason suddenly remembers Isis. He's heard that name somewhere before. He has almost grasped this person's identity as Osiris, the ruler of the river Nin. She is the wife of him and also the mother of Horus, the one he needs to treat. She is also one of the strongest in the river Nin. Isis glares at them. Do not come any closer. Suddenly a reflective circle forms, enclosing the space around the central part of the coffin, dividing the area into outer and inner sections. Mason is overwhelmed, thinking to himself, a barrier. We won't be able to get any closer. By normal means, the river Nin is also hiding a monster. Ian looks up at Lady Isis, pleading with her. Isis repeatedly expresses, I know that my Horus thinks highly of you, and I have heard many times that you would find someone who could save him. She sternly questions, so Ian, I ask you, do you truly believe that man will save my son? Ian faces her and confirms, yes, I am certain of it. Isis glances over, wanting to confirm once more. Then let me ask you, can you really save my son? Mason is stunned for a moment, then responds, immediately, leaving Emma and Brandon astonished. No. Isis is shocked. Her face darkens. He faces her. I dare not say for sure that I can save him. Mason confesses honestly, I simply will try to heal him. Her hands drop weakly after hearing those words. A group of people now stand before an ancient architectural area revealing a coffin at the center. Emma observes thoughtfully. That barrier disappears. Lady Isis announces, when the coffin opens, the seal will vanish. It will last for 30 minutes. Once the seal disappears, suddenly her eyes blaze with a threatening glow. There will be no way to reseal it. No one can leave this place alive, he asserts firmly. I have no plan to die. A pair of feet steps forward softly. Henry has long held acupuncture needles floating in his palm. Both young men flash a very confident smile. Dim lanterns hang upside down from the ceiling, lighting up the entire space. Satch sits cross-legged neatly on a large mat. Underdog must have started treating Horus. Isis is also there. His gaze suddenly grows heavy. His first love still has a long road ahead. I can't believe I'm hesitating about my rebellion for love. After steadying his emotions, he stands up straight and announces, loudly, Jackals, today we will carry out our rebellion. The group of jackals responds in unison loudly. Satch speaks with increasing fervor. Today, I will sit on the throne of the river Nin. Their spirits rise significantly. His narrowed pupils glance over at Anubis. As a gesture of respect, Anubis raises his hand to place it before his chest. The Lord of Lightning gives the order, go gather the jackals and lead them to where Horus is. He can't help but be puzzled. What are you planning? He firmly reveals. I will cut the pharaoh's throat. He continues, Osiris, I am sure he is. Trembling with fear, it's time to end my ill-fated relationship with him. Thick purple smoke envelops his palm, causing its shape to begin to change. Anubis growls each word emphatically, I will harvest death. On another side, Mason instructs carefully, Brother Wu Henry, I need you to control this person's power as much as possible. Tyler, his face is already covered in sweat from worrying. He still assures in reply, I understand. His hand gently inserts the needle, wrapped in magical energy, until all the needles are attached to the body of Horus lying in the coffin. Wu proceeds to unleash his power. The air is dead silent. Everyone quietly watches the unfolding events. Yin fidgets nervously, constantly murmuring to dear names in his head. Nathan and Bastet. Mason suddenly speaks. Brother Brandon. The other asks back, as if to confirm, Are you sure you can save him? He seems extremely. I am confident in my own abilities. I think I can do it. Brandon also had no further objections. Good. Then he turned around and ran off in another direction. You adjusted your tie in front of Fenrir and Damien. I trust everyone. Damien acted obediently. I will pay attention to your orders, Fenrir growled. A few times instinctively. Yeah, Princess. Emma quickly calmed everyone down. Don't worry. W tiredly wiped his sweaty forehead. All the preparations have been made. Masoni took off his outer coat. I'll let Brandon handle the rest. Once I start treating Horus, I will become completely defenseless. He directly skipped the steps and made a leap, standing before the cold coffin with spiritual energy spreading everywhere. He silently thought to himself that he would have to let his team handle the rest. However, his eyes still glanced behind him, while watching Isis and thinking, now we have a powerful ally on our side, comparable to Set. Perhaps instead of fighting against the entire Nile River, now we will have others on our side to fight against Set and Isis. He quickly summoned his giant trident, using its sharp tip to strike down a blow. The weapon was planted right onto the mummified body of the person in the coffin. Isis showed an extremely surprised expression at this sight. What, in an instant, you were gone, leaving only a strong footprint on the ground. Her hands gathered to massive energy spheres and charged forward. Damn it, luckily Inf stood up to protect. In time, he spread his arms wide to block the opponent's advance. Please stop, Lady Isis, you can no longer remain calm. Get out of my way, warrior. W quickly tried to calm the tense atmosphere. Please calm down and look. Horus's entire body suddenly emitted strange red energy. Isis widened her eyes in disbelief. No, impossible. The boy is absorbing the red magical power. Notifications kept popping up. The blood dragon stone is absorbing the madness. The blood dragon stone is flowing back into his blood. On the back of Mason's neck, red veins began to appear clearly. The madness is flowing into me. It's like what happened to him in the Battle of the Great Warriors. A violent memory flashed through his mind. Back then, because of the blood dragon stone, I was pushed into a state of frenzy and ran wildly. His body began to transform rapidly, his hands still gripping the weapon tightly. However, I am different now, absorbing the power of madness with the dragon heart. Another new piece of information, the weak dragon heart is containing the blood dragon stone. Emma then felt a bit uneasy. Will this be okay? The red magical power spread throughout the mummy over time. Horus's bandages, dyed red by the madness, would return to their original color. But looking at Mason, his eyes had now turned bright red, like blood, and his breathing became heavy. From Mason's mouth, white smoke billowed violently. However, his mind remained very clear. Just treating Horus was not enough. To defeat Set, I need to develop too. Another stage, fierce power surrounded the tip of his trident. By reversing the flow of the blood dragon stone, I can swallow the frenzy. A name suddenly echoed in his head. Garoda, to develop his dragon heart. His entire body erupted with intense energy, red magical lines running all over his body. His eyes blazed with an eerie red, his teeth clenched in resignation. W. Henry watched the scene unfolding before him worriedly. He is absorbing all the red magical power. Emma was in a similar state but could only stand and watch helplessly. Sir Mason, Lady Isis smiled with satisfaction. The red magical power that had swallowed Horus is now returning to Underdog. That means Horus will wake up. Suddenly, Nathan's entire body was blasted far away, along with flying concrete debris. She slid a long distance on the ground and lay there motionless. In rushed over, while loudly calling her name. Nathan quickly summoned a bottle of medicine, gently lifting her up with the other hand, after pouring water into her mouth. Her condition seemed to recover somewhat. In anxiously asked Han, "Are you okay?" Her eyes suddenly opened wide, her face darkening noticeably. "I'm fine. How is Bastet?" The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a large force of jackals led by Anubis advancing to this place. Lamia was lifted up by his muscular arm. Isis shouted excitedly, her golden pupils blazing, ready for battle. Anubis responded with a cold, murderous gaze as always. Without a word, he delivered a powerful blow to Lamia, who was completely defenseless. The tremendous impact made her spit out a mouthful of blood, her body blasted out of the thick smoke, sharing the same fate as Nathan earlier. She lay sprawled on the floor, her face suddenly turned dark as if detached from her head. Anubis spoke in a hoarse jackal tone, but understanding their master's orders, they shouted in unison. "Ha ha!" He ordered them to advance and collect the dead. The jackals turned into black shadows and moved forward simultaneously at terrifying speed. Isis did not dare delay and immediately ordered the protection of Horus and Underdog. Inf and Nathan also acted immediately. Wu and Inchang also split up. He quickly announced, "I will go and treat Bastet." She quickly agreed with him. "I'll look after her for you." Outside the building, everything remained peaceful as if nothing had happened. But little did they know, inside was a chaotic battlefield. The jackals charged forward with swords and shouted loudly. Set, facing the sudden attack of three, Set just stood calmly in place. He activated his golden eyes, not forgetting to mock them. How foolish! Instantly, a glowing slash cut through one of them. Not stopping there, the attack continued to strike another one. He completely defeated the jackals in a brief moment, their bodies gradually turning to dust and disappearing into nothingness. A system sound rang out. "The desert vault of ruins is providing full support to you." Set looked at the drifting sand before him and muttered to himself, "What a pity for them not to recognize their new ruler even when I am right in front of them." His eyes widened arrogantly. "Wait for me, big brother, because Set, the one most fit to become the ruler of the Nile, is coming." Here, then he turned and left, leaving the dust-like body of a jackal lying scattered on the floor. The scene shifted to a magnificent setting with brilliant gold tones. In the style of Norse mythology in Odin's Asgard, a group of people in all black clothing sat neatly on two long rows of chairs in the middle of the room. The host, at the center, spoke clearly. "We will begin the meeting." Aaron interlaced his fingers, his expression extremely serious. "Set has begun a rebellion. Although it seems the Nile will collapse, everything will be fine." His gaze lowered for a moment. "With that in mind, today's meeting topic concerns the Nile." On the connected screen was the image of Banner, Lord Odin. He revealed darkly, "Soon, the boss and I will begin fighting." He immediately agreed without hesitation. "I permit you." Next was the scene of him turning around to face the person they were talking about. The boss expressed, "It was quite a surprise. Truly unexpected. I never thought that you would stand in my way." Brandon had already summoned two swords in his hands. "I didn't expect this either. I never thought we would clash with swords here like this." He slightly curled his lips into a smile. "So, this is Aska's intention then? Fine, this is nothing, it seems. Before the main course, I'll do a bit of exercise." In an instant you were nowhere to be seen, leaving only a powerful footprint on the ground. Seti charged straight at the opponent with a lightning-fast sword strike, but immediately, the sound of metal clashing rang out as the two weapons crossed, blocking the attack. Brandon crouched down, putting force into his arms to withstand the immense weight. He was somewhat amused and offered praise. "You're strong." Only then did he open one eye, showing that his focus was pushed to the highest level. "You're tough too." Both warriors tensed up in their stances, ready to dive into a relentless deathmatch. Looking down from the pyramid, the jackal dog stared with cold eyes and an aggressive aura. With energy surrounding her sword, advanced, staring at them. The three fought in the air, creating earth-shattering explosions of energy. One jackal dog panicked. At Emma's attack, she held the sword filled with purple light and charged. At him, Emma looked at him, smiled lightly. You will be the first to go. Suddenly he rushed toward her, and along with him, another jackal dog also advanced. They charged at Emma like two red needles. She frowned and used her sword to create a sweeping wave of energy. Damn it! Explosions of great power kept appearing, one after another. Emma gritted her teeth and retreated amid the thick dust. She turned her gaze to Wen Henry. He frowned and marveled. Unbelievable, each of them is a hero-level hunter. I can't imagine what kind of skills were passed down to them. She turned in one direction and looked at them walking away. I don't think this is the time to be amazed. For jackal dogs charged at Isis but were all stopped by her. Isis frowned, raising her hand to reinforce the barrier. Suddenly, the mysterious footsteps of someone approached quickly. Anubis appeared, radiating a terrifying pressure, and dodged to one side. He shot forward like lightning. Isis took a defensive stance while Anubis leapt at her with sharp black claws. He put force into both arms and lunged toward her. The two collided, creating a resounding explosion. Anubis sneered, "You think you can maintain that barrier forever while fighting me?" Black energy coiled around Isis's power. "No, I can't hold the barrier forever." The jackal dog seized the moment and rushed toward her. "The barrier is broken. This is our chance. Everyone charge." Emma chuckled. "You've made a mistake. The place you're all heading to." The four charged toward Fenrir's hell. A burst of blue light energy exploded from the side. The boy transformed back to his original form. Fenrir vanished before the jackal dog's attack. Yin led the way with Nathanik and Bastet advancing. "This is our chance. Let's destroy them all." Inside the pyramid now, Brandon squinted and chuckled lightly, dodging the golden sword slash. Set countered at the edge. He glared provocatively. "Even now you're still hiding your power. Truly impressive." Brandon grimaced. "You're pretty strong too." The sword in Set's hand emitted a strange black light, replacing the golden energy source. He closed his eyes tightly to gather energy. "This is a waste of time. I saved this for my brother." But Set opened his blood-red pupils, unable to withdraw anything. His face darkened, his body radiating terrifying black energy. Brandon frowned in discomfort. "This is truly dangerous. My goal is to stall." But he cast a glance at his opponent. "If I make a mistake, I'll die." Odin, a voice rang in his head. "Fight him." Brandon suddenly froze. Aska's orders are absolute. That's why he no longer hesitated and began to take a fighting stance. Set laughed in response. "Fine." Suddenly, his figure vanished in a flash. Set rushed toward Brandon so fast that it shocked him. "He's too fast." Brandon held to blades, charging his technique. "Your weakness is that you have no territorial rule. Let me show you the difference between those who have it and those who don't." He shouted the name of the technique, Red Blick. The two clashed in close combat. In the midst of it, Set and Brandon vanished, leaving only purple streaks. Anubis sensed it and was startled. Set's energy had disappeared. Isis sneered. "It seems something happened to Set." She looked at him. "Now the balance of power is broken. Take this, Anubis." He faced her directly. "No way anything happened to him." "Isis," she was excited. "Now I can use it on her." A black energy slowly formed beneath Isis's feet. Anubis said loudly, "Note that my intention is not just to kill you," he said coldly, unleashing the technique, Curtain of Truth. She was trapped in a black square cage, unable to move her limbs. Ian was shocked, looking at Isis, and shouted, "Lady Isis!" Anubis tilted his head back, laughing gleefully. "You let your guard down, Isis." Inside, she endured immense pressure, forcing her to her knees. "My body is so heavy. I can't do anything," he said smugly. "Isis, stay in there and become my power." Bastet and Ian ran over. She shouted, "Break that barrier," he replied while running. "Yes." Ian bent his arm into a stance, thinking he would put all his strength into one blow. Maybe it would be enough to pierce it. He focused his power into his clenched fist. Ian punched the purple cube with all his might. But the cube didn't even chip, leaving him completely surprised to realize, damn, it's like punching a sponge. I can't punch through it. Ian gritted his teeth and concentrated all his power. Then I'll have to break through by punching continuously. Ian truly couldn't believe his eyes. What? The barrier, the cube before him, had grown many times larger. He was stunned to realize it was getting bigger and bigger. A black energy swept across. The black energy slowly revealed itself. Anubis. Asta was truly shocked. No way, that guy, I can feel the power of Lady Isis and Ian from him. Anubis laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. A massive amount of power is flowing into me. A voice suddenly cut off his words. Hey, you wretched dog. Emma taunted. What are you going to do about this? All your minions. Around them were images of Fenrir walking past and the bodies of jackal dogs lying scattered everywhere. Emma reminded him, your subordinates have all been defeated by our white dog. Only you are left. Anubis opened his hand with sharp claws. He raised one arm high and commanded, death and souls, I harvest all of you. Black energy spread around the bodies of the jackal dogs. That black energy infiltrated their bodies. That energy controlled them, making them stand up. Emma panicked. Damn, all the ones who died have come back to life. Anubis coldly ordered, destroy all my enemies. Bastet shouted loudly to warn everyone, be careful. Anubis's forbidden technique allows him to turn them into tools to fight for him. Emma stood next to Wen, both becoming serious and cold. She said, I understand. Then she thought to herself, I'm seeing this again. Emma recalled the image of the giants, like in China, the Na giants who were transformed during a massacre. Monsters created from the greed of the ruler. She continued to speculate, said Anubis, both are like that king of the giants. I cannot forgive. Jo H. Emma Lan Ting Kyung Hun, Kang Sao, TG Ting Chin Heuvvi. Nung the Tang Tu Ri, Y Nikik, Brandon Alenjing Bktm Dien, Ichione. Kang Hup LST now. Siu Ta Non Thi Rap Brick Buffahai Hon Tonri, H. Thung Vang Lan Thang Bao, Lut Al Len They Ni, K Nang Cho Fep Gi SS Hyuko. CCCM Dien Tuyet Gy Trong Mt Kang Jian Hun, MCCD Cho Lut El Len. They Ni Cam Chen Vien Con GGC Kich Hot, Hang Set Vien Then Kang Tho GGC Re. BFC Tichiang Ba CCCM DNX Tuk Then MT Hun Thoi LS Rock Kang Jian Beningoi. Hanjifa Hai Lut El, Lan They Ni Ji Nat Hun Vathot Rocky Kang Jian Na. Nung Lun Koi Yen Bao Vaiset, Ant Ta Thi Hun Hek, Bondu Te Cm Viaki Cm. The SD Hun Lam Mchen SD Wei. Siu Ta Lolan Gig Tha Lut El Len They Ni Ca Mchen. Kang Ko Tac Dong Ri. Kang LS Chikon Cash Ko Thai Sao, Brandon Quite Hun Noi. Odin, TSN SB Dong Na, Hai Cho Fep Tisai. MT Jing Noi Trong Theme Cap. Lei Trian Jade Theng Quay Sagi Hin Siu Ta. TT, Niu Na Lam The La Chung. Ta Sen LK. Hai Ti Bien Seng Yin Sai. Kui Kung Ra Lan, Hai SB Dong Linder. Dog Vakiturk Viasai. Brandon Kang Kam Tam Hang Vien Chape Non. Ti Tun Lan. Bia Ki Trong Te Brandon Hoa Than Lung Sang Tring Bin MTT. I Sen PMGM QG Mo. My Hai, Ko La YCAS Guy. Jigi Ngui Turk VAH, Bonduchi GGM MT Ko. Chu, that Nak Na, Hang Ta Kang the Lam Tri GGC. Minyan Lon La Tuyat SNP Vui VF Kyung Hun, Kang Ko Ji Fithi Nak Na Si, Brandon G, Aska G. Kirai MT Lua Chun, Hunyan K. Sako Anata MGM QG Non Brandon Bin MTT. Trong MT Kung Yan Nui NGA. Set Hung Jia Ji Yan Chung Alayan Enk Non. Osiris Hang Giji Tran Gai Vang, Osiris Lan Ting Terchak, Ngui Ti Ri. Try. Say Bien Yuen Thun, Non Ko VF Kang GGC Bin Na. And Try, Non Ngoi Hun Ca and. The Ko LSK La Quite Hun Ca and Na. Anta Jade 9 BCC Fat CNN Gin D. Elenteng Hai, Ti Sao Na Fi Na The Na Si Cha, Hai Noi Cho Ti Bit Ti. Sao. Ang Ta Vien Bien Yuen Ten Bo Try, Ta Kang Hai Hin VVI Quite Hun Ca. Chen. Say Tip Ti Siched Vien, Ko Fi La Du Ti Kang, Alas Du Mai and Akau Kot CCC. MDN Ma Horace GGN Na Fichit, Ko Fi Vien TG Nim Bao Gai Vang He. Kang, Osiris Alay and Ling Cap, Hun Ko Ma Q Ingo Na The. Ko Archti Nu Gi. MDN Yu Tran The GG Ne, Hang Kang Fi TDC Bun H Hu Ko MCC Jich. H Hong Ti Li Ca Non Lui, Say Guide Mchen Dio Hai, GG, Hun Noi La and G. Non Thi Gi Korea, Osiris Ko Hai J Gi Vien. Thiko, Antha G. Siapg MCC BNGN, Ang Ngc 9 Tok G, Sach QG Alen Siamdan, Kaha. Tihauri, Sauki GNP Henta, and GCM Thina Bahenbi Re, Vinan G. Ko the Henbi Henta, and Turknin Kau Kot CCC MDN Mai and Kang the Ko GGC. Anoyon Town Hun FN Ang Ta CMV and Kaji, MCC D Cho Kontri CAN Jiba. Heit Kong Huk the Vatran BD VXCA Kaichit, and VN Kau Kot CCC MDNCA. Na, Hu Nyan, and MDN Hun Horace, Venan and Kang MTTTDC MGA They. Bauko, Tuki Trokvisin Luxia and Jiba Heit Kong Lai Sai. Setchate Vow. Osiris Vakuji no, Hang Tikik VVI and Vatikik VVI Henta, Osiris Bang. Hong Thong Thought, Kaiji, Vetchio Hai Tater Chak and Gekvi and Dong CCC MDN, TSN. Choan Thi, CCC MDN Ca Anta Dang Tra, Nung Lung Ki Yen Bao BGC Lai. Anta, Osiris Kang the Tin Ni Vao MT Mchen, CCC MDN Ko Hung No La Sia Height. Kong, Nung Lung Ki Yen Ve Quan and Taban Hang Zut Hai and MTH Ucho. Yen Ngam Naham Rang St Nun. SNP MGM QG Cham CCC, K Chin La CCC MDN Ma. And Muan K, Anachun Nem Ferry and Tri G, Bang Yen Viet Kwe H Ucho D Tun. Hai MT Na G Angulao Han T and Kang Oris. Ang Ta Vien BNUN Thun Kang H Ko. Chid SD Hai Ma Na Jingi, Horace. Hai MTC Set G Ingu, Anta Tuyen Bien. TSN Scythio Gi and Angko Vathong Tro Si the GG Nature Kangcha. Kai Sang Nin Va A Siapi Tin TM Thong Ne. MSI MT Hu and Kim Tim SCC LSM. Vao and Gang Gi Tun Cho Ring GGGCHEI Sin. Tipko, Train Kang Trung Lane Liud. Ting Tun Basi Tried H. And MTC SCC LAN. Ugi Kim Len Kakai Diet K. Juk. Jang Du Kung Hang Mao GM 10 Zak MT Cho Ring. Ting Vian H and 3 Tron. MTCCCGGC Fep Fut Hun Than. Damien TTN Kang Bat Hunter Chak MT. THI. The Buncho Ring Kang Kon Nuyan Vin Enchiam Lalayat Ra MT Jade. Archie Non, MT. Lan Ko HCC Tim Lanti. Na Xim HP Vao Si the MT Cho Ring. Kainhan Tamu. MT Trung Trung. Nung Tun Kukung GGC Koi Yen Kia Lam Sen Lei. Nung Bien. Fan Bothulian GGC BP Sung. W Giam Trung. Bunchung Siki Dirklei. MY. CMTGAG MD High Cap Lei. Hung Natigi. Chiko MT Cash Dint. Jiangan Trung Mathai. MTC Fat Tim Lik Sang MT Hong. Anubis Hai and Hang. Tung Ra Nung Lung HCC Quan Cha Cha Thung Ti Fenria. Na Non Chong Ra. Chu Tran Lei Chung. MT Long Ra Tia Yan Lam. Na Non Hentagi GM Lan Ting. HEI. Fenrian Hai BPT Tone Via Bly Anubis. Tang Hentaji Kup Hai Lan Kao. Ni Un Tien Kang Si Na. Nung Tia HCC Quang Bailian Quan Gi. Tran Te Hen. Ta Hang Tich T MTK CCC MDN Kang Kip. Henta Hen Thung Lung Nang. Leung T Trung MT Fenria. Koi By Vang Lan Mit MD. Zen Lane Nung TIHCC. Quang Gait Gait Zung Quan. Emathy V Kang Ki Lo Lung Thought Lan. Fenria. By Beji Gim Bien Hang Vien Cha The Arki Tun Hun. Arch T Non GG. LS Ra Fenria Jeter Clay Hun Gi Hang Ba Thong Nchiem Biek Ti Yang. Anubis Non Vow. Nchiem GM Hang Ti Nang Lium Kangang. Tuyat BG. Kayang Gun CCC MDN Vien Tun. Nay. Tai GCM Thina the Ta Ko the Hen BBXTCA. KC Ko La Osiris. Hen MGM QGLS Raham Rang SCC Nun CA Mchen. Gig the Ta SNK Nti Thuk MGA Chayan. MY. MT Bante Kun AG Bang Tring Bam Lan Than Tichiang. Mason VVIG Giang. MTAG MD Hai K Thought Lan. Zongri. Anubis Chit Guide Mchen VNCM Non GGC. Jiko. Nang Leung Ne Hung Noi La Zut Hai Interchak MT La MT Nam Than Nien. Kun V Tring Si Gi. Han Trong Long Chen Yang. Horace Anaphanen. Anubis. Sao Ngui Dam. LPPTIC Fat Yang Bang Tring Tran Te Mchen. Gigi Bang GGC. Trian Nang Leung Bao Chat Lai Ki Net Tim. Shatrong Tich Tic Na Ba Lam. Cho Ench Tung. V Then Tingman. Anubis Them Tam Engang Gang. Ko the Diab Dangfa. The BFC Man SS that Navi. Ko MT Ban Chan BGCT. La Funan Isis Tin T. Cha Horace. Kantin Le Ri. MT Bar Rang Riel. Kontri Sieta. And. MGMQG, Udang Kap Li MD Mchen, Bang Tha MD Gig the MD Haige Gigi Sai. Sauko Enki Sai, Tran Gi Fat Ra Kuk Lun Yan Yen and Cam, Noevanti. Ba, Kan Esen Turk Lethai, Tran Si the Nung Tuncho Ring Zut Hien Kuk Viet. Tim, Bun Chung Kang Angam Hu Gao Thek, Terchak MT Anubis, Tone Bien Tan, Thank at By Trong Na MT, Enthi Vithim Gi, Vien B Up Si Man SS that G. Bin MTT, Hen Kang the Ichio Kain Kaichit GGC Nia, Anubis Hon Tonchum, Trong CNN Fin En Magi Tun An Horace, Hen Ta BT Gi Lao Thung Tian Trong, Tich TIC, Bang Q and LPPAG Nang Leung Ri Te Ant, Hen Ta Sai MT Huing, Tro CSU Vut Yen SCC Nun Thung MT, An Hesene and Sang Ti the Genshin Day, VMGM Da Bao Lai, Kun Chat Te Hen Ta. Na Tip Tic Cholai Gi Anubis, Hen Ta Chiko the Gi GMG, Horace Giam Jing, Thine Ra VNG, Bang Vi Hang, Kun Hen Taing Lon En, Hen Lut Fed Enchle Elen Lan Rong, Ingun Nang, Leung Sia Anubis Bin MTT, MT and Kung Vien the Ma Vi Nat Hien Ra Gi Giang MT Hen, Hen Ta Mu MT, Kang Kiang Guch Hai, Lam Sao Ma Ta Vien Con Sen, Horace, Hong and MT Non Jung Hen Ma Cap, Ta Kang Fi La Gi Ko the Hun Hot, Mang Sen Sia Ngui, Mason Non Chan BGC Hun, and Non Quay Siu, QG. Noi, no the Ne La Hung YCU Re Hung Kang. Siu Li Intervli, Thang, Siamin. Angai, Damien H on Siu Thick MCC, Ti Sao Angai Le Dung the Chohan, Siu Cap. Buivien Non Ngui Kala Sihun. Mason Non Quay Na, Tip Tic Noi, Ninta. I want you to have a younger brother. Its eyes looked at him with emotion. Thank you, sir. Anubis lay still. Suddenly a chill ran down his spine. Why am I trembling like this? A wave of immense pressure descended upon the magnificent pyramid. Emma and W. Both sensed that the others also reacted very quickly. Mason was no exception, quickly detecting it. Horace suddenly clenched his fist. He couldn't help but tremble, his face showing pain. Father has passed away. In another area of the Nile, a group of people were gathering. In suddenly knelt down. Oh, Lord Osiris. The others all wept. This is our failure. Another person spoke up. Not yet. Lord Horus has awakened. He insisted. It's not too late. We must help Lord Horus. Let's go. With that, everyone immediately dragged each other along. In a certain tower, the chieftain of the Memphis clan, Tylerth, affirmed that the Memphis clan would not participate. What are you, the Himoko clan, planning to do? The chieftain of the Hermopolis clan, Sermit, insisted. We will defeat Set. We are not cowards. With that, the old man left. I will not watch the Nile be destroyed. Memphis Tyler stopped him. Wait, he explained, then we will go with you to the temple of the divine family. Not to side with Horus or anything, but Tylerth put on a serious face to witness the new king of the Nile being born. Let's go. Set judged him to be a real sly fox. He must be plotting to side with whoever is winning. At the palace, Set and Horus were now standing opposite each other in the courtyard. Set taunted, looking at you like a mess. Horus retorted, you look like you're enjoying yourself, uncle. He declared to decide who would be the new king of the Nile, for the greatness of the divine family, to decide who is chosen by the gods, who can rule the Nile. The CM group responded, cheering together for the Nile. The Tylerth group continued cheering for the Nile. Isis also shouted loudly, for the Nile, for the Nile. Set was pleased. Haha, you've all gathered to witness the new king being born. He was excited. Underdog, you're amazing. I never thought someone like you could awaken. Horus, but it was also within that man's prediction. Mason thought to himself, even I'm not sure if I fully healed. Horus, but the man behind Set could predict this. You wondered. Do you mean you deliberately let me save Horus? Set said calmly. That's right. Power radiated from him. Set was happy because of a true king. He continued, he must be recognized by everyone. But more than that, deciding who will be king right here on this stage, I think you should come up here too. Horus was startled. Set was confused. What is he saying? Tylerth was surprised. Does he want an outsider to participate in the battle to decide? The king, Set gestured provocatively. You can feel it too, can't you? Horus, he looked at Mason. Your patron, the son of the desert, is also watching him. The system announced that the son of the desert is paying attention to you. He recalled that since Horus woke up, the message the son of the desert is watching you had appeared, but for some reason, the sky of Kai Hien did not dislike it. Could this be related to who will be the king of the Nile? Mason turned towards Horus. Even though I absorbed Horus's madness, he just broke free from the seal. No matter what, Horus has no chance of defeating Set, so that means he jumped down, landing opposite Set. Mason said to Horus with determination, I will help you. Horus smiled at him with trust, truly reliable. Set's body slowly levitated in the air. He was delighted. So let's decide. Who has a more suitable patron for the divine family, the Wolf of the ruined desert or the son of the desert? Let's see. The bandages on Horus's hand began to come off, and Mason's weapon was also restored. Both were ready. At the Golden Palace, Jong Aaron was now sitting at his desk. He sighed, thinking to himself, the Nile? That's truly a perfect thing to absorb. Jong Aaron hesitated, remembering Set, but the power that Set possessed, the dark red magical force that could destroy the laws of that territory. He slammed his hand on the table, his face serious, concluding in his heart, fear, a feeling he thought he had long forgotten. Purple magic surrounded Jong Aaron, and he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, a feeling of excitement. Jong Aaron calculated, I have found a possibility. With the nameless power that Set possesses, killing a patron is feasible. The purple magic receded. He propped his hands on the table, thinking, abandon the Nile, as I said, but Set's matter is completely different. Once this civil war ends, I will appear. Jong Aaron suddenly sensed something. A figure in a black cloak appeared, surprising him. Inwardly, impossible, here, right inside my territory. No one can enter without my permission, he shouted loudly. Who are you? How can you enter my territory? The other muttered. Odin in black extended his hand. I will continue to grant you power. Horus was now casting a spell, controlling the cloth on his body. They attacked Set relentlessly but were all blocked. He had begun reciting his divine incantation. Under the witness of the divine family, burning, and energy, enveloped in blazing flames shot towards the opponent. Set stood still, waiting for his fire spears to approach. Seeing this, he also praised Horus. You have become stronger, but you still haven't gotten used to your new power, nephew. Then he also raised his hand, preparing to cast a spell. Sandstorm. Instantly, 3 or 4 whirlwinds enveloped him. They simultaneously attacked Horus, sending him flying far away. Set then gathered momentum to continue attacking. Then he leapt high. He prepared to strike Horus with a powerful blow from above. At that moment, Set also gave him a strong punch to the chest, causing Horus to fall straight from above, crashing violently into the ground. Sand and dust flew everywhere. Suddenly, a trident enveloped in fire shot towards Set as he was running. He immediately detected it and grabbed it. So, Mason attacked Set but was blocked. Seeing him, Set was also surprised. What's this? You've become much stronger too. On this side, he tried to break free but still couldn't pull out his weapon. He resigned himself, thinking silently. Against someone who can easily block my attack like him, there's no other choice but to use the madness that I absorbed this time. Then he gathered all his strength, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Ha ha!" Set couldn't help but be amazed and thought to himself, I see, when he healed Horus, he must have absorbed the power of the blood mineral. Then he also released his hand that was holding his weapon. Set smiled with great interest and exclaimed, "How interesting!" Immediately, he attacked him relentlessly, and he quickly blocked all his blows. Then he glared with his bloodshot eyes, threatening, "Are you going to tell me the identity of that man or not?" Set was still throwing continuous punches, looking down on him. "Even if I told you, it would be useless. No matter what, today you must die." Quickly, he delivered a final powerful blow to Mason, sending him flying backward. Suddenly, he flew up, observing everything around. Then, Set turned to dodge his attacks. Then they quickly converged on one point to strike him. Horus below shouted loudly, blaming him. "Do you really have to kill my father right there, Set? Did you really have to kill her father right there?" Struck by lightning, The explosion occurred from there. Even so, Set was unharmed when using his protective shield. He gave a little praise. Not bad. He also slowly walked over. Run and Horus stood opposite, holding their weapons defiantly, provoking Set. So how about this? It left him speechless. His eyes turned red. As he made a condition with Set. If we can defeat you, will you answer our questions? He walked over confidently, smirking, asserting that would never happen. Then he got into a stance, ready to fight. At any moment, full of pride, not sure yet. Immediately, he took a deep breath, using his ultimate skill despite the risks, using the power of that mad part. His mana was overloaded. Now he could use it. Heavenly flame, the tip of his spear gradually channeled mana, enveloping his body, and without any hesitation, he shouted and charged straight forward, piercing through the armor. In an instant, his power shot like an arrow straight into Set's body, blasting everything around. He stood before his might and couldn't help but admire. I understand why you're so confident. However, this still isn't enough. Not letting him gain the upper hand, he immediately used his ultimate skill, Sandstorm. The two powerful forces clashed, flipping everything around, shocking those below. Watch out. A moment later, Emma leapt up with her sword to support Run, while the others below were still in a panic, unable to react in time. Then she slashed at the boulders, about to fall. She charged forward, warning them, everyone, fall back, I'll protect you. They turned and ran away, grateful. Thank you. That's not a fight for ordinary people. Horus stood next to Run, who had just teamed up with him, and asked, did we defeat him? He wiped his sweat and analyzed. Even though my attack landed, it still wasn't enough. His magical power barely decreased. The thick smoke gradually cleared, revealing Set's figure still standing there completely unharmed. Immediately, he rushed straight through the smoke. In an instant, Horus was attacked by him. Without warning. Even though Mason had warned him, it was too late. Horus was then severely injured, spitting blood, unable to just stand and watch. Run immediately slashed Set in half. He, with his torn clothes, one arm severed, and a Volf's head darkened face, heavenly flame and piercing armor, are even more than I imagined. I could never pierce through my Sandstorm. Seeing him like this, he finally understood why Brandon had lost, his gaze fixed on Set's severed hand. This power, then he truly couldn't help but doubt, thinking there was no chance of winning. The smoke at the palace gradually cleared. XM stood watching the battle, worriedly thinking, he has no chance. What is this terrifying amount of mana? The other side also anxiously considered, is it even more than Horus and Underdog combined? It's more than the mana of all the hunters here combined. Emma, standing behind, saw him like this and panicked. Li Dong Young, all three of them, clashed with surging power. Horus struggled to fight. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Set looked at him and smiled mockingly. You look so exhausted, grandson, it seems. I am the true Volf of the ruined desert, so I will let you rest. Run propped his hands on his thighs and stood up. He was nearly exhausted, breathing heavily. I understand why Brandon ran away now. Just looking at that power, anyone who sees that dark red aura would feel like they're fighting against an endless, never-depleting source of power. His hand gripping his weapon trembled involuntarily. It was terrifying, and made him want to escape this place immediately. However, he then flung his weapon aside, showing his unyielding spirit. This action of his surprised Set. Oh, you have a good fighting spirit. I thought you'd tuck your tail and run back to Asuka like Brandon did. I assume Asuka isn't involved, right? Then he walked over casually and declared, well, it doesn't matter, even Odin couldn't defeat that man. Now I'll hesitate no more and come to take your life immediately. He, still in a pretty pathetic state, thought to himself, this is an unwinnable fight, but I can't back down. That's the duty of those who possess power. Suddenly, the system displayed a panel with the word sun. The sky was overcast, but now the dark clouds parted, revealing the sunlight. Finally, the brilliant rays of the sun shone straight down. The system sound rang out again. The sun of the desert is watching you. Tylers below were astonished, unable to believe their eyes. Lady Isis saw this and was extremely shocked. How can the light of the god be? The system appeared again. The son of the desert blesses you. Suddenly, a surge of power hit Horus, his energy bursting forth endlessly. Not only that, but Run was also granted that power, leaving him confused. What is this? My wounds are healing, and a huge amount of mana is enveloping me. The system kept ringing. The son of the desert blesses 2 hunters. The 2 hunters can use upgraded abilities. The 2 hunters have been blessed by the son of the desert. He stood still, unable to believe his eyes. Do I have multiple patrons? The apocalypse sky didn't resist it either. This son of the desert must be on the same level as the apocalypse sky, the system echoed. Again, the son of the desert has exceeded the patron limit. After a period of time, the number of patrons will return to normal. The people below stood in silence, confused. The light of the god has shone down on 2 people. Set saw this and wondered, was that the god's final struggle? Horus was now still emitting the god's energy. He quickly got into a fighting stance, more ready than ever. Set also became frenzied, launching his Volf-head hand to attack. Horus leapt and turned to dodge all his attacks. Then he flew straight at Set as he rained down blows, but they were all blocked by his shield. The system sounded. The dragon's little heart will temporarily grow stronger under the influence of the son of the desert. Dew stood still, observing the battle. Behind him, black wings began to sprout. Without hesitation, he leapt up and soared into the sky. He flew high above everything, then continued to watch the battle, looking for the opponent's weakness. He hovered in the air with his wings, wondering if this was because the son of the desert had lent him power. I can see the mana in the air. He continued analyzing and then realized he understood. Through the flow of mana, I can use the mana in the air. If I can use the mana in the air, maybe I can use it. The Demon King's signature attack could secure victory. The system panel kept appearing. The mana flow was activating at an incredible speed. The dragon's little heart was absorbing magical power from the air. Gorilla was being activated. He also got into a fighting stance. The mana flowed turbulently. Even though the son of the desert lent me power, I still can't match Set. The mana in the air, I need to gather it. More than that, the system rang out again. The son of the desert is paying attention to you. The apocalypse sky laughed as if it already knew what you intended to do. The mana source control ran straight to your hand, then your entire body was immersed in endless mana. You finally used your own skill, the Fire King skill. The system just announced that you had achieved the Fire King skill. An astonishing achievement. You have become a self-made path for yourself. You have become a developer without a patron. Your mana turned into a ring of fire. All your stats increased significantly. The people below were utterly astonished, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Look up at the sky, the sun is blazing. Then they looked closely at the mana source. Mason gathered while standing next to the sun and couldn't help but exclaim, "No, there are 2 suns." Even though they had seen the power of those 2, they were still very confident, contemptuous. Is that all? Just as I thought. The patron suitable for the god family is not the son of the desert, but the Volf of the ruined desert. On Horus's side, he was also showing signs of being unable to withstand the continuous attacks from him. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out in his head. Horus, get out of the way now. After hearing this, he widened his eyes and telepathically replied. Underdog didn't hesitate, ignoring how Set was attacking him, and immediately jumped far away. Set thought he was a coward and looked down on him. You run. No differently than a scared mouse. Suddenly, he also noticed, but it was too late. The mana sphere created by Mason was slowly approaching him, and moreover, it panicked him. What is that? Immediately, an explosion at his spot erupted. Before he could react, and that sphere didn't stop but kept growing larger. As a result, everything around V was blown away in the blink of an eye. They continuously slammed into the people below, and they just scattered frantically to save their own lives. Run. Set's situation wasn't good. He was struggling to resist Mason's sphere. Suddenly, his head appeared, struggling to break free. And finally, seizing the opportunity, he got out. Then he panted, feeling lucky. Thank heavens I managed to escape before my body lost control. Set, This is your end. The system sound rang out. The son of the desert showed anger. The dark sun appeared on the battlefield. Suddenly, a wave of black power emanated from Set, gradually enveloping the sphere. They grew larger and larger, beyond description, causing him to also be affected and slowly get pulled in. I'm being pulled in, damn it, I've exhausted all my power to use the fire king skill. Now he struggled with all his might, running in the opposite direction. I have no strength left to escape, so his entire body was slowly drawn inside. Mason woke up in a floating state. This place, he suspected, had no exit, no sky, no sun, no temperature, no light, or people, an abyss with nothing inside. Suddenly, his body fell. I'm falling. Is this how I die? Right at that moment, a voice spoke up, waking him from his daze. Stay strong. Brandon appeared, grabbed him, and ran straight ahead. Mason exclaimed. Brandon quickly rushed out of that black mist and finally got him out. He urgently used Bifrost. It's about to explode. His face darkened. Is there an explosion? The black mist formed a large round sphere and then vanished in a flash. It appeared elsewhere, creating thick dust. Mason shouted the Bifrost technique, creating a rainbow barrier covering the temple. Brandon angrily grabbed his neck. What are you doing? We need to use Bifrost to get out of here. He roared in Mason's face, but he used it as a barrier to protect the temple. Do you want to die with them? He explained. If I didn't do that, everyone would die. There's no other way, you bastard. As the two were arguing, the explosion behind continued. He sneered, you're so smart. Get out of here. After Brandon said the technique, both of them immediately disappeared. The explosion grew larger and larger, but luckily the barrier prevented it from affecting the outside. But the others didn't know the situation. W was anxious. Brother Mason, W, was silent. He set up a barrier around us to protect us from the explosion, but an explosion of that scale, no one could survive. He immediately teleported away from his spot, rushing forward with whirring. Brother Mason, suddenly, a hand grabbed him from behind. W. Henry turned around in frustration. Why are you stopping me? Dong, Emma Mason is out there. He hurried. We have to save him. Emma was calm. No, there's no need to do that, no need to save him. She calmly explained. You need to get used to this. It won't be long before he comes back as if nothing happened. He pondered. That reason, look at the remaining members. Everyone is part of his team, except for me, the last to join. They just calmly waited. Emma proudly said, that's just who he is. She slowly let him understand, and the barrier was still intact. That means he's still alive. W. Henry nodded. I understand. Inside the barrier, it was still hazy with dust and unclear. Horace was thoughtful, underdog. The other clan leaders were also paying close attention to the situation. Set laughed triumphantly. The next king will be decided on this stage. I think you should step up to, Tyler thought to himself. You have received the light of the god family, another candidate for the throne. The system appeared. The gloomy sun briefly flashed across the battlefield. The explosive force from the blast collided with the barrier and moved into Brandon's territory. He shouted bitterly, damn! It turned the beautiful land in Brandon's territory into a pile of rubble. Mason smiled. At least it worked well to block it, secretly rejoicing inside. Using Brandon's territory wasn't his idea. He himself did it, the one with unconditional loyalty to Odin. He looked at the frightened Brandon. This would become an opportunity to weaken his power, and Brandon held a grudge. I can save you because of the orders I was given, but I will never forgive you. I will remember this. He called him to return. At this moment, in a land of nothing but sand, only the figures of Mason and Brandon remained. He looked at the surroundings. This place became like this because of me and the gloomy sun. It looks like a meteor fell here. Brandon glanced over. Let's find Set. While he had already started moving, he was still lost in thought, but there was no reason to search for him, as if anything could survive here. Knowing that, he still didn't understand. The system announced the activation of the mana stream. Mason looked at his body and told himself he would use the mana stream to find his mana flow. Suddenly, he sensed something. He looked at the piece of cloth pinned over there. There's nothing left here. but rocks and dust. So why is there a piece of cloth over there? Why is it unharmed? I should store it in my inventory. Brandon, after searching, came back. Really nothing left after the explosion. Did you find anything? He calmly replied. No, nothing. He decided it was time to lower the barrier. The soldiers outside looked in surprise. Over there, the barrier, right now, the rainbow barrier was slowly disappearing. A pair of feet appeared step by step. It was Mason and Brandon. Wo was overjoyed. Just as you said, Dong and Emma. I didn't have enough faith in him. She looked up with a tear-streaked face. See, did you believe me now? I told you he would come back. He forced a smile. I think the most worried one is you. Then, Emma ran over. At Mason's side, she immediately hugged him tightly. The disaster in Egypt is everything. Really okay, the number of hunters is gradually increasing. Ordinary people are worried that they will soon be replaced by hunters. But who is the one to stop? The revision, America's underdog, he appeared again. Outside the hotel. In Cairo, the scene was peaceful. W. Henry asked, how do you feel, Mason? Hesitated. I feel fine, but can you check again for me? He speculated that there was no way he could be fine, suddenly gaining power and even healing himself for Horus, and with the patronage of the desert sun, his body was surely overloaded. He asked him to hold out his hand. I'll check your pulse for you. W. grabbed Mason's wrist and concluded with confusion. You're really fine, in fact. You seem even healthier than before. This is incredible. Mason felt much more at ease. I'm not sure, but I guess so. I'm very glad to hear that from you. At that moment, the door opened with a call for him. Mason, Emma, holding a paper, ran over excitedly with big news. She pointed at some newspapers with his picture. Everyone is talking about the underdog. He placed his hand on the stack of newspapers, pondering. A few days ago, the papers were full of news about hunters, but now there's not a single line about them. He was puzzled. Instead, they're writing about me. Is someone trying to divert attention? The system displayed, the sky of revelation, is very pleased with your soaring reputation, she told him. The commoners must be very surprised by this. He agreed. I think so too. That was surely the first time they witnessed the power of a hunter. Emma stated the truth, but not the power that just any hunter has. Mason thought about the result. Still, this is quite effective. Now people will have to be wary of hunters. He suddenly felt a chill. If this continues, hunters will rule over commoners, and commoners will be no different from pets. Outside the door, a knock sounded. Ian entered radiantly and greeted him. Lord Underdog. Mason quickly stood up. Lord Ian, he extended an invitation. I have orders from Horus to take you to see him. Will you come with me? Without a second thought, Mason immediately nodded. All right. After the battle with Set, Loon couldn't meet Horus, because Horus had been sealed for so long and had suffered countless injuries in the battle with Set. He needed treatment, so, for the past few days, had been receiving medical treatment. That was what the new king of the Nile had done. As they walked, Ian thanked him. The Nile is very grateful for your help, Lord Underdog. He began to explain. Although you are an outsider, you have received the blessing from the light of the divine family, and thus are the next king. Before he could finish, Mason interrupted. I have no interest in the throne. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. He looked at his palm, and the light of the divine family will leave me soon, even though it still says I am patronized by the desert sun. The system repeatedly appeared. The sky of revelation frowned at the sun. The desert sun was confused. Seeing this, he mused. The sky of revelation is starting to complain that the desert sun cannot patronize two people at the same time. Obviously, they will give it to Horus. Ian bowed his head. Then there is nothing to worry about. Thank you very much. At that moment, they arrived at the main palace. When Mason and Ian arrived, everyone was already there. Horus began first. Forgive me for keeping you waiting. You also saved me and saved the Nile from its fate, he emphasized. You are the savior of Egypt. Egypt has decided to repay you. We will give you anything you want. Horus posed the question, so feel free to say, what do you want? He quickly stated his wish. I want all of you to change. The answer stunned Horus. He continued, I heard that the Nile once respected The human rights of commoners. However, in Egypt, I experienced, he recalled, the scene he had witnessed where hunters killed commoners just because they felt like it. So, I hope Egypt will once again respect the human rights of the commoners, Horus affirmed. Tyler's things happened when my father went too far. While I was sealed, we guarantee that everything will return to how it was originally. In fact, we are ready to fulfill any request you have. Horus gave a friendly smile, because you are another king of the Nile. The two clan leaders were surprised. Lord Horus. Isis couldn't believe it and called out loudly. He was firm in his words. Although he is an outsider, Underdog has received the blessing of the light of the divine family. Everyone knows that. Does anyone want to deny it? Hearing this, the two clan leaders bowed their heads and remained silent. Isis also fell silent. Mason calmly spoke up, but the light of the divine family in me is about to disappear. Horus was not surprised. I know that. He was puzzled. Then explain, that doesn't change the fact that you are the one who received the blessing from the light of the divine family. Even when the light of the divine family leaves you, a small part of it will always remain, he thought to himself. Isn't that how we are connected? Horus declared majestically. Lee Mason was once an outsider, but now he is the underking of the Nile. I want him to accept the title of Amun, and I, the holder of the title of the divine family, will lead the Nile into a new era. Amun-Ra. He was decisive, and as Amun has requested, we will change the Nile. We cannot accept discrimination between hunters and commoners, and I will abolish the law that allows hunters to kill commoners at will. Everyone bowed their heads. We obey your command, Lord Ra. At the top of the castle, Mason and Horus were standing together. He replayed the situation from earlier kings. Those who call themselves kings, none of them are normal. The images of Loki and Set flashed through his mind. The king of the giants is one example, and Set is the same. Horus comforted him. Now we're more relaxed. It's just the two of us. Don't worry too much. I don't really like this king position either. He reached out and touched the bandage on his face. Are you angry with me for saying I understand how you feel? He smiled. It's okay. The bandage slowly fell to the ground, his handsome face appearing relieved. I'm thinking of abolishing the position of King of the Nile. He was surprised. Abolish the position of king? Horus spoke his thoughts. Times have changed. And in some cases, is the lifespan of a hunter truly infinite? It's too dangerous for those hunters if they want to reach for absolute power. He began to joke. It's impossible to say whether one day one will also change. A thought occurred to him. Right now, he is a good person, holding power in his hands. However, if he changes one day, things could be worse than with Set. Outwardly agreeing, he said, that's a good idea. Horus asked, and about Uncle Set? He's still alive. He confirmed. That's right. He told him about the current situation. Are you going to chase after him? For now, I cannot leave Egypt. I know it's shameful to say, but can I ask you this? Mason nodded. Anyway, I'm also curious about the one behind the revision. When I meet him, I'll contact you. Horus sincerely thanked him. In the heart of the city, a plane was gradually landing. A swarm of eager reporters rushed over. He's about to land. Everyone get ready. The clicking sounds rang out continuously along with questions being asked. What are your plans for the future? How much aid do you plan to send to Egypt? Please answer our questions. Demayas said nothing, only glanced at the reporters, and then a group of bodyguards were dispatched. They could only give up in vain. He didn't said a word. Yes, we are all too familiar with that kind of reaction. The hunter. While they were still hesitating, someone suddenly shouted, America, that's the American Association. Underdog is their member, making them eagerly turn around. From the gate, Ethan was already being sought after by a crowd of people. The person everyone calls the next president of the American Association, Jian Seongu of the Federation. As if that wasn't surprising enough, someone yelled, Oh, over there. They immediately panned the camera elsewhere. Where, what is it? The dazzling camera lights blended together. The main character appeared with a radiant aura that made the reporters exclaim in astonishment. It's the hero of Egypt, Underdog. Masong, upon seeing Seong Gu, smiled and asked, You're here, he replied. Yeah. Then an article quickly reported on the two of them. Underdog, who became the hero of Egypt, met with Jeon Seong-nu, whom everyone calls the next president of the American Association. The two met at the airport to discuss the support of the American Hunters Association for Egypt. Clouds covered the sky. Noon had arrived, and suddenly a few voices spoke up from within. Is it true? It must be true. Mason tried to stay calm and voiced the doubts he had held for a long time. Brandon or Hung-seo, I thought it was strange that he returned to America so quickly. Now, everything is clear. Mr. Ethan showed agreement. It must be so. Because Odin had gone missing. He lowered his face slightly, his expression full of seriousness. Right now, Asuka is in a state of emergency because Odin's influence is too great. We cannot easily compensate for his absence. A series of questions were running through Mason's mind. Why right now? Why did he disappear when the disaster is imminent? If this happened after the disaster, I would welcome this matter happily, but I only wonder one thing. This is not good at all while the disaster is coming. Where did he go? Mr. Ethan crossed his arms and pondered. He is not the type of person to be easily attacked or kidnapped. Not only that, the last place people saw him was on his own territory, as, no matter where he disappeared. 2. He must have gone alone. As he drove, he sorted through his inner thoughts because he disappeared on his own. What exactly is he planning? The truth is, he is doing it right now, right? Before the disaster strikes. Mr. Ethan tried to reassure him. Don't worry too much. As I told you before, he is preparing for this disaster on his own. Even though he is missing, it's not a big problem, and of course it's not easy either. Mason G heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. He also felt reassured and replied, yes, regardless, we have lost an important source of power. Let's quickly finish things here and go home. However, deep down he was still a little worried. Odin suddenly disappearing, so different from before. Must be because of me. If I hadn't appeared, perhaps everything would have gone as it did in the past. This makes me feel uneasy. At a distant tower, an important meeting was taking place in the hall. Marcus stood up and spoke. We deeply regret the incident in Egypt. Takamaga Harris will deploy most of our heroes to support Egypt's recovery. Masoni sat above, observing. They are trying to gain control of Egypt by sending their heroes there. His gaze briefly shifted elsewhere. Yasin is a member of the organization behind Japan's Takamagas. This is the first time I've heard of him, but the people here are all top 5 heroes. At that moment, those sitting in the rows and seats spoke up in dissatisfaction. The incident in Egypt this time is lowering the status of hunters worldwide, so compensation is necessary. Mason's expression turned pensive upon hearing this. The associations here are all like Japan. Now that Egypt is weakened, they all want to take advantage of it. So he asked, Aga won't be participating, right? Ethan affirmed firmly. After discussion, we decided not to get involved with the Nile. Then he calmly continued, and we already have enough influence over the Nile. There is one person who made that easier, all thanks to the hero of Egypt, Underdog. Seeing Ethan being hasty, he tried to persuade him he shouldn't think that way. Ethan's gaze shifted forward again. It's the truth. Look over there. Horus stood on the podium and loudly declared that Egypt was saved by one person, so we have decided to continue expressing our deep gratitude to them. He unconsciously flinched slightly. Don't tell me. Horus loudly announced that Egypt has now merged with Asuka of America. More specifically, Egypt will work with Underdog. Demas immediately glared over. More and more people were noticing him. Facing those gazes, the two could only choose to sit still. Everyone is looking at us. Ethan's expression darkened instantly. I expected this, but what do I do now? The disaster is approaching. Odin is still missing. We lack the power to protect America on our own. There's no other way. I don't want to say it. Not long after, Pioneer stood up too. Present. Right now, Asuka is Mason suddenly interrupted. Before we discuss supporting and continuing to work with Egypt in the future, there is something I need to say first. He suddenly fell silent, deciding to listen carefully. Mason jumped down from above, startling Horus a little. He declared boldly, Set is the person we fought against. At that moment, all the hunters were confused. Someone thought in surprise, information about Set. Several others also had to pay attention. Is he going to tell us valuable information? From a hunter as powerful as that guy, he truly is an upright person. Please speak quickly, he began to explain. He told me that something is coming, something truly important is about to happen. Then he shared his own feelings and how it relates to the special gates that have appeared recently. I'm sure everyone here feels it. The density of magical power is getting thicker day by day. The listeners were startled. Just as I thought, he knows something. Looking down, he could only reveal that Set said it was just one of the signs of an impending disaster. Mason frankly stated his own opinion. It has been a while since the gates and hunters appeared. Does everyone really think that no such terrible event will happen? Again, Set told me a few things about it. He said the disaster is coming soon. He placed his hand on his chest and assured one thing. Set tried to recruit me to his side. That's why he told me this secret. Horace's expression was so shocked. He couldn't speak. Mason continued his account. Set told me that someone with unimaginable power is acting to conquer and dominate this world, and that if I worked for Demicus, I would get to cooperate with them. That's what he told me. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Some couldn't take it and stood up. Demchias spoke darkly. How ridiculous. He directly refuted his words. Underdog. I admit you are very strong, but I don't think you're strong enough for Set to need you. And as for conquering and dominating the world, you've been watching too many movies. After saying that, he laughed contemptuously. Mason refused to back down and retorted, then let me ask you one thing. What is your purpose? All of you are members of the organization. What is your ultimate goal, Marcus? Without hesitation, he fired back. Of course, it was to save and protect humanity. Everything we do, even if it means sacrificing ourselves, is all for the benefit of humanity. You didn't hesitate to expose him. Personal gain and the right to rule territory, that's your real goal, isn't it? As if struck in a weak spot, he glared angrily. You bastard. Masoni, I don't care about the answer from Marcus. You're just speaking out regardless of what your purpose is. It doesn't matter. The one behind Set is acting to seize control of everything. Didn't you warn us about a serious disaster? Your face hardened with utmost seriousness. Of course, Egypt's problem is very important, but since his goal is to dominate the world, that means no place in your territory is safe. Everyone who heard this was shocked and couldn't believe their ears. So the session ended. Returning to the high-rise apartment building, Mr. Gu questioned you, telling them about the disaster. What exactly were you thinking? No one knows what will happen when you say that, he calmly explained. Those guys are people capable of shaking the world. They have the power to completely change everything, you asserted firmly. There's one thing I'm sure of. By telling them about the disaster, many people will be saved. Mr. Gu was very surprised to hear that. You continued to voice your thoughts. They will definitely try to do something. After hearing about the disaster, only then can they protect their country. Compared to the past, many people might survive this disaster. He recounted what you had done and praised you repeatedly. With Odin currently missing, you have gathered new people to help fight against the disaster. You bastard, you're really good. The two of you have made your stance clear. You confidently said, let's pray that everything goes smoothly. The clouds gradually dispersed, leaving only the building standing silently. Marcus stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance. After a moment, he whispered the word disaster. His mind was filled with troubled thoughts. I came here to help Egypt to seize their power, but when I heard about the disaster, I thought it was all a lie. Remembering the time on the podium, Mason declared clearly. Set tried to pull me to his side. That's why he told me about this secret. That kid made him pensive and worried. He didn't seem like he was lying. Suddenly he turned back and asked, what do you think? The girl appeared in a red ancient costume with a blindfold, standing silently without saying anything. Marcus wondered one thing. Can you predict the danger that is coming? The girl hesitated. A disaster is approaching, he heard this and became worried and thoughtful. Over the past few weeks, she has always said that a disaster is about to strike. In Marcus's mind now, only the word disaster swirled. I think I need to meet Underdog, he announced. I'm going out for a bit, then hurriedly left. Returning to the apartment building, Marcus rushed inside. Anxiously, his expression was full of worrying. The 4 bodyguards simultaneously turned to look at the person who just entered. Marcus saw this and wondered, "Are you all here because of the disaster too?" Tyler firmly replied. "That's right." He immediately recognized the organization behind America, the Freemasons. He began to argue, if what Underdog said is true, then we need to discuss the next actions. The disaster is something even more catastrophic than the appearance of the gates. If it really happens, it will be even more dangerous for us, because we have more territory than the hunters. Marcus suddenly asked about your location, so where is Underdog? The other party answered honestly, he is currently meeting with Horus. In the meeting room at this moment, the system displayed the son of the desert observing his 2 incarnations. Horus asked again to confirm, is the disaster you speak of true? Faced with too many confusing things, Horus could only express, I haven't heard him say anything, so can you tell me the truth? Masoni thought to himself, the son of the desert is watching. It's hard to lie to Horus right now. That's not the truth, Horus just said. For words, then why did you? But you interrupted, but it's not entirely a lie either. Do you know that there is someone behind him? You swore, and the upcoming disaster is not a lie. He couldn't help but be confused. Then, you, Underdog, how do you know about this? You silently raised your head and wondered. Can the Apocalypse Tower blind the son of the desert? The system announced that the Apocalypse Tower looked at you and winked. Mason clenched his fist decisively. He can be a trustworthy ally. I have no choice but to trust him. So you decided to answer Horus's question. I will tell the truth if you agree to keep this secret. He expressed sympathy. I understand. Suddenly you lowered your head and then slowly revealed, I come from the future. The shocking new information made Horus exclaim, what? From the future? Outside the high-rise apartment building, both of them went down to the lobby and ran into everyone. You looked a bit confused. Why is everyone here? Tyler couldn't wait any longer and made an offer. Mr. Underdog, please come with me to America. We will provide anything you want. Mason was taken aback. I didn't foresee this, which made him try to calm himself down. He immediately explained thoroughly. America has too few hunters compared to the vast territory we have. If what you say is true, then we are facing a serious danger, so please come to America. We will provide anything you want. The conversation just now made the others concerned. America is recruiting Underdog. Is Underdog that valuable? So do people took the opportunity to speak. Philippines also welcomes you. Australia also wants to have you. Suddenly a noise sounded, drawing their attention. Marcus suddenly activated his ability. Please come to Japan. Mason's sharp eyes flashed with a complex light. Yasin of Japan. He has put pressure on everyone here with his powerful magical force. Marcus continued to entice. Anything you want. Suddenly the building shook violently. Everyone still didn't understand what was going on. What's that? An earthquake? No, this is Tyler. Quickly detected something unusual. A gate collapsed. The soldiers quickly ran to warn. Over there, hurry and save them. The situation was extremely chaotic as a wave of hounds attacked civilians, causing them to cry out in pain. They raised their swords to resist the relentless assault. Returning to the towering tower, the 2 young men sensed something was wrong and worriedly exclaimed. The gate suddenly collapsed like that, without any warning. Horus couldn't stay still and blurted out, there aren't any gates appearing around here either. Tyler understood something unusual was happening and concluded the gate collapsed right as it appeared. Mason tried to persuade everyone. There wasn't enough time to evacuate or prepare measures to deal with it. Now, we have to handle this and talk later. After some time at the multi-story apartment building, Emma came to report that there were over 100 dead. Luckily, the hunters and Nin acted in time. But because the gate collapsed right in the residential area, he adjusted his own mood and then explained, because the gate collapsed as soon as it appeared, we had no way to prepare in time. Is this the disaster you mentioned? You could only try to calm the other party. No, this is just the beginning of it. Miss Emma, please take everyone back to South America and cooperate with the White Fox Society. You still standing behind without taking action made her wonder. And what will you do? You briefly explain, this place is changing now. He presents a solid argument. The heroes of the world are gathering here, and they have witnessed the beginning of the disaster. This will convince them to strengthen their defenses, which will save even more lives. After hearing this, she still hesitated, but Mason Gone revealed the difficult situation he was facing. This event that happened in China will also happen in America. That's why America needs all the hunters they have, but right now, the association chairman is missing. Emma suddenly became panicked. What? The association chairman is missing? His expression gradually turned serious. Odin has disappeared. You, Princess Wenner, and Haimu, I will take everyone back via Bifrost. Right now, America needs everyone's help. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from the window frame, and then that light shot straight out, creating a rainbow in the sky. He quietly turned his gaze into the distance, looking at the turbulent sky with a thoughtful heart. There's no more time. I don't know how things will unfold now. I need to do my best to convince everyone. So they returned to where they had discussed earlier. Mason stood on the podium. She told me there would be 3 signs of the disaster. He began to present his own understanding. First, the gates collapsing. As everyone saw yesterday, this is the first sign. The people sitting below listened attentively. Second, the monsters will have their strength enhanced. Normally, monsters at C rank can be easily dealt with by C rank hunters, but now, B rank or even A rank hunters might barely be able to handle them. Mason's face gradually changed color, and finally, the illusion gate. Demise found it somewhat confusing. The illusion gate, however, the information he had was practically zero, so he could only answer honestly. I don't know the details, but I guess there will be a major change, similar to what happened in China. Sai stood up in surprise, and Tyler also couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed, so you analyze it thoroughly like a normal gate. The entrance will be locked and filled with dense magical energy. This will lead to the death of many people, similar to the second sign. The monsters inside will have their strength enhanced. The only thing they cared about was one thing: is there a way to stop the disaster? With the current situation, the information Mason had was also very vague. I don't know anything that can stop the disaster. Marcus decided to press further. Then let me ask you one more thing. After all these signs and the disaster begins, what will happen to the world? He hesitated. His heart was in turmoil. Right now, everything will change. It's a disaster. Chaotic energy appeared in Mason's mind. The gates will be flooded with dense magical energy. A series of monsters with terrifying power gradually appeared. So the monsters will become stronger, and more people will die. Humanity will reach the peak of its abilities. Many more hunters will be born, equal to or greater than the current number of hunters. Just as the monsters gain power, hunters will also become stronger. However, how they recklessly use that power in the future is what Gon worries about. Thanks to those powerful hunters, peace will return. But because those hunters saved humanity, ironically, that will turn ordinary citizens into slaves. He pondered for a moment, but that wasn't something he could tell them, so he frankly stated the current goal. We need to save people. Mason solemnly expressed the feelings he had hidden for a long time. Although the disaster is imminent, our number of hunters is still insufficient. Hunters don't just appear out of thin air. That's why we must protect the ordinary citizens. Demise smiled slightly in agreement. I understand. That is the war, where soldiers must protect the people. He declared loudly, I will ask you one more time, come to Japan, and I will give you a position equal to mine. Tyler was astonished upon hearing this. He had decided. Some people also became restless. I can't believe he would make such an offer to a nameless rookie. The space began to tremble violently, shaking the entire city. Windows shattered simultaneously. Under the immense pressure, Horace shouted excitedly, impossible. This is Marcus immediately recognized a gate collapse. Tyler was also involved. Not just one, this is at least S rank. No more hesitation. Horace loudly announced, I'll go first, and immediately took action. So he leapt away from there and went to reinforce Mason couldn't stand still either. Energy began to surge through his entire body. I have provided everyone with the information I have. I don't plan to go to any country. Everyone turned their eyes towards them. Mason stated his wish. I hope everyone will quickly return to your own countries, because even in your own homes, the same thing might happen. He didn't forget to add a final sentence. No, perhaps it has already happened. The others chose to remain silent, fundamentally not knowing how to react appropriately. A series of monsters had advanced to surround the entire city. A species with an overwhelming size was about to overturn the peaceful life here. The raised mace was enveloped in destructive lightning. The dog's eyes glowed red, full of danger. It slammed a powerful blow down onto the ground. The shocking strike injured the soldiers even though they tried to dodge. He bravely held his sword forward, breathing heavily. These guys aren't like the dogs I know. They're much bigger and faster. His movement suddenly stopped as if he noticed something unusual. The shape of the weapon and the body burst into flames as it charged. A thrust pierced straight through the head, killing the dog. Instantly, Mason landed safely to the soldier's relief. Thank you. I survived because of you. The situation was critical. He could only hurriedly instruct. We'll hold the monsters back. Evacuate the others to a safe place. He obediently complied. All right. In a flash, he was gone. Behind him, fiery wings spread out to provide support. Observing the situation from above, he pondered for a moment. The size of these dogs is quite similar to those giants from Again. Although they are dogs, they are no different from giants. This is the level of monsters escaping from a collapsed S-rank gate. The aftermath of chaos was still ongoing from the gate, making Mason anxious. There was still one monster that hadn't come out yet. With the situation ahead like this, he was even more certain of one thing. So the boss monster of the S-rank gate is trying to get here. I have to stop it. The sight of Mason speeding through the air was seen by Marcus down below. He silently called out the name Underdog, remembering the words of the mysterious girl. He will help you complete your mission, he muttered to himself. He is the one connected to my fate. Without noticing the giant mace suddenly swinging towards his back, he simply raised his sword and slashed a few times, and the dog was torn into 100 pieces before it could even move. That kid made Marcus ponder. Strangely, every time I look at him, my heart beats faster. It's as if he is pulling me towards him. He had long since made up his mind. I have to follow. Chaos gradually surged through the mysterious gate. A gray, rough hand slowly emerged. A high-rank monster had arrived to fight. The giant hand grabbed a tall building. Mason observed. Satma kan kikin ngc, konne kuna less that, na lam mechi toa na tring. Na gchiv. GGC re, trong ki na concha bgc que ccn GGC, mchen cnn. Fi knt liu na, ang jiao GGC cut luck mdnm zoe sa vau mt game. Ichie. Nat. Zianathon fak, trong chik nong siu jizung ti kung vvi gun. CCC MDN Kang Kip, MTV and Enchen Yang Lam Teen TM Non Ba Chen Chik Hang K. Chan Nacha Ba Ji Lui Na KCC Jian Chung Si, Ton Than Viet Nguyen Vin Kang. Chizai Sat, Con K Viet Ti Non Chong Tung CGM Jifin Yun, Si Yunang Theo. Kente Si In Our Tip CNN Lan Tran, Hea Jiao Zoe Vong X Tukim Gi The Cien. Huan, Assess Kauhan Tok Kung Kai Na Gi GM Lan Ag Kauhan, Ki Kente Ji Ba Koa. Chat. Mason Kang turn Tri Ma Fong Ryan Goi. Vvi Ton Bian Long Quai Tam. Che Bang. CUDSN Het CCC Luck Vayon Kai Ti. Ang Jiao Then Kang Kon MT. Altaba Trang Tran Fin HUCA Contra. CU Via Thi Lai CCC Via T Nach. Mchen Jihen Bi Na. Si the Vien Luck Ca Na Dien Ngil Via Fia Sauki Kang Ko Ji. Chung Ji. Non Rai Hio Biekti Thong. Anakin Hai Tri MT. Kang GGC. Niu Naji. Jung Dane, TDC Nungi Ben DGISN, Chakoncha Nia La Si Gi Na. SNGBP MGI The. Bang Nyan Ko Gi Non Chong Rakt Kim TBGC Ra, Demias. Mua MT Vong, Tinin Nung Huang SCCL Wen Tran Then Zak GSCA Con K. Via T. TTC Chung Meiji Chiku Tan Bin Than Fan Ti Ria Hoa Vow HVN. Zong. Viak, Di Mai Chias Na Nam Kap Jung San Thong Ca Toa Na Jian Ko, Ki Gi. Lei non nung min vin tung bei trong kang trung, lsc ne mason hang bei y. Trang quan sat. Ss via kinai lam cu kang gui ggc vf turf, and tung. K. Ti sao mt gi kokai nang nun e le kang ggc bit han trong tang. Levi, jade nyan mtcu mu len, myong thought lan mt ting kang arki ls2. Own. Mason mhu cow han kang ang ran rhhu mchen. He duck kung theo ko tan. Then the cumtd kungchik, see the re ti du jung fia dgi. Mayam dien the. Cug cup the la le ggccccc luck re lam mtc cap jade kofin chad via t. D my chias the dolian loling tin han hai, han, cu bencho, goi dep kung. Tin chang quin thuk vang lan gia bia kang kiem tiang. Si gay mccc fac dien. Zut hai and trog lan byd and ten ra. Demaya cm than mt cow that na nam. Ki si kang sao. Cu nguk li cm non ggc game kang hung. Kong vvi viak ciench. Cow hind thou arki rot. Ggng mt lo u bkt jik ta ra mb hai. Gv nge ki si. Ta zut hien, ichu men bthu cow na bu bp the beatrigi ca tun the kung hang. Quan set si ta. Ton bien ku viek trong then fa ba bao tram bui bia kang ki. Huang tan. Koi yen bcc lan giang lam na tring kang mdo. Mason hung. Tran nok mt toa na kao tang quan set mgi chayan. Si unumethi fauna. Nam, cm thi coachet may mdn. Di la mt kan ccang cnpn chi mgsp pin hang na. Vn ggc xls non chong. Na ko kwak achip. Kuk ki hung tran kap the gg. Huti de via ko. Bang ko mt jing noivan tt jang sao lem siu chawai. Lam. Tit lm. Chik non si na la ethan. Mason ki gi le ji dien vvi. And, cu kung vi, lsc ne ko them mt gi bgc hun. Horace mgm qg. And bay. Ti long ki and trung. Cm and kuk cu. Bun h kung non n. Diang vu chik yong len. Ting. And gai catch sauri. Horace hai via k and hoch tip theosia hai gi. Hen. The hai kang ench. Chik la ji hen lsc kuk cu ri sai ri na. Kuk cu ji jup. Bun tar chi nu. Mason jiang thim gi. Alestu ma umchen and ke la ji lui bien bin. Sp mchen ji gi ra. Sako cct li catch sao. Trht hen chen ggc lem via kung. And gai. Cuhi town lay si inch tung chin huvvi and helsi mpt y thick iak gigi. Cu Horace g dien hen tran chin ni lay vvi said va mchen kang turk nin mdnm. Hun. Hikai la thigim cu thick teen uhio. Mchen non ra rang hen yong. Lui bien kuk bin espechakain chung turk nin nu hun ma thai. Mason en chen ti. Nung li its theng que viak ne. Quan trung hun. Each thung theng bao. Mt trgi. CASA MCG boturg bin, log DGGC boturg bui MT trigi CASA. MC, ben G non GGC MT dan hayu. Ludum then ni tip now, MT trigi. CASA MCG G le lien hen kui kung. FN hijung T MT trigi CASA MC mang. Hen cho ben CCC MDN le leon TIC. MT trigi CASA MC asen luan jukji bin, CU. Nach myong agithka MDN. Mchen dom kai kan non ggcss hu thun camt trigi. SAMC, bang mt ting tin vang lan, bia trigi ki hien hang quan sat mt. Trigi uet, fine scc Horace turknen giem tic. Nataji neuterchak ko, dong. Sang nin muan tip tic ben kuk cu, to nyan ban tak hang fi hang ha kuk. Cu jupji, jing noi ca antha hien sst tin vien quak fin luen ca seva. Chui nun kan ccang by spp. Buntaji gan chathayat hi henke, to nyan. Mt ngay now ko, ICOP sn li le cccm dnca mchen, mason cct li I. Yong vian ankai. New kuk via g ko the vid que theme hwatha ICOP chikshin. Sn non thi ggc in sang. Go mt Horace tijung lmbm in sang ko, sao. Ko li le tin fine nikna. Shin la and sang ca ICOP. DCU ko sai hin. How kun din siu hung quen hio ko. Han thi giambo bktc ki now cnn ss chup. G, I siapi vien luan ben siu. Mason vui viev cap sia menengai. Horace g siapi hen. Y hun sia mchen. D hizo h hang ta ko umtithen csu. Siuang vitho thick. MCC, la g the. Hu tion and tren bei tun trang hien tu re mgin havien. Du nung theme hwe dian ra, I CAPG figan chithiat hi nengen, bien the. Ko vf ta kang the ri I CAP trong kung thi jian, ne ma siu kung hang sai. Teen tm zet niu ko the gien pi le han mt le nia. Anfo thak tron trach show Mason. Mason, siu ko the teen tm le goy mtco Cyrus Kang, siu guide mchen ag ngc. Nyan, ko the zvn konsan, hang lam sawan gai kai chicha na vggc. Non vau bu cm chan then ca Horus, siu sai won mchen ko the cm non mt, chid nang leung co Cyrus tien gai kai, ko ls na v man gai kai mgi chikshin. Jiang se ji bien chi kun vvi goa mtca Cyrus, anti gm hyven t Mason. Mason, lam and hai teen tm goa mtca Cyrus. Thi gion dien tri quay, tran beatrigi. Trong shen ko mt shik me be hang fi hen. Mason twa hu vaugik thi dai. Mgi the Julion kntvvi now. And gai kain ha mchen teen tm go mtca Cyrus. Ethan. Gigi cash cu mt li si tvfcm thing. Tiko the hai ggc. Ggc new. Vien si teen tm ko bao vien jin si don sengnin. Ghuvvi set vccc mdn. Jiang sao chai ne kang dieb dang ji. Siu han tun, jing hio then vin. Hung the, chung ta ko the kiter clay and gay lpptic bang befrost hang lay sai. May bay, and help pptic long tung gigi thich, brost kang fi ccc mdn vn. Hm, theiyn gsp dong leon tic, chung ta con kia trong in trang ki via. Bing befrost nia. Nung li neuter chak ko ca Mason chiji show chi cc zung. Gu. Thian by ri na vi, siu lian chokwe. Chung ta gsp dong na gcu. Gi dan as cap lan nania. Bifrost g tri kwe kwa ni chien ri. Hung. The. An hem gm qg non rang goi ca ksp. Phi, lan ne chung ta gcu ggc arch t. Niu gi, gig chung ta hang ki le hen quick. Cu thick mcc vng kik. Con. Kwake chio travia vn mtt tich jatsu tsiodin thesauri, then guzo a ccm. Sai t, bun hvn hang susi jiang tin tm enkai. Anako hai loling, enkai jibin. Mtt engay trong chin ni yca mchen. Chian na the ne cha ting zo ra. Terchak ke, teach among la kang ko chian jizo zo ra. Mason turg. Ingam, cm the mgia the hang dien dian bin fik t napi hun vvu I thung hwa hang t. Jian. Hin quick cn nen odin, chian kg hang zo ra the ne, Ethan giang. Gi hung sao zet liu ko kanang la gi ma cg nik teeter chat k. Kang. Cu kun kang chg sechan ulam, g. Ko ls la gi enang mccgn. Cu. Theme si gi liu han la gi ji zut hai interchat k he to la gi mchen. Cha bao gig shim mt, cu noi ranung fan tich ca mchen, ss mtt tich jate. Odin's output. I couldn't help but contact the man in black. Suddenly, a loud sound and a flash of fire interrupted their conversation. Ethan was startled and quickly glanced over, right below where they were. Flying, the entire area was burning, with black smoke billowing thickly. He panikedly reported. An explosion at Chicago International Airport. He saw something that made him widen his eyes in shock. Outside, there was a flock of monsters spreading their wings. With glowing eyes, Ethan realized their identity was monsters. They were the one. Mason stood up abruptly, shouting disaster. The system announced the desert sun was watching you weakly. He jumped off the plane. Without any hesitation, while summoning the Muspell Spear, the vicious W lunged at him. Mason used the momentum to thrust hard through its back. It screamed in agony. He continued to gain momentum and leaped, skillfully using mana, his whole body. Turning into a flash of light as he slaughtered the flock of whiff, Mason's eyes glowed red. The spear was enveloped in flames radiating immense power. He landed lightly. The system sound appeared. The desert sun stopped watching you. He breathed a sigh of relief, thanking them. The desert sun, they showed up just when I needed them. Mason stood up straight, looked up at the sky, and muttered disaster. His face showed seriousness. Has it already begun? Right then, a W saw him standing still, and opened its mouth wide to attack. Mason put force into his legs and leapt. The ground beneath him exploded from the impact. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Before it could realize the danger, it was finished off. The system announced you have leveled up. The others also. met the same fate. You have leveled up. Mason was like a reaper, reaping the lives of anything in his path. His power kept increasing. You have leveled up. The once modern and prosperous city was now in ruins. Fires broke out everywhere. Black smoke covered everything, along with a deadly atmosphere. Mason's small figure stood among countless giant corpses of the Veen. He was silent, his mood growing irritable because of the disaster. There was more magical energy, but because of that, the mana flow wasn't working. Damn it, I can't find any survivors. Suddenly, a desperate scream caught his attention. Mason immediately moved from his spot. Several figures were fleeing in panic. The man glanced back and shouted loudly, "Run!" The Veen was right behind them. Desperate sounds rang out, "Help!" Ethan appeared, gripping his sword tightly and thrusting down. The mana flow glowed. He used his strength to pierce through its head before it could even react. Ethan finished it off in one move. The W lost its life and lay sprawled on the ground. He asked, "Is everyone all right?" The man was extremely grateful, breathing heavily. "Thank you, you saved our lives." Suddenly, he remembered something more important and pointed to remind him, the hunters who came to save us earlier are still over there. Ethan glanced over, thinking tensely. This is trouble. The level of these monsters is completely beyond what average hunters can handle, but if they leave them here to save the hunters, they will surely die. Just as he was struggling to find a solution, a voice came through. "I'll go save them." Mason, who had somehow landed safely below, was already there. Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. "You arrived just in time." He smiled and instructed, "Watch over the survivors. I'll go to the hunters." He immediately agreed, "All right, I'll take these people to safety and come back to help." A man of unknown condition lay on the ground, his chest covered in bleeding claw marks. Mason walked over to observe. He recognized the uniform he was wearing, White Tiger Guild. His face darkened with worrying. "Why is the White Tiger Guild here?" The system announced. Muspell Spear is fluctuating due to demonic energy. He quickly turned his head to look in one direction. Not far away, a figure in a black cloak appeared, also wielding a spear as a weapon. His eyes glowed eerily from under the hood. Mason was stunned. The man in black, his pupils gradually spread with red veins, then completely consumed his eyes. The hand gripping his spear suddenly grew sharp thorns from beneath the skin. The system narrated the situation. Muspell Spear is fluctuating due to demonic energy. Mason's face darkened. He activated mana, ready to fight. The man in black still stood motionless without any reaction. Then a voice echoed, snapping him back to reality. Emma and the members of the White Tiger Guild appeared. This level of damage, if I had known beforehand, I would have brought everyone along. We came here to meet you. One hand held a sword, the other held goo. We wanted to surprise you, but instead, we were the ones surprised. The system repeated again. Muspell Spear is fluctuating due to demonic energy. The thorns spread further up. Mason's expression was serious as he warned, "Thank you for coming to get me, but everyone should go back first." Emma heard these words and got a bit angry, shouting loudly, "We have already saved most of the survivors, so we will leave now." He lowered his head in silence. She also sensed the danger of the man in black. After a moment of consideration, he asked, "On your way back, you will meet Ethan. Can you help him?" Emma looked at Mason. Without speaking, she pursed her lips, hesitating inside, but finally decided to trust in his strength. "We believe you can do it. You have to come back to us." With that, she commanded the White Tiger Guild to turn and leave. Mason watched them go back to them. "I don't even know if this is feasible." He shifted his attention back to his opponent, the man in black. He was the force behind the events at a get, and he might also be behind the fact that I can't escape in front of him. But what if it's not him? He jumped up from the ground. Mason gripped the Muspell Spear tightly and charged forward. "I have to verify whether he is the person I'm thinking of." He came up with a method. "I will knock that black cloak off him." Earth-shattering explosion blew away the entire surrounding area, flames filling the sky. On the other side, a member of the White Tiger Guild ran while reporting, "There's a dragon ahead." Emma quickly decided on a strategy. "I will pierce through it." Just then, a hand reached out to stop her. He stood in front of her with a firm attitude. "Don't make him the center. let the others advance. Instead, let us. When you helped us and the survivors, you got hurt. In. Emma knew her own limits well. One dragon isn't enough to stop me. She hesitated. Before she could finish speaking, she felt dizzy, the light in her eyes dimmed. Ethan saw this and was startled with worrying. She knelt on one knee, supporting herself with her hand on the ground. Her sword stuck straight into the ground for support. Emma tried to stay conscious and analyze the cause. Did I lose too much blood? With no other choice, she reluctantly agreed with them. Then I'll leave it to everyone, let's fight together. They happily thanked her. She sighed, feeling her body condition getting stronger. Not as much as Mason, but I'm definitely getting stronger. The system announced. The prince on the white horse, the king of Ogres Fid, has protected you. The sunlight broke through the clouds and shone down. Emma stood still, absorbing it. The white horse prince finally revealed his true name, overflowing with mana to streams of light. One white and one black continuously clashed with each other so fast that only after images were visible. The spear tips clashed, neither giving in. Piercing sounds echoed in the air. They were locked in a stalemate. Mason was extremely tense, even though he had already used his savage strength, Garoda, the mana flow, and the dragon's heart, yet he still easily blocked this terrifying power. The man in black remained as composed as he was at the start. Overwhelmed by his power, he was forced to retreat, then fell to one knee, sliding across the ground. Mason did not give up and continued to charge forward. His suspicions grew stronger as the battle progressed. This was very likely the one behind the actions of Set. Even if it was dangerous, he had to accept the risk and uncover his identity. He strengthened his resolve, determined to tear off that black cloak. Mason poured all his strength into attacking the man in black. Their mana clashed fiercely. He leapt up powerfully, his whole body turning into a bolt of lightning, striking him from all directions. Yet the man still stood still, gently swinging his spear, which had already neutralized his technique. The system suddenly detected demonic energy eating away at your body. At this point, it was no longer just sharp thorns, but a whole vine tightly wrapping around Mason's arm. He desperately tried to approach the man in black, but the result remained unchanged. His mood grew increasingly agitated. The man was only defending. Did he have no intention of killing him? Even so, he couldn't leave a single wound on his body, let alone remove the cloak. The system's voice rang out again in warning. The demonic energy was fueling his savagery. The man seemed to sense Mason's condition and sneered in mockery. The vines had spread and wrapped around his upper body. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. It tightened around the crystal inside Mason. The system simultaneously reminded him that the blood dragon stone was resonating with the dragon's heart. Ignoring the danger he was facing, he recklessly charged forward. This time, the man in black was knocked back, retreating a distance. The arm holding the spear still trembled from the impact. Mason pressed his advantage. His attacks were gradually becoming effective. The man was startled, quickly raising his spear in front of him to block his technique. This time, the man in black was on guard, so he easily deflected him. Taking advantage of his moment of carelessness, he flicked the hood of his cloak, then somersaulted in the air, the hood immediately falling back. Mason created distance from the man in black, then suddenly he was shocked. Full of surprise, in just a few short seconds, the man had pulled the hood of his cloak back over his face. Mason's efforts were in vain. He was stunned. Why? The man in black warned in a deep voice. You can't. With that, a strange purple mana enveloped his entire body and then immediately exploded. The figure of the man in black was also swallowed up. Elsewhere, Emma currently felt her body brimming with power. She said confidently, "Please step back a bit, I'll handle it." The others sighed in confusion. What's going on? You just gathered a huge amount of magical power. Her mood was now very excited. Great. She should try using the power of her new guardian. She stood facing the monster, when suddenly a fierce golden magical force shot out from somewhere. Green blood sprayed out. Its head was severed from its neck without a chance to resist. Emma witnessed this scene in astonishment. She was a bit intimidated by the terrifying strength just displayed. Who was that, killing a dragon in a flash? A sturdy figure carrying a sword jumped down. Mr. Ethan smiled, resting the sword on his shoulder. I'm here to help. They were happy to see a familiar face, Ethan. At the same time, on Mason's battlefield, he knelt on the ground, his face dark. By this point, he had deceived everyone. The man in black stood before him and denied it. No, his eyes glowed eerily. I just saw new future. It seemed his body had exceeded its limit, so he coughed up a mouthful of blood, then lost consciousness and collapsed. A black crow flew to the side of the man in black. It landed on his shoulder. He whispered, Hein, let's go back. Seong. Gu and Emma returned together. They were startled by the scene. Before them, the man in black was still standing there intact. Mason lay motionless. His injuries unknown. His body suddenly moved. A hand reached out to control the mana. Mason was pulled in front of the two. Emma hurriedly sat down, hugged him, and called out in concern. Mason Ethan remained silent. The atmosphere became tense. He was utterly shocked. Sir, why, sir? The man in black calmly lifted his cloak's hood. That boy is still useful, he angrily questioned. Are you abandoning Asuka? The identity they had long wondered about was revealed. Horjin instructed darkly, survive. The man in the black cloak, even knowing he was no match for him, Mason still charged forward. The man in black stood leisurely, waiting. Mason's arm was covered in sharp thorns piercing through his skin. With the strength and speed of Muspell Spear, he spun and somersaulted in the air, using the momentum to achieve his goal. He thought at least he could knock off his cloak and escape. Mason remembered the item he had been given. He had planned to use Merlin's necklace, which boosted his speed and skills, along with the development of his mana flow, to suppress the demonic energy. Not everything was always under control. However, there was one problem. The demonic energy inside the spear was greater than Mason thought. The thorny vines tightly bound his upper body, and the savagery he had combined with it as well. In the end, despite great effort, Mason achieved what he wanted, but then, for some reason, he overcame it with the help of Odin. The man in the black cloak he had been chasing was Odin. He widened his eyes and firmly denied it. No, that's not Odin. Mason, bandaged and lying in bed, turned his head. Amma also noticed his movement. She happily instructed, You're awake, you should rest a bit more. He propped himself up and sat up. More importantly, that man is Odin. A voice interjected. Yeah, I saw it too. Mason looked over. Ethan, he hesitated. If that man is Odin. A crystal appeared in his hand. Emma saw this and wondered. Huh, what's that? He held two similar items in his hands, one left over from the fight with Set and one that Odin just gave me. Ethan was surprised. Huh? Mason voiced his speculation. Both of these look alike, even if it's just a feeling. I don't think they are the same person. I think Odin received the black cloak from the man in the black cloak. He looked doubtful. Why do you think that? He slowly analyzed. Throughout the battle with Set, Odin was definitely with you at Asuka discussing issues. Likewise, when I went to China, Odin never left his residence. Ethan hesitated, but it could be explained by one possibility. We can't be sure. Mason continued, that could be the case, but at least it seems Odin has sided with the man in the black cloak. For some reason, he decided to side with him. We can't forget him. He spoke. Yeah, Ethan said in a deep voice. He's a crazy bastard, eager to learn more. He nodded in agreement. The reason is still unclear. But Asuka, he abandoned everything he built himself. What made him do that? And he even saved you. Mason's expression was serious. I know, even though I lost the battle, he still saved me when I was being corroded by the demonic energy. Time passed, and he gradually recovered from the battle with Hojin. The two stood on the rooftop talking. Ethan spoke up. Since you warned me about the disaster, I did my best to face it. He crossed his arms and recounted his decisions. For areas lacking hunters, I arranged for more. The branches of the association. Below, a few people in protective gear stood guard. I want your opinion. We will continue to recruit other associations and form an alliance with them. That's my plan. What do you think? Mason smiled and replied, It seems you've turned the universities into hiding places. Thank you for trusting me and acting with me. Ethan looked up at the sky. suddenly feeling uncertain about the future. Even here in Chicago, a thin curtain covers the area, just like in China. What should we do next? He thought about the case of a similar event happening. We've lost contact with the rest of the country, and also, like China, it seems we are also experiencing the mystical gates. Mason turned to face him. Here in Chicago, where the gates will collapse, I will face the ruler. Ethan wondered. The ruler is in Chicago. You're not hiding any information. I don't know how to stop the disaster, but I know how to ease the situation. Imagine the scene when the disaster begins. The gates that have opened will collapse. They will continue to collapse. Mason stated the most feasible method. We must eliminate the reason for their collapse. I know that won't stop the disaster, but by facing the ruler, we can buy a lot of time. Ethan was skeptical. If you have a plan, why didn't you tell everyone at the Nile? He explained. The disaster will unfold in many different ways. The only way I know the outcome. At the same time, he thought to himself, what I know is the path the Demon King took. I only know how to reduce the severity of the disaster in America. Mason announced his own plan. I will go and face the ruler. Sion looked surprised. The system announces the sky of revelation is watching you. You are determined to see this through to the end. The Demon King's autobiography doesn't tell everything, but it does say that he became stronger after defeating the history may have changed, but I still have to do my best to walk the Demon King's path. At another location, the scene was a desolate ruin. Nothing was intact. Hot flames rose to the sky. 3 people in black cloaks stood on a rooftop observing the situation below. Judging by the large scar on the face of the announcement, the disaster in Egypt had begun. Aaron calmly added, in America too, we also met the weaker ones. The leader, who seemed to be in command, spoke up. I understand. When he turned his face, the surprise was that he had a face identical to Mason, with glowing pupils. So it has begun. He suppressed the strange feeling. No matter how many times I see that face, I can never get used to it. In another area of the city, thick vines covered the path. Someone murmured softly, the children are dying, and the ruler senses the situation through the plants. They are coming to me, climbing and growing on his hand, then rushing to attack the man kneeling on the ground. He desperately screamed for help, and in an instant, it swallowed his entire head, then spread wider inside his body, rising like blood vessels. The ruler's face was sinister. He laughed and exhaled a hunter's smoke. He looked at his hand, cheerfully, evaluating that this place called Earth was interesting. An army with long ears like elves emitted a dangerous aura, waiting for orders. The ruler declared arrogantly, here we will eliminate the bugs and rebuild the kingdom. They shouted excitedly in enthusiastic response. The flow of mana was so intense that it shook the surrounding area. The city now looked like an ancient ruin. Looking at its destruction, one could tell how fierce the battle it had endured was. The sky had 2 layers of blue and purple intertwined. Like bones, on a tower near the border, 2 figures stood guard. Suddenly, they were startled and directed their attention downward. Their mood was agitated as they shouted loudly, look, there are survivors. A group of people walked in a line. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Emma announced loudly, we have returned. She and Ethan waved at Ethan and Mason, who were standing on the rooftop. He observed the situation. How many cars? There must be at least 200 people. He added, there's a reason they were late. He frowned, feeling worried. But this is a bit concerning. We might soon become overwhelmed. Sion Gu reassured him. He had already thought of a countermeasure for this case. It's fine. We've already cleared the surrounding area. We can find hunters among the survivors to help us expand. Mason looked confident, just as expected from the captain. So, shall we go in? The search team must have brought back some new information. They moved together to another area. In the meeting room, Emma was briefing her teammates on the current situation. The situation outside is very serious. Her expression was grave. The number of monsters has decreased significantly. She pointed at the screen, but look at this photo we took. The remaining monsters are gathering in one place. Seeing this, they immediately panicked. Oh my God, Are you saying that all these black dots are monsters? Emma continued her report. Fortunately, because all of them were heading towards that building, more people survived. Mason's face darkened. That is where the ruler of this area is. The vicious monster army acts on orders. The rulers have the ability to control monsters after defeating a ruler. If no new ruler appears after the great disaster, that means humanity has won. His expression became serious. That is indeed what happened. In history, Ethan announced the news. We have successfully contacted the outside. Fortunately, not all of America is in this state. They immediately felt a bit more relieved, sighing in relief. Phew, that's great, but not letting them relax, he warned again, but not all. Most of the remaining areas are also in a similar situation to Chicago. In places where the situation is still stable, hunters are evacuating civilians and planning to send aid to the isolated areas. Mason pondered, sooner or later, all of America, no, the whole world will become like this. However, there's no need to let the other hunters know that. Right now, what we need is hope. After encouraging everyone, we have contacted some other countries, but I heard most places abroad are even worse than US. But humanity will win. The potential that humanity has shown so far is not weak. He frowned and declared in a deep voice, now is the time for us to act. Then he clenched his fist and shouted with determination, this is the first step in the fight against the great disaster, to reclaim Chicago and send them to Denver. They immediately gained morale, standing up in response. Only Mason remained lost in his own state. In the Demon King's book and in the pages of history, there is no mention of which ruler is ruling this area, only that after a difficult and challenging battle against the ruler, humanity won. His fighting spirit was stronger than ever. Ruler of Chicago, to follow the path of the Demon King, I will defeat you. The system announces the sky of revelation is watching you. With the university that had become the hiding place of Mason's group as the center, the surrounding area was gradually being reclaimed. A group of people holding swords scouted the situation. They no longer found monsters, and humans began to restore the devastated city. The survivors they rescued accounted for less than 10% of Chicago's total population. An arm was visible under the rubble, but even in that despair, hope still sprouted. When the gates opened, across the world, Manhwa flooded in, and everyone felt a surge of power within their bodies. They stood dazed as the eyes of the patrons turned toward the survivors. They rejoiced when they realized their condition had changed. Hunters, I'm a hunter too. And from then on, hunters were born. Person in protective gear guided them. Tylers, who have just become hunters, please go this way. After the new hunters appeared and were trained, things gradually stabilized. Ethan and Mason stood together on the rooftop. He smiled and asked, ready yet? He turned his head and replied, yeah. You step closer to the announcement. We'll set off in an hour. Mr. Gu replied, all right, there's one thing on my mind. The ruler, how strong is that guy? Mason was startled. Odin. Then he denied it. No, not yet. His vague words confused him. What? He calmly explained, as time passes, they will only grow stronger. Right now is still the early stage of the great disaster. It can't be too powerful. Mr. Gu felt lucky and let out a sigh of relief. He pondered deeply. Odin. He wondered why Odin hadn't killed him. If anything, he even helped him. Why would he let him live? Then he clenched his fist. Asking such questions now was pointless. Mason turned around, his face turning serious. Let's go. It's time to hunt the ruler. Countless trees grew thickly in the heart of the city. Footsteps echoed. He observed the scene around him, unable to believe that a forest like this had appeared right in the city center in less than a month. Emma pointed. It's in this direction. The monsters spotted the enemy and immediately charged to attack. She took a running leap, diving into the middle to slaughter them. Emma swung her sword excitedly, monster body parts falling one after another. Mason smiled as he watched the battle and assessed that she had truly become strong. She hasn't fully awakened her skills yet, but she's on the path to becoming a complete expert. Suddenly, a huge bare, withered tree appeared before them. Its three eyes glowed eerily red. They froze in shock. What is that? It's huge. and has way too much mana. Mason stepped forward. This monster's base is a tree. He activated his mana, ready to fight. It's time to show the majesty of the Fire King. Flames rose to the sky, black smoke billowed. In the air, the forest became the easiest fuel. It spread wider and wider. The others watched the battle and exclaimed, "Wow, he's on a completely different level. I'm not even sure if we're the same kind of hunter." Mason suggested resting before continuing. Mr. Gu also thought they should conserve energy for unexpected situations. "We'll take a break. Rest for about 20 minutes, then continue." He summoned. Status window. The screen immediately appeared showing all kinds of stats and information about him. Mason pondered. The man in black. He recalled the previous scene, the one in the shadow of lightning. The black-clad man carried a dangerous aura, the one who should have been in the shadow of Utgard, the king of the giants. The last face he witnessed was the one who killed even Odin. Mason's eyes darkened. From the start, I thought the man in black was him, but why does he exist in this world? He had a strong intuition, the Demon King, for some reason. But I think the man in black is the Demon King. Mason speculated. If the man in black is the Demon King, is he also looking at a status window? Like me, I'm about to reach level 100. It was written in the Demon King's book. Inside it contained special information, just like when a stat reaches 100, there's a major change. The same goes for level, but level grants me power far beyond stats. It's not growth, it's evolution. He analyzed the situation. Not growth, but evolution. It won't be long before I reach level 100. Thanks to the great disaster, my development speed is much faster. Moreover, Mason clenched his fist. The soul summoning will soon be activated. He grinned, eagerly anticipating the power of the Demon King, the one that made all the strongest hunters in the world submit. That special power is about to awaken. A faint greenish bone aura covered the entire area, looking extremely eerie. The others were stunned. How could that mana be so overwhelming? They watched the scene before them with fear. Is that what we have to face? Mr. Gu was also tense. Are you confident? Mason affirmed. Firmly, I can do it. Me and this ruler are a good match. He decided. I'll trust you. He calmly turned around. He seriously warned. Everyone, we will enter the ruler's location immediately. If anyone wants to turn back, it's best to do it now. In there. Mason's expression was grave. It will be hell. Hearing this, everyone hesitated. At the same time, at the ruler's base, an unconscious man lay on the ground. Vines burrowed under his skin, draining his life force. Mana was gradually being absorbed. The ruler smiled contentedly. How long has it been since I had such a satisfying meal? Those ones just now had a different flavor. They're called hunters. Rubiel nodded in confirmation. He was agitated, still seeming unsatisfied. Is that so? Capture more of them. It seems a few have come nearby. She respectfully obeyed. Suddenly, the ruler's eyes widened in shock. What? Why are my children dying so fast? He frowned in anger. I underestimated them, thinking they were just insects. But I was wrong. Some strong insects have mixed in. Rubiel, use that thing. She mechanically replied. Understood. On the other side, fire had engulfed the entire forest. The temperature kept rising. The Mason group stood outside the affected area watching. The others were amazed by the sight. I've seen many rank 5 hunters, but never such a powerful wide area skill. He talked about a hell for monsters. The system announced you have leveled up. The subjugation went smoothly. He calmly assessed that everything would be easier than expected and his development was progressing very well. The tree monster slowly advanced, its steps shaking the ground. Emma took the initiative to charge in. There are still a few left. I'll handle them. She quickly disappeared from her original spot. Suddenly, she spotted a man hanging from a tree branch, struggling and begging, "Save me." Emma hesitated. A person. At that moment, a slash carrying immense power cut through the air. Ruby's surprise attack caught her off guard. She frantically attacked Emma. She hurriedly blocked the strikes coming from all directions. She couldn't believe the strength of Rubiel. What? Such a skilled monster. She laughed excitedly, thinking victory was decided. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she glanced To the side, a powerful blast of mana shot toward her, forcing Rubiel to quickly create distance to dodge. She turned in surprise to find its owner, Mason. Mason remained in his mana-firing stance, a dangerous aura radiating from him. Rubiel sensed it too. She temporarily stopped her actions and landed on a branch. He silently assessed her as a very skilled opponent. I was sure she wouldn't be able to dodge. Another person appeared. Ethan gently landed, carrying the man. Rubiel turned her head in shock and saw the vine had been cut. At some point, Emma sneered and mocked, a hostage and an ambush. Truly cowardly. But what now, when your hostage has been taken, you're interested in the offer? It seems you're quite strong too. Let's face each other fairly. But she curled her lips, treating your words as a joke. Emma was annoyed. Ha, are you laughing? Suddenly her expression changed. Hongti shrank back. Countless people were hanging from the trees, desperate screams echoing one after another. Save me, please, save me, please, kill me. Their faces all showed terror, their voices growing weaker. Water, give me water, please. Help. Tylers with weak minds couldn't bear this sight. So horrible, damn it. Rubiel saw their reactions and laughed in a twisted way. Mason clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. He decided to retreat. Ethan could only do the same. There was no other choice. Retreat. In. Emma could only watch helplessly as they were captured. Damn it. They immediately followed the orders. Retreat, retreat. Mason turned around and reminded them. We should retreat too. When he sensed something was wrong, he quickly searched for the target. Someone was watching him. Over there. The ruler was standing with hands on hips, evaluating. Interesting. He scorned their actions. Tylers with great power retreating to protect the weak of their own kind. So weak. He clenched his fist, affirming his own thoughts. The strong should move forward toward their goals, even if it means abandoning their own kind to die or not. The ruler smirked. Good. His mood was agitated, feeling that the opportunity had come. Tyler, I was once famous throughout Anthem. After countless years trapped in the spatial rift, I have weakened greatly. If I absorb them, I can regain my former strength. He shouted orders. Soldiers, corner them. Use their own comrades as shields and spears. The ruler eagerly anticipated the coming future. After absorbing them, I will become the god of this place. Outside, his subordinates were cut in half effortlessly. Red mana pierced through the enemy's bodies. The three of them, Mason, Emma, and Jangdu, coordinated to deal with them. She sighed in confusion. What exactly is that so-called ruler? Feels like he's hunting us. He was silent, not knowing how to answer. Just then, someone announced that he had woken up. The man who was rescued earlier gradually regained consciousness. They surrounded him, his body trembling continuously, his face pale, fear etched deep into his mind. That monster is a demon. Mason asked about the situation. What happened to you? He recalled in terror, his voice unsteady. He eats people. With that, he completely lost consciousness and collapsed. Someone nearby caught him in time. He reported the situation. He's passed out now. Ethan was silent. Emma gritted her teeth in anger. Bastards. Mason commanded, let's head back. She immediately objected. No, he persuaded her. Mason is right. We can't do anything in this state. Ethan explained to her that this was the most feasible method. The monsters are using humans as shields to attack us. Even now they haven't stopped attacking. If we continue, our own teammates will also be in danger. Emma's face darkened. She lowered her head. Even so, Mason spoke up. To interrupt, we won't return empty-handed, and he summoned the spear. Musello, she followed his back, wondering, what are you going to do? Mana flames appeared in the air, growing more intense. Mason took a stance. He gripped the spear tightly, raised his hand, then used all his strength to throw it. The ground beneath him shattered. The spear flew through, cutting across the forest with overwhelming force. It pierced through all obstacles, slaughtering everything in its path. Finally, heading toward the final target, the ruler's base, the spear Muspell struck him hard. He hastily summoned a shield. Its power exceeded his imagination. The ruler struggled to defend. His hands were severely burned by the high temperature. He raised his hand to examine the wounds. Have I underestimated them too much? It hurts. The ruler's initial arrogance was trampled. This is a feeling I haven't experienced in a long time. I wonder if anger clouded his reason, but he suddenly burst into laughter like a madman. Good, very good. How long has it been since I was last injured like this? How dare you? Wound Nerve, the king of Anfum, I should reward you. He licked his lips in anticipation. The reward is being eaten by me. Back at Mason's group's camp, a sound rang out in the night. The two guards on watch noticed the commotion and were surprised. Huh, they're back so soon. The three of them, Mason, Singu, and Emma, gathered to discuss. She frowned in suspicion. Don't they already know our location? He confirmed 90% that they probably know. He was surprised, not wanting to think about it. That means, are you saying that? But Mason crushed Ethan's hope. Yes, I'm sure they will come. The full-scale attack of the monsters will begin tonight. The gloomy city sky created a heavy pressure, signaling the fierce battle to come. Rapid footsteps echoed. Ethan ran, took a running start, and jumped from the roof of one building to another. He landed softly. Facing him were Mason and Emma, who had been waiting for a while. Seeing the key members all present, he said, "Everyone is here." Ethan asked for their opinion. "Do you want to leave now?" He nodded in confirmation. Yes. Emma was also in a state of readiness. We're ready. After all, Mason is not the type to let things slide easily. He smirked, affirming her words. I should at least return what I received, Mason instructed. Ethan, you stay here. He was a bit puzzled. His expression turned serious, warning about what they had to face. As you saw during the day, our enemy is not an ordinary monster. It would be bad if you think they are like those mindless monsters. They will attack. He was silent for a moment, then said, The hunters here are enough. Mason emphasized, you shouldn't underestimate their strength. In case a disaster occurs, you, who hold the Frost, must stay. Ethan, though worried, everything he said made sense. With no other choice, he sighed and accepted. He was still worried about them. So you two really intend to try it with just the two of you? Mason's attitude was firm. Not try, we must succeed. There are still many people in their hands. The more time passes, the more people die. He confidently promised. We'll handle everything quickly and come back. Amma also smiled and added, we will return. Ethan decided to take care of the rear, to put them at ease. All right, don't worry about things here. Just go. With that, he acted first, jumping off the rooftop without looking back. Emma trusted in everyone's strength, nothing to worrying about. We'll leave Jangdu here. Now what? Mason's tone was thoughtful. Our mission today is his eyes sharp and cold, he declared assassination. The monsters gathered in one place, countless species packed together, forming a mighty army. At the center was a giant tree monster that captured the people. Its footsteps stirred up thick dust. The two stood on the rooftop of a building not far away, watching the situation. Emma's face was slightly pale. She didn't expect their numbers to be so large. Mason. Monster, should we turn back? Your plan hasn't changed. They were already prepared. You tried to persuade them, but they don't know how many of us there are. Look, there are countless of them. Mason's attitude is as solid as a rock. We must focus on our mission, and they must also focus on theirs. Suddenly you startle, sensing an unusual movement. They have discovered us. You turn toward Emma. Hurry up, it seems they've seen us. She startles. What? Mason explains the movement of the monster army. He is quite confident. He deliberately let all his soldiers pass and is calling us in. The two immediately set off towards the target. Mason leads the way. Suddenly he detects a dangerous breath, a killing intent. Rubiel appears unexpectedly with a sinister smile. She uses mana to slash at him. Emma shouts loudly, Mason. Then she charges forward to confront her. Her moves are easily countered. Rubiel spins the blade in her hand and continues to attack her viciously. This time, Emma begins to feel it's a bit too much. She retreats to create a safe distance. Rubiel stops. On the rooftop, she smirks contemptuously, her arrogant attitude mocking her. Emma's eyes burn red. She is enraged by her arrogance. Mason stands aside, watching the brief battle with worrying. So strong, and Emma is not enough. You decide to support her. There's no other choice, it seems. Emma knows what he's thinking, so she speaks up. Go, leave everything here too. Emmy, Mason reminds her, that's not an ordinary goblin. To be honest, she looks like she's being overwhelmed. She turns around and gives a cheerful smile. So there are things you don't know. Emma activates her mana, a purple aura enveloping her sword. The wound on her arm suddenly emits a soft light. Then it gradually heals as if it was never injured. Mason observes this and can't help but be startled. Her wound is healing on its own. The mana around her grows increasingly fierce. It's not over yet. I have completed the dragon blood pill. I went to America first and hunted relentlessly. A blinding light flashes in the gloom like a ray of hope. He widens his eyes in amazement. This is for the great hero in history. Emma's body is enveloped in a solid suit of armor. The one who killed the demons, the one whose fame resounds throughout the world. The Dragon Slayer, SF, the look in her eyes changes. She lets out a soft breath. A great hero was born in that moment. Right after Emma became 6 feet, her energy exploded across the sky of Inan. A flash of blue light absorbed all that purple energy and then directly exploded with a bang, causing a shockwave throughout the entire area. The aftershock even affected the surrounding buildings. Mason rejoiced when he felt that fierce aura. It's incredible. That's Graham. It's not perfect yet. But this is the technique that killed the Demon King's dragon. Emma's sword plunges straight down, pulling electric arcs that spread everywhere. He smiles with immense pride. She has grown up. She has exceeded my expectations and become stronger much faster than before. I think I can trust her and move on. After running for a while, they finally reach the tall building that is still peaceful, standing before the massive gate with strange patterns. Mason clenches his fist, observing the ruler of Inan who is inside. Joe's eyes once again show a stern look. And at the same time, the system announces the soul-reaping spirit has been activated. The skull bracelet constantly absorbs the surrounding mana, making him secretly rejoice as he looks at the soul-reaping spirit. Perfect timing. Now I just need to name it and awaken it. Suddenly he senses something and looks up. The door in front of him is shooting out powerful lightning bolts. Even Mason has to be cautious and speculates. Is it that ruler? This raging mana is suppressing me. Without knowing when, he has stepped inside and hears a greeting him. He raises an eyebrow, deliberately emphasizing the warrior from another world. This leaves Mason confused. Warrior from another world? What does this person mean? Is this overwhelming mana a test? As soon as he thinks this, he releases a surge of energy filled with fighting spirit. Fine, I'll play along. And quickly repels F's powerful mana. The blue energy immediately returns to its master's side. Startling him, Mason laughs at the others. Amused expression. Why are you so surprised? Did you think I couldn't overcome such a trivial test? This time, it directly infuriates making him shout loudly. Who are you? This makes him even more confused and bewildered. The mana energies swirl between the two of them. Finally, the ruler speaks first. I am Merv, king of Anthem, the kingdom of the green forest. I ask you again, who are you? Mason's eyebrows raise when he sees the others' similar thoughts. I was about to ask that question, but he said it himself first. Should I provoke him more? Seeing him silent makes her unable to hold back, and he speaks in a low, assessing tone. From the information I got from those who were eaten, there is no existence like you among the warriors of this world, but you are very similar to them. The spear of Muspell appears in Mason's palm. The fiery energy has increased more than ever. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. A blue arrow gradually forms in response to Yef's reply. My kingdom was crushed and disappeared by them. It finally fully forms as he questions. Are you one of them? Irv's face is almost shrouded in darkness. Answer me. Despite his confident exterior, Mason is also tense facing such a strong enemy. Here it comes, heading to a city that seems more peaceful. Since the disaster began, Denver hasn't seen too much upheaval. Everyone is running in an orderly manner. Civilians are starting to evacuate. Tylers with Mana naturally won't stand idle by, and the hunters are stopping the monsters pouring out from the broken gates. They are preparing to reclaim the lost land from the disaster, so now they can't miss going to the Hunter Association skyscraper. At the office, Chairman Juan Emma is fully equipped, and Brandon is the one who announces that Asuka will actively participate this time. He makes a stern decision and allows no one to object. Now that Odin is unreachable and we don't have him do, I will lead the way. But the problem is that most of Asuka's members are powerful hunters, so they all have objections. Why is Brandon taking the initiative to speak? Even though he is a strong hunter, the reality is that even if they are dissatisfied, Brandon asks for proper procedure. Does anyone have any objections? And the whole group can only endure it because no one else has the leadership ability or political skill to make others listen. That's the truth. So Kang speaks up to agree first. Whatever, Cyan just goes along with it. Fine. Next is Doyen, who just felt indignant. I agree. Jen shares the same opinion. Me too. That question was just for show, so Brandon quickly continues. Odin prepared a few things for situations like this, and it can be said that this situation is more serious than expected, so we must act quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Kangu summons a weapon. Just tell us where to go. The only thing we know how to do is fight, completely, leaving him speechless and not knowing how to react. How could Odin establish? How can I plan and work effectively with idiots like this? Then helplessly thinking about another option, I should change the subject and ask out loud. Does anyone know where Chu is? Right now, a strong back with a hammer in hand appeared in my thoughts. Even though he's not a member of Asa, Sancho the blacksmith can be considered America's strongest weapon. He left Denver under the orders of Odin. If he were with us, we'd have a huge advantage. The people in the team thought for a while and then said, because from the start he only carried out top secret missions, and Odin trusted him too much even though he wasn't a member of Asuka, so his activities weren't even recorded. Suddenly, the president's office door opened again at that moment, making Du-Hyun glare in annoyance. Who is that guy? Is someone else coming? Tezen was so angry. His veins bulged. Who dares to barge into a meeting of the strongest hunters? The person stepped forward, and surprisingly, Brandon recognized the other. You're here. He kept emitting streams of energy, still doing well, huh? Aaron had just shown up when he dropped a shocking piece of news. Ton's son was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. What? That's Odin. Odin's aura had become more ferocious. The others froze as their attention focused on the greeting. But wait, Brandon is Odin's son, judging by the dark, displeased look on his face. In the Hunter Association skyscraper shining under the sunlight, the wooden wall now had a large hole, and chairs, tables, and documents were all flattened. On the floor, only Banner was alone in the room. He was silently lost in thought. Lord Odin has returned while revealing a secret that he once said we should hide forever, recalling the image of Aaron just arriving and speaking. My son. Brandon's hand clenched tightly as he asked himself what he was even trying so hard for. Even before becoming a hunter, had struggled so much. He leaned back, because I was an unacknowledged child, left behind, to gain the recognition of a father who always ignored me, no matter what I defeated, no matter what I tried to achieve. Father never used a single word about me. But he narrowed his eyes in irritation as he finally spoke. Is that what it's like? Brandon shot up from his chair. I don't want those things to come back like this. Damn it. Suddenly he heard something, a knock at the door. Yet he hadn't sensed anyone approaching. It was none other than Hyun stepping in, and he himself wasn't surprised by the man's arrival, as if he'd expected it. Aaron smiled and used that form of address. Once more, son. This only made Brandon's brows furrow tighter. Are you really going to acknowledge me like this? His face darkened as he spoke. I don't want to be acknowledged this way. Then Aaron approached him and explained. I understand your sorrow and what you're enduring. Then he suddenly grabbed Brandon's shoulder, making him jump. Their eyes met seriously as he continued. Even though you didn't meet my expectations, I never hated you. He could confirm a warm voice and hand. He was sure they belonged to Odin. But he couldn't believe it. Brandon's expression now looked panicked, losing the calm and decisiveness from the meeting. Suddenly I can't understand the hidden motive of the association president. Aaron just laughed at that and took the initiative to explain thoroughly. Hidden motive, huh? As I said, I want to acknowledge you as my son, and I also intended to declare you as an heir. If you show me your worth in that position, this only confused him more than ever, mixed with joy. Wasn't the heir almost decided already? Odin, no, father's heir. That was something I only dreamed of. Aaron's hand suddenly gripped his shoulder tighter. So I have a favor to ask of you. Suddenly speaking incomprehensible words and shattering the warm atmosphere to compensate for the lack of ability. And for me, become a ruler. His pupils lit up as he stared at him. Will you do that? This directly made him confused. Ruler of what? Still, Brandon said. Please give me time to think. Before he could say more, he was tightly embraced. Aaron's face now turned full of scheming. Give me an answer right here. I need you. The next words were like a bomb on Brandon's head. I need your sacrifice, leaving him dazed, only able to exclaim, wow. His smile stretched ear to ear as he emphasized warmly, son. Under the sky, a beam of light suddenly blazed in midair. Then it shot straight down at the Hunter Association building. Meanwhile, at a bridge crowded with people, they all looked up at the purple cage before them. Gun Henry frowned and tapped on it. This is a barrier. No place can block a disaster as perfectly as Denver. And he said in a low voice, after you leave this place, you may never return to this safe Denver. If anyone wants to stay, you can. Hence he just smiled and replied, what are you talking about? Even if they aren't my family, they're my friend's family. Of course I should go and help. The others agreed. Right, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't be alive now either. The person next to him also said it's not good if only we survive. Fenry seriously continued, we need to find Mason. Mason? Maybe Damien is starting to miss him. We need to go see the master then. Someone else stepped forward. It was O'Neill holding a box and closing it. I think everyone feels the same way. W smiled at the sight of everyone being united. I'm so lucky to have met these people and said, I'm sorry. Seeing everyone ready to move forward, people with loyalty. These people are willing to face danger to protect someone. They are the people I've always dreamed of having by my side. Electricity surrounded his entire body. Then let's cross over. His hand pushed hard against the barrier. A hole immediately appeared, opening a path for them. Then he turned and announced, now, let's go. Suddenly a panicked voice stopped them. No way. Fuya instantly looked behind. Because right now in the middle of Denver, a golden light appeared in the sky, directly spreading out as if to cover the entire area. A barrier was breaking. A golden dome full of holes appeared right before their eyes. Returning to the strangely carved door of earth, he asked a question without giving Mason time to answer. I'm asking if you're on the same side as those black-skinned creatures. His whole body tensed as he watched the arrow's path. It was coming and he caught it with his bare hands without hesitation. Its power was so intense it pushed him back a long distance, but he easily snapped it in half. Somehow confirmed, so you're not on the same side. Mason's hand was now bleeding as if severely burned, while he flashed a smile of unknown intent. Even though you possess their energy, you're not one of them, Mason replied. Them? Are you talking about the patrons? I was confused. Patrons, you call them patrons? Mason silently thought. The rulers of certain territories that appeared after the great upheaval. Only the Demon King can kill them. In his mind, the question kept arising. Why in this world is there only they? In their mind, the question kept arising. Why in this world is there only the Demon King was the only one who could kill them? You ask another question. You get straight to the point. I need more information. Are you a patron? He summoned arrows. Hey, a patron? You're asking if I am one of them, Tyler's shadows. Definitely. The answer is I am not one of them. I almost became one like that. He was still using his power, but now I'm not sure. Series of blue lights surrounded the place, an extremely terrifying surge of power. He laughed maniacally. If I eat you, maybe I will become one of them. With that, a volley of arrows shot forward. Mason gritted his teeth. Could he become a patron by eating me? He also said. He almost became one of them. You conjured a blade, Muspell ready for battle. I need to focus on this fight first. I can't dodge all those arrows. You swung your spear, creating a huge flame. In this situation, the two sides clashed violently, creating a massive explosion. Surprised, my arrows couldn't penetrate his fire barrier, not effective at all. Mason was determined, the identities of the patrons and the rulers that only the Demon King could kill. I need more information. Without hesitation, you asked, have you met any other hunters? He quickly replied, you're pretty good. I've eaten countless self-proclaimed hunters, though I'm not sure you could call that a meeting. You didn't understand what he meant. Are you saying I'm special? I'm different from other hunters, he nodded. Do you think you're like the ordinary warriors of this world? The elf monsters gradually appeared. Calmly speculated. Do you think I, the ruler of the mighty kingdom of the Blue Bed, would chat like this with an ordinary warrior? It's because I acknowledge that you are on the same level as Emmy. At some point, countless elf soldiers had appeared behind him. You were startled. Too many enemies. He gently waved his hand. You are a king. Immediately, the monsters leapt up, howling as they charged toward the opposite side. Masong shouted in order, I name you. Energy gathered in the eyes of the skull bracelet and the latch. Hey. With that, many cracks appeared on the skull. The bracelet shattered, and an excited female spirit flew out. A moment later, outside the ruined buildings, Rubiel lay on her back on the ground in a pool of dark red blood. The clanking of the blade dragged across the road. Emma breathed a weary sigh. I have become stronger. Her eyes were full of resilience again. With strength, I can protect myself with these hands. A notification appeared. The charming prince looked at you with warm eyes. Emma smiled contentedly. Then she sensed several streams of power surrounding each other nearby, becoming endlessly worried. It seemed Mason's battle had begun. She was startled by something and began channeling energy into the blade. A stream of purple light shone directly into her body. Emma looked happily into her palm. Wasn't he called the immortal XF? All my wounds from the battle with that dark elf were healed. She clenched her fist, her eyes shining with hope. With this, the gap between me and Mason must have narrowed significantly. Let's go. I have to help Mason. Approaching the source of the energy streams from before, Emma didn't hesitate. Is this where the battle is taking place? I have to get inside quickly. She reached out and pushed the door hard, immediately stunned by the scene inside. The energy streams crisscrossed each other. Gosh, what the hell is this? Spirits were fighting directly against the elf monsters. One monster raised its sword high and slashed at a spirit, but unfortunately, it just passed through without any effect. It screamed back, quickly biting down on the monster's shoulder. She watched and sighed inwardly. It looked like hell on earth. Oh my god, a battle between elves and demons. Where is Mason? A loud noise rang out at that moment. She scanned around, trying to find where it came from. What the hell happened to him? I thought I had become much stronger, but the scene of his and Evie's battle was too brutal. It made Emma think, he has advanced far beyond me. I can't even intervene in this fight. A wave of blue energy enveloped the building. The elf standing before the spirit suddenly began to transform. It vanished, much to the spirit's surprise. This happened to all the other elves as well. They converged toward the blue orb that Eve was charging. Emma gritted her teeth in worrying. All the magical power of the elf soldiers was pouring into him. An incredible amount of magical power. Does Masonion think he can win? Inside that blue energy orb, the silhouette of a weapon appeared. Irv looked at the newly formed sword and laughed with glee. Hey. Mason's eyes lit up, seizing the moment. Right now, his spear emitted a new source of energy. He spun and pointed the spear straight ahead. The system announced, fire.